cruise met with disaster, and Jiang Xiao found himself stranded on a deserted island, where a mysterious red light transformed him entirely. His vision improved tenfold, and his strength surged 100-fold. While others might languish on a deserted island, suffering from hunger, Jiang Xiao reigned supreme, indulging in a feast of abundance. He slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the sand that clung to him. "My head aches, and my eyes sting." He surveyed his surroundings. Before him stretched a shimmering sea where water met sky, the waves crashing against the rocks with a soothing sound. Turning around, the coastline appeared endless, with dense jungles behind and coconut trees laden with fruit encircling the perimeter. "Thank goodness, I've drifted to an island." At 28 years of age, Jiang Xiao was a remarkable employee of the Han Group. However, he was abruptly dismissed after inadvertently catching the attention of the newly appointed, aloof female So during a meeting. To shake off the gloom of unemployment, he boarded the Harmony of the Oceans for a global cruise. Yet, the weather took a sudden turn, and an eerie red light illuminated the night sky, causing Jiang Xiao to lose consciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered himself marooned on a deserted island. With over 10,000 passengers aboard the Harmony of the Oceans, surely there are other survivors who have washed up here as well. I must find them and devise a plan to escape this island. As if fate had conspired, he turned and spotted a graceful beauty lying a short distance away. "Han Yun." Jiang Xiao's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the woman sprawled on the beach, his voice laced with fury. Han Yun was the mother of his former CEO, and though she had crossed into her 40s, the years had hardly marred her beauty, making her even more alluring. Now, she lay unconscious on the sand, her purple blouse drenched by the sea, accentuating her voluptuous form. Her short denim shorts showcased her alluring legs, a sight that stirred something deep within Jiang Xiao. Diverting his gaze from Han Yun, Jiang Xiao continued his search for other survivors, but found none. Only 2 souls remained on this vast island, drastically reducing their chances of escape. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he stumbled back, his vision fading. He rubbed his eyes, desperate for clarity. After a moment, light returned, and Jiang Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had not permanently lost his sight. "That was a close call," he sighed, fearing that the intense light might have damaged his eyes irreparably. Just then, a fly buzzed past him. To his astonishment, he could clearly see the rapid flutter of its wings, even counting the beats in his mind. "Goodness, how has my vision improved so drastically?" Moreover, he realized that the normally swift fly now appeared to move as slowly as a snail in his eyes. "Is this an illusion?" Curiosity piqued. Jiang Xiao deftly pinched the fly's wing between his fingers, effortlessly capturing it. "What is happening to me?" he wondered, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes 10 meters away, and Jiang Xiao's ears, now attuned to danger, pinpointed an unknown creature's location. Instinctively, he sensed a beast approaching, a signal of impending danger. Wild boars, wolves, and dogs on the island posed a lethal threat. Swiftly, he bent down, grasping a stone the size of an egg, and hurled it toward the underbrush. The stone whistled through the air with unstoppable force. A dull thud echoed, followed by a piteous howl. The creature in the bushes was revealed to be a wolf, blood trickling from its eye. Jiang Xiao's shot had blinded it. Sensing the threat of death from Jiang Xiao, the wolf fled into the dark woods, its tail between its legs. Jiang Xiao was astounded. Had he awoken any later, he might have become the wolf's next meal. The series of extraordinary events sparked a realization within him. He had suddenly become stronger. Clenching his fists, he marveled at his muscular form, feeling as if he could fell a bull with a single blow. Could it be the effect of that red light? Just then, the low murmur of Han Yun reached his ears, indicating she was regaining consciousness. He stepped closer to her side, taking in her beauty, and felt a rush of thirst. If Han Shui was a budding flower, Han Yun was a fully blossomed rose. Her slightly plump figure was undeniably appealing to men, akin to the allure of a powerful weapon. Yet, Jiang Xiao harbored resentment towards the Han family. He coldly remarked, devoid of sympathy, "Han Yun, may you find your own fortune." As he turned to leave, an inner conflict tugged at him, urging him to approach Han Yun. "Am I to play the savior here, as if I were Japanese?" He recalled the disdainful words of Han Shui. "You pathetic loser, you think you deserve to gaze upon my chest? You've been fired. Hurry to the finance department to finalize your departure and get lost." The bitterness surged within him. However, he couldn't summon hatred for Han Yun, who, during her tenure, had treated employees with kindness, often distributing small gifts or shopping vouchers during festive seasons. Though the amounts were modest, they conveyed warmth and recognition of their efforts. "She is she, and you are you," Jiang Xiao muttered. "My decision to assist you stems solely from your kindness." With that, he knelt beside Han Yun, assessing her condition. You've ingested a fair amount of seawater. We must expel it immediately. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao pressed his hands against Han Yun's chest, applying pressure. The softness of her form momentarily distracted him, but he reminded himself that saving a life was paramount. Soon, with Jiang Xiao's assistance, Han Yun expelled the seawater from her stomach, gasping for air as her eyes began to flutter. Upon realizing Jiang Xiao's actions, she screamed and bolted upright, desperately covering her chest. You. Han Yun was a mix of anger and embarrassment. Yet, recalling the strange events of the previous night and glancing at the beach where remnants of her ordeal lay, she comprehended that Jiang Xiao had been trying to save her. Her emotions calmed. You are Jiang Xiao? Han Yun recognized him. He was not only a workaholic, but also a capable leader who had consistently delivered impressive results for the Han group. Jiang Xiao nodded, uninterested in forming any deeper connection with Han Yun, as the Han group had played a significant role in his current predicament. With no immediate opportunity to escape the island, he resolved to gather food and focus on survival, trusting that rescue would eventually come. However, as he prepared to leave, Han Yun's anxious voice called out, Jiang Xiao, where are you going? It's none of your concern, he replied coldly. What will I do if you leave? Han Yun, a vulnerable woman amidst the perils of the island, felt the urgency of her situation without Jiang Xiao's protection. Instinctively, she reached out to him for help. It's none of your concern, Jiang Xiao reiterated, his tone unyielding. To Han Yun's astonishment, the once warm-hearted Jiang Xiao had transformed into a man of cold indifference. Protect me, and once we return to the company, I'll promote you to a supervisor with a guaranteed monthly salary of 20,000. Han Yun's offer was tantalizing, hoping to sway him. Promotion and salary? Jiang Xiao chuckled. Surviving this ordeal is still uncertain. Chapter 2. Be My Woman. Han Yun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her proposition to be so enticing, yet Jiang Xiao still declined. However, this did not deter her. If Jiang Xiao remained unmoved, she would simply increase the offer. She refused to believe that there was any situation that could not be resolved with sufficient wealth. Jiang Xiao, as long as you ensure my safe departure from this place, upon our return, I shall appoint you as the sales director of the Han Group. What do you think? The position of sales director at the Han Group commands an annual salary of 1 million, along with bonuses, a role that is indeed one of great authority. I'm afraid I'm not interested, he replied. In the past, had Han Yun presented such a favorable opportunity, Jiang Xiao would have eagerly embraced it. Yet, after experiencing a ruthless dismissal and facing peril on his journey, his perspective had become considerably clearer. In this life, survival is paramount. Wealth is merely a superficial concern. Money can be earned again, jobs can be sought anew, but once life is lost, everything is irrevocably over. What? Han Yun was taken aback, believing she had misheard. Was it possible that the position of general manager held no allure for Jiang Xiao? Was he lost in thought, or had the trials on the deserted island rendered him foolish? Jiang Xiao, what would it take for you to ensure my safety? Han Yun scanned her surroundings, the foliage in the jungle rustling, and birds scattering from their nests, an overwhelming sense of unease intensifying within her. Jiang Xiao paused, glancing back at Han Yun, who resembled a ripe peach, evoking a sense of affection that was irresistible. I can agree to protect you, but you must fulfill one condition for me. Upon hearing this, Han Yun's heart leaped with joy. With a strong man like Jiang Xiao to safeguard her, her chances of survival on the island had significantly improved. As for Jiang Xiao's condition, it would undoubtedly pertain to monetary matters. She would agree to anything. Her life was invaluable. Please, tell me your condition, she urged. Jiang Xiao fixed his gaze upon Han Yun. I want you to be my woman. At this revelation, Han Yun felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She could not believe that Jiang Xiao had such intentions. How audacious. Impossible. Infuriated, she waved her hand dismissively. I can agree to anything but that condition. Jiang Xiao maintained his calm demeanor. Aside from that condition, I have no interest in anything else. Han Yun, enraged, felt as if she might spit blood. Why was Jiang Xiao so obstinate, fixated on her, an older woman? Suit yourself, she retorted, turning away as Jiang Xiao walked off without a backward glance. Humph, Han Yun scoffed, thinking, you want me to be your woman? Dream on. I refuse to believe that I cannot find someone else to protect me under the allure of wealth. Encountering Jiang Xiao on this island also implied that others might find themselves here as well. She could not fathom that others would be indifferent to the prospect of riches. However, at that moment, a pack of wolves suddenly emerged from the underbrush, swiftly surrounding the two. Among them was a wolf with a bleeding left eye. Evidently the same one Jiang Xiao had previously driven away. It had returned to summon its pack for vengeance. With a tremendous roar, the Wolf King signaled, and the 15 wolves bared their menacing fangs, gradually tightening their encirclement, poised to strike at any moment. Help! Han Yun was utterly panicked, feeling adrift without a leader. terrified of becoming the wolves' next meal. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her upon recalling Jiang Xiao's earlier words. Jiang Xiao, I promise to be your woman. Please protect me swiftly, for I fear for my life. Are you certain? Jiang Che inquired, bending down to gather a handful of pebbles from the beach. Absolutely, Han Yun exclaimed, rushing to Jiang Xiao's side and gripping the hem of his shirt tightly. As long as you ensure my safety, I shall comply with whatever you ask. In the face of life and death, one must bow down. Very well. With that, Jiang Xiao launched the pebbles from his hand with the precision of a marksman. The first struck the right leg of a one-eyed wolf, followed by another that hit the left leg of a second. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Jiang Xiao's aim was unerring, and with each stone he released, a mournful howl echoed in the air. Han Yun was utterly astonished. Was this truly the diligent employee who had once only buried himself in hard work? In just a year, he had transformed into such a formidable figure. And beside Jiang Xiao, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Contemplating Jiang Xiao's earlier request, Han Yun felt a tumult of emotions within her. Could it be that he had harbored feelings for her all along? The way he had gazed at her moments ago was as if he wished to consume her entirely. It must be true. As Jiang Xiao struck with unfailing accuracy, the wolf pack was sent into disarray, retreating in a panic. They had originally approached with ferocity, intent on ensnaring both Jiang Xiao and Han Yun, yet they had not anticipated his extraordinary marksmanship, which shattered their ranks. Get lost. Jiang Xiao's commanding voice sent the wolves fleeing with their tails between their legs. She was confident that in the days to come, the mere scent of Jiang Xiao would send them scurrying far away. It's all right. Seeing the wolf pack retreat, Jiang Xiao dusted off his hands. He was now more convinced than ever that after being exposed to that blinding light, his body seemed to have undergone a mutation, enhancing his strength to more than 10 times its original capacity. Yet, why did that peculiar red light grant him such formidable power? Were there others on the ship who had experienced the same genetic mutation, gaining strength as he had? Once again, troubling questions plagued him. Jiang Xiao, thank you. Han Yun released her grip, gently patting her chest, and exhaled deeply. Clearly, she had been quite frightened by the wolves. Had it not been for the dependable Jiang Xiao, she might have been carried away by them. You are my woman. There is no need for such formality, Jiang Xiao replied. At his words, Han Yun felt a warmth rise to her ears. Indeed, Jiang Xiao harbored feelings for her. No wonder he had not sought a girlfriend all these years. He had been concealing his affections for her all along. Han Yun felt a long-lost happiness envelop her. Jiang Xiao, Han Yun hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. What? Are you having second thoughts? Jiang Xiao inquired coolly. Han Yun shook her head. At my age, you won't find me unappealing. Will you? Jiang Xiao chuckled softly. Age brings wisdom and compassion, does it not? Furthermore, he left unsaid the fact that Han Yun's impressive assets, her curvaceous form, alluring figure, and long legs, were far more captivating than those of many younger women. Han Yun felt a flutter of warmth at his astute observation. Suddenly, their gazes locked, and the air around them became thick with an intimate tension. Their faces inched closer, as if drawn toward the abyss. As preparations were underway, Han Yun grasped his hand and implored, Jiang Xiao, could we perhaps postpone the final step until tonight? Jiang Xiao's beast-like movements abruptly ceased. Why? Han Yun stammered, I'm quite hungry. If I don't eat, my performance might falter, which would detract from your experience. Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Han Yun's meticulous consideration, even regarding such details. Indeed, experience comes with age. In the next instant, a rumbling sound emanated from Jiang Xiao's stomach. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit peckish, he remarked, leaning in to kiss her once more before pausing. If hunger struck, their stamina would not reach its peak, thus depriving them of the most exquisite experience. For now, let us seek shelter and gather some nourishment. We have a formidable challenge ahead tonight. Han Yun, her ears tinged with warmth, nodded eagerly. I will follow your lead. At that moment, she had wholeheartedly entrusted herself to Jiang Xiao, and his words were to be heeded without question. Chapter 3. Disarm and rest before long. Jiang Xiao and Han Yun tirelessly scoured the coastline for useful items. Amidst a cluster of rocks, they stumbled upon a 2 cubic meter square container, perfect for storage and capable of holding fresh water. As Jiang Xiao climbed the rocky outcrop, he noticed an abundance of seaweed entwined around the rocks, indicating a natural source of sustenance. Additionally, beneath the crystal-clear waters, various fish swam gracefully. With a sharp spear in hand, they could enjoy an endless supply of seafood. Most importantly, the open vista allowed for a clear view of all activities on the ocean's surface. Establishing shelter here would not only secure their food supply, but also enable them to monitor any passing vessels, potentially leading to their escape from the island. Jiang, let us build our shelter here. Jiang Xiao approached Han Yun, gently placing the container by her side. He shot her a playful glance, as if questioning whether she would claim all the credit. Realizing this, Jiang Xiao chuckled. Sister Yun. Han Yun's soft fingertips grazed Jiang Xiao's chest. Now that is more like it. Sister Yun, you find a spot to construct the shelter while I gather food. Jiang Xiao delineated their tasks. It was only fitting that the man should seek sustenance, while she focused on shelter construction. He surveyed the area and decided they could build near the coconut grove. Ideally, a cave would have been preferable, but despite the cliffs around, none were visible. For now, they would make do. The rest could be addressed later. Jiang Xiao. Since our electronic devices are rendered useless on this island, why not leave a distress signal on the beach? If a helicopter passes by, they might spot it and come to our aid, Han Yun suggested. Jiang Xiao raised his thumb in approval. Sister, your wisdom is unparalleled. Han Yun beamed with happiness. Although she longed to leave the island swiftly, she found herself reluctant to part ways with Jiang Xiao. After having tasted his nurturing presence, she inexplicably began to harbor feelings that she ought not to. I shall commence at once. You gather some hay and construct a rudimentary shelter, Jiang Xiao jest. Oh, and make sure to lay the hay thickly, if you catch my drift. Han Yunjiao, slightly annoyed, retorted. Jiang Xiao's laughter radiated with brilliance, momentarily dispelling the shadows of unemployment that had loomed over him. Approximately 5 meters away from Han Yun, he approached a clear patch of land and began to inscribe the letters SOS with twigs. To ensure visibility, he etched several sets in various locations, fearing that rising waters might wash away their marks. He then procured fist-sized pebbles to outline the letters, fortifying them against the tide. In no time, the SOS was embellished with stones, alleviating his concerns of being swept away by the sea. Once these tasks were accomplished, he set about foraging for sustenance, knowing that only with food could they both endure on the island. At that moment, he noticed something shifting beneath his feet. Upon closer inspection, it was a hermit crab. Soon, a multitude of hermit crabs scuttled past him. Without hesitation, he shed his clothing and began to fervently gather the crabs, wrapping them in his shirt. After all, they were a source of protein, vital for their energy, and he could not afford to let them slip away. In no time, his shirt was bundled with a substantial catch of hermit crabs, weighing around 3 pounds, sufficient to replenish their strength. Meanwhile, Han Yun was diligently constructing a shelter. Her efforts were beginning to take shape. With a bit more hay to lay down, it would be complete. A sweet smile graced her face as she gently wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling, for the first time, the joy of hard work. The thought of sharing profound conversations with Jiang Xiao that evening made her cheeks flush with warmth, rendering her all the more endearing. At that moment, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Instinctively, she assumed it was Jiang Xiao returning with food. However, when she turned around with a smile, her expression faltered. The figure before her was not Jiang Xiao, but a middle-aged man clad in a naval uniform, brandishing a gleaming dagger. The knife's blade measured 25 centimeters, with an 8-centimeter handle, exuding an unsettling aura. Well, who would have thought there would be such a beautiful woman aboard the harmonious ocean? My luck is truly remarkable, the man leered, his gaze shamelessly roving over Han Yun, as if he wished to consume her whole. Miss, be a good girl and strip down, lying on the ground awaiting my favor, lest I become ungracious. He licked the blade with a pink tongue, his words dripping with menace. Are you also a survivor of the harmonious ocean? Are there others nearby? Han Yun inquired, seeking information about her daughter and stalling for time, hoping for Jiang Xiao's timely rescue. Indeed, the man replied with certainty, a smirk curling his lips. Now that I've shared that with you, let us engage in a discourse on life. Disarm yourself and recline. Han Yun recoiled in fear, realizing the man's intentions were singular and sinister. Observing her reluctance, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, muttering, "Ah, it seems I have encountered a spirited mare." He chuckled with pride. Indeed, taming a fierce steed brings a sense of accomplishment. Unlike those gentle horses that offer no thrill at all. A surge of fear gripped Han Yun's heart. From the middle-aged man's words, it was evident that numerous women had fallen victim to his malice. Could her daughter, Han Shui, also be in peril? If her daughter were to suffer, how could she ever face her deceased husband in the afterlife? As Han Yun spiraled into a vortex of self-reproach, the middle-aged man approached her leisurely, extending his large hand to tear away her clothing. With a sharp slap, Han Yun snapped back to reality, forcefully striking the man's hand away, causing him to yelp in pain. I do adore women with your fiery spirit, he leered, his gaze brazenly invading Han Yun's form. A smirk spreading across his lips as he beheld her voluptuous thighs. My beauty, you belong to me. With that, he lunged at her. Han Yun cried out, narrowly evading his grasp. Ah, this game of cat and mouse delights me immensely, he taunted, sheathing a dagger in his belt while his eyes fixated on Han Yun's ample bosom, his hands clawing through the air. Here I come, he announced, arms wide open as he charged forward. Yet, this time, Han Yun retaliated with a swift kick, her shoe's hard tip striking the man squarely in his groin. A dull thud echoed as he howled in agony, writhing in the sand. "Damn woman, you dare defy me? I shall send you on your way." The middle-aged man seethed. "You dare," came a furious voice from behind him. Chapter 4. We shall continue tonight. As Jiang Xiao appeared, wielding a wooden stick like a hero of legend. Tears streamed down Han Yun's face uncontrollably. Without Jiang Xiao, she would undoubtedly have perished at the hands of the enraged man, or worse, been subjected to further indignities. The middle-aged man turned to Jiang Xiao, dismissively stating, "Kid, do you wish to snatch food from the tiger's jaws?" On the island, armed with a dagger. He regarded Jiang Xiao with contempt. Who is the true tiger here remains to be seen, Jiang Xiao retorted coolly, his grip on the stick creaking ominously. A wave of inexplicable fear washed over the middle-aged man. Under the piercing gaze of Jiang Xiao, he felt ensnared by an ominous aura, yet emboldened by his weapon. He felt a semblance of confidence. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige, and then savor that exquisite beauty," he declared, lunging towards Jiang Xiao without hesitation. "Jiang Xiao, be careful," Han Yun exclaimed, her heart racing as she witnessed the man's sharp weapon aimed at him, though her concern proved unwarranted as Jiang Xiao effortlessly sidestepped the attack. "Impressive, kid, you've got some skills," the middle-aged man scoffed, believing Jiang Xiao's evasion to be mere luck. In truth, Jiang Xiao perceived every movement of the man. His actions slower than a tortoise. His eyes had sharpened to a point where he could see through all, swiftly discerning solutions to any predicament. "Young man, fate does not always favor you. I grant you one more chance at life. Leave this place, and I shall pretend nothing has occurred." After adjusting his stance, the middle-aged man solemnly warned Jiang Xiao. Upon hearing this, Han Yun's gaze fell upon him. If he were to act out of fear and abandon her, her fate would be dire. However, Jiang Xiao did not forsake her and instead confronted the challenge posed by the middle-aged man. A surge of emotion welled up within Han Yun, for since the death of her husband, another man had brought her a sense of security. In this life, she felt an unbreakable bond with Jiang Xiao. "Very well," the middle-aged man repeated, his tone grave as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiao. "You refuse to tread the path to heaven and choose to trespass into hell. Then let your life be forfeited here." With that, he launched himself toward Jiang Xiao with astonishing speed. Yet, just as he closed in within 2 paces, Jiang Xiao skillfully evaded and positioned himself beside the man, raising a wooden stick to strike at his right hand. In an instant, the bones in the man's hand shattered, and the dagger clattered to the sandy ground. A heart-wrenching scream erupted along the vast coastline as the pain of broken bones sliced through his nerves like a razor. He never anticipated that a mere rural villager would teach him such a lesson. Indeed, he had been careless. Instinctively, he shielded his injured arm with his left hand, maintaining distance from Jiang Xiao. However, Jiang Xiao seemed to see through his ruse, closing in relentlessly, intent on claiming his life while he was vulnerable. A blow aimed at his forehead followed. The air crackled with destructive force. When the stick struck the middle-aged man's forehead, a sharp cracking sound resonated, followed by a torrent of crimson blood gushing forth. He quickly collapsed, rigid in a pool of his own blood, his legs thrashing thrice before succumbing to death. At that moment, he finally comprehended the aura that had enveloped him. It was the breath of death. Witnessing the middle-aged man's last breath, Jiang Xiao felt his mind go blank, his body trembling uncontrollably. After all, he had extinguished a vibrant life, and he was momentarily lost in the weight of his actions. The man had threatened his life, forcing him to retaliate. This was self-defense. This thought surged within him, as he considered their current isolation on the deserted island, where the law no longer held sway. He recognized that only the law of the jungle prevailed. Thus, Jiang Xiao ceased his frantic thoughts, gradually calming his trembling form. At that moment, Han Yun rushed to his side, offering comfort. "This is not your fault. He attacked first, and you merely defended yourself. I will ensure the best lawyer represents you in the future." Han Yun believed that Jiang Xiao would have an extreme reaction to having taken a life. Yet, he merely replied calmly, "Sister Yun, there is no need to worry. I am fine. I can bear it." "Are you truly unscathed?" Han Yun gazed at Jiang Xiao, her face etched with concern. On this deserted island, the law had lost its efficacy, and moral constraints were of no consequence. The order on the island has likely descended into utter chaos. To show mercy to the enemy at such a moment would be an act of cruelty towards oneself. "I am not so fragile," Jiang Xiao declared. Han Yun was momentarily taken aback, clearly feeling Jiang Xiao's words pierce her heart like a sharp blade. The image of the middle-aged man's words echoed in her mind, perfectly mirroring what Jiang Xiao had just articulated. Surviving on this deserted island is of utmost priority. With this thought, she rushed into Jiang Xiao's embrace, genuinely concerned for his safety and fearful of being abandoned by him. Now that the crisis was averted, a torrent of emotions surged within her. Jiang Xiao reciprocated warmly, gently lifting her and pressing his passionate lips against hers. After a brief moment of intimacy, Jiang Xiao interrupted, saying, "Let us first satisfy our hunger. We shall continue this later tonight." Han Yun shyly nodded, reluctantly departing from Jiang Xiao's side. After Han Yun dealt with the hermit crabs, Jiang Xiao proceeded to search the middle-aged man's belongings for anything of use. First and foremost, he found the dagger. With this dagger in hand, his confidence in surviving on the island grew significantly. It could serve as protection, be used to carve coconuts, and even be tied to a branch for fishing. In essence, the dagger held numerous functionalities. Once he secured the dagger, Jiang Xiao continued to rummage through the man's possessions. Upon reaching the trouser pocket, he felt something that piqued his interest, a lighter and cigarettes. Jiang Xiao was exhilarated. Initially, he had planned to create fire by friction to roast the hermit crabs, but with the lighter, the process would be far simpler. Inspecting the lighter, he found it still full of gas, sufficient for an extended period. He skillfully tucked it into his pocket. Although Jiang Xiao did not smoke, he decided to take the cigarettes with him, as they could be beneficial for staunching wounds and treating injuries. On a deserted island, scrapes and cuts were inevitable, and sprinkling tobacco on a wound could effectively halt bleeding and promote healing. As for the middle-aged man's clothing, Jiang Xiao intended to clean them and use them as bedding on the grassy mound, which would be quite delightful. As for the man's body, it was only fitting to cast it into the sea to feed the carnivorous fish. In the sweltering heat, the stench of decay would become unbearable for anyone. Chapter 5. Contemplating tonight's events, Jiang Xiao exerted tremendous effort to dispose of the middle-aged man's body into the sea. Perhaps due to hunger and the strenuous task of disposal, each step felt laborious. He mused that he needed to replenish his strength, just as his stomach let out a resounding growl, a reminder of his intense hunger. Soon, he approached Han Yun, discovering she had already prepared the hermit crabs. "Jiang Xiao, are we really going to eat them raw?" Han Yun inquired, her appetite wavering at the thought of consuming live crabs. After all, raw food often harbors parasites, such as liver flukes, which could wreak havoc on her liver. Jiang Xiao chuckled softly, retrieving the lighter from his pocket. Upon witnessing the scene, Han Yun was overwhelmed with excitement. "Jiang Xiao, you are simply marvelous. This means we won't have to resort to eating raw hermit crabs." With that, she bestowed a kiss on Jiang Xiao's cheek as a reward before bustling off to gather dry twigs, preparing to ignite a fire for roasting the hermit crabs. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao took the opportunity to hang his naval uniform on a tree branch. With the heat of the day, it would dry in no more than 15 minutes. Soon, a wisp of blue smoke began to rise on the deserted island, accompanied by the flicker of flames. Han Yun expertly skewered the hermit crabs onto small twigs and commenced the roasting process. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the two famished individuals to salivate in anticipation. "Jiang Xiao, here you go." Han Yun urged him to eat first. As she hung the skewer on him, she noticed his legs trembled slightly, clearly a sign of his hunger and fatigue. Certainly, her own slightly plump figure could be a contributing factor. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao accepted the skewer and began to devour the hermit crabs with remarkable speed. As he swallowed, something extraordinary occurred. He felt a surge of warmth in his stomach, followed by an exhilarating flow of energy coursing through his limbs. As this warmth dissipated, Jiang Xiao sensed a significant restoration of his strength. Initially, he attributed this phenomenon to the natural response of his body after such hunger. After all, replenishing energy after a meal seemed quite reasonable. However, upon consuming more, he was astonished to witness a miraculous event. The wounds on his fingers began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. This was nothing short of miraculous. Elated, he decided to test further, and each morsel he consumed seemed to reinvigorate him, restoring his vitality almost instantly and allowing his injuries to heal gradually. This remarkable effect only ceased once he had satisfied his hunger. Was this transformation a result of the red light radiation? Jiang Xiao pondered. So in the future, as long as I have food, I can fully recover when exhausted. And as for injuries, as long as I'm not killed instantly, I can heal by eating? His excitement surged. As long as he carried food and avoided reckless behavior, could he become an invincible being? His desire to gather food intensified. Noticing Jiang Xiao's euphoric demeanor, Han Yun inquired, "What are you thinking about? Your smile is nearly uncontainable." Jiang Xiao grinned mischievously. "I'm contemplating tonight's events." Han Yun's face flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly retorted, "You only know how to tease me." In that moment, she was no longer the imperious Xiao, but resembled a bashful neighbor girl experiencing her first stirrings of affection. Jiang Xiao playfully pinched her nose. "What? If you don't want me to tease you, I might just ignore you from now on." Panic surged through Han Yun as she grasped his hand. No. She was truly frightened at the thought of surviving alone on this desolate island. Even though she recognized Jiang Xiao's jest, an instinctual worry gripped her heart. With the atmosphere charged, Jiang Xiao prepared the bedding. Now that he had regained his strength, he naturally wished to embark on grand endeavors. However, Han Yunro resisted his advances and remarked, "While the day has yet to fade, let us first gather some dry firewood." The temperature by the sea can become quite chilling after sunset. Although they relied on the most primitive means for warmth, a fire was indispensable. The flames could also fend off the encroachment of wild beasts. This was indeed true. Jiang Xiao suppressed the fire within him and nodded in agreement. Not only should they collect dry wood, but they must also gather some coconuts to serve as fresh water. Since the incident on the cruise ship, he had not consumed a single drop, and his throat felt parched. Of course, part of this was due to Han Yunro's presence. The charmingly plump beauty beside him inevitably left him feeling dry-mouthed. Soon, the two rose and headed towards the coconut grove. Before departing, however, Jiang Xiao covered the fire pit with sand mixed with ashes. Why bury the fire pit? Han Yun, a city dweller born with a silver spoon, could not fathom its significance. If we don't cover it with sand, the embers will die out soon. However, by shrouding it in sand, we can effectively limit its exposure to oxygen and slow the burning process. When we return, we need only add dry grass to rekindle the fire. Jiang Xiao, being a country lad, possessed such knowledge. Though he carried a lighter, it would inevitably run out. Better to conserve resources, especially when living on a deserted island, where the duration of survival remained uncertain. Han Yun suddenly understood and laughed. Jiang Xiao, how clever you are. Jiang Xiao shook his head, stating that this was common knowledge among country folk. Han Yun chuckled softly, surprised that something she deemed impressive was trivial in Jiang Xiao's eyes. Though she had been born into privilege, she had missed out on many of life's simple pleasures. She resolved to learn from Jiang Xiao about the practicalities of life, hoping to amend the void of the past 40 years. At the same time, she reflected on the struggles faced by Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, once we leave this deserted island, I will have Schwerer promote you to the position of sales general manager. What do you think? This time, she genuinely regarded Jiang Xiao as a talent capable of leading the Han group towards a promising future. Was it personal affection? Jiang Xiao half-jokingly, half-seriously inquired. There is indeed some truth to that, Han Yun admitted, her tone shifting, but more importantly, I believe you are an exceptional talent, and you can fulfill the role. Jiang Xiao fell silent, astonished that Han Yun held him in such high regard. Unfortunately, it was of no use to speak of it now, as he had already been dismissed by Han Shui. He did not wish to burden Han Yun with this information, knowing that such troubles would only heighten anxiety. I'll think it over after tonight, Jiang Xiao joked. Annoyed, Han Yun gently pinched Jiang Xiao at the waist, her heart brimming with happiness. At that moment, a kilometer away on the beach, 3 men and 4 women were trudging toward Jiang Xiao's direction. Dressed in fine attire, they were evidently the elite of society. But after enduring the sun and wind on the island, coupled with malnutrition, they no longer resembled their former selves. Chapter 6. Former colleagues at this instant. Jiang Xiao was climbing a coconut tree, diligently plucking ripe coconuts and tossing them onto the sandy ground below. As Jiang Xiao discarded each fruit, Han Yun diligently collected them in a square container. However, she couldn't help but steal glances at Jiang Xiao perched in the tree, for from her vantage point below, his sculpted abdominal muscles were distinctly visible. The allure of such physique wielded considerable power over women, particularly those of her age. Soon enough, after gathering around 20 fruits, Jiang Xiao ceased his efforts. He believed that such an abundance would diminish the novelty if consumed all at once. Thus, he decided to indulge in them before returning for another harvest. Upon descending from the tree, Jiang Xiao brandished a sharp dagger and expertly carved an opening in the coconut, releasing a fragrant aroma that filled the air. Yunjia, here is the coconut with a perfect opening, he offered to Han Yun. She eagerly accepted, cradling the coconut in her hands, momentarily disregarding her ladylike demeanor as she gulped the coconut water with delight. Ah, how refreshing. After a while, a satisfied smile blossomed on her face. The coconut water tasted like ambrosia from the heavens, leaving her yearning for more. Would you like another? Jiang Xiao inquired. Ready to prepare another. Han Yun shook her head. No, that's enough. After the hermit crab I just devoured, coupled with the coconut water, I feel quite full. She patted her slightly distended belly and smiled, unaware that a pair of eyes beside her was fixated on her abdomen. Let us clean up, and then we can head back, Jiang Xiao suggested. Beyond the sweet nectar, the coconut also housed a thin layer of crystal-like flesh, often processed into coconut jelly by vendors. This too was an excellent source of energy. After scooping out the flesh from 2 coconuts, Jiang Xiao and Han Yun carried the container filled with coconuts back to their makeshift shelter. Next, they gathered a substantial amount of firewood, weighing several hundred pounds. As time passed, night fell. The two found themselves seated in their rudimentary shelter, enveloped in an atmosphere of profound tranquility, though an undercurrent of tension simmered between them. When the moment felt right, Jiang Xiao's hand subtly inched closer to Han Yun. Perhaps due to the heightened tension, Han Yun startled and let out a gasp. Being with Jiang Xiao was more nerve-wracking than her wedding day. Yunjia, it's dark now. Let us get some rest, he suggested. She replied. Soon. The sounds of thunder and waves crashing against the rocks filled the night air. As calm returned, it was already 10 in the morning. Yunjia, you are truly remarkable, Jiang Xiao remarked, lightly tapping her waist. After gauging Han Yun's abilities, he finally understood why women with a little extra softness were often in high demand. He also comprehended the misunderstandings surrounding Mengda. It seemed he could never become like Mengda. Han Yun's cheeks flushed with a vibrant allure, making her appear even more enchanting and youthful. You really don't know how to cherish beauty, Han Yun teased playfully, exuding a mature charm akin to that of a neighboring young lady. All right, go wash your navy uniform. I'm heading out to find something to eat. I'm quite hungry, Jiang Xiao stated. Han Yun's face turned crimson as she slowly rose, clutching her uniform, and shyly scurried away. Watching her graceful figure hobble off, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but smile, feeling truly elated. At the same time, he was filled with astonishment. His physical capabilities had enhanced, and in certain aspects, he had experienced an incredible transformation. The thought of spending an extended period living on this desolate island with Han Yun filled him with immense excitement. Truly, she was the epitome of charming allure, utterly captivating. Just then, Han Yun returned, accompanied by 7 individuals. He was well acquainted with these 7. The bald, portly man at the forefront was Tang Chao, the vice general manager of the sales department. He was cunning and treacherous, driven by vanity, often appropriating the achievements of others. Jiang Xiao, being in the same department, had witnessed many of his accomplishments being usurped by Tang Chao. To Tang Chao's left stood a slender man named Su Fong, another elite of the sales department, who had a penchant for sabotaging others, monopolizing clientele for himself. Of course, Su Fong's actions were tacitly endorsed by Tang Chao. On Tang Chao's right was a man named Li Daiho, who, like Jiang Xiao, hailed from humble beginnings and had ascended through sheer competence. He generally treated Jiang Xiao fairly well, at least without any workplace friction. The most strikingly beautiful woman encircling Han Yun was named Li Manman, possessing an enchanting visage that often led her to engage in discreet affairs with Tang Chao. The remaining 3 were Chun Minjiao, Zhang Qiaoling, and Lu Suamian. As elites of the sales department, their appearances were, naturally, commendable. If Han Yun rated a 95, they would be around 85. These 3 young women shared the same roof as Jiang Xiao, yet their gazes were not directed towards him. Only those of Tang Chao's caliber could pique their interest. Jiang Xiao, how come you're still alive? Upon seeing Jiang Xiao for the first time, Tang Chao uttered an exceptionally harsh remark. The incident involving Jiang Xiao at the conference had implicated their entire sales department, thus Tang Chao's ire was palpable upon encountering him. Additionally, Jiang Xiao's exceptional work capabilities posed a threat to Tang Chao, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards him. The others, upon setting eyes on Jiang Xiao, inexplicably smirked, as if to convey that he was no longer in their league. Only Li Daihu offered a gentle wave in greeting. Tang Chao, did you eat something foul this morning? Why is your mouth so unpleasant? Jiang Xiao retorted, even in death, I wouldn't wish for you to die. Heh, Tang Chao scoffed coldly, what is this? Feeling unbalanced after being dismissed by General Manager Han? Is that why you're lashing out? He continued disdainfully, let me tell you, I'm not swayed by your antics. You are destined to remain apart from us. Li Manman and the other 3 girls held their heads high, looking down upon Jiang Xiao, clearly echoing Tang Chao's sentiments. Heh. At that moment, Li Daihu stepped forward, asserting, regardless of circumstances, we were once colleagues. There is no need for hostility at our first encounter. Tang Chao angrily retorted, Li Daihu, are you foolish? Jiang Xiao has been dismissed. He and we now inhabit entirely different realms. Why should I extend any courtesy to him? Li Daihu hesitated, contemplating the repercussions of supporting Jiang Xiao, knowing that Tang Chao's meticulous nature would likely lead to retribution, potentially placing him on the same path as Jiang Xiao. In this era, offending one's superior often signifies the end of one's professional journey. Is what you say true? Han Yun inquired, evidently unaware of the underlying circumstances. President Han, Jiang Che has been dismissed due to his improper conduct, Li Manman responded with a haughty tone, imbued with a sharp sarcasm. What improper conduct? Han Yun questioned, her voice low and fierce, akin to a protective beast. The 7 from Tang Dynasty fell silent. They could hardly declare in front of Han Yun that Jiang Xiao harbored inappropriate intentions towards her daughter. Who would dare to blatantly tarnish Han Shui's reputation? Such audacity would likely culminate in the termination of their own careers. Han Yun glanced at the seven, and finding no answers forthcoming, she turned her focus to Jiang Xiao. He was her partner. Should he be at fault, she would rectify it. However, she would not tolerate the slander of anyone who dared to malign her unjustly. Han Yun approached Jiang Xiao, only to be interrupted by Tang Chao. President Han, while we were absent, you have undoubtedly benefited from Jiang Xiao's assistance. Now that we have returned to your side, we possess ample capability to ensure your safety, and there is no need for you to draw near to someone of questionable character. After speaking, he did not hesitate to shout at Jiang Xiao, Jiang Xiao. The Han Group has sustained you for so many years. You ought to be grateful. Your protection of President Han yesterday was merely repaying the favor extended to you by the company. Do not use such trivial matters to leverage your gratitude against her. It is your duty, do you understand? Jiang Xiao regarded Han Yun with keen interest. Should she choose to align herself with Tang Chao and the others, their bond would be irrevocably severed. Han Yun, however, did not respond to Tang Chao and walked directly to Jiang Xiao's side. President Han, Tang Chao exclaimed in astonishment. How could Jiang Xiao possess such a lure that Han Yun would willingly approach him? Truth be told, he felt a twinge of envy towards Jiang Xiao. Li Manmin and the others were equally stunned. The proud Han Yun had abandoned them to side with Jiang Xiao. It defied logic. What shall we do, President Tang? Su Feng asked. Tang Chao retorted angrily. What can we do? We shall establish a shelter on the beach and ensure President Han's safety. Initially, they had anticipated that upon locating Han Yun, she might reward the entire sales department upon their return to the company due to this incident. However, her lack of appreciation infuriated Tang Chao. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. As they were all stranded on an island, as long as the seven could procure ample food, there would be a turning point. When Han Yun grew hungry, she would inevitably gravitate towards their camp. Tang Chao believed that their collective ability to gather food far surpassed that of Jiang Xiao. 1 against 7? It was ludicrous. Thus, he maintained an air of assured victory. Su Feng, Li Dahai, you are to construct a shelter. Chen Minjiao, Lu Suamian, Zhang Qiaoling, you shall search for food. Tang Chao began to assign tasks. As for himself and Li Manmin, they naturally sought refuge in the shade, acting as commanders. The other 5 were well aware of the unusual relationship between Tang Chao and Li Manmin, so they swallowed their grievances and complied. On the other side, after Han Yun approached Jiang Xiao, she began to inquire about the reasons for his dismissal. Through her persistent questioning and gentle coaxing, Jiang Xiao finally opened up to her. The revelation left Han Yun's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that Han Shui would act so excessively. This could not be blamed on Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, I will surely uphold justice for you and help you return to the company, Han Yun vowed, thumping her chest. Jiang Xiao waved his hand with a smile. Sister Yun, it's all right. I hold no grudges against the company. I do not wish to go back. Han Yun was momentarily taken aback. Why? She almost added. Isn't it enough that I, the esteemed figure of the slightly plump community, can entice your heart? Jiang Xiao chuckled. I have now discovered the meaning of life. Intrigued, Han Yun asked, what meaning? Living off Sister Yun's generosity, what need have I for work? His words brought a smile to Han Yun's previously gloomy face. Indeed, Jiang Xiao was already her man. Why should he bother with work? Wouldn't it be delightful to spend their days entwined? Moreover, Jiang Xiao's demeanor was more than sufficient to warrant her lavish support, as he was truly remarkable. She eagerly anticipated the nightfall, longing to charge into battle alongside him once more. In truth, what Jiang Xiao wished to convey was that life should not merely be about relentless toil. After graduating from university, he had worked tirelessly and barely accumulated a modest savings of around $1 million. If he were to meet an untimely end in this maritime disaster, would his hard-earned money not simply benefit some bank president? Thus, he believed work to be secondary. The essence of life lay in living joyfully. What? Do you not wish to support me? Jiang Xiao teased Han Yun. She quickly replied, of course, of course. My support is exclusively yours. That's good to hear. Jiang Xiao's gaze drifted toward Tang Chao and his group. Were it not for their presence, he would undoubtedly reward Han Yun with a gesture of appreciation. After all, the pinnacle of the slightly plump community was undeniably charming. They had also settled nearby. Han Yun glanced over and saw Tang Chao directing Li Dahai and Su Feng to do the heavy lifting while he relaxed with Li Manmin. Let them be. The island is vast, and we cannot restrain their movements, Jiang Xiao remarked casually, his expression turning serious. I only hope they do not cause us any trouble. Han Yun nodded. Regardless, Tang Chao and his companions were always the elite of the group, and having them nearby offered a sense of security. Furthermore, with Han Shui currently missing, perhaps at some point in the future, they might be able to locate her through Tang Chao's means. She merely hoped they would not act recklessly and seek trouble with Jiang Xiao. Otherwise, their fate would undoubtedly mirror that of the middle-aged man, vanishing without a trace. You rest here. I will go catch some fish for you, Jiang Xiao said softly, diverting his gaze from Tang Chao's group. Fish? Han Yun was taken aback. They had neither hooks nor nets. How could they possibly catch fish? Just wait. I will ensure you have a hearty meal. Jiang Xiao smiled warmly, bringing her immense comfort. Yet, she could not fathom how he planned to procure the fish from the sea. At that moment, she observed Jiang Xiao sharpening a slender branch and suddenly realized his intention. You aim to spear fish? Han Yun exclaimed with excitement. But is it really that easy to catch fish in the sea? Moreover, to spear fish, one must plunge into the ocean. The sea is fraught with dangers. Who knows what perils may lie beneath? It was evident that Han Yun was not particularly inclined to see Jiang Xiao take such risks. Jiang Xiao, let us instead gather hermit crabs and shells on the beach. I just discovered an abundance of them. Jiang Xiao tested the sharpened spear and reassured her, do not worry. I shall certainly return with a great catch. Very well, Han Yun acknowledged, understanding Jiang Xiao's noble intentions, risking danger for her sake. His love for her was palpable. Although she suspected that he would return empty-handed, the thought of his devotion brought her joy. Just then, laughter resonated from Tang Chao's direction. Chapter 8. Jiang Xiao caught fish. Haha. Xiao Ling, Meng Yao, Shui Man, splendid work. I shall certainly discuss with General Han to provide you with more quality clientele. Tang Chao beamed with pride as he surveyed the three women returning triumphantly with their haul. They had collected approximately 4 pounds of hermit crabs and 3 pounds of shells, enough to sustain them for more than a day. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao, burdened with his branch, appeared to be preparing to dig for food. Han Yun would eventually give Jiang Xiao a kick for his folly, making her way back to their team. Su Fang, Li Dahai. If you two do not hasten to establish a shelter, you shall go hungry by noon. Upon hearing this, Su Fang and Li Dahai energetically set to work, frantically adding palm leaves to their makeshift refuge. Xiao Ling and Shui Man, you handle the hermit crabs and shells. Meng Yao, come massage my shoulders. I did not sleep well last night, and they are quite sore. Please help me loosen them up. Tang Chao commanded with the authority of a sovereign, effortlessly directing the labor of others. Such behavior was commonplace in the office, where he had found success time and again, and his subordinates complied without question, further emboldening him. Brother Tang, I desire roasted food, Li Mammon whimsically interjected as Tang Chao reveled in Chun Minjiao's massage. Haha, Mammon, your appetite is quite discerning. Tang Chao remarked with a playful tone. Yet, you demand such high standards while Jiang Xiao's group struggles with basic sustenance. Zhang Xiaoling and Lu Xuanman burst into laughter, noting the disparity between Jiang Xiao and them. It seemed fitting for him to suffer hunger. Brother Tang, I'm just craving roasted delicacies, Li Mammon purred, playfully brushing against Tang Chao's arm, her intentions unmistakable. Whenever she employed her charms, Tang Chao invariably succumbed. All right, let us feast on roasted hermit crabs and shells, he feigned reproach, while actually mocking Jiang Xiao, subtly reminding his subordinates that compliance would lead to indulgence. Thank you. Brother Tang, Li Mammon winked, igniting a fervent heat within Tang Chao's core. If it were an ordinary day, he would have pounced on Li Mammon like a famished wolf, administering swift justice. However, in the current inhospitable surroundings of a deserted island, such impulses must be meticulously restrained. Each bout of exertion requires a considerable time to recuperate. The contemptuous gazes of the other three women were fixed on Li Mammon, recognizing that her willingness to sacrifice her allure had allowed her to ascend over them to this point. Otherwise, how could she thrive so effortlessly in the company? They, too, would not stoop to using their charms to entice Tang Chao. At most, they would merely take pleasure in securing significant deals from him. Tang Chao had already fallen under Li Mammon's influence, and the trio felt a profound need to grasp the reins of power over the general manager to feel satisfied. Regrettably, the position of sales general manager at Han's group remained vacant. Otherwise, they would have long ceased to regard Tang Chao with any respect. Look at Jiang Xiao. At that moment, Li Dahai shouted, for Jiang Xiao was shouldering a tremendous snapper, weighing approximately 10 pounds. Li Dahai, has someone died in your family? Why are you so agitated, trying to give me a heart attack? Tang Chao cursed angrily. He detested being interrupted while enjoying a massage. It was akin to being rudely interrupted during an intimate moment. Who could truly comprehend that feeling? Jiang Xiao caught a fish, Li Dahai replied. Tang Chao squinted dismissively. So what? With Jiang Xiao's pathetic skills, he might be lucky to catch something as small as a fingerling. Growing increasingly irritated by Li Dahai's incessant disruptions, Tang Chao exclaimed, if you cared for old times, get the hell out of our sales team. Li Mammon interjected with a gentle admonition. Dahai, Jiang Xiao has been dismissed. He no longer belongs to us, and his affairs are no concern of ours. Please refrain from mentioning him in front of Brother Tang. Exactly, exactly. The other three women nodded in agreement. Ah, at that moment, Su Fang shouted, his voice even more grating than Li Dahai's. Tang Xiao felt as if his eardrums were pierced, and he impatiently retorted, Su Feng, have you lost your mind? If you're ill, go seek treatment. If not, do not disturb me. With his composure continuously disrupted, Tang Xiao was increasingly irritable, akin to having swallowed gunpowder. Brother Tang, Jiang Xiao really caught a fish. And it's substantial, about 10 pounds. Su Feng, a staunch supporter of Tang Xiao, addressed him as Brother Tang. Effort yields reward. Haven't I taught you this? Tang Xiao dismissed it casually. Suddenly, as the information from Su Feng fully registered in his mind, he exploded. What did you say? Su Feng reiterated. Jiang Xiao caught a large fish, at least 10 pounds. Damn. Tang Xiao swore, abruptly rising to gaze in Jiang Xiao's direction. To his astonishment, Jiang Xiao was currently preparing the fish, bleeding it out, readying it for gutting. Observing the sizable fish, he realized that the 10-pound estimate was rather conservative. At that moment, he found the hermit crabs and shells in his hands utterly unappetizing. Brother Tang, I want to eat fish. Li Manmin gazed longingly at Jiang Xiao as he extracted the fish's entrails, swallowing hard. Such a delightful delicacy would be a true delight for her. In the realm of normalcy, she wouldn't even give a second thought to a snapper, let alone a tuna. Now, stranded on a deserted island, even a fish's intestines can rival a fine sausage. As for the snapper, it surpasses even shark fin. All you think about is eating. Tang Xiao, in a fit of anger, chastised Li Manmin in front of everyone. If you love to eat so much, why not go live with Jiang Xiao? In his eyes, Jiang Xiao was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. It would not be long before he would exhaust all his resources. And then Han Yun would beg to return to their team. Boss Tang, Manmin was just momentarily impulsive. Please don't be angry. She understands her mistake now, Chen Minjiao pleaded. Trying to placate Tang Xiao, Manmin quickly apologized to Boss Tang. She continually gestured for Li Manmin to admit her fault, fearing that if she were truly sent to team up with Jiang Xiao, she would starve. Li Manmin, astute as she was, sensed the gravity of the situation. Lowering her stance, she addressed Tang Xiao. Brother Tang, I was merely speaking without thought. Please don't be upset. Tonight, I shall make it up to you. All right. Tang Xiao waved his hand. This time, I shall forgive you. But if you err again, I will send you to that scoundrel Jiang Xiao. Thank you, Brother Tang. Li Manmin sighed in relief. If she were sent to Jiang Xiao, within 2 or 3 days, she would surely be starving. Chapter 9. My man is extraordinary. Jiang Xiao, you are truly remarkable. Meanwhile, as she gazed at the sizzling, succulent snapper over the fire, Han Yun could not help but praise Jiang Xiao. Who would have thought that with just a fishing spear, he could catch a 10-pound snapper in such a short time? It seems one cannot judge by common standards. Jiang Xiao is far more formidable than imagined. Reflecting on last night's wild events, she realized he was not just powerful, he was a relentless killing machine. Jiang Xiao flipped the snapper, a slight smile gracing his lips. Although she had expressed this sentiment numerous times last night, hearing it again filled him with renewed vigor. Approximately 15 minutes later, the snapper's exterior was adorned with a golden crust, and Jiang Xiao knew it was perfectly cooked. Sister Yin, come, it's time to eat fish. He cut a palm-sized portion from the snapper's belly and offered it to Han Yun. This was the most delectable part of the fish. Jiang Xiao, you are so good to me, Han Yun said, holding the succulent, fragrant fish meat, overwhelmed with emotion. Over the past 20 years, the experiences of these 2 days had transported her back to her youth. You are my woman. If I do not treat you well, who else should I? Jiang Xiao replied with a smile. Han Yun smiled back, realizing the truth in his words. As she took a piece of fish and bit into it, the juices filled her mouth, and a delightful aroma enveloped her taste buds. So delicious. This was her first encounter with such exquisite snapper. Perhaps due to their desolate circumstances and hunger, even without seasoning, she relished every bite. Yet, as she continued to eat, she suddenly paused, her expression turning gravely somber. What's wrong? Jiang Xiao inquired, puzzled. Does it taste off? No. Han Yun shook her head, tears welling in her eyes as sadness overcame her. Jiang Xiao set down the fish before him and gently approached Han Yun, embracing her tenderly. As her profile rested against his chest, Han Yun's thoughts drifted to her daughter, Han Shui. From their conversations, she learned that their company, which numbered around 100, had embarked on a team-building trip aboard the Harmony of the Ocean. Initially, Han Shui was meant to be with them, but after a sudden maritime disaster, they awoke to find only 7 survivors, with Han Shui nowhere to be found. Now, as Han Yun enjoyed the luxuries of life, the thought of her daughter possibly enduring hardship filled her with sorrow. Yet, she refrained from sharing her concerns with Jiang Xiao, fearing that mention of Han Shui might cast a shadow over his spirits. Noticing Han Yun's distress, Jiang Xiao inquired, "Are you thinking of Han Shui?" Han Yun looked up in disbelief. She was astonished that he could discern her thoughts so precisely. It seemed fitting to say he was like a worm in her belly. "Yes," she replied softly. "Rest assured, she will be all right." Jiang Xiao comforted, to which Han Yun could only nod in agreement, hoping he was correct. However, the current chaos on the island left her anxious that her daughter might fall victim to the same middle-aged man who had threatened them previously. This thought pierced her heart like a knife. Once we become familiar with this desolate island, we will set out to find Han Shui. You need not worry. Jiang Xiao's words echoed in her ears. Han Yun looked at him again in disbelief. But Han Shui once treated you so? She was taken aback by Jiang Xiao's generosity. After all, she is your daughter, he said, playfully tapping her nose with his finger, his affection evident. This reasoning warmed Han Yun's heart, reaffirming her belief that her choice was indeed the right one. Now, let us eat, Jiang Xiao urged, picking up the fish again and offering her a succulent piece. If we are to search for Han Shui, we must have the strength to do so. Under Jiang Xiao's encouragement, Han Yun found her appetite blossoming. She momentarily abandoned her ladylike demeanor, consuming an impressive 2 pounds of fish, ultimately letting out a satisfied belch. I find you quite beautiful when you eat, Jiang Xiao remarked with a smile. Han Yun blushed, suddenly aware that her earlier display might have seemed rather voracious. Considering her weight had always been a concern, she hesitated, wondering if Jiang Xiao might find her slightly plump figure unappealing. Cautiously, she asked him if he would dislike her for being a bit overweight. However, her worries were unfounded. Jiang Xiao had a particular fondness for women with a little extra weight. The allure was simply irresistible. Hearing his true feelings, Han Yun exhaled in relief, realizing she need not overly restrain her appetite in the future. Now that I am full, I shall catch a few more fish to serve as our provisions. After all, we are on a deserted island, and the weather can change at any moment. We must prepare some strategic supplies, Jiang Xiao declared, deciding to smoke or roast the fish he caught to prolong their shelf life. Is it really that easy to catch fish in the sea? Han Yun asked. Her curiosity piqued. Indeed, it is, Jiang Xiao replied, though he did not reveal to her that the fish in the sea moved with a sluggishness akin to that of a tortoise in his eyes. With a deft thrust of his spear, he could easily secure his catch. My man is truly remarkable, Han Yun laughed. If what Jiang Xiao stated is indeed true, then they need no longer fret over their sustenance. Jiang Xiao grinned mischievously, eliciting a shy glance downward from Han Yun, who recognized his penchant for crude humor. Meanwhile, Tang Chao and his companions, despite having makeshift meals of hermit crabs and shells, found their golden brown fare tasteless and unappetizing. Their dissatisfaction grew as the aroma of grilled fish wafted from Jiang Xiao's side, causing involuntary salivation among the 7 of them. The most disheartened were Li Dahai and Chunmin Jiao, along with the other 2 women. Despite their considerable efforts, they received the least amount of food, barely filling their stomachs. In stark contrast, Tang Chao, Su Fong, and Li Manmin feasted to their heart's content. While it was understandable that Li Manmin and Tang Chao enjoyed ample provisions due to their contributions, Su Fong's equal share stirred discontent. Why should their efforts yield such disparate rewards? Was this not a form of bullying the honest? Presently, the 4 of them endured in silence, perhaps hopeful that rescue might come soon. There was no need to confront Tang Chao, lest they face repercussions upon returning to their duties. Tang. Jiang Xiao has ventured out again with a branch to fish, Chunmin Jiao reported upon noticing the commotion. Oh. Tang Chao's astute gaze sparkled with interest. He promptly commanded, Su Fong, you and Li Dahai follow him, replicate his methods, and bring back fish for me. The thought of delectable grilled fish made his mouth water, and he refused to believe he would be deprived. Su Fong and Li Dahai hurriedly pursued Jiang Xiao, determined to learn his fishing techniques. Shuiman, the 3 of you should finish constructing the remaining shelter, Tang Chao ordered with an air of authority. The trio, though seething with unexpressed frustration, complied with his directive, albeit with a tinge of reluctance in their efforts. Chapter 10. Jiang Xiao, you are truly impressive. Shortly thereafter, Li Dahai and Su Fong returned, their heads hanging low. Tang Chao's excitement surged at their arrival. So did you catch any fish? He inquired eagerly. In unison, Li Dahai and Su Fong shook their heads. Useless. Tang Chao erupted in exasperation. Don't be angry, Tang, Li Manmin cooed, her alluring figure pressing against his back as she massaged his shoulders. Dahai and Fong couldn't catch anything, and Jiang Xiao is unlikely to have fared any better, she remarked, casting a derisive glance at the 2 men. Tang Chao, feeling somewhat placated by Li Manmin's reasoning, couldn't quite believe Jiang Xiao's luck could be so extraordinary. Could he have also met with misfortune? He mused, glancing at Su Fong and Li Dahai, who again shook their heads in unison. Speak. Tang Chao suddenly stood, a foreboding feeling creeping into his mind. Li Manmin perked up, her ears attentive. Li Dahai replied. Jiang Xiao dove into the sea with a spear and caught 3 grouper, each weighing about 8 pounds, along with a 5-pound snapper. Before Li Dahai could finish, Su Fong interjected. He also speared a small shark weighing around 9 pounds. Each word pierced like a dagger into the heart of the Tang dynasty. Jiang Xiao, with his remarkable talents, managed to capture an abundance of exquisite delicacies. Li Manmin's cunning gaze sparkled, as if she were contemplating a significant decision. Useless. What purpose do you serve? The Tang dynasty berated them, exclaiming, "Why can't you leverage his harpoon to dive for fish?" Li Dahai and Su Fong responded dejectedly. The fish in the ocean swim too swiftly. We simply cannot catch them. Excuses. All of you are full of excuses. The Tang dynasty, frustrated, retorted, "If Jiang Xiao can catch them, why can't you?" What do you have to say? Brother Tang, Jiang Xiao is rather uncanny. Before Su Fong could finish, the Tang dynasty angrily interrupted, "It's not uncanny. It's your incompetence." Having faced repeated setbacks from Jiang Xiao, the Tang dynasty felt a growing discontent. Just then, a wave of enticing aromas wafted through the air, causing their stomachs to grumble once more. "You too, hurry and catch some fish for me, or I'll demote you to the grassroots level and make you start from scratch." Yet, at that moment, the sky changed abruptly, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down. "It's raining. Quickly, let us find shelter from the storm." Li Manmin abandoned the three of them and dashed towards the refuge. "You too. Your task remains unfulfilled. You are not permitted to take shelter." The Tang dynasty glared at them, stating menacingly, "You will return only when you've caught fish." Li Dahai and Su Fong were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated such harshness from the Tang dynasty. However, considering his nature, they had no choice but to brave the downpour and head to the seaside, hoping for a stroke of luck. What are you three doing?" Soon after, the Tang dynasty's roar echoed from the shelter, for it was leaking, and quite significantly. Rainwater streamed through the gaps, drenching him and leaving him utterly uncomfortable. Before long, a gust of wind swept away the shelter's roof, exposing all five of them to the rain, leaving them thoroughly soaked. Soaked by the rain. They let out pitiful wails. "Brother Tang, I'm freezing." Li Manmin spoke delicately, her lips tinged with a hint of purple. "And I'm not cold." The Tang dynasty, resembling a drenched chicken, was far from his former spirited self. "Oh, it seems Jiang Xiao's shelter is intact. Should we seek refuge there?" Chen Minjiao glanced over, noticing that Jiang Xiao's shelter was not only sturdy but also emanated a golden flame. Having been drenched by the rain, their yearning for warmth was palpable. "Tang, let us plead with Jiang Xiao for shelter." Loose woman shivered, equally cold. None of you are permitted to go." The Tang dynasty, resolute and unyielding, declared, "The weather on the island is notoriously unpredictable. I believe the rain will cease in just a few minutes." To quell his subordinates' thoughts, the Tang dynasty issued a stern warning. "Anyone who dares to seek Jiang Xiao's help will face my ruthless wrath upon returning to their posts. Remember, Jiang Xiao is no longer one of us. We occupy a realm beyond his reach." Although the four women wished to argue, they understood the Tang dynasty's ungrateful nature. If they were to compromise with Jiang Xiao at this moment, they would likely find themselves irrevocably placed on his blacklist. The unpredictable weather of the island brings to mind the words of the Tang dynasty, which suggest that the rain might cease within mere minutes. In those fleeting moments, there is no need to beseech Jiang Xiao or risk offending a superior. Merely enduring will suffice. Yet, little did they anticipate that the rain would persist until dusk. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao is truly remarkable, thought Han Yun, who had praised him on numerous occasions. In the beginning, as Jiang Xiao reinforced the shelter with palm leaves, Han Yun found his efforts excessive. However, when the winds howled and the rain poured, she finally comprehended the foresight of his preparations, truly a case of being prudent before the storm. Now, the two of them huddled within the shelter, a small fire flickering beside them, while they listened to the rhythmic sound of the rain outside, creating a unique ambience. Most importantly, the roof of their refuge was adorned with freshly dried fish. Should hunger strike, sustenance would be readily available. All of this was Jiang Xiao's doing. Moreover, a square container was diligently collecting the rainwater that dripped from the shelter, nearing its capacity. Once filled with 2 cubic meters of fresh water, they would be free from worries about water resources for an extended period. What could be happening with Tang Chao? Han Yun murmured, recalling the brief roar she had heard earlier, followed by an unsettling silence. She imagined they were likely sheltering from the rain as well. The downpour had now lasted for half an hour, and Jiang Che gazed at the sky, where dark clouds loomed like thick ink, suggesting that the rain would continue for several more hours. Outside the shelter, the tempest raged, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, shrouding the world in a hazy gloom. During such torrential rain, they could only remain confined within the shelter, utterly at a loss. How vexing it was. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Han Yun, who happened to be looking back at him. Their eyes met, and an air of intimacy enveloped them, drawing them closer until the world around them seemed to awaken once more. As night fell, the rain showed no sign of abating. Jiang Xiao, I'm hungry. Han Yun said, her energy depleted after hours of labor. Jiang Xiao, still feeling invigorated, rose and retrieved a grouper from the shelter's beams, placing it over the fire to roast. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Here, eat, Jiang Xiao said, slicing the fish and offering the succulent flesh to Han Yun. She devoured it eagerly before succumbing to slumber, exhausted from the day's trials. All she desired was a peaceful rest, so much so that not even a great earthquake on the island could rouse her. As Han Yun fell into a deep sleep, a light footstep approached quietly. Chapter 11. Li Manman's thought the newcomer was none other than Li Manman. Initially, she had anticipated that the torrential rain would cease after a few minutes, yet it had persisted throughout the day. Consequently, they were compelled to brave the relentless downpour to repair the shelter. Fortunately, after several hours of labor, they had managed to fortify it considerably. However, leaks still persisted. Compared to before, it was a significant improvement, and they would have to make do. After hours in the rain, Li Manman felt utterly chilled. In a moment of ingenuity, she devised an excuse to use the restroom, intending to visit the neighboring shelter to warm herself by their fire. The chill was unbearable, rendering her delicate fingertips pale and waterlogged. How could she endure the interminable night without warming herself? What brings you here? Jiang Xiao queried, annoyance lacing his tone upon seeing Li Manman. This woman was exceedingly treacherous, leveraging Tang Chao's influence within the company to wrest away significant contracts from him. Otherwise, his bank account would not merely hold a few 100,000, but several million. Jiang Xiao, I am truly sorry, Li Manman said, her tears glistening like pearls as they cascaded down her cheeks. It was my fault at the company. I should not have taken your clients. Please forgive me just this once. Initially, she had intended to plead her case to Han Yun, but discovering her in a deep slumber, Li Manman dared not disturb her. Now, she had no choice but to curry favor with Jiang Xiao. Though their statuses had shifted, one must still make use of any resource available. Jiang Xiao remained unfazed by Li Manman's apology. A woman like her, adept at shifting with the winds, had long abandoned any sense of shame. Faced with life and death, her concern lay not in remorse, but in fear. I have heard you. You may leave now, he said indifferently. Li Manman's brows knitted together, displeasure clouding her features. Having lowered herself to apologize, why was Jiang Xiao still so cold? Was he not a man at all? Did he not notice her drenched form, shivering from the cold? Did he not know to invite her to warm herself? Yet, she was acutely aware that displaying anger in front of Jiang Xiao would only lead to her dismissal. Thus, she stifled her fury and pleaded, Jiang Xiao, I am so cold. May I warm myself by the fire? However, Jiang Xiao remained unmoved. Seeing he did not acquiesce, Li Manman began to devise a plan to sway this obstinate man. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her eyes. She knew how to handle men. With great effort, she suppressed her revulsion, leaned closer to Jiang Xiao, and took his hand, offering warmth from her own body. She had often employed this tactic with great success, especially with Tang Chao, whose resolve crumbled effortlessly. Jiang Xiao inwardly scoffed at Li Manman's relentless pursuit of her objectives, a testament to her unscrupulous nature. No wonder she had thrived in the Han group all these years. Very well, take a seat, he said, gesturing toward an empty spot nearby. A sly smile crept across Li Manman's face. It seemed that all men were fundamentally the same. With just a slight maneuver, she had discerned Jiang Xiao's limits. She had anticipated a greater cost to gain warmth, but he had capitulated far more swiftly than she expected. She had truly overestimated him. Unbothered by further thoughts, Li Manman nestled close to the roaring flames, allowing her body to absorb the heat. Ultimately, she boldly removed her damp top and draped it over the fire. A calculated strategy. She believed that by giving Jiang Xiao a taste of sweetness, she would be able to secure a definitive hold over him in the future. Jiang Xiao regarded Li Manman's shamelessness with incredulity. Nevertheless, one could not deny her formidable allure, for she was indeed the foremost socialite of the Han group. Soon, Li Manman's clothes were thoroughly dried, and her complexion improved significantly, her once aloof demeanor re-emerging. Freed from the clutches of cold, she suddenly noticed the remnants of fish on the ground. Engrossed in warming herself, she had overlooked it, but now, feeling warm, the enticing aroma of the fish made her stomach rumble and saliva pooled in her mouth. She hadn't eaten for a whole day. Although Li Dahai and Su Fong had caught numerous hermit crabs, shells, and even a snake, the firewood in their shelter was soaked by the rain, rendering cooking impossible. For a social elite like her, consuming raw food was simply unpalatable, and the thought of raw snake meat was revolting. Glancing up at Jiang Xiao's shelter, adorned with several large dried fish, felt like gazing upon a paradise. She longed to devour all that food at once. The temptation was overwhelming. Returning to reality, she pondered whether it would be appropriate to ask Jiang Xiao for the leftover fish. If he declined, Perhaps she could resort to more persuasive means, enticing him with her charms. After all, she had heard that Jiang Xiao, at 28, was still a bachelor, likely harboring strong desires. She believed her plan could work. Consequently, she softly spoke, "Jiang Xiao, could you possibly spare me the leftover fish?" "Why should I?" Jiang Xiao replied coldly. Feigning distress, Li Manmin, adopting a flirtatious demeanor, leaned closely to him. "You've already eaten. What does it matter to you?" In truth, she felt quite reluctant to act this way. Recognizing that Jiang Xiao had sunk to a lower status, and that encountering someone of her caliber was a fortunate stroke for him. Yet, the harshness of reality compelled her to lower her pride. After all, even social elites required sustenance. With this thought, her heart felt slightly less burdened. "Get lost." Jiang Xiao pushed her away. No need for further pleasantries. Undeterred, Li Manmin persisted. "Oh Jiang Xiao, handsome Jiang Xiao, could you generously share the remaining fish with me?" As she attempted to place Jiang Xiao's hand on her chest, Jiang Che intervened just in time. If she continued, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. All right. Jiang Xiao waved his hand. "I'll give it to you." On the surface, he seemed to concede, but in truth, he was plotting something grand. He remembered all of Li Manmin's previous actions, and now that a chance for retaliation had finally arisen, he couldn't let it slip away. Watching her ravenously devour the fish, he secretly chuckled to himself. "Go ahead, eat. Once you finish this meal, you'll crave the next. And then I shall thoroughly take my revenge." Li Manmin was truly famished. After relishing the succulent fish, she didn't forget to lick the bones clean, even breaking each vertebra to extract every last drop of juice. Finally, she felt satisfied. Having tasted such exquisite food for the first time since being stranded on the deserted island, she wished for this to become a daily occurrence. Stealing a discreet glance at Jiang Xiao, she devised a new plan. However, she knew it was time to leave, for she had been gone too long and would surely be reprimanded by Tang Chao. With a swift motion, she wiped her mouth clean and gently pecked Jiang Xiao on the cheek before dashing away. This was her way of enticing him, hoping that once he was ensnared, she could demand whatever she wished without restraint. Unbeknownst to her, her schemes were already laid bare before Jiang Xiao. Chapter 12. The cries for help in the dense forest. Where did you run off to for so long? Upon returning to the shelter, Li Manmin found herself under suspicion from Tang Chao. "Brother Tang, I had an upset stomach." Li Manmin fabricated a lie. It would be best if it were indeed an upset stomach. Tang Chao had just entertained the notion that Li Manmin had betrayed them and capitulated to Jiang Xiao. Now, seeing her return, he felt his suspicions may have been unfounded. "Here, I saved some snake meat and hermit crabs for you. Hurry and eat," he urged. Though the light was dim, the mere thought of the spine-chilling venomous snakes churned her stomach, nearly causing her to regurgitate the delectable meal she had just consumed. "Thank you, Brother Tang, but I am not hungry," Li Manmin insisted, suppressing her discomfort. "Not hungry?" Tang Chao frowned, suddenly struck by a thought. "Li Manmin, did you sneak off to feast on Jiang Xiao's leftovers?" If that were the case, it would be the utmost insult to their elite society. "Absolutely not," Li Manmin exclaimed, her nerves fraying as she shook her head. "I would rather starve than beg Jiang Xiao." "Well, that is more acceptable," Tang Chao nodded in approval, perhaps realizing his suspicions were misplaced. "Since you're not hungry, let Su Fong eat." Su Fong's eyes sparkled at this. "Thank you, Brother Tang." He eagerly accepted the food from Tang Chao's hands and devoured it ravenously. Witnessing such blatant unfairness, Li Dahai and Chen Minjiao felt a swell of indignation. "Brother Tang, most of that food was gathered by me. Why is it only Su Fong who receives a portion while we four are left empty-handed?" Li Dahai questioned, feeling aggrieved. He had caught the snake, yet he was left to drink only its blood, deprived of even a morsel of meat. Meanwhile, Chen Minjiao and her companions were already terrified of snakes and dared not consume them raw. Thus, of the 2 pounds of snake meat, Tang Chao flaunted at least 1.5 pounds, leaving the remaining half-pound for Su Fong and Li Manmin to share. Now that Li Manmin refused to eat, Su Fong ended up with the entire half-pound. Seeing Li Dahai stand up for them filled Chen Minjiao and her friends with immense satisfaction. Finally, someone was voicing their plight. They had toiled hard, yet their reward was hardly commensurate with their efforts. "What this, Li Dahai? Have you turned against reason?" Tang Chao admonished. "Su Fong has made significant contributions to the company, and it is only fair that he receives a share of the food. If you are displeased, feel free to leave, and I will inform President Han." A sinister smile crept across his face. "But once you leave the Han Corporation, how will you manage your monthly expenses? With a mortgage of 3,000, a car loan of 2,500, and the costs of supporting your elderly parents, how will you cope?" Hearing these words from Tang Chao, the once spirited Li Dahai immediately lowered his head. Indeed, a penny can thwart even the most heroic of men. If he were to lose his job, the financial strain on his family would be immense. Thus, at this moment, it was imperative not to resist Tang Chao. Enduring a bit of grievance would be the wiser course. After a prolonged silence, Li Dahai's voice resonated through the dimly lit shelter. President Tang, I acted impulsively. I hope you won't hold it against me. The other three women echoed his sentiments, contemplating the loss of their jobs. They wondered how they would afford luxury handbags and elegant clothing. Thus, they temporarily bowed to authority. Ah, Dahai, it is reassuring that you can think this way. Tang Xiao transformed his expression into one of benevolence. Once we return to our positions, I shall certainly suggest to President Han that the company enhance the basic remuneration for the sales department by an additional 500 yuan. Tang Xiao's ability to paint a promising future with mere words effectively diffused the previously tense atmosphere. The most daunting aspect of existence is to live with high hopes. Just like the grand vision Tang Xiao painted, it incessantly stimulated the minds of Li Dahai and the others. Should they survive to return, an increase of 500 in basic benefits would amount to 6,000 over the course of a year. All right, we have endured a day of rain. Everyone is weary. Let us find a place to rest, and tomorrow we shall continue to improve the shelter. After assigning various tasks, Tang Xiao ensured that everything was in order. Su Feng and Li Dahai continued with their laborious tasks, while the remaining women ventured out in search of food. He could not believe that with hands and feet, they could not find fruits or similar sustenance on the island. This time, he enlisted Li Manman to join the food-finding efforts, sensing a hint of crisis from Li Dahai's discordant voice. As for himself, he remained at the camp, orchestrating the operations of various departments. That night, Tang Xiao and his companions felt as though time dragged on endlessly. Due to the leaks in the shelter, they were roused from their slumber by the incessant drips of rain. Each time Tang Xiao awoke, he would unleash a torrent of curses, causing the others to grumble in silent frustration. In stark contrast, Jiang Xiao's shelter was well-equipped, impervious to wind and rain, and stocked with ample food. While Tang Xiao and his group fretted over their sleep, Jiang Xiao engaged in a pleasant import-export trade with Han Yun, only pausing when a glimmer of light broke through the clouds above the sea. By the time the two fully awakened, the rain had ceased. Yet Tang Xiao's gruff voice filled the air. Li Dahai, Su Feng, hurry up. If the shelter is not filled with palm leaves, do you wish to endure another night like yesterday? Meng Yao, with the rain clearing, quickly find some fruits or food in the forest. Jiang Xiao stretched his waist and retrieved a grouper from the shelter's beam, placing it over the fire to heat. Having expended considerable energy the previous night, he needed to replenish his strength. Yun Jia, after breakfast, I shall go familiarize myself with the surroundings. Jiang Xiao rotated the fish to ensure even cooking. I will accompany you, Han Yun replied, understanding that Jiang Xiao was in search of his daughter and felt compelled to contribute. The post-rain island may be fraught with dangers. You should stay here and guard the home. After a day of relentless rain, their containers were filled with fresh water, and they had a few remaining fish. Wary of Tang Xiao and his group potentially seizing their supplies. Han Yun considered Jiang Xiao's words to be sound advice and added, be cautious when you venture out. If you encounter any danger, retreat promptly, understood? Now, Jiang Xiao has become a seasoning in her life. The thought of facing the future without him brings her unbearable anguish. Rest assured, I shall be fine, Jiang Xiao confidently declared. Soon after a brief breakfast, he ventured into the depths of the forest. After walking approximately 500 meters, he stumbled upon new tracks in the underbrush. Wild boars. Observing the varying sizes of the hoof prints and the fresh droppings nearby, Jiang Xiao quickly deduced the situation. He lamented that he had arrived a moment too late. Had he come sooner, he could have hunted a wild boar to enhance their meals. As his gaze shifted from the tracks, he noticed a grove of banana trees not far ahead, adorned with clusters of plump bananas. His excitement surged. Bananas are indeed a rare delicacy. Moreover, if brought back and left for a while, the unripe bananas would mature over time, alleviating any concerns about spoilage. Just as Jiang Xiao contemplated using his dagger to cut down a bunch of bananas, a sharp cry for help pierced through the dense foliage. Chapter 13, Jiang Xiao. Save me. Rushing toward the source of the sound, Jiang Xiao discovered that it was Chun Minjiao calling for aid. Beside her stood a black bear weighing approximately 150 pounds, poised to attack. Although the bear was not particularly large, its sharp teeth resembled those of a grinder, capable of crushing Chun Minjiao's bones. With its powerful claws, she found herself shrouded in the shadow of death. At that moment, Chun Minjiao spotted Jiang Xiao and urgently called out, Jiang Xiao, save me. Jiang Xiao held a relatively favorable impression of Chun Minjiao and her two companions, at least in the company. They treated him with a degree of courtesy and did not conspire against him. This could be understood. In their eyes, Jiang Xiao was merely a loser, unworthy of their attention. Thus they regarded him with disdain. Yet, witnessing Chun Minjiao's imminent peril stirred a sense of compassion within him. Without hesitation, he bent down to pick up a stone the size of an egg and hurled it toward the bear. The stone flew like a bullet, imbued with tremendous destructive force. With a dull thud, it struck the bear's back, causing it to collapse to the ground, its gaze shifting from Chun Minjiao to Jiang Xiao. The bear, with its tough skin and thick flesh, was not easily vanquished by a mere stone. It roared in fury, attempting to intimidate Jiang Xiao. Yet, the response was another stone. Jiang Xiao launched another projectile, this time blinding the bear's left eye. In agony from the searing pain, the bear became increasingly enraged, violently swiping at the surrounding trees. With a single blow, it snapped a tree the size of a wrist. One can only imagine the fate of a human should they be struck. Its rampage continued. And witnessing such a scene, Chun Minjiao's legs turned to jelly in fear. Fortunately, Jiang Xiao arrived just in time to her side, grasping her hand as they hurriedly distanced themselves from that perilous place, while the black bear struggled to discern its surroundings. Although Jiang Xiao was quite formidable, having a burden beside him inevitably hindered his performance. Before long, they reached a safe haven, and Chun Minjiao, having narrowly escaped a life-threatening encounter, found her emotions surging uncontrollably like a flood breaking through its banks. She disregarded her composure and wept openly. Jiang Xiao was taken aback, surprised by Chun Minjiao's fragility. Yet, it was understandable. A delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse would surely find such a scene terrifying. All right, no more tears. It's over now, he gently reassured her. Jiang Xiao, thank you, Chun Minjiao expressed, recalling the moment she faced the black bear and felt that her life was over. Fortunately, Jiang Xiao had come to her rescue just in time. He was truly a good person. Regrettably, Jiang Xiao had been dismissed. Otherwise, she would have certainly considered giving him a chance to be her boyfriend. You are quite audacious to venture alone into the unknown forest. Jiang Xiao silently shook his head, thinking her to be the epitome of beauty without brains. After the rain, the forest would see wild beasts emerge in search of food. And had he not arrived in the nick of time, Chun Minjiao would have already become the bear's meal. Tang Chao had sent them to seek sustenance. And if they failed, they would face his reproach upon return. Thus she had ventured deeper into the jungle in hopes of good fortune. There were also things she had not disclosed to Jiang Xiao. Tang Chao had explicitly forbidden them from associating with him, lest they endure hardships upon their return to their posts. At that moment, Jiang Xiao recalled this morning when Tang Chao had been vociferously assigning tasks to his subordinates. It seemed the girls had all been tasked with foraging for food. Jiang Xiao, what brings you into the forest? Chun Minjiao inquired, displaying more chatter than usual. Over the years at the company, her exchanges with Jiang Xiao had scarcely exceeded 100 words, and she had never been one to initiate conversation. Yet now, having received his aid, she felt an unexpected sense of security in his presence. Alas, Jiang Xiao's dismissal meant that they could not truly be a pair. I, too, am in search of food, Jiang Xiao replied, withholding the entire truth. After all, given Han Shui's treatment of him, if he were to be honest with Chun Minjiao, she might perceive him as a shameless sycophant. Have you found any? Chun Minjiao asked again. Follow me, Jiang Xiao instructed, choosing not to respond directly as he led her toward a dense grove of banana trees. If Chun Minjiao failed to find food, she might insist on delving further into the jungle, risking becoming prey for the wild animals. Having once been colleagues, he could not bear the thought of her in such peril. Thus, Jiang Xiao did not hesitate to reveal the location of the banana trees to her. Chun Minjiao gazed at Jiang Xiao's retreating figure, hesitating momentarily before deciding to follow. Soon, they arrived at the banana grove, and upon witnessing the countless banana trees, Chun Minjiao was rendered speechless with excitement. Noticing the golden bananas, her stomach growled incessantly, having been hurried along by Tang Chao since early morning. She had not even had breakfast. Wow, so many bananas! Chun Minjiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she had stepped into a beautiful fairy tale. As she marveled, Jiang Xiao, light as a swallow, had already ascended to the top of the banana tree. Chun Minjiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have comprehended Jiang Xiao's remarkable agility. In her mind, Jiang Xiao had always been the most diligent employee in the company, tirelessly working day in and day out, enduring endless overtime and catering to countless clients. She had presumed that the demands of work had left him physically drained, yet she was taken aback by his prowess. Gazing up at Jiang Xiao perched atop the tree, she could discern the chiseled muscles adorning his abdomen. Instantly, her heart raced. To her surprise, Jiang Xiao led a life even more disciplined than hers. In a brief moment, Jiang Xiao produced a dagger and severed a large cluster of bananas from their roots, gripping approximately 50 pounds of fruit. He then descended slowly from the 3-meter-high tree. Leaving that place behind, Jiang Xiao placed the bountiful cluster of bananas before Chun Minjiao. Upon seeing the golden yellow fruit, she disregarded her ladylike demeanor and promptly broke off one, devouring it with fervor. Only after consuming 3 did she gradually come to a halt. Jiang Xiao, thank you, she expressed sincerely. There's no need for thanks, Jiang Xiao replied. Before Chun Minjiao departed, he cautioned her, next time, do not come alone. He had observed from his elevated vantage point that the area was frequented by wildlife, with many banana trees toppled and ravaged. Jiang Xiao surmised that the culprits were likely the omnivorous wild boars. Understood, Chun Minjiao nodded, turning to Jiang Xiao. You should accompany me outside. It's too perilous here. You return first. I wish to venture deeper into the woods, Jiang Xiao replied, before striding further into the dense forest. Meanwhile, Chun Minjiao cheerfully carried the bananas towards the shelter. Chapter 14. The hopefully manman Jiang Xiao continued deeper into the jungle, and after approximately 500 meters, he still had not encountered any signs of human presence. However, the traces of wildlife were abundant within that short distance. He had spotted 3 5-step snakes, 2 bamboo vipers, and 7 vine snakes. The serpents were quite active in this forested island, and one could easily stumble upon a snake nest with a moment's inattention. He silently rejoiced at his decision to keep Han Yun from accompanying him. It was indeed a prudent choice. In addition to snakes, Jiang Xiao also discovered wild goats and monkeys. He had intended to pursue a group of wild goats, but they were too alert. At the sound of a monkey's warning call, they scampered away in a tight-knit group. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiao was not without his rewards. He had recently spotted a flock of wild chickens and successfully shot one weighing around 3 pounds with a stone. Currently, it was entangled in vines, hanging at his waist. After walking another 100 meters, Jiang Xiao found himself reluctant to proceed, as the prevalence of snakes was disconcerting. Thus, he sought refuge in a towering tree, about 50 meters high, intending to climb it for a broader view of the island. Indeed, when Jiang Xiao reached the pinnacle of the tree, his perspective expanded significantly. Before him lay an endless expanse of dense forest, while behind him was the direction of the shelter. Perhaps due to the rain, no signs of human activity were visible. This predicament greatly troubled Jiang Xiao, as the difficulty of locating Han Shui escalated several notches. Given Han Shui's intellect, it was unlikely she would recklessly venture into the treacherous depths of the forest, he mused. He cast his gaze along the coastline, yet found no trace of her. Sighing, he concluded that his outing had not been entirely fruitless and decided to return, for he certainly wished to avoid the bite of venomous snakes lurking in the underbrush. The mere thought of these serpents made his scalp tingle with unease. On a deserted island, a snake bite could prove fatal without antivenom. No celestial being could intervene. Perhaps one could rely on traditional herbal remedies. Where snakes roamed, antidotes to their venom could be found. However, Jiang Xiao was not versed in such matters and remained oblivious to the specifics of herbal medicine. The more he contemplated, the more apprehensive he became, prompting him to swiftly descend from the towering tree and make his way toward the banana grove. He certainly intended to bring back some bananas to the shelter. Before long, Jiang Xiao returned, laden with his bounty. Upon seeing him, Han Yun rose joyfully to greet him, but in her eagerness, she nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Jiang Xiao reacted swiftly, placing the bananas aside to catch her securely. Sister Yun, how careless of you, he exclaimed, inhaling the sweet fragrance that enveloped her, igniting a surge of warmth within him. Is it not your fault? Han Yun retorted, casting him a playful glance. In recent days, her vitality had blossomed, her spirit rejuvenated, although her physical form had not changed. Jiang Xiao chuckled, teasing her gently. It seemed he need only tread carefully to avoid causing any mishaps, lest he find himself bored on this deserted isle. What discoveries did you make on your outing? Han Yun inquired. Understanding her concern for Han Shui, Jiang Xiao recounted everything he had encountered along the way. Upon learning from him that there was still no news of Han Shui, her spirits dipped. Yet, when she realized Jiang Xiao had traversed the perilous territory rife with venomous snakes, her heart ached for him. Shui would not venture deep into the jungle. You must avoid such dangerous places in the future. I fear for your safety, she cautioned. Let us wait here by the seaside. Perhaps she will find her way to us, Jiang Xiao suggested. Indeed, Han Yun nodded, resigned to their circumstances. In her heart, she silently prayed for Han Shui's safety, hoping she might turn misfortune into fortune. As evening descended, Jiang Xiao meticulously plucked the feathers from a wild chicken, preparing it for roasting over the fire. After cleaning the fowl, it weighed just over a pound. Fortunately, they still had fish and bananas, making for a decent dinner. As for the entrails, Jiang Xiao had other plans. He envisioned setting traps in the jungle early the following morning, using the entrails as bait to ensnare unsuspecting animals, hoping for an unexpected bounty. Though he had promised Han Yun not to enter the forest, the wealth of resources within beckoned him irresistibly. With his enhanced physical capabilities, he believed he could navigate the risks. Having grown up in the countryside, he was well acquainted with various methods for setting traps. As the charcoal crackled, a rich aroma swiftly took flight, wafting into the neighboring shelter. The discerning Li Manmin recognized that Jiang Xiao had once again prepared something delectable, prompting her to concoct an excuse to slip away. She stealthily approached Jiang Xiao's shelter, discreetly waving to him. Understanding her intentions, Jiang Xiao instructed Han Yun to tend to the roasting chicken while he alone walked to her side. What are you grilling? Li Manmin inquired, her nose twitching at the enticing scent. Oh, it's nothing much. I caught a wild chicken in the jungle today, and it's currently roasting, he replied. The mere mention of roast chicken conjured a vivid image of its golden, crispy skin in Li Manmin's mind, causing her mouth to water profusely. Memories of her companions in the Tang dynasty struggling with undercooked plantains, their taste akin to chewing on sponges, flooded her thoughts. Jiang Xiao's roast chicken, however, represented the standard of living she yearned for. Jiang Xiao, could you spare me a chicken leg? Li Manmin implored, her gaze filled with longing as she adopted a tempting pose. Such a lure was enough to ensnare any man. I'm afraid not. I exerted considerable effort to catch that wild chicken, Jiang Xiao replied. Yet, Li Manmin was not oblivious to his underlying meaning. He merely wished to gain some advantage from her. Nevertheless, the thought of that golden roast chicken made her reconsider the sacrifice. Let me touch you a couple of times. And you can give me a chicken leg, she proposed. Jiang Xiao feigned reluctance. I can't do that. I would be at a loss. Li Manmin could see his point. Catching a wild chicken was indeed arduous and warranted a significant price. What would it take for you to relent? She pressed, her desire for the chicken leg unwavering. Having savored the delicious fish the previous day, she had little interest in the insipid hermit crabs and bland plantains anymore. Recognizing that he had caught her attention, Jiang Xiao knew it was time to reel her in. Come closer. I need to tell you something. He gestured for her to lean in. Li Manmin complied, tilting her ear towards him. However, upon hearing his conditions, she felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. Jiang Xiao, I can agree to everything but that, she retorted. Jiang Xiao shook his head with a smile. That's the only thing I desire. If you're not interested in the delicious chicken leg, you may return. I need to continue roasting. With that, he turned away, leaving no room for her contemplation. Wait, I agree, Li Manmin declared, willing to risk everything for the chicken leg. A smirk crept onto Jiang Xiao's face. He knew Li Manmin was now in his grasp. Let us go to a secluded spot. We can discuss this further. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. All the resentment accumulated over the years towards Li Manmin had transformed into a powerful force. Now return to her. Stay here for a moment. I'll bring it to you shortly. Given that half an hour had passed, he assumed Han Yun had nearly finished roasting. Hey, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Li Manmin asked, gripping Jiang Xiao's hand, unwilling to let him leave without assurance. After such a considerable sacrifice, if Jiang Xiao were to renege, she would feel utterly played. Rest assured, the cornerstone of our profession lies in integrity, which is indispensable. Jiang Xiao finally comprehended why Li Manmin, with her enchanting allure, had so utterly captivated the Tang dynasty. She possessed both charm and playfulness. Who could remain unaffected? Trusting you, Li Manmin released her grip, bidding farewell to Jiang Xiao as he departed. Soon, Jiang Xiao returned with a steaming chicken leg, accompanied by an unexpected chicken backside. Under ordinary circumstances, Li Manmin would have discarded the chicken backside to feed the dogs. Yet now it was deemed a delicacy. Rich in flavor and utterly satisfying, it burst with juices upon biting, offering an exquisite indulgence. She devoured the meat Jiang Xiao had brought, even grinding the bones into submission before swallowing. All right, I must take my leave, Jiang Xiao declared. Just as he intended to exit, Li Manmin halted him, saying, Wait. Jiang Xiao, intrigued, wondered what more she desired. You don't seem in such a hurry to depart, Li Manmin remarked. A knowing smile spread across Jiang Xiao's face. When he returned to the shelter, night had fully descended. At that moment, Han Yun lay as if she were a flawless piece of art, perpetually igniting Jiang Xiao's senses. Sister Yun, let us retire for the night. Hold on. Let me speak first. What is it? I wish to take a few days off. Why? I am unwell. Let us discuss it later. Jiang Xiao surged forth like a tiger descending from the mountains. Meanwhile, upon returning to the shelter, Li Manmin found Tang dynasty drawing near, persistently signaling his interest. Yet, she chose to disregard him. Having just indulged, she felt satiated. Tang dynasty, frustrated, noted that under normal circumstances when he signaled, Li Manmin would readily present herself like a tender dove. Yet now, she remained unresponsive. Don't you wish to remain at the Han group? Manmin, I have something to discuss. Come with me, let us deliberate. Tang dynasty stepped closer, attempting to grasp Li Manmin's hand. Tengu, I'm rather fatigued today. I wish to rest well. Li Manmin gently swatted away his impending touch, her resistance unmistakable. Once a woman had experienced the luxury of a Ferrari, she would no longer entertain thoughts of settling for a Geely. Very well, Tang dynasty replied, feeling somewhat awkward, and ceased his insistence. After all, He had tasked Li Manmin with gathering food today, which was quite demanding. Moreover, she had lost her appetite for dinner after an exhausting day. To push her further would be cruel. I'm going to sleep now. You all should do the same, Li Manmin announced, heading toward the haystack. Her legs felt weak and cramped. Indeed, rest was necessary. Then let us also retire, Tang Dynasty remarked, glancing at Li Dahai and Su Fang. They had constructed another shelter today, bringing the total to 2, one for the men, one for the women. Before departing, he continued with his usual routine, organizing the tasks for the following day. This time, he took the initiative, planning to gather a significant amount of bananas based on the information provided by Chen Minjiao. He arranged this due to his perception of some discord within the team. Certain individuals were quite discontent with his directives. Upon hearing Chen Minjiao mention the abundance of banana trees on the island, he felt an urgent desire to silence their discontent. The following morning, awakening to the sound of anguished wails echoing through the air, Jiang Xiao was startled. The voice belongs to none other than Tang Chao. Ah, help! I have been bitten by a bamboo viper. I am dying. I am dying. Someone, please save me. At that moment, Han Yun also stirred. Having indulged in discussions about import and export trade with Jiang Xiao the previous day, she felt rather fatigued this morning. Stretching lazily, her fitted attire accentuated her perfect figure. What commotion was Tang Chao causing so early in the morning? It was utterly unbearable. Han Yun bored dark circles under her eyes, as if she had been bitten by a snake. What? Han Yun instantly became alert. Just yesterday, she had learned from Jiang Xiao that the island harbored a plethora of snakes, and now Tang Chao had been bitten. Surely this island was perilous. Scanning the surroundings of the shelter meticulously, she noticed no traces of snakes, allowing her to exhale in relief. At that moment, a figure approached, Jiang Xiao. Tang Chao has been bitten by a bamboo viper. Do you know how to counteract the poison? Hurry and help him. The newcomer was Chen Minjiao. Under her guidance today, Tang Chao and Loose Woman were to gather bananas. Yet, as Tang Chao reached out to pluck one, a bamboo viper suddenly sank its fangs into his palm. Chen Minjiao and Loose Woman abandoned their task and hurriedly transported Tang Chao back to the shelter. Upon their return, Tang Chao wailed and lamented, terrified that his life was at an end. Jiang Xiao, go take a look, Han Yun urged. After all, Tang Chao was a long-standing employee. If anything were to happen to him, the Han group would suffer tremendous losses. Initially, Jiang Xiao had no inclination to intervene. Tang Chao's fate was of no concern to him. However, Han Yun's incessant pleading compelled him to reluctantly accompany her. As they entered the shelter, Su Fang was incessantly applying pressure to the wound where the snake had bitten Tang Chao. Jiang Xiao could distinctly see dark blood oozing from the injury. All 4 women were present, their faces etched with worry. Yet, Li Dahai was conspicuously absent. Jiang Xiao chose not to inquire further. He preferred to remain uninvolved. What are you doing here, Jiang Xiao? Tang Chao, upon spotting his former rival, ceased his lamentations and immediately confronted him. Not receiving a response from Jiang Xiao, Tang Chao became sarcastic. Don't think that if I die, the position of Deputy General Manager of the Sales Department at the Han Group will be yours. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Xiao smirked disdainfully. Even on the brink of death, Tang Chao still clung to that trivial title. At this moment, all he desired was to revel in life, free from the shackles of fame and fortune. Just then, Li Dahai rushed into the shelter, and Jiang Xiao noticed that he was carrying a bundle of herbs, some of which appeared to have been crushed. What on earth was Li Dahai up to? General Manager Tang, the antidote for the snake bite has arrived. We need to apply it quickly. Li Dahai hurried to Tang Chao's side, eager to place the herbs on the wound. However, Tang Chao vehemently refused. Li Dahai, are you trying to kill me? Are you after my position? In his fear of death, he trusted no one, believing that all who flattered him were scheming for the role of Deputy General Manager. Dahai, don't waste those herbs. Let Tang Chao perish, Jiang Xiao suddenly interjected. Little did he expect that Li Dahai was actually a snake doctor, in a land teeming with serpents. Such a healer was indispensable for survival. Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's words, Tang Chao felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Chapter 16, Jiang Xiao, bring me some food. Li Dahai, can this wretched concoction truly neutralize the venom coursing through my veins? In Tang Chao's understanding, aside from anti-venom, no remedy could cure snakebite. Yet stranded on a deserted island, where could one procure anti-venom? The sight of the crushed herbs in Li Dahai's hand made Tang Chao feel nauseated, and he was reluctant to even touch it. Confidently, Li Dahai proclaimed, my ancestors were renowned snake healers for 5 generations, adept at alleviating snake venom. By applying these herbs to the wound, you shall recover within 2 to 3 days. Jiang Xiao, standing nearby, was taken aback, surprised to learn of Li Dahai's impressive lineage as a snakebite expert. However, he found himself curious as to why Li Dahai did not pursue the legacy of his forebears, instead opting for the arduous life of a salesman. It was common knowledge that in our country, There are 400,000 cases of snakebite each year. Surely, selling his snake remedy on a platform could lead to prosperity. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao pondered a thought. Surely, a rural snake healer would lack a medical license. In today's society, credentials are paramount. Without them, one would be engaging in illegal practice. The earnings would scarcely cover the fines incurred. Much like a certain oncologist from a prominent company who, after allegedly curing cancer, was reported for practicing medicine without a license, resulting in imprisonment and a hefty fine of 30 million. Thus, Jiang Xiao began to comprehend why Li Dahai had been relegated to the life of a beleaguered salesman. Li Dahai, do not deceive me. Tang Chao remained vigilant, suspecting ulterior motives. Brother Tang, why not give it a try? Perhaps Li Dahai truly possesses the ability to heal. Su Fong whispered in Tang Chao's ear. Tang, the venom of the bamboo leaf viper is not fatal. It merely causes pain. With my herbs, I assure you, your symptoms will be alleviated, Li Dahai reassured. Apprehensive, Tang Chao glanced around, unable to make a decision. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Xiao. His gaze sharpened, and he resolved to take the plunge. After all, Jiang Xiao had always outperformed him in the workplace, and now that he was involved with Han Yun, should anything happen to him, Jiang Xiao would surely seize the opportunity to rise above him. He was determined not to let Jiang Xiao prevail. Li Dahai, why are you still dawdling? Quickly, neutralize the venom, Tang Chao shouted. Li Dahai hurried to Tang Chao's side, applying the crushed herbs around the bite marks and wrapping them with a cloth of unknown origin. Soon, the pain on Tang Chao's face began to fade. Ah, Li Dahai, you are quite remarkable. The once searing pain transformed into a refreshing sensation, and Tang Chao felt a significant change. The benevolent Li Dahai chuckled, reaffirming his claim of healing. All right, from today onward, you all must take turns venturing out to procure food, understood? Tang Chao addressed Su Fong and the others. They remained silent. The jungle was rife with poisonous snakes, and it was evident that the banana grove had become a forbidden zone in their minds. The only potential source of sustenance lay within the sea. However, they were unfamiliar with fishing techniques. What were they to do? Li Dahai, you rest today. Let them go in search of food, Tang Chao suggested. In an imperceptible manner, Li Dahai's standing in Tang Chao's heart experienced a subtle elevation. However, as Tang Chao uttered these words, Su Fong's gaze turned fiercely menacing. Observing that the matter had been resolved, Jiang Xiao departed with Han Yun, as their provisions had dwindled, necessitating a search for more. Upon returning to the shelter, Han Yun continued to fulfill her role as guardian. Exhausted from the past few days, with some bruising rendering her reluctant to move, she remained still. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao, armed with a harpoon, made his way towards the seaside, unwittingly unaware of a figure stealthily approaching from behind. On the other side, Su Fong, along with Chun Minjiao and the two other women, were deliberating on their grand strategy. Su Fong incessantly complained, after all our toil, why should Li Dahai be allowed to rest? Is this not a clear case of favoritism? Chun Minjiao and the others cast disdainful glances in his direction, silently questioning his awareness. Nonetheless, they refrained from vocalizing their thoughts. He continued, what if we four were to venture out on our own and form a separate team? To be candid, this notion had long lingered in the minds of the three women, yet they feared returning to their posts, where Tang Chao might oppress them. They still clung to a glimmer of hope for a rescue team to come to their aid. Su Gu, let it go, Loose Woman interjected. We have been stranded on this deserted island for 2 days now. I suspect the cruise company has realized the ship's signal is no longer on the route and has summoned search teams worldwide to rescue us. Zhang Qiaoling nodded in agreement, adding, if we openly defy Tang Zong at this juncture, we will undoubtedly face insurmountable hardships upon our return. Qin Minjiao found their reasoning sound, yet Su Fong remained unconvinced. But we have already consumed all the hermit crabs and shells on the island. Without food, we would still be scolded upon our return. At that moment, Qin Minjiao spoke up, I have an idea. Minjiao, do share, Zhang Qiaoling and Lu Suomen chimed in unison. Qin Minjiao, straightforwardly, proposed, I believe we could venture back to the banana grove. Lu Suomen and the others gasped in shock, exclaiming, Minjiao, have you lost your mind? That place is teeming with venomous snakes. I have no desire to return. Chun Minjiao dismissed their concerns, asserting, precisely because of that, it remains untouched by humans. Which means there could be food. As long as we exercise caution, we shall avoid being bitten. She further suggested that each partner carry a branch to rustle the grass and foliage along their path, thus startling any lurking snakes. Upon hearing Chun Minjiao's proposal, Su Fong found it a commendable strategy and readily concurred. Consequently, after preparing all necessary provisions, the four set out once again towards the banana grove. However, they noticed the absence of Li Manman. Where has Li Manman disappeared to? Su Fong seethed. This woman vanishes during work but appears at mealtime. It is utterly detestable. I just saw her heading towards the seaside. She must be searching for hermit crabs and shells, Jiang Xiao replied. Fool, Su Fang scoffed. Hermit crabs and shells cannot be found every day. She is destined to return empty-handed. He then solemnly warned the three women, this time, as we gather bananas. If Li Manmin fails to find food, she must not be allowed to partake in our provisions. The three women fell silent. For Li Manmin enjoyed the backing of Tang Chao and had grown accustomed to her unearned privileges. Perceiving the thoughts of the three women, Su Fang pounded his chest and declared, even with brother Tang shielding her, I shall ensure she faces adversity this time. Enough of this chatter. Let us first go and gather the bananas. What purpose does this discussion serve now? Loose woman interjected. Let us go? It's early morning, and we haven't eaten anything. My stomach is growling. Let us hasten to enjoy a grand feast of bananas. Su Fang, filled with impatience, was determined to return with 2 hefty bunches of bananas. With the 3 women accompanying them, their haul would suffice for several days, leaving Li Manmin to merely stare in astonishment. As they set off, by the seaside, Jiang Xiao was engaged in a fierce hunt. In a short span, he speared a 12-pound snapper, a 20-pound octopus, and 4 lobsters, each weighing around 5 pounds. Just as he was about to depart with his catch, Li Manmin unexpectedly stood before him, asking, Jiang Xiao, could you spare me some food? Chapter 17. Li Manmin's bargain just moments before. While Jiang Xiao had submerged into the depths, Li Manmin had concealed herself on the shore, observing him in secret. To her astonishment, she realized that each time Jiang Xiao dove with a sharp stick, he emerged with fish from the sea in less than 2 minutes. She was taken aback. No wonder Jiang Xiao had been feasting so lavishly these past few days. He possessed such remarkable skills. Jiang Xiao was surprised to see Li Manmin here, and even more so that she was negotiating with him. If you wish for the fish I have painstakingly caught, you must offer something in return, he teased, eyeing Li Manmin, who resembled a ripe peach, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Li Manmin, understanding the need to pay a price for food, gradually waded into the sea. After an indeterminate time, she shyly inquired, Jiang Xiao, if I find myself in need of food in the future, may I come to you? Her face flushed. Certainly. Jiang Xiao nodded. You understand the terms of our exchange. That is wonderful. Li Manmin exclaimed joyfully. If a modest offering could procure food, it was indeed a worthwhile trade. Here you go. Jiang Xiao, true to his principled nature, tossed the 12-pound snapper to Li Manmin. Thank you, Jiang Xiao, she said, deeply moved by his generous gift. You deserve it, he replied with a smile. At that moment, Li Manmin drew closer to him, and Jiang Xiao couldn't help but smirk. This woman had quite the appetite. Meanwhile, at the Tang Dynasty shelter, a wretched wail emerged from Su Fang. Despite their caution during their venture into the banana grove, an unfortunate incident occurred. While relieving himself, Su Fang had inadvertently been bitten on the thigh by a 5-pound pit viper. Had the bite been higher, he would have lost all joys of manhood for life. Useless. Tang Dynasty scolded the 4 who returned empty-handed, disregarding the safety of his subordinates. Their lives were of little importance compared to his hunger, as he felt the pangs of starvation. Nonetheless, considering Su Fang had once been somewhat of a capable sycophant, he ordered Li Dahai to fetch herbs for treatment. Yet, with the loss of another laborer, he cursed Su Fang for being more of a hindrance than a help. Chun Minjiao and the others remained silent, heads bowed. They had not anticipated such an unforeseen incident. Just as they were prepared to climb the trees, Su Fang was bitten by a snake. They had truly underestimated that grove of banana trees. Consequently, they could no longer set foot in the forest. A bite from a venomous snake could mean a recovery of 10 days to half a month, and if luck was not on their side, it could lead to dire consequences. Where was that wretched Li Manmin? Tang Chao glanced around and noticed her absence from the crowd, immediately filled with rage. After she had rejected him the previous night, now that he was injured, she did not even bother to attend to him. Relying on his affection, she had grown increasingly undisciplined. Tang Chao resolved that when Li Manmin finally arrived, he would certainly give her a piece of his mind. Just then, Li Manmin appeared, shouldering a large, golden-red sea bream, panting heavily from the exertion. In an instant, Tang Chao, who had been ready to unleash a torrent of curses upon her, found his demeanor shift entirely upon noticing the impressive fish perched on her shoulder. Ah, Manmin, I never imagined you would catch such a magnificent sea bream. You have truly impressed me. Tang Chao beamed at Li Manmin, his voice overflowing with affection. Chun Minjiao and the other 2 girls were utterly astonished. Who would have thought that Li Manmin possessed such remarkable skills? Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Su Fang ceased his lamenting, feeling an intense flush on his face. Having previously believed Li Manmin would return empty-handed, this sizable fish was a resounding slap to his pride. Come, Manmin, sit beside me. Let the rest be handled by Minjiao and the others. Tang Chao beckoned to Li Manmin. Chun Minjiao and the others took the fish from Li Manmin, preparing to gut and clean it, then kindling a fire to roast it. However, Li Manmin did not sit next to Tang Xiao. Instead, she returned to the others to assist in processing the sea bream. After all, this was a precious reward earned at great cost, and nothing edible should go to waste. Watching Li Manmin walk away, Tang Xiao felt no resentment towards her perceived lack of awareness. Rather, he nodded in satisfaction. Manmin had become capable, and he could now rest easy, knowing there would be an abundance of fish to enjoy. Sister Manmin, you are truly impressive. Upon rejoining Chun Minjiao and the others, Loose Woman was the first to offer her admiration. Previously, she had thought Li Manmin only rose to prominence through Tang Xiao's influence. But witnessing her true abilities left her in awe. As she spoke, Loose Woman pulled out the fish entrails, preparing to discard them into the sea. Don't throw that away. Li Manmin interrupted. Fish entrails can also be eaten. After taking the entrails from Loose Woman, she punctured them with a twig and meticulously cleaned out the impurities before setting them aside with satisfaction. It was only natural to cherish food that one had worked hard to obtain. Sister Manmin, given the current scarcity of food, could you teach us sisters some fishing techniques? Jiang Xiao inquired. Upon hearing Jiang Qiuling's question, both Chun Minjiao and Loose Woman turned to Li Manmin with eager expressions. If they could master the art of fishing, their lives would undoubtedly improve, and they would no longer need to venture into the jungle at the risk of snake bites. Jiang Qiuling's unexpected question left Li Manmin at a loss for words. She knew nothing about fishing. It was instead a transaction exchanged with Jiang Xiao. However, she could not divulge this secret to the three women. Otherwise, she would no longer secure such a favorable price from Jiang Xiao in the future. As a savvy professional, she understood all too well the value of rarity. Perhaps another day, Li Manmin could only find an excuse to deflect the matter. Thank you, Sister Manmin. Chun Minjiao and the others expressed with palpable excitement. At that moment, Jiang Qiuling inadvertently noticed Jiang Xiao striding into the forest. Hey, look! What is Jiang Xiao doing entering the jungle? She pointed in the direction Jiang Xiao had departed. Should we warn him? There are snakes lurking in the woods. He shouldn't venture in, Chun Minjiao suggested. Minjiao is right, Loose Woman added. Even though Jiang Xiao has been dismissed, he possesses decent character. We ought to alert him. All right. Let's not be overly concerned, Li Manmin interjected. He might just be stepping aside. He won't venture too deep. Let us focus on cleaning the fish and roasting it. I'm on the verge of starvation. Rather than worrying about Jiang Xiao, we should prioritize our own needs. Since her dealings with Jiang Xiao had deepened, Li Manmin found him to be far more formidable than she had initially presumed. His athletic prowess was undeniable. A mere small snake was of no concern to him. The three women found her reasoning sound and ceased their worries. Chapter 18. Li Dahai falls into the pit. The three women worked diligently to roast fish, but their efforts yielded only a meager amount of food. Tang Xiao was the first to savor the succulent fish meat, subsequently sharing it with Li Manmin before it reached Chun Minjiao and the others. As for Su Feng, his status had now been overshadowed by Li Dahai, leaving him with only a scant portion. One fish shared among 7 individuals meant that, apart from Tang Xiao and Li Manmin, the others could hardly satisfy their hunger. Such unequal distribution created a growing sense of disharmony, teetering on the brink of conflict. After a brief repast, Tang Xiao directed the 3 women to forage for food, while Li Manmin, being the day's key contributor, was granted a reprieve. Meanwhile, Li Dahai had yet to return from his quest for snake medicine. At this moment, Jiang Xiao navigated through the thicket, preparing traps using the entrails of wild chickens and fish. He first located resilient vines in the woods, then bent a flexible sapling and secured it to the ground. One end of the vine was fashioned into a noose, while the other end was anchored to the top of the bent branch. He scattered a bit of entrails at one end. When an animal stepped into the noose, the branch would spring up, lifting it off the ground and leading to its suffocation. Though he considered digging deep pits with sharp instruments as traps, he dismissed the notion due to the labor involved. Thus, he settled for this simpler method. After laying all the traps, he fortuitously discovered a lychee tree in the jungle. So large it could not be embraced by 2 hands, and it was currently bearing fruit. The vibrant red lychees tantalized Jiang Xiao's gaze. Without hesitation, he readied himself to ascend the tree. Just as he prepared to leap, a dark figure darted past him like lightning, a massive king cobra, weighing approximately 15 pounds. Jiang Xiao had intruded upon its territory, and without uttering a word, it launched an attack. Yet what vexed him was that the speed he prided himself on proved futile in the presence of Jiang Xiao. At that moment, it raised its flat head, approximately a meter high, occasionally flicking its tongue to capture Jiang Xiao's scent. Damn it! Jiang Xiao cursed aloud. He had truly underestimated this forest. It was fraught with peril at every turn. Had it been an ordinary person, the lightning-fast strike of the king cobra would have surely led to an untimely demise. Fortunately, His reflexes were extraordinary, rendering the cobra's attack as sluggish as a tortoise in his perception. Suddenly, the king cobra hissed and lunged towards Jiang Xiao. However, Jiang Xiao swiftly drew his dagger, aimed for its head, and hurled it with remarkable speed. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced the cobra's head, pinning it to the lychee tree. The pinned cobra thrashed desperately, attempting to free itself, but alas, its head had suffered grave injury, rendering its efforts futile. As time passed and blood flowed from its wound, it gradually fell still, finally succumbing to tranquility. Jiang Xiao approached gently, withdrew his sharp dagger, and proceeded to bag the king cobra. Having lived in the countryside, he had savored snake meat on numerous occasions, especially the king cobra. Renowned for its delectable flesh and fragrant broth, could be paired with a local chicken and cat to create a culinary masterpiece. After this brief interlude, Jiang Xiao climbed the lychee tree and began to harvest the fruit. Lacking a large container, he resorted to removing his shirt to wrap the gathered lychees. Soon, after a thorough foray, his shirt was filled to the brim with approximately 10 pounds of lychees. This should suffice for now. We can return for more later, Jiang Xiao mused. Additionally, there was the consideration that consuming too many lychees could lead to discomfort. 10 pounds would sustain them for an extended period. With traps set and a king cobra in tow alongside his 10 pounds of lychees, it was time to return. Jiang Xiao gazed skyward and noted the clouds darkening ominously, suggesting an impending downpour. He could not linger much longer. Otherwise, he risked getting drenched and falling ill, which would be counterproductive. However, just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly heard a cry for help not far away. Listening intently, it seemed to be the voice of Li Dahai. Help! Jiang Xiao secured the king cobra around his waist, ensuring it wrapped around 4 times, then grasped his dagger in one hand while holding the bundled lychees in the other. Navigating through the jungle required constant vigilance. Even with his extraordinary physique, an unexpected encounter with an adult black bear or other wild animals could be fatal. Though his reflexes were quick, one must always remain cautious when it comes to matters of life. He began to approach the source of the sound slowly. As the cries grew louder, Jiang Xiao realized he had arrived beside Li Dahai. However, a glance around revealed no sign of him. Dahai, Jiang Xiao called out. Typically, at the office, Li Dahai was courteous, often engaging with him. Hence he addressed him by his first name. Is that you, Jiang Xiao? At that moment, Li Dahai's voice resonated from the depths, yet Jiang Xiao remained unable to discern his whereabouts, as if he had fallen into a pit. Dahai, where are you? Jiang Xiao inquired, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. The jungle was fraught with dangers, and it was wise to remain vigilant. Jiang Xiao, I've fallen into a trap. A pit approximately 4 meters deep, covered with weeds above. Be careful, don't fall in as well. Li Dahai's voice echoed once more in Jiang Xiao's ears. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xiao observed white leaves rustling in a dense patch of grass, an evident sign that someone had disturbed the area. Undoubtedly, this was the trap into which Li Dahai had tumbled. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao set down the lychee he was holding and grasped his dagger, beginning to chop down a long tree trunk. Dahai, wait a moment, he called out. All right, came Li Dahai's reply, who felt certain that he was doomed this time. However, fate had intervened, as he had unexpectedly encountered Jiang Xiao, a stroke of serendipity indeed. Soon, Jiang Xiao discovered a straight trunk, roughly the size of an adult's wrist, and began to hew it with his dagger. The type of tree was indeterminate, but it was remarkably resilient, yielding only small notches with each strike. Nevertheless, this was precisely the outcome Jiang Xiao desired. If the tree were too frail, it might not withstand Li Dahai's weight when he attempted to climb out, potentially causing it to break and inflict further injury upon him. An unfortunate turn of events. Before long, the jungle was filled with the rhythmic sound of chopping, startling numerous birds from their perches. The once tranquil forest transformed into a cacophony of activity. After approximately 15 minutes of effort, Jiang Xiao successfully felled the tree and hoisted it towards the pit where Li Dahai was trapped. As he cleared the weeds obscuring the pit, he discovered Li Dahai lying within, seemingly injured. Dahai, I'm extending the trunk down. Find a way to climb up, Jiang Xiao instructed, placing the tree into the pit. Chapter 19. Clues. Seeing the tree trunk descending into the pit, Li Dahai summoned all his strength and began to climb with fervor. In less than 3 minutes, he had escaped the perilous confines. Exhaling deeply, he stood firmly on solid ground, the ominous aura of death that had loomed over him dissipating. Thank you, Jiang Xiao. He expressed his gratitude, realizing that without Jiang Xiao, he might have perished in that pit, his fate unknown to anyone. At that moment, he inadvertently caught sight of the king cobra coiled at Jiang Xiao's waist, his heart racing in alarm. Did you kill that? He asked, estimating its weight to be around 15 pounds. Such a formidable creature, a king cobra, posed a significant threat, Even he would find it challenging to withstand its venom. Just a casual kill, Jiang Xiao replied nonchalantly. Casual kill? Li Dahai felt a shiver run down his spine. The king cobra was the apex of serpents, and for Jiang Xiao to regard its demise as a mere trifling task was nothing short of extraordinary. Nevertheless, he cautioned Jiang Xiao, in the future, avoid provoking such venomous snakes. Their toxins are frightening, and even my ancestral herbal remedies might not suffice to counteract them. At that moment, he beheld Jiang Xiao presenting a bundle of lychees, his eyes widening in astonishment. After a tiresome morning spent foraging for medicinal herbs, he was utterly famished. Sensing Li Dahai's predicament, Jiang Xiao generously offered him a cluster of lychees. Thank you, Jiang Xiao, Li Dahai exclaimed, seizing the fruit and devouring it ravenously, disregarding any thoughts of indigestion. Once he had satiated his hunger, Jiang Xiao inquired, Dahai, how did you fall into that pit? Li Dahai replied, I have no idea which fool set a trap for wild beasts here. I accidentally stepped into thin air and fell. A hunting trap? Jiang Xiao asked, perplexed. Indeed. Li Dahai nodded, then recollected. This trap has been abandoned for years. Had the sharp branches inside not decayed, I would have been impaled like a porcupine. He gestured to a wound on his calf, a superficial gash inflicted by the trees, with blood now congealed. Jiang Xiao pondered aloud. Has there ever been human presence on this island? At that moment, Li Dahai experienced a sudden epiphany. While he had initially focused solely on escaping the pit, he had completely overlooked this significant aspect. Jiang Xiao's reminder prompted him to recall that this trap was indeed a human creation. Moreover, there are numerous remains of wild beasts inside, he relayed to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao's expression grew grave. The only certainty was that they were not the first humans to set foot on this deserted island. As for the maker of the trap, he may have either fled the island or met his demise. Li Dahai's countenance darkened. He had finally unearthed a clue, only for it to vanish abruptly. Do you think we can receive rescue from the outside? He asked anxiously after a prolonged silence, staring into the deep pit. Since being marooned on the island, he had spent every night contemplating how to reunite with his family. His elderly parents and his hungry children awaited his return. Surely, we will, Jiang Xiao replied, wishing to shield Li Dahai from any negativity. That is wonderful, Li Dahai exclaimed, joyfully clasping Jiang Xiao's hand, his eyes gleaming with hope. However, Jiang Xiao's heart grew heavy. This peculiar maritime disaster had cast them onto this desolate island, and he sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. As for the intricacies of that complexity, he could not articulate at that moment. Perhaps he would uncover answers upon encountering other survivors. For now, their sole focus must be on persevering, connecting with more survivors, and awaiting rescue from the outside world. Let us head back, Jiang Xiao suggested. You go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to, Li Dahai declined, explaining, Su Fong was bitten by a 5-step snake, and I came out to find herbs for him. I still need one more ingredient. Jiang Xiao understood. Li Dahai had fallen into the pit while searching for herbs to aid Su Fong. One could not deny that Li Dahai was indeed a good person. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Xiao asked, Dahai, with such promising prospects, why do you not inherit your ancestors' remarkable skills and become a snake doctor? Li Dahai offered a bitter smile and recounted the circumstances that had led him to this point. Indeed, as Jiang Xiao had anticipated, Li Dahai's father faced repercussions after meddling with the local hospital's affairs, ultimately settling the matter with a hefty compensation amounting to hundreds of thousands. Had it not been for certain connections, he might have found himself incarcerated for 7 years. With the rain approaching, Li Dahai hurried back to the shelter after securing the medicinal herbs. Before departing, Jiang Xiao offered a reminder. Very well, Li Dahai nodded, concerned for Su Fong, who had been bitten by a fer-de-lance. Without the antidote, he might not survive the night. You should return first. Jiang Xiao, not lingering any longer, turned to leave. But as he took a step, Li Dahai called out to him, Jiang Xiao, thank you for saving my life today. Should you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I would brave fire and water for you. The forest is perilous, so be cautious. With that, Jiang Xiao continued on his way. Watching Jiang Xiao's retreating figure, Li Dahai shook his head in quiet dismay. Such a splendid individual. Yet he wondered how Han Shui could have made such a grievous error in dismissing him. It was truly a waste of talent. With a sigh, he set off again to gather the final herb. As Jiang Xiao had remarked, the rain was imminent, and lingering in the depths of the forest was ill-advised. Coupled with the myriad hidden dangers within, each step Li Dahai took was fraught with trepidation. At that moment, by the seaside rocks, 3 enchanting figures wore expressions of worry. Their mission from Tang Chao had become unachievable. Having searched for food for some time, they had only managed to collect 3 hermit crabs and 6 shells. Presenting such a dismal harvest to Tang Chao would surely invite scorn. Sisters, I long to return home. The timid loose woman lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. She had anticipated a delightful adventure with the group, yet found herself stranded on a desolate island. In just 2 days, she felt utterly exhausted, on the brink of despair. All she desired was a soothing hot bath at home, followed by a carefree slumber. "Do not fret, sisters, we shall return home soon," Jiang Xiao reassured as she patted Loose Woman's shoulder. The three shared an unbreakable bond at the company, often exchanging insights on their research subjects. "Before we return, we will likely be thoroughly scolded," Chun Minjao remarked, her gaze fixed on the meager supplies in her hands, despair evident in her eyes. Alas, the trio sighed heavily. Why was this wretched island so challenging to procure food from? "Come, sisters, lift your spirits. We must rise and work, or we will face a torrent of scorn tonight," Jiang Xiao urged. Just then, she noticed a figure emerging from the forest. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Jiang Xiao. "Hey, sisters, look at what Jiang Xiao is carrying in that bundle," Chun Minjao exclaimed, her eyes widening with anticipation as she and Loose Woman followed Jiang Qiuling's gaze, their mouths watering at the sight. Chapter 20. The Enigma of Jiang Xiao. Chun Minjao and Loose Woman squinted their eyes, confirming repeatedly that the contents Jiang Xiao was wrapped in were indeed lychees. An instant wave of envy washed over them. Why did they endure such hardship while Jiang Xiao seemed to relish in abundance? It was truly an affront to justice. "Sisters, let us go greet Jiang Xiao," the resourceful Jiang Qiuling suggested subtly. What greeting, indeed, but rather an overt interest in Jiang Xiao's lychees. In their usual manner, the trio often sought to charm those affluent young masters, even the balding patriarchs. Before long, they took a shortcut, orchestrating a meticulously planned encounter just as Jiang Xiao was poised to arrive at the sanctuary. Remarkably, the timing was impeccable, fulfilling their intentions. "Ah, Jiang Xiao, where have you been?" Loose Woman fluttered her enchanting, doe-like eyes, exuding a captivating charm. Many young masters were often spellbound by her gaze, yet alas, they could only admire from afar. At that moment, catching sight of the black serpent coiling around Jiang Xiao's waist, a thrill of fear coursed through her. Yet it was eclipsed by a fervent desire to partake in his bounty. "I just ventured into the forest to gather some food," Jiang Xiao replied. Observing the trio before him, though they had lost some of their former allure, they still radiated youthful vitality. He yearned to engage in a contest of wits with them. "Did you find anything?" Loose Woman queried, feigning ignorance. Jiang Qiuling and Chun Minjao silently lamented the bluntness of her inquiry, as it implied a more ulterior motive in their approach to Jiang Xiao. When flirting with men, it is paramount not to overtly convey one's intentions, lest everything dissolve into nothingness. The most astute approach is to bait them into revealing their true selves, a hallmark of refined sophistication. Jiang Xiao, well acquainted with their personalities, recognized their beauty, knowing they refrained from pursuing boyfriends merely to play the field, seeking a wealthy suitor instead. Without pretense, he addressed the matter directly, stating, "Not much. Just some lychees, and I also took down a king cobra." The three women were taken aback, astonished by Jiang Xiao's forthrightness. This was indeed a promising sign, indicating he had unwittingly stepped into their web. As they beheld the vibrant, succulent lychees unveiled from his clothing, their senses were ignited by the unique fragrance, eliciting salivation. "Oh, how I long to taste those lychees. Jiang Xiao, could you, in light of our past endeavors together, allow us a taste?" Loose Woman pressed, audaciously seeking more. Chun Minjao and Jiang Qiuling ceased their reproach of Loose Woman's straightforwardness, for Jiang Xiao responded well to such advances. Over the years, they had never failed in ensnaring their intended prey, nor had they ever shown mercy. Jiang Xiao chuckled inwardly. Endeavors together? In the corporate realm? These three had always looked down upon him, perceiving him as a mere nobody. Now, stranded on a deserted island, witnessing their hunger for the food he possessed, their true colors were revealed, showcasing their typical modus operandi. Therefore, indulging them would not burden him with guilt. Perhaps even those affluent heirs they had duped would express gratitude towards him. Noticing Jiang Xiao's prolonged silence, Loose Woman grew anxious. After exchanging discreet glances with Chun Minjao and Jiang Qiuling, she leaned closer to Jiang Xiao, lowering her voice. "Jiang Xiao, if you share some lychees with us, I promise to go on a date with you once we return. What do you say?" Jiang Xiao suppressed a smile, bemused by their underestimation of him. However, he maintained an air of indifference, responding with a smile. "Why so formal, Swoman? Isn't it just a desire for lychees? Come, come, I shall provide." Loose Woman was momentarily taken aback, believing she had misheard. Chun Minjao and the others were equally astonished, not expecting Jiang Xiao to effortlessly secure the treat. They had anticipated that Loose Woman would have to sacrifice some charm to obtain the coveted fruit, but instead, a mere promise had sufficed to yield the lychees of their dreams. They had indeed overestimated Jiang Xiao. No, rather, It could be said that their allure was too formidable for an ordinary person to withstand. Come, take these. Jiang Xiao graciously distributed 3 bunches of lychees to them, almost resembling a devoted admirer. The first to receive Jiang Xiao's generosity, Jiao, found herself lost in reverie, believing that his earlier demeanor was intended to leave a favorable impression upon her. As she accepted the weighty lychees, roughly a pound, she eagerly began to devour them. Zhang Xiaoling and loose woman followed suit, their eating manners quite unrefined. It's about to rain. You should hurry back once you finish eating, or you might get caught in the downpour, Jiang Xiao reminded the trio. As he took his leave, he added, we were once colleagues, so do not hesitate to ask if you need assistance. He began to subtly cast his bait, awaiting their response, much like Li Mammon. However, in the eyes of Jiao and her companions, Jiang Xiao's actions appeared to be overtly flattering, a blatant display of admiration. Upon returning to the shelter, the 3 had satisfied their appetites. Jiao, should we seek more food? Loose woman inquired lazily. Why search for sustenance when one could simply receive it from others? With food so scarce, what was the point of searching? Jiao declined, indulging in the fantasy of effortlessly acquiring food. But if we fail to provide food, Tang Xiao will undoubtedly reprimand us harshly. Zhang Xiaoling expressed her concerns. Jiao scoffed. We are all human. Why should he reap the benefits while we toil endlessly for food? I've found him displeasing for quite some time. But Jiao, what if he gives us a hard time when we return to our posts? Loose woman asked anxiously. Come, let me share something with you. Jiao beckoned her companions, casting a glance around to ensure no one was listening before whispering her strategy. Yes, let us proceed. Loose woman enthusiastically agreed. As long as we have Jiang Xiao as our devoted follower, we shall have an endless supply of food on this deserted island. Who needs to fear Tang Xiao? With heads held high, the 3 returned to the shelter. When Tang Xiao saw them return empty-handed, the veins on his forehead throbbed like worms. Useless. You can't even manage this trivial task. What use are you to me? Jiao boldly retorted. Tang, the edible resources in this area have already been depleted by us. There are no traces of food left. How do you expect us to conjure it up? Her strategy was to avoid a confrontation with Tang Xiao while discreetly obtaining food from Jiang Xiao. This would prevent any resentment from Tang Xiao that might lead to retribution upon their return to their duties. Seeing that he could not argue against her point, Tang Xiao restrained his temper. With 2 injured members in their group, if these 3 laborers decided to withdraw their efforts, who would gather food for him then? Mammon, how about you venture into the sea and catch us some fish? Tang Xiao turned with a playful grin towards Li Mammon. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, followed by a torrential downpour. Curse this wretched weather, Tang Xiao grumbled, realizing that they would go hungry again that night. Just then, Li Dahai returned from his scouting mission, and upon arriving at the shelter, he immediately applied the 5-step snake venom antidote to Su Feng's thigh. Chapter 21. The thoughts of loose woman. The rain poured relentlessly throughout the day. By evening, its intensity had somewhat diminished, though the night sky occasionally split with flashes of white light, sending shivers down one's spine. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was roasting snake meat in the shelter, while Han Yun indulged in lychees. Despite knowing that consuming lychees could trigger severe reactions due to her swollen condition, Han Yun could not resist the temptation. Another reason was her aversion to snake meat. Even though Jiang Xiao had roasted it to perfection, exuding an enticing aroma, she remained disinterested, as she had an inherent fear of cold-blooded creatures. Sister Yun, don't eat so many lychees. Save some room for the snake meat later. It's quite nourishing, Jiang Xiao suggested, rotating the meat on the spit, its savory scent tantalizing his palate. However, he felt somewhat dissatisfied, as the absence of salt and cumin diminished the dish's quality. Nevertheless, one must make do with what they have in dire conditions. I want to eat. Han Yun shook her head. Really? You want to even try this delicious treat? Jiang Xiao teased. The 15-pound snake, after preparation, yielded about 10 pounds of meat, and with moisture evaporating during roasting, he could not finish it alone. Seeing the snake makes my skin crawl. I absolutely want to eat it, Han Yun insisted. Jiang Xiao chuckled. But last night, you seemed quite enamored with it. Han Yun's face flushed a deep pink. How dare he mock her? It was utterly embarrassing, and she wished to vanish into the ground. You're not allowed to sleep next to me tonight. Go away. Han Yun pouted in annoyance. Oh dear, I apologize. If I don't sleep beside you, I want to be able to rest, Jiang Xiao quickly reassured her. Han Yun felt a warmth in her heart. There was truth in his words. She too shared that sentiment. Without Jiang Xiao's steady presence, she found it difficult to drift into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to her, she realized how utterly reliant she had become on him. The air was thick with unspoken affection. However, Jiang Xiao was preoccupied with preparing dinner. Otherwise, he would have certainly discussed their future endeavors with Han Yun. I'm full now, Han Yun soon declared, tossing the bare branches into the flames. She had devoured a whole 2-pound bunch of lychees. Jiang Xiao, the forest is too perilous. There's no need to venture deeper anymore. If you were to get hurt, I wouldn't know how to cope, she expressed earnestly. Jiang Xiao replied, if I don't explore, how would you have lychees to eat? Han Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, as Jiang Xiao had said, but if given a choice between food and Jiang Xiao, she would unhesitatingly choose him. Don't worry, I'm capable and won't come to harm. Once the weather clears, I'll fetch you some lychees, Jiang Xiao comforted her. You mentioned that there are traces left by our predecessors in the forest. Do you think they might still be thriving somewhere, potentially posing a threat to our lives? Han Yun inquired. Jiang Xiao shook his head, confessing, I am uncertain how to respond. Should our lives be endangered, I shall deal with the troublesome entities. This question had troubled Jiang Xiao throughout the day, yet despite his contemplation, he could not arrive at an answer. Thus, he chose to cease pondering, unwilling to invite further distress. Presently, he enjoyed a life abundant in sustenance, accompanied by beauty, truly the existence he had long desired. As for anyone seeking to disrupt his dream, they would have to contend with the dagger in his hand. At that moment, a rustling sound approached from outside the shelter, signaling the arrival of someone. Jiang Xiao immediately became alert. However, upon recognizing the visitor, a subtle smile crept across his lips. Han, Jiang Xiao, Lu Suimian announced, accompanied by Chun Minjiao and Zhang Qiaoling. Seemingly eager to collect some interest from Jiang Xiao, her devoted admirer. Suimian, have you eaten? Han Yun greeted her warmly. Unbeknownst to the one nurtured by Jiang Xiao, she remained oblivious to the turmoil engulfing the Tang dynasty, mistakenly believing they too were living in relative ease. Come in, come in. It's pouring outside. Don't just stand there, take a seat. Han Yun assumed Lu Suimian was merely visiting. In the monotony of the island, having a guest was indeed a welcome distraction. As for the previous harsh words exchanged regarding Jiang Xiao, Han Yun felt no blame rested on them. It was all attributable to Han Shui. Hence, she welcomed Lu Suimian with genuine warmth. Very well, Lu Suimian feigned modesty, yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the golden snake meat, which she longed to devour in an instant. Glancing up at the beams of the shelter, her eyes widened at the sight of large lobsters, octopuses, and grouper hanging there. The conditions were simply splendid. She silently rejoiced that Jiang Xiao was their devoted admirer. Otherwise, she would never have had the opportunity to taste such delicacies. Soon, Jiang Xiao finished roasting the snake. Under Han Yun's direction, he divided it into 2 portions, one for Lu Suimian and the other for himself. Suimian, don't be shy. Make do with what you have, Han Yun warmly encouraged. Make do? Lu Suimian was taken aback. What splendid fare must one consume to utter such heart-wrenching words? Their side was on the verge of subsisting on sand. A twinge of envy for Han Yun crept into her heart, with Jiang Xiao devotedly tending to her needs. She had no worries. However, she felt assured that soon, she and her sisters would enjoy equal treatment. In no time, under Lu Suimian's ravenous appetite, half of the snake was devoured with remarkable speed. Han Yun smiled softly at the sight. This girl pays little heed to her figure. She will surely find herself out of shape in the future. Thank you for the hospitality. I'm quite full, Lu Suimian said, letting out a contented burp. It was indeed an unforgettable dinner. She had never felt so satisfied. Suimian, do you have something to discuss with Jiang Xiao? Han Yun speculated, reflecting on the possibility that they had previously targeted Jiang Xiao and had come to apologize. She occasionally found herself in similar situations. Indeed, I wish to speak with Jiang Xiao, Lu Suimian replied. Han Yun smiled subtly, just as she had anticipated. Jiang Xiao, could you step outside with me for a moment? After all, it was a phrase laden with PUA brainwashing, and to utter it in front of Han Yun seemed to indicate a certain reluctance. Jiang Xiao, hurry up. Han Yun urged. Apologies, after all, must be clarified privately between the parties involved. She had no other thoughts in mind. Before long, Jiang Xiao found himself in a secluded spot with Lu Suimian. Thank you, Jiang Xiao, Lu Suimian began, sweetly. It's nothing, Jiang Xiao replied nonchalantly. Yet, in Lu Suimian's mind, she believed Jiang Xiao's generosity was a given. Thus emboldened, she boldly asked, could you give me 2 lobsters? Minjiao and Qiaoling haven't had dinner and are waiting for me to return. Jiang Xiao's heart scoffed. Their hunger was of no concern to him, as long as he wasn't hungry himself. Nevertheless, he feigned composure and replied awkwardly, Suimian, that seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Inappropriate? What do you mean? Lu Suimian's hand subtly reached towards Jiang Xiao. Chapter 22. I feel a bit sleepy. Lu Suimian's delicate fingers brushed against Jiang Xiao's hand before retracting, which she considered her greatest offering to him. With her head held high, she mused that Jiang Xiao might not wash his hands for days to come, and even in the darkest nights, he would dream of her kindness. That should ease the situation, right? Lu Suimian said arrogantly. Still inappropriate. Jiang Xiao shook his head. Loose woman frowned, surprised at Jiang Xiao's insatiable appetite. Growing somewhat impatient, she hoped he would relent. Otherwise, he would no longer serve as her devoted admirer. Yet, in her desire to ensnare Jiang Xiao, she decided to compromise and allow him a significant advantage. At that moment, her delicate fingers firmly enveloped Jiang Xiao's hand. This was her first encounter of such intimacy with the opposite sex, and she deemed the sacrifice considerable. So now, Loose woman's alluring voice was filled with confidence. Is it not too much of a burden? Jiang Xiao continued to shake his head. Woman, fishing in the sea is arduous work. You wish to take 2 lobsters from me just like that? Is that not bullying an honest man? Originally incensed, Loose woman found herself calming down and recognizing the validity in Jiang Xiao's words. Realizing this, she knew she would have to coax him. Jiang Xiao, what would it take for you to agree? Loose woman retorted coldly. Come closer. Jiang Xiao beckoned her with a gesture. Loose woman leaned in, ears perked. However, upon hearing Jiang Xiao's conditions, she was utterly infuriated. Jiang Xiao, how shameless. She had intended to offer a small price for the lobsters. While Jiang Xiao seemed to have ulterior motives, they would rather go hungry than allow him to succeed. As she prepared to unleash a torrent of insults at Jiang Xiao, he silenced her with a kiss. Loose woman's mind went blank, momentarily forgetting to resist. This was her first kiss. And in her quest to reserve the most cherished experiences for her benefactor, she had yet to engage in any intimate interactions with boys. As she regained her composure, she delivered a sharp slap across Jiang Xiao's face. With an amused grin, Jiang Xiao firmly grasped her wrist and remarked, "This is the price for your indulgence in snake meat. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If you wish to enjoy something, you must offer something in return. You wish." Loose woman retorted fiercely, "Do not think that because you possess a few resources, you are exceptional. I assure you, that is utterly impossible. The audacity is astounding. A sycophant should behave like a sycophant, and in my eyes, any excessive demands from a sycophant are nothing short of outrageous. Let me make it clear, without your food, we can live quite splendidly." Loose woman declared with a haughty air. "Do you think you are the only one on this island who can fish? How laughable." Now that the mask of civility had been torn away, Loose woman felt no need to treat Jiang Xiao with courtesy. "Oh, and why is that?" Jiang Xiao inquired with keen interest. "Humph." Loose woman scoffed, proudly stating, "I should inform you that Sister Mammon is equally adept at fishing. Today, she caught a snapper weighing over 10 pounds. What are you implying?" Jiang Xiao's face bore a teasing smile. Loose woman confidently replied, "As long as Mammon teaches us how to fish. Do you truly believe we would lack for your meager contributions? Your attempts to use food as leverage against us are misguided. Are you certain?" Jiang Xiao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Loose woman. "From now on, the 3 of us will no longer tolerate you as our sycophant. Consider this your warning," Loose woman asserted. "Dream on if you think you can meddle with us." With that, she stormed off. Soon, she arrived at the rendezvous point with her sisters, and upon seeing Loose woman, Chen Minjiao and Zhang Xiaoling were overjoyed. Finally, they would secure food for the evening. However, their expressions froze when they noticed Loose woman returned empty-handed, as if aged by years. "Sister, what happened?" Zhang Xiaoling inquired, her stomach already gnawing with hunger. Although they had eaten lychees at noon, it was hardly sufficient. Fuming, Loose woman recounted the entire ordeal to them. "What?" Chen Minjiao gasped in astonishment. "Is what you say true?" She had never imagined that the seemingly simple Jiang Xiao could harbor such nefarious intentions. "Sisters, why would I deceive you?" To convince them, Loose woman embellished the tale, portraying Jiang Xiao's advances as an attempt at coercion. "Damn it," Zhang Xiaoling seethed. "In a civilized society, I would ensure he faced charges for his actions and have him locked away to eat buns. Indeed, he should also compensate for millions in mental anguish," Chen Minjiao added, filled with righteous indignation. "Sisters, you were right to act as you did." After a moment of excitement, Zhang Xiaoling regained her composure. "We should not allow a sycophant to entertain such inappropriate thoughts. Humph, I had intended to showcase my worth to him, but since he failed to appreciate the opportunity, he has only himself to blame." Chen Minjiao shared in the disappointment towards Jiang Xiao. Had he remained a loyal sycophant from the beginning, discussing this matter with friends would have certainly elevated their status. Yet, Jiang Xiao had squandered a promising situation. "Sisters, shall we disregard that lowly man and learn from Sister Mammon instead, becoming self-sufficient?" Loose woman suggested. "It seems we have no other choice." Chen Minjiao and Zhang Xiaoling replied in unison. Regrettably, the 2 would have to endure hunger that night. "Is everything clear now?" Upon returning to the shelter, Han Yun beamed at Jiang Xiao, sensing his upbeat mood. "I understand," Jiang Xiao replied. "That settles it." Suddenly blushing, Han Yun confessed, "I feel a bit tired." Jiang Xiao responded with a radiant smile. Just as Jiang Xiao was about to settle down, an earth-shattering event transpired at the neighboring shelter. Su Feng succumbed due to delayed medical intervention, with the snake venom spiraling out of control. Now, The group found themselves utterly helpless, grappling with the harsh reality. If the time spent waiting for rescue could be viewed as a test of fortitude, then their suffering seemed trivial. However, with a life lost, their mental state had irrevocably shifted. A pervasive fear took root in their minds. Could they be the next to perish? Particularly for the life-fearing Jiang Xiao. The dread of becoming the next victim loomed large, especially since he had been bitten by a bamboo viper. Jiang Xiao trembled as he asked, "Didn't you say that applying the herbs would neutralize the snake venom?" Li Dahai replied, "The island's serpents are far more formidable than I anticipated. I miscalculated." He expressed sorrow over Su Fang's fate, lamenting that had Su not been trapped for so long, he might have survived. "Then, will I die?" Jiang Xiao's teeth clattered together in fear, terrified of fading away silently. "You will be fine." Hearing Li Dahai's words, Jiang Xiao exhaled in relief, yet he remained tense. "Starting tomorrow, you four will venture out to gather food. If you fail to find any, do not blame me for being ruthless." Jiang Xiao bellowed at the four women. They stood in stunned silence, sensing the arduous path that lay ahead of them. Chapter 23. The giant sea turtle. The next day, the rain had ceased. As Jiang Xiao prepared for a second attempt, he was interrupted by Li Dahai's anxious voice. Restless, he fought to suppress the turmoil within him. After adjusting his attire, he approached Li Dahai. "What is the matter?" Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiao, he was oblivious to Su Fang's death and the consequential events that followed. "Su Fang has died." Li Dahai spoke with a heavy heart. "What?" At that moment, Han Yun emerged from the shelter, radiating vitality and grace, as if she had returned to her youthful days. The news of Su Fang's demise left her utterly astonished. "Li Dahai, did your herbs prove ineffective?" Jiang Xiao inquired, curiosity piqued. Li Dahai, downcast, replied, "The venom of the five-step snake is more potent than anticipated. Without timely intervention, it becomes a lost cause." Jiang Xiao gently patted Li Dahai's shoulder, signaling him not to blame himself, for this was Su Fang's fate. "Li Dahai, pull yourself together and look forward," Jiang Xiao encouraged. Li Dahai nodded, then revealed astonishing news to Jiang Xiao. "Last night, after we dragged Su Fang's body to the beach, something incredible happened." Jiang Xiao's gaze sharpened. "What happened?" Li Dahai recalled, a chill running down his spine. He was dragged into the sea by an unidentified creature. "What?" Jiang Xiao's pupils dilated. The only creature capable of such an act that came to his mind was a crocodile. It seemed Jiang Xiao had witnessed it. Li Dahai remarked. He returned to the shelter in a state of madness, trembling in the corner, and we dared not inquire further. "Quick, take me to the scene of the incident," Jiang Xiao urged urgently. Without hesitation, Li Dahai led Jiang Xiao to the spot where Su Fang had vanished. "It is here." Li Dahai pointed to a vacant area on the beach, marked by a long drag mark and various other imprints. Last night, they discarded Su Fang in this space, intending to retrieve tools to bury him, but upon their return, he had disappeared. At that moment, Jiang Xiao noticed symmetrical parallel grooves on the sand, seemingly left by a reptile. The scratches from the forelimbs were shallow and fan-shaped, while the drag marks from the hind limbs accompanied by the faint trace of a tail were evident. But these marks seem rather large, he mused. The fan-shaped impressions stretched over a meter in length. What kind of reptile could this be? Jiang Xiao quickly dismissed the notion of it being a crocodile. "Oh, these resemble the crawling traces of a turtle," Han Yun casually remarked nearby. Having lived a life of luxury, she often watched documentaries on wildlife at home and was therefore somewhat familiar with such matters. Yet, considering the substantial depth of the marks and their size, this turtle must weigh over a ton. In her understanding, such a colossal sea turtle did not exist. Prompted by Han Yun's unintentional insight, Jiang Xiao swiftly concluded that the sea turtle was the perpetrator. The very thought of such a creature managing to drag away Su Fang, who weighed 130 pounds, sent shivers down his spine. Could it be that the sea turtles had undergone some physical mutation due to that eerie red light? This notion flickered in Jiang Xiao's mind. At that moment, Jiang Xiao appeared before Jiang Xiao, looking as though he had lost his very soul. It was a sea turtle the size of a mountain. "I witnessed it carry Su away." Jiang Xiao was visibly distressed. "I truly cannot bear to remain in this cursed place for another second." Just then, Li Manman and her three companions appeared. Their haggard expressions and pronounced dark circles under their eyes indicated they had not slept a wink throughout the night. Jiang Xiao found himself perplexed. According to Jiang Xiao's description, a turtle of such mountainous proportions should have no trouble carrying Su Fang away. Whether it had been exposed to the red light and undergone mutation remained uncertain. In any case, the sudden emergence of such a formidable carnivorous creature on the island necessitated extreme caution. Particularly when fishing in the sea, one must be vigilant of the surroundings, as the threat of being devoured by a gigantic marine creature loomed large. All right, everyone must exercise a bit more caution in our daily outings. Given the presence of such a ferocious animal, I suspect there is more than one, Jiang Xiao advised Li Dahai. It would be wise to assign personnel for night watches. And if anything unusual occurs, they should alert the others immediately. Li Dahai nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Jiang Xiao's counsel. Suddenly, Tang Qiao erupted in despair. This cursed place is far too dangerous. I want to leave. Who will come to my rescue? Sister Mammon, it's the third day, and yet no one has come to save us from this deserted island. Shun Minjao wept, her mind replaying the horrific image of Su Fang's demise. Stranded on this desolate isle, she was tormented both physically and mentally, teetering on the edge of her own breakdown. Mom, please come save me. Lu Suimian cried as well. Zhang Xiaoling appeared outwardly strong and silent, yet her eyes were already suffused with hues of fear. Jiang Xiao, do you and President Han wish to stay with us? Two individuals seemed too vulnerable. It would be prudent to have each other for support, Li Dahai inquired kindly. Upon hearing this, Tang Qiao erupted in anger. Li Dahai, have you lost your mind? We naturally welcome President Han, but Jiang Xiao is another matter entirely. Can't you set aside the past for a moment, Tang? We are currently stranded on a perilous island, and only through unity can we navigate these challenges and survive. Li Dahai retorted. With a sharp slap, Tang Qiao struck Li Dahai. Staggering back 3 steps, Li Dahai clutched his stinging cheek, incredulously staring at Tang Qiao, perceiving him as utterly deranged. Li Dahai, I acknowledge your friendship with Jiang Xiao, but if you expect us to protect him, you can forget it, Tang Qiao spat, disregarding the fact that Jiang Xiao was observing him like a clown. Tang, Jiang Xiao has contributed significantly to the company. It is only just that we ensure his safety. Why must you deliberately target him? Li Dahai understood the intensity of Tang Qiao's reaction. It was evident that Jiang Xiao's superiority incited Tang's jealousy. Surprised by the usually timid Li Dahai's defense of Jiang Xiao, Tang Qiao pondered that he could not afford to alienate Li Dahai over Jiang Xiao, as Li still held sway over his fate. The venom of the bamboo leaf-green snake had yet to dissipate, and he remained reliant on Li Dahai. Should Li Dahai suddenly side with Jiang Xiao, it would spell disaster for him. He had no desire to meet an ambiguous demise like Su Fang. Thus, Tang Qiao decided to relent slightly. With a forced smile, he addressed Li Dahai. Dahai, your point holds merit. I shall extend a concession and allow Jiang Xiao to join us. Li Dahai felt a surge of joy. However, in a sudden twist, Tang Qiao grinned widely. But I have a condition. What condition? Li Dahai asked eagerly, ready to acquiesce to anything. Tang Qiao did not beat around the bush. As a condition for this protection, all food that Jiang Xiao collects must be submitted to me first for distribution. He looked at Jiang Xiao with a knowing gaze, as if to say, accumulating food is futile without the means to protect oneself. Tang, dawn has arrived. And you still seem lost in your dreams, Jiang Xiao's icy voice retorted. Jiang Xiao, do not be ungrateful, Tang Qiao sneered. Li Dahai's intentions are sincere. Do not squander them. With such dangerous creatures emerging on the island, do you truly believe you can handle this alone? The advantage of numbers is paramount. My ability to manage this is not your concern. In any case, if you covet my supplies, you shall find no success, Jiang Xiao shot back defiantly. Moreover, he relished the two-person world he shared with Han Yun. Li Dahai sensed impending trouble. Jiang Xiao was acting irrationally, while his retort to Tang Qiao felt gratifying. It also severed his own escape routes. Yet, he understood Jiang Xiao's stubborn disposition and ceased his attempts to persuade him, deciding he would protect Jiang Xiao if necessary. For after all, Jiang Xiao had once saved his life. Tang Qiao coldly smiled, casting a deliberate glance at Li Dahai and proclaiming loudly, Dahai, have you heard? It's not that I lack regard for you, but some individuals simply fail to appreciate the situation. Li Dahai lowered his head in silence. To be frank, Tang Qiao's demands were somewhat excessive. Why should the provisions gathered by others pass through his hands for distribution? Did he truly consider himself a revered figure? Yet, he could not retort, for returning to his duties would subject him to unending hardships. Damn it, Jiang Xiao muttered under his breath before leading Han Yun back to the shelter to prepare breakfast. Look at that, Tang Qiao said, pointing at Jiang Xiao's retreating figure. With such arrogance, it's only a matter of time before he is snatched away by a sea turtle. As he spoke, his stomach rumbled. He hadn't eaten since the night before. You four, go gather food. Dahai, assist me with the bandaging, Tang Qiao commanded, gesturing emphatically. What are you waiting for? Go. The 4 women left, dejected. With the forest off limits and hopes of finding sustenance at sea dashed by the looming threat of a colossal sea turtle, they felt even more reluctant to venture into the water. At that moment, the scent of food wafted through the air. How fragrant! Loose Woman exclaimed, her nose twitching at the smell of grilled lobster. Thoughts of the golden lobsters from Jiang Xiao's shelter flooded her mind, along with the demands he had made the previous day. If only she could savor just a bite. Zhang Qiaoling, equally famished, felt a sense of desperation. Stop dreaming. Chen Minjiao interrupted. Jiang Xiao is living the good life for now, but in 2 or 3 days, he'll be searching for hermit crabs like the rest of us. Once that fierce sea turtle appears, he will surely be too frightened to venture into the water. His days of ease will come to an end. Sisters, let us find some hermit crabs and shells. Tang Chao has been in a foul mood lately. If we fail to gather food, who knows how he will punish us? Li Mammon lamented. Look, Jiang Xiao has gone back into the forest, Zhang Qiaoling pointed out, her sharp eyes catching the sight of his departure. Is he really that brave? Does he treat the forest as his backyard? With so many venomous snakes and wild beasts inside, isn't he afraid for his life? Loose woman pondered, stroking her chin. Jiang Xiao seemed to enter and exit the forest without a hitch, which was quite illogical. She was curious to follow him and see how he managed. But the thought of the snake-infested woods deterred her. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Mammon, who was licking her red lips, watching Jiang Xiao with keen interest. Surely, she thought, she must be mistaken. How could Li Mammon, a figure of such stature, exhibit such intense fascination for Jiang Xiao? Oh, fortune does not smile upon one consistently. Those who frequently tread by the riverbank inevitably get their feet wet. He will have his share of misfortune, Chen Minjiao added. Let us go, sisters, and search for hermit crabs and shells, Loose woman said with a resigned gesture. In the forest, Jiang Xiao began inspecting the traps he had set the day before, following the markers he had left. However, after checking several traps, he found no sign of movement. It must be that heavy rain yesterday. The forest animals are likely not foraging, Jiang Xiao mused. However, it is of no concern, as long as the traps are triggered. There remains a chance of capturing wild animals. After stating this, he ventured deeper into the woods. Yet, midway through his journey, he unexpectedly stumbled upon 2 distinct types of footprints in the muddy path. Someone had been here. Jiang Xiao's senses heightened, and with his vision enhanced tenfold, he could clearly discern that the shoe prints belonged to members of civilized society. He stealthily followed the trail of footprints. However, they abruptly vanished. Upon closer inspection, he noticed leaves stained with fresh blood in the adjacent underbrush. Then, he discovered an astonishing set of paw prints, each nearly the size of an adult's 2 palms. It was a bear, Jiang Xiao concluded. He had anticipated that this bear could have dispatched 2 individuals with such swiftness. At that moment, he turned around and spotted the massive creature approximately 50 meters away. It measured around 3 meters in length, stood nearly 1.7 meters tall at the shoulder, and likely weighed about 850 kilograms. The bear sat leisurely at the base of a grand tree, its forepaws clutching a bloodied thigh, feasting on its meal. On the opposite side lay another human, lifeless, also being consumed by a smaller black bear, the very one Jiang Xiao had encountered before that had attacked Chen Minjiao. Goodness! This was the largest black bear he had ever seen. In his understanding, the largest black bears weighed only around 400 kilograms. Yet, the one before him weighed approximately 850 kilograms, rivaling even the largest brown bears. Could it be that the red light had altered the genetic makeup of the island's animals? This question plagued Jiang Xiao. It was imperative to leave this place quickly, he thought. If he disturbed the bear while it was feeding, the consequences would be dire. Yet, as fate would have it, just as Jiang Xiao turned to leave, he inadvertently stepped on a decayed branch, producing a loud crack. The alert black bear paused its meal, its gaze fixating on Jiang Xiao. In an instant, the bear charged, discarding the bloodied thigh, and without a moment's hesitation, sprinted towards him. Realizing the impending danger, Jiang Xiao summoned all his strength, fleeing the scene as if propelled by oil beneath his feet. Yet, the black bear relentlessly pursued him, despite its vigorous efforts. It could not close the distance to Jiang Xiao. If this continued, he would eventually tire and fall victim to the beast. A wave of intense fear surged within Jiang Xiao. Running alone would not suffice against the relentless bear. He needed a strategy to halt its pursuit. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He abruptly veered off course, heading towards the deep pit where Li Dahai had fallen the previous day. The bear, seemingly invigorated, followed closely behind. Excellent. A slight smile crept across Jiang Xiao's lips. Just then, the pit came into view. With renewed determination, he leaped with vigor, as if his feet were equipped with springs, effortlessly crossing to the other side. The black bear, lacking the foresight, miscalculated its jump and plummeted directly into the pit. Perhaps it was a matter of poor posture. The creature's head struck against a stone, resulting in an immediate torrent of blood. However, this incident only fueled its fury. With a fierce roar, the black bear clawed and thrashed, attempting to escape from the 4-meter-deep pit. Yet, due to the rain-soaked soil, the walls were slick, thwarting its efforts for the time being. This deep pit could not confine it for long, so I decided to make my swift exit, Jiang Xiao reasoned. With that, he turned away, initially intending to return directly to the beach. He recalled that several traps still awaited inspection, prompting a spontaneous change of course. Suddenly, a disturbance. As he approached one of the traps, the sound of rustling leaves caught his attention. Jiang Xiao drew forth his sharp dagger and cautiously advanced toward the source of the noise. To his astonishment, as he neared the trap, he beheld a spectacle. A king cobra had triggered the trap's mechanism. This serpent was no ordinary creature, matching the size of his arm, approximately 5 meters in length and weighing around 50 pounds. Its neck was ensnared by resilient vines, yet it had not succumbed to asphyxiation. Since the moment the trap was activated, it had been struggling fiercely, causing the surrounding grass and foliage to wilt under its thrashing. Had he departed moments earlier, this delectable king cobra might have become prey for other animals. Jiang Xiao approached with an icy gaze, wielding his sharp weapon. With a swift motion, he severed the cobra's head. A spray of crimson blood erupted, akin to a gushing faucet. Wasting no time, he grasped the serpent's neck and tilted his mouth to drink the warm blood cascading forth. The blood of the king cobra was known to be a potent elixir for the timid. Those who partook understood its transformative power. Soon, he felt a warm surge coursing through his body, replenishing his energy and restoring him to the pinnacle of physical prowess. After a brief adjustment, he coiled the 5-meter-long snake into a bundle, breaking a few sturdy vines nearby to secure it. Skillfully binding the deceased cobra, he departed, carrying it like a hose. Unbeknownst to him, mere seconds after his exit, another king cobra, as thick as an adult's thigh, appeared at the scene of the carnage. Sensing the severed head, it voraciously consumed it and slithered into the depths of the forest. Wherever it traveled, the grass on either side was crushed, leaving behind a unique trail. Meanwhile, as Jiang Xiao retraced his steps, he stumbled upon a plum tree in a woodland clearing. His eyes gleamed at the sight of the heavy plums hanging from the branches. "Sanhuali," he exclaimed, tossing the king cobra aside in his excitement as he shed his shirt. In the countryside, this was a cherished childhood memory. Swiftly, he climbed the plum tree and began to harvest the fruit with fervor. Before long, he had filled a bag with plums, weighing no less than 15 pounds. This will suffice for several days with Sister Yin. In the very moment he leapt from the tree, he narrowly avoided stepping on a sharp-nosed viper. Fortunately, he was as agile as a swallow, deftly evading the danger. This desolate island might as well be named Snake Island. With a sardonic remark, Jiang Xiao departed. As he traversed from the dense forest to the sandy shore, he felt a sticky substance on his face, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was snake blood. He couldn't help but worry about what Han Yun might think upon seeing him like this. Coupled with the pungent aroma of sweat from his recent chase with a black bear, he decided to cleanse himself in the sea first. Upon reaching the shore, he noticed Lu Suamian sitting alone on a rocky outcrop, weeping quietly. Her expression bore the weight of profound grievance. At that moment, Lu Suamian, keenly aware of someone approaching, hastily wiped her tears and adopted a facade of nonchalance, assuming it was one of her friends seeking her out. She was startled when she lifted her gaze to find it was Jiang Xiao. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Had he witnessed her tears? In Jiang Xiao's presence, she felt compelled to maintain an air of undeniable pride. Yet, in the next instant, all her thoughts were cast aside, her full attention drawn to the majestic king cobra he held in his hand. Good heavens! The serpent, as thick as an arm and weighing approximately 50 pounds, was a veritable feast. Lu Suamian vividly recalled how not long ago they had mocked Jiang Xiao, only to be swiftly confronted by his impressive catch. Her gaze shifted from the serpent to Jiang Xiao's other hand, where she discerned a lumpy shape, undoubtedly containing fruit. Oh my! How had Jiang Xiao managed to gather such an abundance of food? She felt an intense pang of envy. Just moments ago, she and her 3 companions had returned empty-handed, scolded by Tang Chao for their lack of worth. Unable to tolerate the humiliation, she had retorted, only to receive a slap from Tang Chao, and subsequently sneaked away to vent her frustrations. Little did she expect to encounter Jiang Xiao, laden with provisions. The contrast between their circumstances was stark. He was basking in fortune while she wallowed in despair. Jiang Xiao did not greet Lu Suamian. Instead, he casually tossed the king cobra onto the sandy beach. Thud! The weighty serpent created a significant indentation in the sand. Thud! He then flung the garment wrapped around the plums, which also made a small crater upon landing. However, an unexpected mishap occurred, due to Jiang Xiao's less-than-ideal packaging. Several fruits scattered upon impact. This very action ignited a spark of excitement in Lu Suamian. Plums, her favorite fruit, especially when seasoned to create a tangy delight. She could rave about them indefinitely. Lost in thought, her mouth watered at the mere idea of indulging in plums. Suddenly, her expression darkened. This was Jiang Xiao's bounty, and she could only gaze longingly, unable to partake. She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why was it so difficult for someone as exceptional as herself to enjoy plums when the desire struck? Her gaze shifted towards Jiang Xiao, who was now in the shallows. and her eyes widened. My heavens! Jiang Xiao's chest and abs were simply breathtaking. This was the kind of physique that could drive her wild. She constantly wished for her future benefactor to possess such an exquisite golden ratio. Alas, the suitors she had encountered were either gaunt or 9 months pregnant. At this moment, Loose Woman's mind recalled the words Jiang Xiao had whispered to her the previous night. Clenching her delicate fists, she seemed to be grappling with a formidable decision. Just then, Jiang Xiao finished cleaning up and coldly passed by her, bending down to pick up some supplies before preparing to leave. Jiang Xiao, could you spare me a bit of food? Loose Woman yearned for plums. Jiang Xiao's motion came to an abrupt halt as he regarded her with a hint of amusement in his gaze. If you want food, you must offer something in return. Loose Woman whispered, Jiang Xiao, I can provide you something, but not at this moment. Let us develop our situation for a while, and I shall give it to you then, if that is agreeable. Jiang Xiao scoffed, am I out of my mind to become that fool? Loose Woman and her companions often employed such tactics to ensnare their suitors. No, Jiang Xiao firmly rejected her. A coerced bargain is never sweet. Loose Woman pondered deeply. But this could quench her thirst. Chapter 26. Let us seek refuge with Jiang Xiao. Loose Woman never imagined that within a mere day, she would find herself ensnared like prey in the trap Jiang Xiao had set. It was utterly absurd. Yet, she could no longer maintain her resolve. With food scarcity and Tang's volatile temper, she felt overwhelmed. Reluctantly, she found herself compelled to concede to Jiang Xiao. Thus, she slightly curled her lips. Jiang Xiao, if I agree to your terms, will you promise to take care of me in the future? No, Jiang Xiao replied coldly. What? Loose Woman exclaimed in astonishment. She had hoped for a permanent solution. Jiang Xiao continued, to obtain food from me, you must engage in a trade. Jiang Xiao, you expect me to demean myself for a morsel of food? Loose Woman's tears welled up, overwhelmed with sorrow. Jiang Xiao had become immune to the charms of the gathering beauty. Say what you will. If you wish to starve, I shan't intervene. With that, he attempted to turn away. However, upon hearing the word starve, Loose Woman recalled Su Fang's tragic demise from the previous night, and panic engulfed her. Wait. Loose Woman called out to Jiang Xiao, can you guarantee that there will be food for every meal? She feared that after giving up something precious, she would end up with a single meal only to go hungry again. In the harsh reality, many pretended to be affluent, preying on women like her. Thus, she had to remain vigilant. Jiang Xiao assured her, as long as you contribute, I shall provide you with sustenance. He added, if you perform well, I will not neglect you. However, should you fail to meet my expectations, do not expect anything. With Jiang Xiao's unequivocal assurance, Loose Woman no longer hesitated. Jiang Xiao, I agree to your terms. Jiang Xiao wasted no time, asking, do you want food now or later tonight? Loose Woman could not wait that long. She needed it immediately. I am famished. Excellent. Your straightforward nature is quite to my liking. You shall make a fine client. With that, he abruptly embraced Loose Woman and slowly walked into the sea. Afterward, as Loose Woman gathered her belongings, the former grandeur she once possessed was nowhere to be seen. Now, she was utterly submissive to Jiang Xiao. If he commanded her to head east, she would not dare venture west. If he instructed her to lift her leg, she would not hesitate to comply. At that moment, Jiang Xiao handed over approximately a pound of plums to Loose Woman, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, may our collaboration be fruitful. One would assume that navigating through the circles of affluent elites would have subjected Loose Woman to the harsh realities of society. Yet, astonishingly, this sea queen had never even set foot in the ocean. Remember, what I give you is rightfully yours. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment, understood? Jiang Xiao's jovial demeanor suddenly transformed into a frigid glare. Understood, Loose Woman responded, her heart swelling with gratitude as she tucked the hard-earned provisions into her embrace, continually expressing her loyalty to Jiang Xiao. Furthermore, the food I provide you must not be shared with anyone. Should I discover otherwise, our dealings will cease immediately. Jiang Xiao cautioned once more. His gaze also lingered on Chun Minjiao and the other beautiful women present, though they surprisingly managed to endure. Nonetheless, Jiang Xiao believed that those two would soon reach their breaking point. Much like Loose Woman, who had been obstinate as a stone just yesterday, today she was, after all, pried open by an iron drill. I understand, Loose Woman murmured softly, acknowledging that Jiang Xiao had become her benefactor, and thus she would not dare to defy him. With that, Jiang Xiao took his leave, leaving Loose Woman alone to bury her face in her hands as she began to weep uncontrollably. In her quest for sustenance, she had sacrificed something precious. If her fellow women were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly become the most laughable joke in history. Yet, to stave off hunger and survive, she had no choice but to submit. Grasping the plums, she could not help but exclaim, how delightful. In the Tang dynasty shelter, Tang Chao erupted in frustration. Useless. He cursed loudly, having once again failed to procure food. The three women before him remained silent. having thoroughly searched without encountering any trace of nourishment. If you fail to find food today, you will venture into the forest tomorrow, Tang Xiao declared angrily. Brother Tang, you cannot be serious, Li Manman retorted, visibly displeased. Tang Xiao responded gravely. Do I appear to be jesting? To secure food, he disregarded the safety of his subordinates, focusing solely on results. Tang Xiao, have you lost your mind? Zhang Xiaoling could no longer contain her outrage. Since being stranded on the desolate island, Tang Xiao had treated the three sisters differently. Now, he brazenly commanded them to venture into the forest to face peril, prompting her to speak out. What do you mean by that? Tang Xiao was taken aback by Zhang Qiuling's defiance. Are you no longer interested in the company? Jiang Xiao shot back. Whether I stay or leave is not for you to decide, but for President Han. Who do you think you are, constantly throwing shade and pointing fingers? If one were unaware, they might think you were the head of the Han group. How absurd. Expecting us to march to our doom while you sit here unscathed. Tang Xiao slammed his palm on the table. Zhang Xiaoling. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaoling interrupted. This is not your company. You have no authority over me. If you continue your tirade, I'll kick you where it hurts. Tang Xiao seethed with anger. How dare they speak to him in such a manner? He would remember each of their affronts, and upon returning to his post, he would ensure they faced consequences. Sisters, I am leaving. Zhang Xiaoling cast a glance at Qin Minjiao, who wordlessly followed suit, sharing her disdain for Tang Xiao. What a farce. Am I to risk my life to gather sustenance? Only to submit to your distribution of provisions? Am I born to be lowly? Begone. The outburst from Tang Dynasty was vehement, commanding everyone to leave. Li Manman, witnessing the once united group now splintered by starvation and discord, felt a deep sense of desolation. Simultaneously, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Perhaps, before long, the discord would escalate further, and they must brace themselves for the impending turmoil. As the two women emerged from Tang Dynasty's shelter, they spotted Loose Woman limping back and rushed to greet her with joy. Sisters, we just had a falling out with Tang Dynasty, Zhang Xiaoling announced. Oh. Loose Woman gazed at her two sisters in surprise. Has the day finally arrived? Yet, having severed ties with Tang Dynasty's protection, the trio now appeared significantly more vulnerable. That scoundrel actually sent us to the forest to meet our demise. Only a fool would comply, Zhang Xiaoling declared indignantly. Her fists clenched as if ready to confront Tang Dynasty. Sisters, from this moment forth, we must rely on ourselves for survival, Zhang Xiaoling continued. At least in terms of food distribution, they now wielded absolute control. At that moment, Loose Woman cautiously interjected, I have a suggestion, though I hesitate to voice it. Qin Minjiao, with a stern expression, replied, Sister, do not hold back, speak your mind. Indeed, speak freely, Zhang Xiaoling encouraged, her arm draped over Loose Woman's shoulder. Perhaps too forcefully, as a sharp pain surged beneath her. Suppressing her discomfort, she softly suggested, what if we seek refuge with Jiang Xiao? Upon hearing this, Qin Minjiao and Zhang Xiaoling widened their eyes, thinking Loose Woman had lost her senses. What? Sisters, are you out of your mind? Coming to her senses, Qin Minjiao gently probed Loose Woman's forehead, concerned she might be feverish and speaking nonsense. How could the three of them possibly align with Jiang Xiao? Had they forgotten the terms he proposed the previous day? To seek his protection now would be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den. Sisters, do you feel unwell? Your temperature seems elevated, Qin Minjiao remarked, a cold sweat breaking out on her brow. I'm fine, Loose Woman reassured, lightly patting Qin Minjiao's hand. Unwilling to disclose her elevated temperature due to embarrassment, she voiced her inner thoughts. Given the precarious situation on this island, with threats both internal and external, it is exceedingly difficult for three frail women like us to survive. Only by allying with a formidable force can we hope to endure. Do you still wish to abandon this wretched place? However, that insufferable sycophant Jiang Xiao has demands that are utterly shameless. How could someone of our stature possibly be within his reach? Zhang Xiaoling retorted with indignation. Sister, you are absolutely right, Qin Minjiao asserted. Even if we starve or are bitten by sea turtles, we will never give Jiang Xiao the satisfaction. The two shared a tacit understanding, sealing their unbreakable pact with a clap. Seeing her sisters so resolute, Loose Woman ceased her attempts to persuade them. When they eventually faced hunger and the elements, they would come to understand the price of their pride. Very well, sisters, let us first construct a shelter, otherwise, we shall suffer in the rain, she suggested. This sentiment was undoubtedly sound. As Loose Woman and her companions busied themselves with building a shelter, Jiang Xiao was also preoccupied with his own endeavors. As evening descended, he finally ceased his duel with Han Yun. Why do I feel that you have changed? Han Yun's flushed face bore an enchanting allure. Jiang Xiao wore a radiant smile. Today, he had consumed nearly a pound of king cobra blood. If it bore no effect, how could it be deemed the nemesis of cowards? Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xiao rose to commence roasting the flesh of the king cobra. This specimen was considerably larger, necessitating the search for a sturdy branch to serve as a skewer. Oh, more snake meat. Han Yun stood up, and, upon seeing the sizzling cobra flesh bubbling over the fire, felt a shiver run down her spine. Little did she know, the food she detested was, at this moment, akin to a delicacy for the other two inhabitants of the shelter. Sister Yun, I suggest you boldly try some of this. You might just find yourself utterly enamored, Jiang Xiao encouraged. Han Yun savored the suggestion, as if discerning a deeper meaning. How annoying. She approached Jiang Xiao and playfully pinched the flesh at his waist. You are quite incorrigible. To her surprise, Jiang Xiao's solid physique proved impervious to her teasing. I think I'll stick to lobster and plums, she declared, retrieving a lobster from the rooftop and setting it on a branch to roast while munching on plums. Jiang Xiao, these plums are so sweet, Han Yun exclaimed, her face aglow with a blissful smile as she bit into the juicy fruit. If you like them, eat as many as you wish. Once you're done, I'll go fetch more for you, Jiang Xiao replied nonchalantly, creating an illusion for Han Yun that fruit freedom was easily attainable on this island. You are so kind to me, Jiang Xiao, she smiled happily, imagining how she would boast about him to her friends if they were together sooner, stirring envy among them. Fool, you are my woman. If I don't treat you well, whom shall I treat? Jiang Xiao chuckled. Just then, his ears perked up at the sound of footsteps approaching. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Loose Woman. She must be hungry. Jiang Xiao, come out. I need to talk to you. Jiang Xiao entrusted the roasting to Han Yun and followed Loose Woman. I'm hungry. Loose Woman stated directly. Are you here to barter for food? Jiang Xiao inquired. Yes, she nodded cautiously before adding, Jiang Xiao. The three of us sisters have fallen out with Tang Chao and are now barely scraping by. Could you spare us a bit more food? Have you forgotten what I said? Jiang Xiao's expression turned icy. They were hungry. They could come and barter for food themselves. Did she wish to play the role of a saint? I haven't forgotten your words, Loose Woman replied, tears brimming in her eyes. If her sisters were not so obstinate, she would not have risked asking Jiang Xiao for help. This is the last time. Do you understand? Jiang Xiao warned sternly. Yes. Loose Woman nodded through her tears. Half an hour later, Loose Woman returned to the camp, limping. Sisters, where have you been? You had us all worried sick. Shin Minjao exclaimed with relief upon seeing Loose Woman's figure. I've been unwell the past couple of days due to irregular meals, Loose Woman replied with a smile. Oh dear, Zhang Xiaoling sighed, reflecting on how splendid the three of them once were, yet now, like a fallen phoenix, they found themselves in a state of despair. Worse than a mere chicken. It was truly lamentable. Shin Minjao chuckled, Sister, don't be so disheartened. Who knows, perhaps in a couple of days, we shall be rescued and return to society, only to make a triumphant comeback. Wouldn't that be exhilarating? I assure you, upon our return, I will undoubtedly entertain the advances of the steel magnate. Zhang Xiaoling responded earnestly. What? Sister? Shin Minjao nearly spat out her drink. The boss is so old. How could you possibly consider him? Zhang Xiaoling waved her hand dismissively. No need to dissuade me. It is precisely because he is older that he knows how to cherish people. Most importantly, he is wealthy. She continued. I shall also contemplate the affections of young Master Zhou. Though he is balding and has a face riddled with imperfections, he has genuinely treated me well. What about you, sister? At this moment, both Chen Minjao and Zhang Xiaoling turned their serious gazes towards Lu Suamian. Typically, she had rather particular tastes, often fixating on certain young gentlemen from the gym or perhaps a chairman. Me? Lu Suamian inquired. Chen Minjao and Zhang Xiaoling looked at her intently, eager to discern her choice. Lost in thought, Lu Suamian reflected that if it were in the past, she would certainly have chosen Boss Su, handsome and affluent. However, after her dealings with Jiang Xiao, she found herself pondering the importance of material wealth and how it had overshadowed her spiritual pursuits. If she were to return, she would earnestly seek to develop a romantic relationship with Jiang Xiao. I choose Jiang Xiao, she blurted out. Chen Minjao and Zhang Xiaoling simultaneously erupted in disbelief. Clearly, Lu Suamian's choice had taken them by surprise. These sisters frequently mentioned that infuriating sycophant Jiang Xiao. Could it be that she had fallen under some spell? They quickly dismissed the notion. Typically, Lu Suamian was quite reserved among the trio, only revealing her true thoughts when absolutely necessary. She was intentionally misleading them. The inquiry among the three friends soon dissipated, as there were no diversions on the island, leading them to retire early for the night. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Chao was concocting a monumental plan. Chapter 28. Seducing Jiang Xiao. In the following 2 days, the weather on the island took a sudden turn for the worse, with the sun blazing down like the flames of hell, scorching the earth. A mere minute spent outdoors resulted in severe burns from the intense ultraviolet rays. During the day, Tang Chao could only hide like a turtle in their shelter, enduring hunger. When night fell, he yearned to rendezvous with Li Manman, only to be met with relentless refusals as she concocted various excuses. Tang Chao's frustration grew immensely, and amidst his grievances, he frequently cursed Li Manmin and Li Dahai. The rift within their shelter grew ever wider. Had it not been for the lingering hope of returning to their civilized jobs, they might have already parted ways. Speaking of jobs, they had been stranded on this deserted island for 5 days, with no sign of a rescue team in sight, causing some to lose hope entirely. Lu Suimian and her sisters also endured tremendous hardship over these 2 days. By day, they faced hunger, and only as the ultraviolet rays weakened in the evening could they venture out in search of food. They had completely depleted the population of hermit crabs, and there were no shells to be found. However, Chen Minjiao and Jiang Xiao suddenly stumbled upon something peculiar. Thus, the 3 of them endured such hardship that the eyes of 2 were sunken, their bodies languid and weak. Yet, Lu's woman's complexion was not only rosy, but also exuded an irresistible allure to the opposite sex. Even her weight was on the rise. Chen Minjiao and her companion found this peculiar. Under their probing inquiries, Lu's woman fabricated a tale, claiming that her vitality stemmed from drinking coconut juice. Chen Minjiao and her friend were unconvinced. Lu's woman then revealed her secret weapon, pointing to her enviable curves. This completely convinced them. They could think of no other reason for such a rapid transformation, save for the coconut juice, reminiscent of the advertisement that proclaimed, drunk from childhood to adulthood. Believing Lu's woman's fanciful tale, the 2 women began to indulge excessively in coconut juice. However, their overconsumption led to incessant digestive distress, and after expelling everything from their systems, their figures gradually withered. Observing this, Lu's woman explained it away as a matter of individual constitution, absolving herself of blame. Chen Minjiao and her friend accepted this rationale, fully aware of their shared diet, meals, and rest. Thus, they attributed their plight solely to personal constitution. Unbeknownst to them, Lu's woman was secretly indulging in additional meals at night. Li Manmin was similarly situated. Amidst their dire circumstances, Chen Minjiao and Jiang Xiao no longer spoke of Boss Wang and young Master Zhou. 5 days had passed. Had the outside world known of their maritime misfortune, a rescue team would have arrived by now. With hope of escaping this bizarre island dwindling, their primary goal became mere survival, while others lamented in despair. Jiang Xiao lived a carefree life. Perhaps due to exposure to the intense red light, more potent than ultraviolet rays, he had developed immunity. While others sheltered themselves during the day, he strolled into the forest with nonchalance, gathering fruits. He resolved to construct a storage room, as the abundance of food significantly hindered his and Han Yun's trade activities. Thus, he promptly set about building it. The storage room brimmed with plump plums and vibrant lychees. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Xiao had also discovered mangoes, which he added to his collection. The total quantity of fruit was sufficient to sustain both him and Han Yun for 2 months without issue. As for seafood, he also ventured into the sea, catching larger fish than usual, snapper twice the normal size and lobsters thrice as large. Even more astonishing, he encountered a sandworm on the beach that was as large as a water pipe. Such extraordinary creatures led Jiang Xiao to ponder whether the bizarre red light had caused genetic mutations, resulting in their remarkable growth. This remained to be uncovered. In the past few days, Han Yun had enjoyed such lavish meals that her figure had also noticeably increased. Fortunately, Jiang Xiao subjected her to rigorous training daily, which helped her maintain her original weight. One day, Jiang Xiao awoke feeling invigorated. The first thing he did was to open a coconut to replenish his body's need for hydration. Coconut water, rich in energy, also restored his depleted strength. Once his stamina was restored, Jiang Xiao took out a golden mango, carefully peeled it, and began to savor it slowly. The succulent and juicy mango was both fragrant and sweet, a true delight for Jiang Xiao. His days were simple and unadorned, revolving around food and Han Yun. Each morning, the first thing he did was replenish his energy with sustenance before engaging in profound conversations about life with Han Yun. When food was running low, he would venture into the forest to gather more. To others, the forest, teeming with venomous snakes, might resemble hell, but to Jiang Xiao, it was merely a backdrop devoid of fear. Life on the deserted island was uncomplicated, yet he found it immensely gratifying. He had long ceased to hope for rescue from the outside world. With his body having undergone a remarkable transformation and his strength soaring, why not choose a life that existed solely in the realm of dreams? Free from worries about food and clothing, accompanied by a charming companion, what need was there to labor like a beast of burden? Meanwhile, in the Tang dynasty shelter, a significant plot was brewing. The sea. Shall we venture forth? Tang Chao coldly inquired. He had noticeably slimmed down, his cheekbones protruding, betraying the former vigor he once possessed. Upon discovering that Jiang Xiao's storage room was brimming with provisions, he contemplated theft. Brother Tang, is that really wise? Li Dahai responded. In these extraordinary times, we cannot afford to concern ourselves with chivalry. Without food, we all face death. Tang Xiao continued to stoke the flames of desperation, urging Li Dahai to think of his family awaiting his return. For days, he had incessantly provoked Li Dahai. Yet the latter remained as obstinate as a rock in a cesspool, both foul and unyielding. It infuriated Tang Xiao to no end. I refuse, Li Dahai declared. Jiang Xiao was his savior, and he would never betray him. Tang Xiao was nearly driven to the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage by Li Dahai's obstinacy. He had intended to unleash a tirade but reconsidered, recognizing his dwindling manpower. With Li Dahai gone, could he expect Li Manman to support him? At that moment, his gaze fell upon Li Manman, and a nefarious idea struck him. Manman, why not seduce Jiang Xiao? While you distract him, I can sneak into his storage room and seize his provisions. He had once confidently believed that Jiang Xiao was enduring great hardship on the island. Little did he know, Jiang Xiao indulged in feasts daily and had established an extensive storage room. It was infuriating. Simultaneously, Tang Xiao found himself puzzled. Here he was, a man weighing 180 jin, now reduced to skin and bones. Yet Li Manman remained unchanged, her figure becoming increasingly alluring. It was quite peculiar, were it not for their shared allegiance. He might suspect Li Manman of secretly enjoying additional meals with Jiang Xiao. Li Manman wanted to refuse, yet she could not withstand Tang Xiao's persistent persuasion. So she acquiesced, seizing the opportunity to relay Tang Xiao's ulterior motives to Jiang Xiao, allowing him to prepare in advance. Haha, Manman, you are indeed my most capable aide. Tonight, when darkness falls, it shall be the moment for your sharp blade to be unsheathed. Tang Xiao laughed heartily. Remember, your task is merely to entice Jiang Xiao. Do not let him succeed, understood? Li Manman can only be my woman, no one else shall partake. Chapter 29, I will be obedient, ensuring your satisfaction soon. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. Li Manman, adhering to Tang Xiao's instructions, quietly entered Jiang Xiao's storage room, attempting to divert his attention. Tang Xiao kept a vigilant watch not far away, ready to seize the cover of night to raid the storage room should he notice the two departing. 15 minutes had elapsed since Li Manman entered, yet Jiang Xiao remained unperturbed. Tang Xiao's impatience grew as he tapped his shoe on the ground. After a moment of anxiety, he reassured himself that it was only natural. If Jiang Xiao could be so easily swayed by Li Manman, there would surely be something amiss. After approximately half an hour, he finally observed two figures stealthily exiting the storage room. A smirk crept upon Tang Xiao's lips. Had Jiang Xiao finally succumbed to Li Manman's relentless persuasion? Li Manman, a product of his own meticulous training, had never failed to meet his expectations. However, as he watched her departing silhouette, which appeared somewhat awkward, doubts began to creep into his mind, though he chose not to dwell on them. His thoughts were consumed with plans to transport all of Jiang Xiao's provisions to his refuge, envisioning a life of supreme luxury. Once Jiang Xiao and Li Manman vanished from his sight, Tang Xiao stealthily approached the storage room. As he pushed the door open, a cunning smile adorned his face. On the other side, Jiang Xiao conversed with Li Manman about import-export trade along the darkened beach. Shortly thereafter, Li Manman received a transfer of several $100 million, lifting her spirits considerably. Are you not concerned that Tang Xiao might steal your provisions? Li Manman's flushed cheeks radiated an alluring charm, igniting excitement within Jiang Xiao. Rest assured, he won't succeed, Jiang Xiao replied confidently. Oh, how so? Li Manman inquired, intrigued. Jiang Xiao leaned in close to her ear, revealing words that astonished her. There are indeed such plants in the forest? She gasped. Absolutely, and they are far more potent than those in the countryside. One touch and you're ensnared, leading to unbearable itching and pain, making life seem worse than death. Jiang Xiao spoke of the venomous grass he had encountered while gathering mangoes, recalling how a wild boar, upon mere contact, was pierced by its needles, writhing in agony and howling in distress. A brilliant idea struck him. He would procure some as a safeguard for the storage food, preventing Tang Xiao from pilfering while he was distracted. Little did he know it would come into play today. You are truly wicked, Li Manman playfully chided, her delicate fingers lightly tapping Jiang Xiao's chest. My mischief is merely a reflection of what I have learned from you all, Jiang Xiao replied, patting her back. Do you think we can escape this deserted island? Li Manman shifted the topic. Since the shipwreck, they had been cut off from the outside world for 6 days. Yet there had been no sign of a rescue team. The island's unpredictable weather, a tempest one moment, scorching heat the next, was driving her to the brink of madness. You had best not entertain such fanciful dreams, Jiang Xiao cautioned, dousing her hopes with a splash of cold reality. Are we to be trapped here for eternity? Li Manman pouted, expressing her reluctance. No, I want to return to my designer clothes, carry my branded handbag, indulge in delicious Haidai Lao, and sleep on my comfortable Simmons mattress. Jiang Xiao continued to dampen her spirits, you are merely daydreaming. The sudden change in weather these past few days has made food sourcing increasingly difficult. Do you comprehend the implications? Li Manmin, puzzled, replied, what does it mean? Jiang Xiao elucidated. It signifies that the order on this deserted island has descended into further chaos. With the shackles of law and moral restraint shattered, violence and arson have become as routine as daily meals. The fact that we are still alive is a marvel. And yet you continue to dream. In recent days, Jiang Xiao had ventured out to gather food, even climbing tall trees to observe the happenings on the island. He discovered that several areas a few kilometers away had been ravaged by fire, remnants of the battles fought. The prolonged harsh environment had led to food shortages. And coupled with the recent oppressive weather, it had ignited unprecedented turmoil among the survivors. Jiang Xiao speculated that cannibalism might have already emerged on the island. What? Li Manmin clutched Jiang Xiao's arm tightly. Jiang Xiao, if that is indeed the case, will you protect me? At that moment, Jiang Xiao was her sole lifeline. He responded with a hint of meaning. Of course, as long as you behave and listen, I will ensure your safety. Li Manmin sighed in relief. Jiang Xiao, I promise to be obedient and meet your expectations. Just talk without action, Jiang Xiao remarked. Li Manmin smiled sweetly. Meanwhile, Tang Qiao was commencing his plans in the shelter. Jiang Xiao, you truly have the luck of the devil, repeatedly venturing into the forest to collect food without being bitten by poisonous snakes. I underestimated you. Tang Qiao muttered to himself as he explored in the dark. At that moment, a smile crept across his face. But what does it matter? The fruits of your labor, gained at the risk of your life, will soon be mine. The more Tang Qiao spoke, the more animated he became, until suddenly he felt something amiss. In the next moment, sharp pains pierced through his palm, followed by an intense itching that began to consume his entire body. Tang Qiao emitted a wretched cry, his frantic movements leading to numerous stings from biting grass embedding into his skin. At that moment, he abandoned any thoughts of supplies. Realizing he had fallen into Jiang Xiao's trap and desperately sought to escape this wretched place. Remaining any longer could lead to further traps. He never anticipated that his meticulously crafted plan would unravel so completely. As he screamed in agony, he groped for an exit in the darkness, oblivious to the blood streaming from his head after colliding with a post in the shelter. His cries quickly attracted Han Yun and Lu Suomen, along with another woman. Tang Qiao, what are you doing? Han Yun observed as Tang Qiao clawed at his face, leaving trails of blood, unable to stop like a madman. Lu Suomen and the other woman found Tang Qiao terrifying, fearing he might act irrationally. Han Yun, were you involved in setting these traps? Tang Qiao, now a disheveled mess, fought through discomfort, tearing at his clothes and scratching vigorously. Han Yun was left utterly bewildered. Has Tang Qiao gone mad? Since you have treated me this way, do not blame me for being ungracious. In the Tang dynasty, there was no turning back. They charged fiercely towards Han Yun. Han, run! Lu Suomen shouted at Han Yun. Realizing the danger too late, Han Yun hurriedly joined Lu Suomen and the others. You three wretches deserve to die? Upon seeing the trio, his hatred surged to its zenith. He believed that Lu Suomen and her companions were in collusion with Jiang Xiao and Han Yun, conspiring to trap him. Today, either they would perish or he would meet his end. Grasping a stick from the ground, Tang's sole thought was to eliminate all who defied him. Chapter 30. Betrayal. Tang, have you lost your mind? At that moment, Li Dahai, hearing the commotion, rushed over and was met with the sight of Tang preparing for a massacre. Dahai, you arrived just in time, Tang exclaimed, a look of horror on his face as he pointed coldly at the four women. Join me in slaying them and seizing their supplies. Fear enveloped Han Yun and her companions. Tang had completely lost his sanity. The timid loose woman began to weep. Tang, please calm down, Li Dahai urged. Attempting to reason with him, put down the stick, let us talk it over. These past few days, Tang had endured hunger and had begun to assess the situation, emboldening his schemes. Now that his plans had unraveled, he erupted in fury. With a ghastly smile, Tang retorted, you asked me to calm down while I starve? There's nothing left to say. Tang, don't act rashly. We just need to hold on a few more days, and perhaps a rescue team will arrive, Li Dahai implored, gesturing for Tang to regain his composure. Li Dahai, you are a fool. At this point, do you really think a rescue team will come for us? Tang sneered, resembling a devil. But what you're doing is illegal, Li Dahai cautiously pointed out. Hurry and drop the stick, don't engage in unlawful acts. Illegal? Tang scoffed. Do you think we are bound by law on this deserted island? His expression darkened. From now on, the strong shall be the law on this island. The five were instantly struck by Tang's indifferent attitude towards life and death, and his fierce resolve. Li Dahai, will you join me in a grand endeavor? Tang sought to recruit him again, kill them and consume them as sustenance. He had completely lost his reason. Or perhaps you fancy one of them. I could leave her for you as a plaything, Tang added with a twisted grin. Tang, you are utterly inhumane. Li Dahai retorted indignantly, convinced that Tang had gone mad. Give me your word. Will you join me in this venture? Tang gazed intently at Li Dahai. Han Yun and the others watched him nervously, hoping he would not ally with Tang, for that would spell their doom. Ask me to commit a crime? In your dreams. Li Dahai flatly refused, causing the women to exhale in relief. Stubborn fool. Tang's icy glare pierced through them. Then I shall make you my first target, and afterward, I will kill them. With that, Tang charged at Li Dahai, stick in hand. Li Dahai, devoid of any weaponry, was no match for Jiang Xiao, and soon found himself battered and bloodied. Han Yun and her companions wished to rush to his aid, yet faced with such a terrifying scene for the first time, their timid hearts prevented them from taking that first step. Jiang Xiao, cease at once. Ultimately, Han Yun could only resort to rebuking Jiang Xiao to halt his brutal onslaught. Han Yun, are you eager to meet your end? Jiang Xiao paused his assault on Li Dahai and turned to face Han Yun. Goodness, this voluptuous woman, living so lavishly on this deserted island, still possesses such enchanting beauty. Her ample bosom, seductive waist, and that alluring rear which many men find daunting. Jiang Xiao grinned, suddenly altering his intentions. Han Yun, I can spare your life, but only if you agree to be my pet. Jiang Xiao, don't harbor such delusions. I will never consent. Han Yun firmly rejected. Jiang Xiao chuckled derisively. Your beauty is commendable, but alas, your intellect is lacking. Since you refuse to comply, your fate is sealed. Just as Jiang Xiao turned to deliver the fatal blow to Han Yun, a chilling voice rang out from behind. Jiang Xiao, you would do well to refrain from rash actions, or you shall find yourself dead in the next moment. It was Jiang Xiao, accompanied by Li Manman. Oh. A sly smile crept across Jiang Xiao's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiao. In his eyes, Jiang Xiao was no contender, especially since he wielded merely a thick wooden stick. If a confrontation ensued, Li Dahai would spell disaster for Jiang Xiao. Li Manman, why are you not returning to my side? Jiang Xiao glared, finding her proximity to Jiang Xiao irksome. Li Manman clutched Jiang Xiao's garment tightly, unaware that Jiang Xiao's analysis of the island's situation would soon prove prophetic. Even you have betrayed me? Jiang Xiao was engulfed in darkness, his world spinning out of control. The one he cherished most had abandoned him. The betrayals of all around him ignited an unprecedented fury within his mind. Very well, Jiang Xiao laughed maniacally. If that is the case, I shall kill you both and turn you into preserved meat, so that you may nourish me. Licking his lips, Jiang Xiao envisioned Li Manman as a delectable feast. Jiang Xiao, I must commend you. Not only have you ensnared me, but you have also seduced my woman. Jiang Xiao turned to gaze menacingly at Jiang Xiao, his words laced with murderous intent. Observing the bloodied figure of Jiang Xiao, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. The once spirited Jiang Xiao was now a mere shadow of his former self, neither man nor ghost, a stark reminder of how times had changed. Jiang Xiao, stand down. I offer you a dignified end, Jiang Xiao declared coldly. Jiang Xiao erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in existence. However, his smile faltered. Jiang Xiao, what delusion leads you to such arrogance, daring to speak so boldly as a vanquished foe? Now prepare to die? I shall claim all the resources left behind. Without another word, Jiang Xiao swung his wooden stick toward Jiang Xiao's head, only to find himself striking air. To his astonishment, Jiang Xiao seized Jiang Xiao's stick, rendering him powerless to escape its grip, no matter how much strength he exerted. What is happening? Jiang Xiao thought in disbelief. In Jiang Xiao's impression, he was merely a novice. Yet now, he not only evaded Jiang Xiao's onslaught, but also transformed his defense into an assertive maneuver, decisively seizing control of the combat situation. As Jiang Xiao reeled in shock, Jiang Xiao brandished a sharp dagger, poised to sever Jiang Xiao's head. Jiang Xiao, no. Han Yun cried out at that moment. Jiang Xiao paused, the blade in his hand glinting ominously, ready to end Jiang Xiao's wretched existence. Observing the icy dagger, Jiang Xiao felt an involuntary chill of sweat trickling down his back. He had been so close to Jiang Xiao that he hadn't even noticed when the dagger had been drawn. Quick, incredibly swift, Jiang Xiao swallowed hard. He needed to devise an escape plan, or he would surely meet his demise here today. At that moment, he was more composed than anyone else. He could hear the rhythm of his own breath and heartbeat distinctly. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity while Jiang Xiao was distracted, he pushed the dagger aside and darted away from Jiang Xiao as swiftly as if his feet were greased. After desperately sprinting 10 meters away, Jiang Xiao declared with fierce resolve, Jiang Xiao, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Prepare your neck for my return. Chapter 31. Do not touch me tonight. Upon returning to the shelter, Han Yun felt a heavy weight on her heart, burdened by guilt towards Jiang Xiao. What's wrong? Jiang Xiao inquired. It was my interruption that allowed Jiang Xiao to escape. I have wronged you. Han Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. realizing the significant safety risk left in their wake. What is done is done, Jiang Xiao waved dismissively. You're not angry? Han Yun felt her spirits lift slightly, surprised by Jiang Xiao's magnanimity. In my eyes, Tang Chao is akin to a mere ant, incapable of causing any real trouble. Even though he has escaped, he is merely prolonging his miserable existence, Jiang Xiao remarked indifferently. I fear that after this incident, Tang Chao will harbor resentment towards us and may seek revenge when we least expect it. Han Yun expressed her concerns gravely. She had not anticipated that the situation on the island had already taken an irreversible turn, and she worried for Han Shui's safety. If he dares to return, I shall be ready with my blade, Jiang Xiao declared firmly. Han Yun was taken aback by Jiang Xiao's resolute demeanor. She shifted the topic, asking, how is Li Dahai's injury? She recalled that Li Dahai had been severely beaten by Tang Chao, his survival uncertain. It's only minor injuries. He will recover with a few days of rest, Jiang Xiao replied. I just asked Li Mammon to take good care of him and to share some food. It should be enough for his healthy recovery. That's a relief. Han Yun sighed in relief. Yunjia, the situation on the island may be more chaotic than we can imagine, so starting tomorrow, we must be prepared for battle at any moment. The unrest among the survivors necessitated Jiang Xiao to prepare Han Yun mentally, as he aspired to establish his own armed team. To survive, one must become formidable. What? Han Yun's mouth fell open in embarrassment. She hadn't anticipated the severity of the situation. However, recalling the middle-aged man from before and the now deranged Tang Chao, she found Jiang Xiao's words to be entirely accurate. Yet, aside from her abilities in eating and sleeping, she was utterly clueless about combat skills. Beginning tomorrow, I shall impart to you some essential survival skills, as well as fundamental combat techniques, to equip you for swift retaliation against adversaries. Indeed, Han Yun nodded in agreement. With Jiang Xiao's personal guidance, she felt confident in her abilities. Sister Yun, let us retire for the night, she suggested, only to be interrupted. Hold on. With tomorrow's intensive training, do not approach me tonight. Very well, I solemnly swear I shall not disturb you, came the playful response. You are insufferable, retorted Loose Woman at the refuge. My sisters, today has been the most perilous day of my life, Zhang Qiaoling confessed, her legs still trembling. Had it not been for Jiang Xiao driving away that lunatic from the Tang dynasty, she might have met her demise. It was shocking to witness Tang dynasty transform into such a ruthless figure. Indeed, one can never truly know a person's heart. Chun Minjiao lamented, Sisters, what shall we do if we encounter such madness again? Zhang Qiaoling looked at the two, seeking answers. Chun Minjiao found herself at a loss for words. Yet she could envision the dire outcome. Perhaps we should seek refuge with Jiang Xiao? Loose Woman suggested, breaking the silence. Oh, sister. You seem to mention Jiang Xiao quite frequently. Have you perhaps been swayed by him? Zhang Qiaoling asked with keen suspicion. Sisters, you are overthinking, Loose Woman replied, shaking her hand dismissively. I am simply stating the facts. Had Jiang Xiao not driven that maniac away, what would have become of us? Chun Minjiao and Zhang Qiaoling fell silent. Loose Woman answered her own question. We three sisters would have surely fallen victim to his malevolence, perhaps even meeting a gruesome end. The chilling thought sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to cover themselves tightly. Sisters, you must be more cognizant of our situation on this island than I am. Loose Woman emphasized. I believe you are correct. We ought to rely on Jiang Xiao. Chun Minjiao finally spoke after deep contemplation. Ah, sister. Zhang Qiaoling exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that Chun Minjiao had capitulated. They had once been staunch opponents of Jiang Xiao, and now their resolve seemed to crumble. There was no need to elaborate on Jiang Xiao's ability to gather provisions. While we languished in hunger, he enjoyed a feast. Aligning with him would ensure our sustenance. Chun Minjiao continued. Moreover, his speed in defeating Tang dynasty was nothing short of lightning. With his protection, our lives would be secure. In that moment, Chun Minjiao no longer deemed Jiang Xiao unworthy of her. Rather, she felt fortunate to aspire to his level. Sister, surely you do not wish to perish on this desolate island at such a vibrant age. Loose Woman encouraged Zhang Qiaoling, initially resolute in her stance. Zhang Qiaoling hesitated at the thought of death. You speak the truth. Aside from death, all else pales in comparison. But given our prior behavior towards him, do you think he would refuse to shelter us? At this juncture, Chun Minjiao presented a new dilemma. Loose Woman stepped forward. I shall negotiate with Jiang Xiao. You too, in your weakened state, should await good news here. Chun Minjiao and Zhang Qiaoling were deeply moved. For their lives, Loose Woman truly exhibited the qualities of a devoted friend. Half an hour later, Loose Woman appeared, her cheeks flushed and her breath heavy. Sister, what did Jiang Xiao say? Chun Minjiao asked anxiously. Loose Woman exhaled deeply, her voice hoarse as she replied. Initially, he refused, but after my persistent persuasion, he had no choice but to agree. Really? Chun Minjao exclaimed, jumping up in excitement before embracing Loose Woman. Sister, you've worked so hard. You must have gone to great lengths to plead with Jiang Xiao. Otherwise, how could your voice be so hoarse? A true best friend indeed values friendship above all. At that moment, Loose Woman produced a large sea bream from behind her. And not only that, Jiang Xiao was willing to share the fish with them, due to the small fire at the shelter. Chun Minjao had not noticed the fish hidden behind Loose Woman, but now that it was revealed, it was the fish meat she had longed for. Jiang Xiao is truly wonderful, Zhang Qiaoling exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. She had not had decent fish for 6 days, and now, seeing the bream before her, her mouth watered profusely. Wow, this bream must weigh at least 20 pounds when it was alive, Chun Minjao remarked, touching the fish meat in Loose Woman's hands, licking the oil from her fingers clean. She had not tasted such richness in a long time, and even a small amount of oil sliding down her throat made her feel invigorated. Sister, hurry up and roast it over the fire, so we can enjoy a feast of bream together, Chun Minjao urged impatiently. Loose Woman chuckled, that can be arranged, but there is something I haven't told you yet. Oh, don't be so roundabout, just say it all at once so we can eat, Chun Minjao retorted, her hunger overwhelming her patience. Loose Woman straightforwardly continued. Jiang Xiao will join us for the meal shortly. Chun Minjao and Zhang Qiaoling exchanged silent glances, their expressions contemplative. Chapter 32. The beautiful woman Tian. After Loose Woman had grilled the fish, Jiang Xiao indeed arrived as promised, joining the three sisters in savoring the delicious meal. However, the bream was so plump that they chatted and relished the seafood until dawn before finishing. To alleviate the richness of the fish, Jiang Xiao even prepared 3 steaming bowls of congee for Loose Woman and the others. Chun Minjao and Zhang Qiaoling were so moved by the exquisite bream that tears brimmed in their eyes, and they spent the entire night in excited exclamations. Loose Woman, however, exhibited a much more refined manner of eating. Having previously tasted lobsters, octopuses, and various other seafood, she was well accustomed to it. If you all behave, I assure you that there will be an abundance of food in the future, Jiang Xiao said cheerfully. We will be obedient and won't disappoint you. The 3 women replied in unison, their faces radiating femininity. I hope your words align with your actions, Jiang Xiao remarked, contemplating something. From now on, you must learn to survive according to my requirements. The 3 women looked at Jiang Xiao, momentarily unsure of his intentions. They had already pledged their loyalty. But was it not enough? Jiang Xiao got straight to the point. The island is complex. I need to train you into self-sufficient warriors. The events of the Tang dynasty have consistently stimulated the trio of Loose Women, who expressed their agreement with Jiang Xiao's proposal. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can they survive, and perhaps eventually escape this desolate island. All right, everyone prepare yourselves. We are about to engage in rigorous physical training, Jiang Xiao declared before departing to seek out Li Manman and invite her to join the team. Li Manman did not disappoint him and willingly agreed to participate. Now, his team comprised a total of 7 members, and after specialized training, he believed they would soon possess adequate abilities to confront various challenges. Once everything was in place, Jiang Xiao began instructing the group in some fundamental combat theories. As for Li Dahai, still nursing his injuries, he could only quietly listen from the sidelines. After imparting the theoretical knowledge, Jiang Xiao instructed the women to wield specially crafted branches and engage in simulated combat. This practical exercise greatly enhanced the skills of novices. Ultimately, he would personally assess their progress. In addition to theoretical and practical training, Jiang Xiao also focused on developing the women's endurance. In life or death struggles, it is not merely intellect and bravery that matter. Stamina is equally crucial. The beach served as an ideal location for endurance training. Under Jiang Xiao's relentless efforts, within 2.5 days, the women had made substantial advancements. They had now acquired basic combat techniques and demonstrated exceptional stamina. Any ordinary person who underestimated them would surely pay with their life. During these 2 days, Li Dahai's injuries had healed, allowing him to join the intensive training regimen, where he also made significant strides. Throughout the day, Jiang Xiao not only guided their training, but also took the time to fish. However, he found it perplexing that the normally abundant fish in the shallow waters were conspicuously absent in recent days. After careful observation, he discerned that massive creatures were sweeping through the ocean, devouring the fish in the shallow areas. Alarmed, he realized he needed to alter his strategy and source food from the forest instead. Remarkably, the traps he had previously set proved highly effective, capturing both mountain chickens and small antelopes, providing them with meat and fruits, thus ensuring a bountiful existence. On the morning of the 10th day on the deserted island, Jiang Xiao was abruptly awakened by Han Yun's anxious voice. His delightful dream of single-handedly conquering 5 opponents was shattered, and he felt a surge of irritation. He was ready to reprimand her, but upon seeing the individual she had brought, his annoyance dissipated entirely. The woman before him was clad in a white short-sleeved top that accentuated her stunning figure, a breathtaking sight indeed. Her lower half was adorned with tight-fitting jeans that showcased her long, slender legs. Jiang Xiao had encountered many long legs, but these were strikingly straight, capable of captivating attention for a year. Most importantly, she possessed a beauty that rivaled Han Yun's, and they appeared to be of similar age. Women of this age exude an undeniable charm. However, her appearance was somewhat disheveled, with several rips in her clothing and visible scars on her face, as if she had endured a calamity. "Sister Yun, who is this?" Jiang Xiao inquired. Han Yun introduced with a smile. "Her name is Tian, and she is also a survivor." Jiang Xiao was quite astonished that there were such remarkable survivors aboard the Ocean Harmony. "Brother Jiang, I implore you to assist me." As Jiang Xiao carefully observed Tian, she suddenly knelt down. Clearly, she had learned from Han Yun that Jiang Xiao possessed certain abilities. "Sister Tian, what are you doing?" Jiang Xiao hurriedly helped her to her feet. The touch of her skin was as delicate as tofu, evoking a sense of yearning within him. Yet, despite his efforts, Tian remained resolute in her kneeling. "Sister Tian, please rise and speak." Jiang Xiao, not wishing to overestimate his capabilities, believed it prudent to clarify the situation. Upon hearing his words, Tian slowly stood and recounted the events to him. It turned out that Tian and her husband, Tang Fan, were aboard the Ocean Harmony en route to Japan for medical treatment. After 20 years of marriage without any sign of pregnancy, they had consulted numerous top hospitals in their country, yet no issues had been identified. It was then that a friend informed her of a world-renowned hospital in Japan with specialists in this field. The friend had visited and subsequently achieved pregnancy. The couple, filled with hope, promptly purchased tickets to Japan. However, fate dealt them a cruel hand, as they encountered a maritime disaster, and tragically, after washing ashore on a deserted island, her husband was captured by a powerful group. "Sister Tian, I sympathize with your plight, but I must be frank, my abilities are limited, and I cannot rescue your husband." Jiang Xiao decisively declined. "Brother Jiang, I apologize for this abrupt request, but you are my only hope on this island. If you can rescue my husband from their clutches, I will owe you an immense favor." "I'm sorry, but I cannot do it." Jiang Xiao reiterated his refusal. Tian wept. "Brother Jiang, I beg you, save my husband. If we delay, he may become someone else's sustenance." The harrowing days on the deserted island felt like a purgatory, a memory she wished to forget. The venomous forests, the predatory sea turtles, and the terrifying reality of humans turning on one another for survival. As desperation set in, people began to form large groups, ruthlessly seizing food and captives. Attractive women were kept as playthings, while men, the elderly, and the infirm were relegated to servitude or worse. Meanwhile, a group of 20 was making its way toward Jiang Xiao, among them a familiar face. Chapter 33. The overwhelming sense of helplessness in Tian. Despite Tian's pleas, Jiang Xiao found himself unable to assist. As the leader, he bore the responsibility for his team. Any involvement would entangle him in the tides of conflict, risking lives he was unwilling to jeopardize. Moreover, their acquaintance had not yet reached the level of self-sacrifice for one another. "Brother Jiang, I possess considerable wealth in XX City, about 1 billion. If you can bring my husband back, I would gladly bestow it all upon you." Tian was determined. Her love for Tang Fan was profound, and she was resolute in her quest to rescue him. Beside them, Han Yun was filled with a tumult of emotions. She greatly admired Tian's love story and wished to lend her support. However, the final say rested with Jiang Xiao, and she could only acquiesce to his decisions. Jiang Xiao remained non-committal, addressing Tian Jie. "At present, we find ourselves marooned on this desolate island. I advise you to abandon any unrealistic dreams. The probability of our return to society is exceedingly low." He had already lost hope in the outside world. Upon hearing this, Tian felt her body grow weak and listless. It had been 10 days without a glimpse of a rescue team, and she feared they had been forgotten. Moreover, her requests seemed rather excessive. Even if Jiang Xiao was formidable, could he truly rescue her husband from that group? She recalled that many among their assailants were former Navy personnel, and their leader was a special forces operative. With this thought, a sense of confusion enveloped her. Was her husband as fate to be so grim? Tian was at a loss for what to do. "Jiang Xiao, come out." Just then, a boisterous voice rang out, indicating that trouble was brewing. The voice sounded eerily familiar. When Jiang Xiao emerged from the shelter, he discovered it was Tang Chao. He was now brimming with confidence. Hands on his hips, his gaze lofty. However, the scars on his face had not yet healed, marred by dark scabs. The source of his arrogance was likely the scarred man beside him, clad in a naval uniform. Jiang Xiao scrutinized him. The scarred man stood approximately 6 feet tall, with dark skin and a robust build, exuding an air of menace. A sword hung from his waist, furthering his intimidating presence. Moreover, the men accompanying him bore fierce expressions, evidently seasoned by numerous battles. Soon, Li Dahai and others were drawn by the commotion, followed by Tian Tian and Han Yun. Notably, upon seeing the scarred man, Tian Tian's eyes widened in panic. Tang Xiao, you've made quite the achievement this time. The scarred man surveyed Li Manmin and the others, noting their striking beauty and allure. Stirring something primal within him, Tang Xiao, like a sycophant, grinned and said, "What are you saying, Brother Wan? As long as I can assist you, I would brave any challenge." Wan Peng patted Tang Xiao's cheek, satisfied. "Good, very good. Your words are music to my ears. You shall follow me from now on." "Thank you, Brother Wan. Thank you." Tang Xiao bowed deeply, expressing profound respect. After being released by Jiang Xiao days earlier, he had fled to Wan Peng's camp, where he was initially destined for death. However, upon revealing a shocking secret, Wan Peng's interest was piqued. The secret was that Jiang Xiao surrounded himself with many beautiful women, voluptuous and alluring, sure to please Wan Peng. Indeed, upon seeing them, Wan Peng was already imagining which beauty he would pursue first that night. "Are you Jiang Xiao?" Wan Peng pointed at Li Dahai, mistaking him for the infamous Jiang Xiao due to his robust stature. "Brother Wan, this simple-minded, brawny fellow is Li Dahai. That one is Jiang Xiao," Tang Xiao awkwardly corrected him. "Oh." Wan Peng's gaze shifted from Li Dahai to Jiang Xiao, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Tisk, tisk. Nothing remarkable." The other subordinates erupted in laughter. I had initially presumed that the fierce individual spoken of in the Tang dynasty would be a muscular brute. Yet I was taken aback by his frail appearance. A mere spit from him could prove fatal. "Have you dared to bully the Tang dynasty?" Wan Peng fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiao, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Xiao replied nonchalantly, "Yes." Acknowledgement suffices. Wan Peng's eyes narrowed. "Now, kneel before the Tang dynasty and offer a sincere apology, then forfeit your right hand, and I shall spare your life." His lackeys erupted into raucous laughter. Wan Peng remained as formidable as ever. A single command from him could determine Jiang Xiao's fate. Jiang Xiao remained silent, his eyes locked onto Wan Peng, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. "What's the matter?" Wan Peng, noticing Jiang Xiao's indifference, grew impatient. "You think you can harm my men and act as if nothing has transpired? Let me be frank. If your apology displeases the Tang dynasty, you shall face dire consequences." The Tang dynasty regarded Jiang Xiao with an air of superiority. The gravest error in Jiang Xiao's life had been to release a tiger back into the wild. He must surely be regretting it by now. At that moment, Tian Tian timidly approached Jiang Xiao, her voice trembling. "Brother Jiang, this group is formidable. It would be wise to heed his counsel. Otherwise, today may not conclude favorably." Tian Tian was acutely aware of the man in the naval uniform, for it was his kind that had led her to her current predicament. However, she was uncertain whether the scarred man had participated in the attack against them. "Beautiful lady, have we met before?" The sudden appearance of Tian Tian quickly captured Wan Peng's attention. Her long, slender legs and prominent curves were utterly captivating. "Wan Gu. They resemble that couple from not long ago," one of his lackeys remarked. "Ah?" Wan Peng's eyes gleamed with realization. "Is she not the one whose husband sacrificed himself for her escape?" The lackey thumbed up in admiration. "Indeed, Wan Gu is astute." A proud smile spread across Wan Peng's face. "It seems fortune favors me." The darkness of that fateful night had concealed Tian Tian's allure, but now, she was undeniably breathtaking. He made a decision. Tonight, he would pursue Tian Tian, and the rest would depend on his mood. Upon overhearing their conversation, Tian Tian was overwhelmed with emotion. "What have you done to my husband?" So, the scarred man had indeed been involved. She glared fiercely at him. Had her gaze been lethal, he would have perished countless times over. "Dear lady, do not look at me with such disdain. In this world, only the strong survive. Weakness is a sin," Wan Peng proclaimed arrogantly. His fervent gaze lingered on Tian Tian. "Your useless husband is no more. You shall now indulge in a life of luxury with me. You scoundrel, I will kill you." Consumed by hatred, Tian Tian darted from Jiang Xiao's side, charging at Wan Peng unarmed. After indulging his eyes, he shifted his gaze to Jiang Xiao and impatiently remarked, "Kid, my patience is finite. Do you wish to perish?" His words dripped with menace. Chapter 34. "This scar I inflicted, do you wish to die?" Jiang Xiao replied coldly. Wan Peng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a statement to escape Jiang Xiao's lips. Was he truly oblivious to the situation? "Jiang Xiao, has your mind been clouded? How dare you speak such words to Brother Wan?" Tang Xiao mocked. Although Jiang Xiao possessed commendable skills, he was no match for Wan Peng. Wan Peng was a trained soldier, seasoned by the ravages of war, having tasted blood and wielded a blade. In contrast, Jiang Xiao was merely a salesman, laboring diligently throughout the day and then heading to the gym to sculpt his physique. What could he possibly use to contend with Wanpeng? Wanpeng gestured for Jiang Xiao to step aside. Kid, how do I discern from your words that you possess any fighting prowess? Wanpeng sneered. Isn't it simple to find out if I can fight? You could come over and test it, Jiang Xiao retorted coolly. Wanpeng shook his head. Looking down from his elevated position, with your capabilities, you are entirely unworthy of my intervention. He then shifted his tone. However, since you have squandered your opportunity to apologize, I shall take it upon myself to grant you a grim demise on behalf of Jiang Xiao. Do not blame me. Weakness is the original sin. With that, Wanpeng addressed one of his subordinates. Monkey, he is yours. Upon hearing this, the man known as Monkey was filled with excitement. This was an unparalleled opportunity for achievement. In their camp, anyone who accomplished a feat would be rewarded with food, and perhaps even the company of women. He regarded Jiang Xiao with utter disdain. Brother Wan, watch me, Monkey exclaimed eagerly. Go on, make it quick and clean. Wanpeng he desperately wished to call upon his brothers to retrieve his severed head. Yet no matter how hard he tried, no words escaped his lips. After approximately 8 seconds, his consciousness began to fade, followed swiftly by a complete farewell to this world. Until the moment of his demise, he remained oblivious to how his head had been severed. This scar, I left it, Jiang Xiao coldly declared. To die without awareness is the greatest honor of his life. What? Tian gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes ablaze. Just moments ago, she had seen Jiang Xiao move, and upon regaining her senses, the monkey's head rolled to the ground like a watermelon. Truly formidable. Now that her husband had met with foul play, perhaps staying close to Jiang Xiao would grant her the opportunity to avenge him. This thought arose within her. Li Manman and others, witnessing Jiang Xiao's prowess for the first time, were equally astonished. Following their amazement came exhilaration. Jiang Xiao's strength was worthy of their utmost devotion. The monkey, such a fool, had been so careless, it was a disgrace to them all. Wanpeng spat in disdain. He scanned his subordinates and declared, whoever kills Jiang Xiao tonight will be rewarded with a beautiful woman. With great rewards come courageous men. Wangu, I shall go. A robust figure emerged from the crowd. The newcomer was a stocky middle-aged man, muscular and strong-limbed. Very well, go. Wanpeng waved his hand, and the stout man confidently charged at Jiang Xiao. Nevertheless, he could not escape the fate of death. Jiang Xiao delivered a powerful kick to the stout man's chest, shattering his ribs and piercing his heart. After a brief struggle, he breathed his last. With a hiss, Jiang Xiao continued to dispatch Wanpeng's formidable subordinates, causing cold sweat to break out on many brows. If the first death was deemed an unfortunate coincidence, the second was an undeniable affront to reason. Wanpeng's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Xiao. He could no longer afford to be careless. Impressive, Wanpeng acknowledged, but you still differ greatly from me. He clapped his hands. All of you attack. Jiang Xiao beckoned to Wanpeng's group. Wanpeng, taken aback, questioned, are you out of your mind? Do you wish to challenge a group alone? Such arrogance. Regardless, Wanpeng dismissed any concerns about numbers and ordered his men coldly, go. As he spoke, 16 men charged at Jiang Xiao. With exhilaration, Jiang Xiao plunged into the fray, engaging them in fierce combat. He first kicked one man aside, then swiftly used his sharp dagger to slice another's throat. After dispatching 2, he executed a swift motion, kicking 2 more in the head. Each strike from Jiang Xiao sent yet another unfortunate soul crashing into a pool of blood. The 16-man team was quickly reduced to none. It was a brutal spectacle, an unstoppable force. Witnessing his subordinates fall one after another, Wanpeng was drenched in sweat. He had never encountered such a merciless killing machine as Jiang Xiao. Today, he had truly met his match. Wanpeng felt an intense urge to eliminate Jiang Xiao. In the portrayal of the Tang dynasty, Jiang Xiao is merely depicted as a workaholic who occasionally finds time to exercise. However, through observation, it is evident that he resembles a dedicated practitioner rather than a casual athlete. Tang dynasty, you have truly led me to my doom, Wanpeng seethed. Glaring at Jiang Xiao appeared as if he had lost his very soul, his mind inundated with the haunting images of Jiang Xiao's merciless acts. It's your turn. Jiang Xiao gestured towards Wanpeng. Ah, brother Jiang, let us converse amicably, Wanpeng replied, clearly lacking his prior bravado. He forcefully shoved Jiang Xiao towards Jiang Xiao, exclaiming, our misunderstanding stems solely from Jiang Xiao's instigations. You must trust my words. Jiang Xiao, pale as a ghost, knelt before Jiang Xiao, his knees marked with 2 long streaks. I was wrong. Please, have mercy and allow me to leave. Jiang Xiao's smile was devoid of warmth. I preferred your earlier, arrogant demeanor. Fear enveloped Jiang Xiao entirely. Chapter 35, Transformation. Jiang Xiao, please, do not kill me. Jiang Xiao was overtaken by terror, a warm liquid seeping through his trousers. I have already given you a chance, which you squandered. Do not blame me, Jiang Xiao declared, brandishing a cold dagger, poised to sever Tang Chao's artery. Brother Jiang, wait. Tang Chao interjected hastily. If you spare my life, I will give you all my savings and a few women as well. However, before he could finish, a searing heat engulfed his neck, and blood gushed forth in the next instant. You. Tang Chao's trembling finger pointed accusingly at Jiang Xiao. The cruelty was overwhelming. He had no opportunity to negotiate. Never in his wildest dreams did Tang Chao imagine meeting his demise at Jiang Xiao's hands. As blood continued to pour from his wound, he collapsed, breathless. Jiang Xiao's gaze shifted from Tang Chao to Wan Peng, his knife glinting ominously. Wan Peng swallowed hard, discomfort coursing through his body. With a thud, he fell to his knees, trembling. Brother Jiang, please do not kill me. My boss is a mutant. If you take my life, he will not spare you. The term mutant struck a dissonant chord. Jiang Xiao slowly lowered his blade. He had long been intrigued by the mysterious red light, and now, having learned of other mutants from Wan Peng, he sought to extract information about the maritime disaster. Take me to your boss. Wan Peng, knowing he could not defy Jiang Xiao without sealing his own fate, complied. Soon, the two set off. Wali Dahai and the others remained behind to clean the battlefield and gather some spoils. This skirmish yielded considerable rewards, 5 lighters and a small amount of candy. Additionally, there was the monkey's dagger. Though worn, it could prove invaluable in critical moments. After swiftly clearing the battlefield, they disposed of the bodies into the vast ocean. Little did they know, as those corpses sank, the scent of blood would soon attract a host of colossal creatures. At Wan Peng's camp, the Black Dog, along with the rugged group led by Wan Peng, had been absent for an extended period, prompting a burly man with a dark complexion to question a frail companion. Do you think they might have fallen prey to venomous serpents? Old Ma, you are overly anxious, the Black Dog replied, shaking his head. There are remnants left by our predecessors here. Wan Peng and his crew would not stray aimlessly. The longer they are gone, the more spoils they likely bring back. Let us await their return with eager anticipation. The dark-faced man, however, was burdened with concern. If Wan Peng achieves great merit, he may well become a favored confidant of the leader. The Black Dog patted his shoulder reassuringly. In these times of chaos on the island, are you still worried about the lack of opportunities for glory? At that moment, a voice rang out from the camp's entrance, announcing, Brother Dog, Brother Ma. Wan Gu has returned. Haha, let us hurry to greet him and see what treasures he brings. The Black Dog exclaimed. Perhaps he has procured some women. The ones in the camp have grown tiresome, and acquiring fresh company would be delightful. Suddenly, a figure crashed heavily before them, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed Wan Peng. Wan Peng, what transpired? The Black Dog inquired with urgency. I encountered formidable opposition, Wan Peng replied, struggling to rise from the ground. Was it the 13th sister? The Black Dog asked. No, Wan Peng shook his head. It was not her. Then was it the foreigners? The dark-faced man pressed. Neither. Wan Peng struggled to articulate, the toll of his injuries evident. Who dares to wreak havoc in our territory? Both the Black Dog and his companion demanded. It is I. Came the voice of Jiang Xiao, who appeared and effortlessly dispatched several minions with a kick. The dark-faced man and the Black Dog sprang to their feet, rallying a dozen subordinates to encircle Jiang Xiao. Who are you? What audacity to disturb our camp? The Black Dog questioned coldly. My time is precious. Summon your leader to meet me, Jiang Xiao replied icily. How dare you speak such nonsense? Our leader is not someone you can simply summon. The dark-faced man retorted, drawing an axe from his waist, ready to confront Jiang Xiao. Old Ma, do not act impulsively. But before he could finish, Old Ma's head rolled to the ground, leaving a trail of blood. Is he that brave? Jiang Xiao remarked coldly, witnessing the once formidable Old Ma fall so swiftly at Jiang Xiao's hands. The Black Dog and his crew felt an overwhelming thirst for water, unlike any they had experienced before. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd, and the minions parted to create a path. The newcomer was the island's leader, known as Lu Meng. His square face and crew-cut hairstyle imparted a certain charm. Young brother, to dispatch my subordinate with a single strike seems rather excessive, Lu Meng said, addressing Jiang Xiao. Leader. Upon his arrival, many of the younger subordinates greeted him with profound respect. Even Jiang Xiao sensed a formidable aura emanating from Lu Meng. Without a doubt, he was an evolved being. Yet Jiang Xiao remained undaunted, challenging, unconvinced. Then come and test your mettle. With a casual flourish, Lu Meng produced a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with a lighter. After taking a deep drag, he exhaled a thick plume of smoke. You managed to fell Old Ma and severely injure Wan Peng. You possess some skill. However, compared to me, you still have a long way to go. The identity of the mutant instilled a sense of superiority in Remang. Disclose all that you know, lest I cannot ensure your safety, he demanded. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao prepared to engage in combat. Remang scoffed disdainfully. If you simply demand I tell you, wouldn't that be quite undignified for me? Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Jiang Xiao strode forward with remarkable speed, coldly inquiring, what must I do for you to divulge this information? In this realm, the one with the mightiest fist holds the authority. Remang ceased to conceal his true self, unleashing a palpable aura of terror. Instantly, wisps of white steam began to emanate from his body, and his skin visibly reddened. Ultimately, his physique started to swell, doubling in size, and his strength underwent a monumental transformation. Is this your power? Jiang Xiao asked, astonished at witnessing a mutant's abilities for the first time. Remang's transformation altered his appearance significantly, resembling the silver-horned king, albeit with a square face. You should feel honored to be the first adversary to witness my metamorphosis. Remang smirked. Do not hide your prowess any longer. Transform, and let me see what you can do. From their initial encounter, Remang had sensed that Jiang Xiao was also a mutant, albeit uncertain of his abilities. I will not transform, Jiang Xiao replied awkwardly. Are you mocking me? Remang questioned angrily. I truly cannot, Jiang Xiao responded, exasperated, as he was entirely unaware that mutants could change form. Then I shall see how you plan to contend with me in your usual state, Remang declared, gritting his teeth in indignation. Feeling deeply insulted, this was a slight he could not tolerate. Chapter 36. The distribution of the deserted island. This confrontation did not unfold as Black Dog and the others had anticipated. Instead of Remang overwhelming Jiang Xiao with his newfound strength post-transformation, it was Jiang Xiao who delivered several blows, leaving Remang battered and unrecognizable. In terms of both speed and power, Jiang Xiao exerted unilateral dominance. They could scarcely fathom the terrifying magnitude of strength Jiang Xiao would possess upon transforming. As the one directly involved, Remang was left speechless and secretly relieved to have escaped with his life. He had not anticipated being defeated by Jiang Xiao without the latter transforming. At the time, he had harbored resentment, believing Jiang Xiao's refusal to transform was a reflection of disdain towards him. In truth, Jiang Xiao was cautious. A transformation would amplify his strength manifold, potentially leading to Remang's demise. Remang inwardly chastised himself for underestimating Jiang Xiao, wishing for him to unleash his full power. Was he not tempting fate? With a swift motion, Jiang Xiao slapped Remang on the forehead. Now do you understand whose fist reigns supreme? Your might. Indeed, your might, Remang conceded, nodding repeatedly, filled with an unspoken reverence for Jiang Xiao. Can you now share what you know? Jiang Xiao coldly inquired. Of course, I can, Remang replied, bowing respectfully. He called out to Black Dog, quickly, fetch a chair for the big brother to sit. Black Dog, momentarily taken aback, was then nudged by Remang's kick. Why are you still standing there? Before long, Black Dog returned with a rudimentary stool, placing it respectfully before Jiang Xiao. Big brother, please, take a seat, Remang said with a cheeky grin, gesturing for Jiang Xiao to sit. Jiang Xiao settled down gently. At this moment, the Black Dog skillfully assisted Jiang Xiao with a massage. Brother, how is the pressure? Jiang Xiao found the dog's technique quite impressive, comparable to that of the charming masseuses in the parlor, truly a talent underappreciated. Someone was seated on a stool, relishing the massage, while Jiang Xiao gestured toward Lu Meng, uncertain of how to address him. Lu Meng, with a smile, replied, just call me Xiao Meng. He had already developed a deep respect for Jiang Xiao. Xiao Meng, are you aware of the significance of the island we are on? Lu Meng shook his head. I do not know. Jiang Xiao's expression soured, feeling that Lu Meng was utterly oblivious. Sensing Jiang Xiao's displeasure, Lu Meng quickly added, however, I do know the expanse of this desolate island. It is quite immense. Jiang Xiao furrowed his brow. How vast could a deserted island truly be? Yet, when he heard Lu Meng mention a specific figure, he was taken aback. The very forest they occupied measured a staggering 20,000 kilometers in length, equivalent to the distance from the South Pole to the North Pole. The width remained unknown. What a jest! Furthermore, according to Lu Meng, this forest was merely the periphery of the island, which comprised several other sections. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. This island was far too large to fathom. He could hardly believe that Brother Lu was speaking the truth. The Black Dog whispered in Jiang Xiao's ear, we have discovered this in ancient human manuscripts. At this juncture, Jiang Xiao recalled the deep pit into which Li Dahai had fallen. That was the work of predecessors. Quickly, bring me the ancient texts. I wish to examine them. Jiang Xiao urged. The Black Dog ceased his massage and scampered to the tent, returning with an ancient parchment of A4 size. He respectfully presented it to Jiang Xiao. Gazing at the various codes on the parchment, Jiang Xiao felt as if he were looking at a celestial script. He shot a glare at the Black Dog. I cannot comprehend this. Fetch me a wise sage to enlighten me. Allow me to embarrass myself then, the Black Dog replied unexpectedly, demonstrating an understanding of the text. He pointed to a flat circle depicted on the parchment. This represents the sea beyond the forest. This is the beach. The black dog then indicated a crescent-shaped pattern. Jiang Xiao nodded, pointing at a skull icon on the parchment. Does this symbolize danger? The black dog gave a thumbs up. Truly remarkable. Brother, your insights are extraordinary. Jiang Xiao patted the black dog's head. Stop flattering me. I am aware of the dangers in the ocean, but what hazards could lurk on the beach? Lu Meng, with a square face, interjected. Brother, you do not understand. The creatures of the ocean possess certain abilities, allowing them to traverse both land and sea. They come ashore to forage on the 1st and 15th of each month, and they are quite ferocious. What abilities? Is this mentioned in the texts? Jiang Xiao pondered whether it was related to the red light. That remains uncertain. Lu Meng shook his head. He had not witnessed it firsthand, but had only gleaned the information from the parchment. Jiang Xiao felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, suddenly questioning the safety of remaining on the beach. Such formidable marine creatures, will they not invade the land? He inquired. No, Lu Meng replied with certainty. Why? Jiang Xiao was perplexed. Because snake venom is their nemesis. Once bitten, they perish. Thus, marine creatures can only venture onto the beach to a limited extent. I see. Jiang Xiao nodded in understanding. At last, I have come to comprehend the reason behind the dense presence of serpents within the forest. It serves to obstruct the encroachment of marine creatures into the interior. This delineates the boundaries of the forest. The black dog then pointed to a second elliptical circle. Jiang Xiao noticed a line running from the head to the tail, and, puzzled, inquired, is this a river? Just moments earlier, when he followed Wan Peng, he had observed a river approximately 20 meters wide. My brother is astute. The black dog flattered again, eliciting envy from the others. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao sensed something amiss. For the area beyond the forest lacked proper markings. That part remains a mystery to us. Perhaps this predecessor only explored the forest before meeting his demise. The black dog jested. At this point, the clues regarding the island's distribution had come to an end. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiao had gained a renewed understanding of this desolate isle. Perhaps, as his understanding deepens, the prospect of escaping here may not be impossible. During the ensuing conversation with Lu Meng and the others, Jiang Xiao inquired how they had procured the parchment. Lu Meng and his companions responded that they had found it in a wooden box on the beach. They collectively ventured into the forest to establish a shelter, as the parchment helped them avoid numerous dangers. After discussing the parchment, Jiang Xiao further questioned Lu Meng about the mutants. Lu Meng admitted to his limited knowledge, stating that after being exposed to a strange red light, he awoke the following day with a powerful energy surging within him, causing considerable discomfort. In a moment of frustration, he inadvertently transformed. Following this metamorphosis, his overall strength had increased tenfold. Jiang Xiao mused that Lu Meng's transformation process seemed rather haphazard, starkly contrasting with his own experience. However, upon reflection, he considered it might vary from person to person. Through his acquaintance with Lu Meng, Jiang Xiao realized he was not the only mutant. Kindred spirits existed. In the future, he would encounter more mutants on this deserted island, some of whom might possess even greater prowess than Lu Meng, for reasons unknown. After engaging with the mutants, Jiang Xiao felt a profound yearning for combat, eagerly anticipating formidable adversaries. Ultimately, having gathered intelligence from Lu Meng, Jiang Xiao intended to take his leave, only for Lu Meng to halt him. What is it? Jiang Xiao turned to face Lu Meng, suspecting he was merely being playful. Lu Meng trembled, chuckled nervously, and mustered the courage to voice his thoughts. Brother, please become our leader. The island is perilous, and having a powerful leader would significantly enhance our chances of survival. The other subordinates nodded in agreement, having witnessed Jiang Xiao's ability to subdue Lu Meng. If they could serve under him, they would not only navigate the island with confidence, but also avoid being bullied. Jiang Xiao was taken aback. Was Lu Meng's head clouded by the beating he had received? Brother, I implore you to be our leader. With such a formidable leader as your support, we could escape this plight and return to the real world, Lu Meng hastily urged, fearing Jiang Xiao would depart. Jiang Xiao furrowed his brow, sensing that Lu Meng intended to exploit him for thievery. Ruthless, sensing the misunderstanding, quickly waved his hand, saying, Brother, please do not misconstrue my intentions. He promptly elaborated that they were all unfortunate souls stranded on a desolate island, yearning for camaraderie to weather the storm, and implored Jiang Xiao to guide them back through the thorny paths to their homeland. Black Dog, with a tear-streaked face, lamented, Brother, please grant us this wish. I have an elderly mother waiting for me at home. I have both the old and the young relying on me to return and provide for them. I have yet to earn the dowry, and my family awaits my return to continue our lineage. The other younger brothers echoed their sentiments, expressing a profound longing to return home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao's heart was a tumult of emotions. In that moment, these survivors appeared not as nefarious individuals, but rather as the beleaguered pillars of their respective families, embodying the essence of countless common folk. Under the steadfast insistence of Ruthless and the others, a flicker of hesitation ignited within Jiang Xiao. Given the harsh environment of the island, forming his own faction could enable them to confront multifaceted challenges together, be it battling wild beasts, foraging for sustenance, or repelling encroaching foes. This was precisely why he had initially established an armed group. Only by uniting all possible forces could they, someday, hope to return to civilization. Do you truly wish for me to be your leader? Jiang Xiao inquired earnestly. Ruthless and the others nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Brother, the position of leader is rightfully yours." Simultaneously, they each resolved to remain unwaveringly loyal. From now on, let us cease the inhumane slaughter. Is that agreeable? Jiang Xiao scanned the crowd and proposed his terms. He had learned from Tian that this group was notorious for their pillaging and brutality. Ruthless discerned the underlying tone. "Boss, we previously resorted to plunder due to food scarcity, and indeed, we have taken much and caused unintended harm. From this moment forth, we shall refrain. Yes, we will amend our past misdeeds. I will release the captives shortly," Black Dog concurred. "In essence, my principle is this. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one dares to provoke me, I shall annihilate their entire family," Jiang Xiao stated coldly. He did not desire his subordinates to be mere lambs, yet he insisted on having his own principles. Ruthless shuddered at the severity of the words. That is rather ruthless, isn't it? However, in such a harsh environment, how else can one survive? The others expressed their commitment to follow their leader's words. "Since you are prepared to uphold this, I shall not hesitate. From this day forward, I am your leader," Jiang Xiao proclaimed loudly. Ruthless gestured to his companions, saying, "Brothers, pay your respects to the leader. Hail the leader! Hail the leader! Hail the leader!" The resounding cheers echoed, invigorating their spirits. Jiang Xiao raised his hand for silence, then turned to Ruthless. "Little Ruthless, go release those you have captured." Ruthless hurried off to set them free. Soon, 6 men and 7 women appeared before Jiang Xiao, their faces smeared with dirt, disheveled and emaciated, clearly having endured poor treatment. Notably, the 7 women wore tattered clothing, with marks on their necks, indicating they had suffered inhumane indignities. "Is there a man named Tang Fan among you?" Jiang Xiao called out to the crowd. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward. "I am Tang Fan. You may kill me, or do as you please." His demeanor was resolute, embodying a fearless acceptance of death. Jiang Xiao's gaze fixed upon Tang Fan, and he nodded. Indeed, this was the man whom Tian had sought to rescue at any cost, and he exhibited a commendable spirit. "You are free now. You may leave," he declared. Tang Fan and his 13 companions were utterly stunned, convinced they had misheard. "What did you say?" Tang Fan cautiously inquired. "Let us go?" They had just escaped from their confinement, fearing they would meet their doom. Yet the situation had turned around so dramatically. "Brother, are you truly not going to kill us?" One person asked timidly. "The chief has commanded you to leave. If you dawdle, do you wish to perish here?" Lu Meng scolded vehemently. After several confirmations, smiles of long-lost joy spread across the faces of the 13. Their fears had dissipated. However, now that their families were shattered and chaos reigned on the island, was their departure not akin to walking into death? Thus, one ventured to ask quietly, "Brother, might we serve you here as laborers? We would be content with just a morsel of food. Indeed, if we venture out, we will be caught by other factions. It is far better to stay with you." "Brother," they implored, kneeling before Jiang Xiao, beseeching him to take them in. Seeing this, Tang Fan reluctantly followed suit, swallowing his pride for the sake of finding his wife. "Do you truly wish to stay?" Jiang Xiao inquired. The 13 affirmed their decision with certainty. Jiang Xiao addressed them. "Since you wish to remain, I can accommodate you. However, let it be clear that I hope you can overlook the unpleasantness of the past. If you cannot, you may exit through that door now." The 13 assured him they could move past their previous grievances and were willing to strive together for survival. Ultimately, Jiang Xiao accepted them, and with Lu Meng's 12, his new cohort now numbered 25. "Lu Meng, take me to your warehouse," Jiang Xiao instructed after the 13 had settled. He desired to see what supplies Lu Meng had. However, upon observing a collection of withered plums in the warehouse, he involuntarily grimaced, feeling as though he had inherited a troublesome burden. Lu Meng awkwardly explained, "Boss, there is ample food in the forest, but snakes are everywhere. Many of our comrades lost their lives there. These provisions were procured at great personal risk." Jiang Xiao shot him a disapproving glance. "Enough about the food. Let's devise a plan upon my arrival. For now, distribute the remaining provisions to those 13. They must have endured great hardship these past few days." Lu Meng was somewhat reluctant. Boss, must we truly give them this? These precious supplies are ones I had been preserving as the former leader. Yet now, Jiang Xiao generously intended to share them with others, causing Lu Meng to feel a pang of regret. Jiang Xiao fixed Lu Meng with a steely gaze. Lu Meng understood the implication and hastily commanded the black dog to distribute the remaining food to Tang Fan and his group. Oh, what is this wooden box? At that moment, Jiang Xiao noticed an ancient black wooden chest. It was merely a dilapidated wooden box containing a few rusted axes. Reckless replied with a grin. Open it and take a look. With deftness, Reckless unlatched the box. Jiang Xiao glanced inside, and indeed, as Reckless had claimed, there lay 5 axes and nothing more. No. There was also a collection of shells and small pebbles. Oh, what is that? At that moment, Jiang Xiao discovered a pearl about the size of a glass orb, emanating an eerie glow. A luminous pearl, Reckless chuckled. Seeing its rarity, I decided to keep it, thinking that when we return to the real world, I could sell it at a jewelry store for a handsome sum. Jiang Xiao remained silent, reaching out to grasp the pearl. However, the moment his fingers brushed against it, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Chapter 38. The Ocean Monster Buzz. Suddenly, a mysterious force surged from Jiang Xiao's fingertips into his body, clashing with the energy that already resided within him. Now, 2 distinct powers were engaged in a fierce battle within him, each unwilling to yield. They clashed like legions of soldiers, embroiled in a tumultuous conflict. Fortunately, the innate power within him ultimately prevailed, vanquishing and absorbing the sudden external force, achieving victory at last. It was only then that the pearl he had touched fell silent. How bizarre! Jiang Xiao found the commotion provoked by the pearl to be utterly astonishing, and it contained formidable energy. For a moment, he was bewildered. Perhaps seeking out the predecessors who left the wooden box on the island would reveal some insights. Jiang Xiao mused inwardly. Boss, what's wrong? At that moment, Reckless patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder. From the time they had discovered the pearl until now, Jiang Xiao seemed lost in a trance, unresponsive to calls. Reckless feared that Jiang Xiao might be unwell. I'm fine, Jiang Xiao shook his head. Looking at Reckless and tentatively inquired, Xiao Meng, have you ever touched this pearl? Reckless replied earnestly. Who could resist such a beautiful pearl? He had been carrying the pearl in his pocket during his leisure time, fantasizing about returning to the real world to sell it for a good price and live like a lord. Jiang Xiao furrowed his brow. From Reckless' response, it was evident that no strange occurrences had transpired when he came into contact with the pearl. Jiang Xiao found it perplexing. Why was it that Reckless, also a mutant, felt nothing? Was it a matter of individual differences? Perhaps in the future, as understanding deepens, the truth would be uncovered. Xiao Meng, could you possibly gift me this pearl? Jiang Xiao asked shyly. The peculiar pearl seemed extraordinary, perhaps harboring a monumental secret. Oh, boss, your words are overwhelming. Reckless exclaimed in surprise. Now that you are the leader of the team, everything belongs to you. This pearl is undoubtedly your personal possession. Jiang Xiao chuckled, realizing Reckless was right. He accepted it without further politeness. This journey not only enhanced his understanding of the deserted island, but also garnered him 25 new companions. More importantly, he had acquired a miraculous treasure. Though its secrets remained unknown for now, Jiang Xiao felt it was indeed a form of gain. Aside from that, the warehouse holds no other remaining supplies. Of course, there are pots, pans, and dishes. My dear comrades, from this moment forth, we shall toil and strive for our provisions. The increase in population has only exacerbated our already meager existence. Particularly with the forest fraught with peril, Reckless harbors great concern for the path ahead. Fear not, for with me by your side, I assure you that hunger shall not be your plight, Jiang Xiao declared, thumping his chest confidently. Reckless offered a hollow laugh, harboring doubts about Jiang Xiao's assurances, though he refrained from voicing them. After all, Jiang Xiao is the leader, undoubtedly possessing his own plans. As a subordinate, Reckless need only follow orders. Xiao Meng, could you arrange for the brothers to venture forth and procure some timber to reinforce our encampment? Jiang Xiao inquired. He had observed keenly along the way. Reckless and his comrades had chosen a spacious plot by the riverside for their camp, a location of considerable merit. However, the fortifications of the encampment required further development. For instance, the perimeter fence would be utterly insufficient against a ferocious beast, just as they had encountered a black bear weighing 850 kilograms, which could easily leap into their camp to wreak havoc. To survive long-term on this deserted island, the living environment must be secured. That is feasible, but we can only fell trees in relatively safe peripheries. You understand? Reckless replied with an awkward smile. The venomous snakes lurking in the forest are a nightmare for all, rendering them hesitant to venture deeper. Very well, you may proceed with the arrangements, Jiang Xiao gestured, permitting Reckless to lead the brothers in this endeavor while offering him some advice. Reckless found Jiang Xiao's words reasonable and, with a sense of satisfaction, summoned several brothers to go and harvest timber, including Tang Fan. Once all matters were arranged, Jiang Xiao retraced his steps to the beach, preparing to welcome Han Yun and the others to their new shelter. Little did he know that an extraordinary event was unfolding on the beach. At the shelter on the beach, the vast ocean loomed before them. "Am I hallucinating?" Han Yun exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. Moments ago, massive waves had surged, leading them to believe an earthquake was imminent. Suddenly, creatures began to surface from the water, further solidifying their conviction that a quake was on the horizon. However, as time passed, an increasing number of creatures emerged, their sizes becoming increasingly outrageous. From the initial few kilograms to those weighing in the tens, and eventually hundreds of kilograms, culminating in the astonishing appearance of a tortoise the size of a tank, lobsters as large as a Toyota Corolla, and colossal octopuses the size of trucks. What left them most awestruck was the sight of a whale leaping from the depths, its size comparable to that of an aircraft carrier. They stood frozen in disbelief. Surely, we have ventured into a realm of science fiction, they thought. What took them completely off guard was that this terrifying array of creatures was advancing toward the beach. Mere dozens of meters from the shore. "What you see is indeed real," Li Dazai gulped, his throat dry with apprehension, as he beheld the enormous tortoise yawning wide, sending chills down his spine. As they gazed at the colossal lobster effortlessly cleaving a hefty snapper in two with its pincers before swallowing it whole, Li Dahai felt an impending sense of doom. "Will they eat us?" Lu Suamian cried out. In their wake, the phenomenon of larger fish consuming smaller ones unfolded, staining the shallow waters a vivid red. "Fear not, my sister, we are on land, and they cannot reach us," Chen Minjao reassured her. No sooner had she spoken than a gigantic sea turtle made its way onto the shore, its sharp gaze fixated on the group. As it locked onto them, the turtle began to crawl slowly toward them. The others turned their eyes toward Lu Suamian, deeming her a harbinger of misfortune. "Ah!" Lu Suamian screamed, desperate to escape. "Help!" Chen Minjao and Jiang Xiao clung tightly to each other, echoing her cries for assistance. Li Dahai, embodying the role of protector, brandished a wooden stick, ready to confront the monstrous creature. In a moment of dire urgency, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and a rock struck the turtle's head, causing it to emit a pained cry. Turning its head, the turtle discovered a fierce gaze fixed upon it. It was Jiang Xiao. Upon hearing Lu Suamian's cries, he sensed something amiss and hastily picked up a pebble, sprinting toward their location. Upon arrival, he observed a multitude of marine creatures advancing toward them. Without hesitation, he hurled the stone. Jiang Xiao, Lu Suamian, and the others were overwhelmed with tears of gratitude. In this perilous moment, the sight of Jiang Xiao's arrival filled their hearts with solace. Jiang Xiao rushed before the giant turtle, drawing a sharp dagger with the intent to sever its head. However, to his astonishment, his full force strike merely grazed the turtle's skin, failing to draw blood. If he could not breach its flesh, the impenetrable shell was beyond reach. Such formidable defense. As he beheld the advancing lobster and octopus trailing behind the enormous turtle, Jiang Xiao realized that lingering any longer could spell disaster. "We must flee," he decisively proclaimed, leading Han Yun and the others into the forest. The ancient scrolls had recorded that the forest was a forbidden zone for oceanic monsters. Indeed, as they stepped into the woods, the creatures behind them halted their advance. Chapter 39. Jiang Xiao, I wish to join you shortly thereafter. Jiang Xiao led the group to a clearing within the forest, where they paused to catch their breath, having grown fatigued from their escape. "Is it safe to stop here?" Li Mamin queried, still shaken. "Those marine monsters might not have given up on us." She scanned their surroundings anxiously, fearing the sudden grasp of a giant octopus tentacle from behind. "Not now," Jiang Xiao reassured her. He then proceeded to relay all the information he had gathered from Remang. Upon learning the details, the group comprehended the peculiarities of the island. "Jiang Xiao, does this mean we can no longer stay on the beach?" Lu Suamian inquired, her trepidation palpable. She feared that one day, upon closing her eyes, she might awaken to find herself engulfed in darkness, swallowed by a great fish without awareness. "The beach is no longer a safe haven. We must relocate our shelter," Jiang Xiao affirmed with a nod. "Where shall we go?" Han Yun inquired. "To the forest to establish our refuge?" She continued, "Please, that is a paradise for venomous snakes. Yet, the seaside is equally perilous." In that moment, Han Yun felt an overwhelming sense of desolation, as if there were no patch of land where she could find solace. "To the forest," Jiang Xiao replied. "What?" The group was taken aback. "The forest is fraught with danger. Are you serious?" Jiang Xiao then elaborated on his reasoning. "The forest boasts abundant freshwater resources and ample food. As long as they exercise caution, survival is feasible. Furthermore, with Li Dahai, their snake expert, their chances of survival are significantly heightened." Listening to Jiang Xiao, the group nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tian timidly raised her hand. Previously, she had consulted Han Yun about joining Jiang Xiao's team, and Han Yun had relayed the conditions of entry, causing Tian Tian to blush furiously. After enduring perilous experiences, she had finally made her decision. Is there something you wish to say? Jiang Xiao asked, glancing at Tian Tian, prepared to share news of Tang Fan with her. Perhaps the news of Tang Fan's survival would bring her joy. Jiang Xiao, I would like to join you. Do you think that would be acceptable? Tian Tian asked cautiously, fearful that Jiang Xiao might decline, leaving her to fend for herself on this harsh island. Jiang Xiao, Tian Tian is a person of unfortunate fate. Let her join us. Han Yun interjected. Very well, Jiang Xiao nodded, momentarily forgetting to mention Tang Fan's situation. Tian Tian exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement and momentarily at a loss for words. She had finally secured a place within the group, which meant that seeking vengeance would be more feasible. As for the conditions of joining, she did not forget, resolving to find an opportunity to offer herself to Jiang Xiao. Once we have rested, let us prepare to head to the new shelter, Jiang Xiao said, slowly rising and gazing towards the shelter, approximately 2 kilometers away. Jiang Xiao, there are numerous snakes within. What if we do not reach the new shelter before nightfall? Lu Suimian asked. Jiang Xiao replied with a smile. The path we are taking is frequently traversed by others. Snakes seldom appear here, and we shall arrive before long. That is splendid, Han Yun exclaimed, delighted, for she had always harbored a strong aversion to snakes. However, in their haste to depart, she realized she had left her Huawei phone behind, which contained precious items. But now, with so many monsters on the beach, would she ever retrieve it? Soon, they set off. Initially, they believed that following the well-trodden path would spare them from fear of snakes. However, they encountered several along the way. Yet, Jiang Xiao managed to handle these nuisances, and ultimately, they arrived at the new shelter without incident. Boss. Upon entering the gates of the new shelter, Lu Meng and his band of followers greeted them enthusiastically. They warmly acknowledged Han Yun and the others, even referring to them as sisters-in-law. Han Yun and her companions felt their faces flush with embarrassment at the unexpected attention. As for Wanpeng, upon seeing Han Yun and her group, he broke into a cold sweat. Never before had he wished to sever ties with his own brothers as he did that day. Not long ago, he had harbored intentions towards them, and now, given their newfound status, if matters were to escalate, his life would be in jeopardy. Lost in thought, he felt his legs give way, and in terror, he knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Han Yun and the others, displaying remarkable magnanimity, chose not to engage in petty grievances. Wanpeng let out a heavy sigh of relief, silently vowing to protect these esteemed individuals with his life, regardless of the circumstances. Just then, an excited voice rang out from the crowd. Tang Fan caught sight of Tian Tian's figure. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tian Tian turned around and saw her longed-for partner. Their eyes met, as if transcending time itself. Overcome with emotion, Tian Tian rushed into Tang Fan's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Husband. She had believed Tang Fan to be dead. Similarly, Tang Fan had harbored the same belief about Tian Tian. Therefore, witnessing each other's safety sparked an indescribable joy within them. Observing this, Jiang Xiao smacked his thigh in realization. He had forgotten to inform Tian Tian of Tang Fan's survival amidst his thoughts of other matters. However, it was not too late to learn. It was through enduring hardship that they could truly appreciate the rarity of love, thus strengthening their bond. My dear, you have suffered. Tang Fan held Tian Tian tightly. Yet, inexplicably, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Husband, what is suffering compared to you? Tian Tian reassured him. Unbeknownst to her, her words only ignited a fierce hatred within Tang Fan. During his days of captivity, he had witnessed the tragic fate of many women reduced to mere objects, and he feared that Tian Tian would not escape a similar fate. The one who could lay claim to his wife was none other than Jiang Xiao, the leader. The thought of Jiang Xiao placing a green hat upon him filled Tang Fan with immense anguish. Simultaneously, he loathed his own powerlessness. Had he been stronger, he would have taken it upon himself to eliminate Jiang Xiao and avenge this grievance. For now, he could only feign compliance with Jiang Xiao, biding his time for the right moment to exact his revenge. After a brief reunion, the camp began to operate with renewed urgency. Jiang Xiao simply outlined the distribution system to his subordinates, allowing them to exchange labor for food. The method was met with unanimous approval, particularly among the newly captured brothers and sisters, who no longer needed to worry about hunger. Jiang Xiao then dispatched 10 individuals to chop wood while the remainder dug posts. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. At last, it was his turn to take action. With the camp's food supplies depleted and over 30 mouths to feed, he naturally had to venture into the forest in search of sustenance. However, he required a few brave souls to accompany him, as he could not carry an ample supply alone. Jiang Xiao, allow me to join you, Tian volunteered eagerly. Having just become a member of the team, she was eager to contribute. Witnessing her enthusiastic response to Jiang Xiao, Tang Fan, who was digging posts, felt a surge of resentment. Who was her husband? Him or Jiang Xiao? He felt betrayed. The gaze he directed at Jiang Xiao was laden with a deep-seated animosity. What are you staring at? Get back to work. Black Dog smacked the back of Tang Fan's head, snapping him out of his vengeful thoughts and refocusing on his task. Jiang Xiao remained oblivious to the unusual behavior of Tang Fan. After a brief inquiry, Li Manmin and Zhang Xiaoling expressed their willingness to accompany him into the forest in search of sustenance. Chapter 40. A deceitful encounter with Li Manmin before entering the forest. Jiang Xiao naturally prepared weapons for the three women for their protection. Li Manmin wielded a sword, while the other two carried daggers. Additionally, they each held a branch over a meter long, striking the grass and foliage beside them with every step to stir any lurking dangers. As for Jiang Xiao, wielding a dagger to forge the path ahead sufficed. Before long, they arrived at the forest's periphery, as described by Lu Mang, a region where venomous snakes occasionally roamed. This area was dotted with numerous plum and peach trees, though their branches were bare. The easily accessible food had largely been depleted by other survivors. Jiang Xiao pressed deeper into the woods. However, as they traversed a slippery slope, Tian accidentally twisted her ankle. She stumbled, nearly striking the back of her head against a sharp rock. Quick as a flash, Jiang Xiao's arm expertly encircled Tian's graceful waist, catching her securely. Regaining her composure amidst the chaos, Tian had just feared that their venture might end in disaster. Are you all right, Tianjia? Jiang Xiao inquired. Tian offered no response, her expression a mask of pain. This is serious. Tianjia's ankle is swollen to the size of a fist. Zhang Xiaoling exclaimed. Jiang Xiao and Li Manmin exchanged glances, confirming the gravity of the situation. I'm so sorry for holding you all back, Tian apologized. Li Manmin shook her head. It was an unintentional mishap. There's no need for self-reproach. Casting a glance at Jiang Xiao, Li Manmin asked, what should we do now? First, let us find a flat area to rest and tend to Tianjia's injury, Jiang Xiao replied. Look over there. There's a slab of blue stone. Let us rest there, Zhang Xiaoling pointed out, spotting a gentle clearing about 200 meters away. All right, let us head there, Jiang Xiao affirmed, squatting before Tian. Tianjia, I'll carry you. Oh, I feel a bit embarrassed, Tian admitted. Zhang Xiaoling urged, Tianjia, don't hesitate. You can't let your injured foot touch the ground. Otherwise, you risk severe injury. You wouldn't want that, would you? Li Manmin concurred. Zhang Xiaoling is right. Don't hesitate any longer. A faint blush crept across Tian's pained face. Very well, she relented, then positioned herself onto Jiang Xiao's back. Jiang Xiao rose slowly, the added weight making his steps laborious, his breath heavy. Meanwhile, Tian, feeling the strength of Jiang Xiao's broad back, experienced an involuntary quickening of her heartbeat. Soon, the group reached the clearing, where Jiang Xiao gently set Tian down. After a thorough examination, it appeared there were no severe issues. A simple realignment would suffice. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao removed Tian's shoe and began to correct her ankle. Tian's delicate, snow-white feet were quite lovely, especially with her toenails adorned in striking red polish. Jiang Xiao, suppressing his temper, gently adjusted Tian's bones back to their original position. Now, try stepping on the ground and see if it still hurts, he suggested. Following his advice, Tian slipped on her shoes and gingerly stepped on the ground, discovering that the pain had significantly lessened. Much better, she smiled. That's good, Jiang Xiao nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his bone-setting skills had not diminished. However, he realized that he could no longer allow Tian to accompany them deeper into the forest. With an injured person in tow, any unforeseen circumstances could lead to irreparable losses. Therefore, he arranged for Li Manmin and the others to escort Tian back along the same route. Tian naturally opposed this, but after Jiang Xiao's earnest persuasion, she acquiesced and resolved to be more cautious in the future, vowing not to become a burden to the team. How about this? I'll take Tianjia back, and Manmin Jia can stay with you, Jiang Xiao, for support, Zhang Xiaoling suggested, her eyes lighting up. Li Manmin wholeheartedly agreed. Just remember to be careful on your way back and avoid snake bites, Jiang Xiao instructed. All right, you all be safe too. If you encounter danger, make sure to run, Zhang Xiaoling affirmed, helping Tian depart. Let us continue on our journey, Jiang Xiao said, preparing to set off again, but Li Manmin had other plans. Jiang Xiao, my feet are sore. Can you help me? She sat on the ground, rubbing her feet as if in great distress. Really? Let me take a look. Jiang Xiao believed her and approached to examine her feet, only to realize he had fallen for her ruse. Shortly thereafter, He shot her a glance of reproach. Don't deceive me again, or I might actually believe you. His words were scolding, yet his heart was filled with delight. It must be said that Li Mamon's allure was profound, and she knew how to capture a man's attention. If she was the sharp blade, he was the whetstone. Hee. A blush crept across Li Mamon's charming face. I'll try to restrain myself next time. Ah, no. Don't suppress your nature. Embrace it. Fulfill yourself. Jiang Xiao hastily interjected. Li Mamon beamed. Men are always so contradictory. After wasting half an hour, Jiang Xiao and the others found themselves empty-handed, thus quickening their pace. Oh, there's movement up ahead. Upon reaching a clearing, they spotted several wild chickens foraging in the low grass. Jiang Xiao picked up a stone the size of an egg from the ground and hurled it toward the wild chickens. The stone soared gracefully through the air, producing a fierce whooshing sound that carried an aura of destruction. Soon, a mournful cry echoed from the grass, as a wild chicken weighing about 3 pounds fell victim. Li Mamon covered her mouth, unable to speak. The scene was truly shocking. Jiang Xiao replicated his earlier success, striking down 5 wild chickens in quick succession. Witnessing their companions fall one after another, the remaining wild chickens grew wise, hastily fleeing the perilous area. These creatures have some sense, Li Mamon chuckled. As she was about to step past a stone, preparing to retrieve a wild chicken from the thicket, a shadowy figure darted towards her like lightning. Be careful, Jiang Xiao shouted, launching a sharp dagger from his hand. A crisp sound pierced the air as a 5-pound viper was pinned to the ground, struggling momentarily before succumbing to its fate. Ah! Li Mamon screamed. After a fleeting moment of delight, coupled with admiration for Jiang Xiao's remarkable marksmanship, she felt an unexpected sense of ease. Little did she know, her complacency nearly cost her life. Help! At that moment, a frantic cry for help echoed from afar. Jiang Xiao instructed Li Mamon to stay safe and sprinted towards the source of the sound. Chapter 41. He is handsome meanwhile. In a valley 300 meters from Jiang Xiao, a voluptuous and stunning woman named Su Billion found herself cornered by a fully grown wild boar. Having ventured out with companions in search of food, she unwittingly trespassed into the boar's territory, which relentlessly pursued her. Throughout her escape, she had fallen countless times, each time desperately rising to flee once more. Now, having reached an alley with no viable escape routes, she could only cry out to her nearby comrades, hoping her pleas for rescue would be heard. At this moment, Su Billion clutched her left shoulder with her right hand, her body swaying unsteadily as her gaze remained fixed on the wild boar before her. Weighing around 200 pounds, the boar's crimson eyes glared at Su Billion. Drool dripping from its mouth, panting heavily. Its 10-centimeter-long tusks sent shivers down her spine. With a deafening roar, the boar charged at Su Billion, its powerful head aiming directly at her waist. In a surge of adrenaline, she instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Nonetheless, its tusks grazed her side, leaving a small but painful wound. In an instant, excruciating pain coursed through her body, blood flowing freely. The boar, infuriated by its failure to incapacitate her, stomped its front hooves on the ground, venting its rage. Its bristled mane stood on end, signaling its escalating fury. As it prepared to attack Su Billion once more, the sound of approaching footsteps from behind piqued its awareness. Sure enough, when it turned its head, it spotted a wild figure. Jiang Xiao had arrived. A faint smile curved Jiang Xiao's lips as he beheld the wild boar. Tonight's dinner seemed assured. Save me, Su Billion pleaded, her eyes filled with desperation. In that moment, Jiang Xiao was her lifeline. His sudden appearance drew the boar's attention entirely, redirecting its aggression toward him. Without delay, it charged forward, resembling a miniature freight train, propelled by an unstoppable force. Yet to Jiang Xiao, the boar's speed was akin to that of a running snail. Be careful, Su Billion shouted. The 200-pound boar's earth-shattering impact was not to be trifled with. Armed with sharp fangs, even the fiercest carnivorous beasts dared not risk their lives to capture her. She cautioned Jiang Xiao against confrontation. Yet, the next moment, she beheld Jiang Xiao grasping the wild boar's ear with his left hand, effortlessly pinning the creature to the ground like a ferocious tiger. Despite the boar's frantic struggles, it could not budge an inch. She was left dumbfounded. The man before her possessed such terrifying strength? It was utterly astonishing. As she absorbed the shock, she noticed a gleaming dagger had somehow appeared in Jiang Xiao's hand. Without hesitation, he plunged it into the boar's chest, a swift motion that sent a crimson fountain of blood gushing forth. The forest echoed with the boar's anguished cries. After approximately a minute and a half, the creature's blood began to drain away, its wails gradually fading to silence. Witnessing this brutal scene, Su Billion was so astounded that she momentarily forgot her own pain. One man had single-handedly subdued a wild boar. Who would believe such a tale? At that moment, Jiang Xiao removed his shirt. What was he about to do? Su Billion was perplexed. It was then that she began to comprehend one of the reasons behind Jiang Xiao's formidable strength. His densely packed muscles were a clear indication of a rigorous fitness regimen. Then an even more shocking event unfolded. Jiang Xiao, bare-chested, approached the wild boar, skillfully bent down, and with a surge of strength, hoisted the 200-pound beast onto his shoulder as he strode away. He was nothing short of a modern-day Hercules. "What is your name, kind stranger?" Su Billion finally mustered the courage to inquire as she watched Jiang Xiao's retreating figure. However, he did not divulge his name, leaving her with a cold admonition. "The forest is fraught with danger. If you wish to live, leave quickly." Su Billion was left speechless. This man performed a noble deed without revealing his name. How could she ever repay him? Nonetheless, the image of him battling the wild boar was undeniably heroic. Once Jiang Xiao vanished from her sight, a striking figure hurriedly approached. "Sister, are you all right?" It was Guofurong, brandishing a dagger. Her long purple hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist, accentuating her exquisite curves, voluptuous and serpentine. She was the leader of the 13 Sisters team. "Sister, I Su Billion." Recalling the harrowing events, buried her face in Guofurong's bosom and began to weep. Had it not been for that man, she feared she might never have seen Guofurong again. "I was chasing a wild goat when I heard your cries for help and rushed over. Thankfully, you are unharmed," Guofurong said, exhaling slowly. Having heard the boar's pitiful cries, she assumed Su Billion had managed to drive it away at a critical moment. At that moment, she noticed a pool of crimson blood on the ground. "Sister, what happened here?" Su Billion recounted the entire ordeal to Guofurong. "Impossible," Guofurong exclaimed, incredulous, believing Su Billion was fabricating the tale. How could it be conceivable for a single individual to slay a 200-pound wild boar? Yet the pool of fresh blood on the ground undeniably attests to the occurrence of such an event. "Sister, truly," Su Billion earnestly emphasized. "I have never encountered a man so robust," and she blushed, whispering, "And he is quite handsome." Guofurong's expression immediately darkened, as if a jar of jealousy had been overturned. From Su Billion's demeanor, it was evident that she held a deep admiration for that man. Even a fluttering of the heart. She would absolutely not permit such sentiments to flourish. Realizing her faux pas, Su Billion hastily fell silent, fearing Guofurong's ire. "Well, as long as you are unharmed, it is crucial that we depart swiftly, for this area is rife with venomous snakes, and their activity will soon escalate." Guofurong forced a strained smile, suppressing the tempest of anger within her. At this moment, an intense thought stirred in her heart. She yearned to encounter the man Su Billion had mentioned, to ascertain who was truly formidable. "Sister, did you manage to capture that goat?" Su Billion inquired softly as Guofurong assisted her in leaving. "No," Guofurong replied. "I was preoccupied with your safety and rushed over without a thought for anything else." It has been ages since I savored meat. My mouth waters for it," Su Billion lamented quietly. Guofurong affectionately responded, "Tonight, I shall treat you to a feast, allowing you to indulge in the delights of the world." "How vexatious," Su Billion playfully retorted, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 42. Tang Fan's resentment at this juncture. An unpleasant incident unfolded within the Jiang Xiao camp. Tang Fan, having been admonished for his lackadaisical work ethic, reacted with irritation and struck the individual who had spoken up, only to be swiftly separated by the black dog. What transpired? The black dog fixed a cold gaze upon Tang Fan and another subordinate. Tang Fan was slacking off. The young man lamented, "I merely pointed it out," and he retaliated. The young fellow appeared quite aggrieved, his face swollen from Tang Fan's blow. "Who was slacking?" Tang Fan retorted defiantly. "It was you," the young man insisted, pointing at Tang Fan. "Others have managed to dig 10 stakes, yet you have failed to unearth even one." At this moment, Tang Fan felt a twinge of guilt. He had intended to coast through the work, unaware that he was being scrutinized. "I advise you, do not wrongfully accuse the innocent," he feigned composure. Upon hearing this, the black dog stared at Tang Fan. "Is there any truth to this?" Tang Fan, grinning, replied, "Brother dog, do not heed his nonsense. How could I possibly be idle? He is indeed the one slacking off. You may inquire with those nearby," the young man insisted, unwavering in his claim. Just then, several individuals stepped forward to corroborate that Tang Fan had indeed been shirking his duties. Tang Fan was rendered speechless. A prominent entrepreneur, one who could dictate the fates of thousands, was now being bested by a few insignificant individuals. Truly, a tiger fallen to the plains is preyed upon by dogs. The black dog coldly remarked, "Tang Fan, you truly have a knack for it. Slacking off while on the job will leave you without food today. And you cannot lay the blame on me." Tang Fan grumbled. "You profess that hard work yields rewards, but what of your provisions? Who understands the plight of those of us who toil tirelessly, only to be deceived by grand promises while we labor for you?" As an entrepreneur, Tang Fan was all too familiar with the tactics employed by these individuals. After exhausting their labor, they may even face abandonment. Nature possesses the innate ability to resolve matters of sustenance. One only needs to toil. The black dog harbors some discontent towards Tang Fan. Had it not been for Tian Tian's intercession, he would have long since dealt with him. The mere mention of Jiang Xiao instinctively riles Tang Fan. If he were capable of resolving the food issue, chaos would surely ensue. He might have already perished in the forest. Tang Fan refrained from voicing his true thoughts. At that moment, someone excitedly announced the return of the leader. Tang Fan's lips curled slightly. Having been gone for less than 2 hours, it was evident he had encountered danger and returned empty-handed. He had previously asserted that Jiang Xiao was incapable of solving the food crisis. Yet the black dog and others rallied behind Jiang Xiao. This group of fools seems to have lost their senses, electing such an inexperienced individual as their leader. They might as well await their own demise. It is indeed a stroke of misfortune that Jiang Xiao did not perish in the forest. The leader is remarkable, having hunted such a large wild boar, estimated to weigh around 200 pounds. Additionally, there are 5 wild chickens and a plump 5-step snake. Tonight, we shall feast. It has been 10 days since we last tasted meat, and I have forgotten what it even tastes like. Let us hurry to work, lest our share of meat be diminished come nightfall. As Tang Fan watched Jiang Xiao approach, shouldering the enormous wild boar, he was left in astonishment. How is this possible? Without firearms, how could Jiang Xiao have the prowess to hunt such an irritable beast? Tang Fan pinched himself hard, feeling the sharp sting. With a thud, Jiang Xiao dropped the wild boar to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. He exhaled softly. The 200-pound boar was indeed heavy enough to make him sweat. Leader, you have worked hard, the black dog said, stepping before Jiang Xiao and offering him a cup of cool water. With a gulp, Jiang Xiao drained it in one go and inquired, Black dog, did everything proceed smoothly? After a brief work report, the black dog mentioned Tang Fan's laziness. You did well. Black dog. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished, Jiang Xiao declared, casting a deliberate glare at Tang Fan, simultaneously warning others that to partake in food, one must contribute labor. You've worked hard, Jiang Xiao. At that moment, Tian Tian appeared, gently approaching Jiang Xiao and offering him a handkerchief to wipe off his sweat. This seemingly mundane gesture, in Tang Fan's eyes, carried an undertone of intimacy. Is your foot feeling any better? After wiping his sweat, Jiang Xiao asked with concern. It's fine now. I have been diligently organizing matters with Sister Yun and the others, Tian Tian replied with a smile. Well done. Jiang Xiao laughed heartily. Tian Tian reciprocated with a grin. Their exchange, perceived by Tang Fan, exuded a sense of harmonious companionship, which infuriated him to no end. They're back, another voice excitedly proclaimed. Jiang Xiao turned towards the entrance, observing Mang go laboriously carrying 3 logs as thick as his calves. With each step he took, shallow imprints were left in his wake. Truly, Mangu possesses the strength of an ox. Someone remarked, with the leader and Mangu overseeing us, our camp holds great promise. Following closely behind were Li Dahai and a few others, each carrying wooden planks. Wan Peng was the last to enter, not bearing a plank, but rather a snakeskin bag filled to the brim with potatoes. We had thought ourselves quite fortunate to unearth such a bounty. However, before our leader, it paled in comparison. After discarding 3 planks, Lu Meng intended to rush to Jiang Xiao to boast, yet upon discovering a large wild boar lying on the ground, his confidence dissipated entirely. Well done, Xiao Meng. To have unearthed over 100 pounds of potatoes is commendable, Jiang Xiao remarked gently, patting Lu Meng on the shoulder, which eased his spirits somewhat. Curiously, Jiang Xiao inquired, where did you find these potatoes? Rich in starch. Potatoes were an exceptionally precious resource for their survival on the deserted island. Moreover, their simple storage and resistance to spoilage meant that if they could amass a significant quantity, the camp's sustenance would be assured. Lu Meng replied, Boss, there's an open area about 1 kilometer from our camp, teeming with potatoes. Black Dog exclaimed with delight, excellent. We can excavate potatoes while simultaneously constructing the camp. Lu Meng sighed. It's not that simple, though. The area is rife with venomous snakes. One careless moment can lead to a bite. Just the other day, a brother was bitten by a bamboo viper, and if not for Brother Dahai, it could have been dire. He recounted how, while he was digging for potatoes, he narrowly escaped a bite from a 5-step snake, thanks to his quick reflexes. The brother bitten by the bamboo viper waved awkwardly, his hands still adorned with the herbs applied by Li Dahai. No worries. The potatoes 1T sprout legs and run away. We can excavate them later when we have the time. For now, let us prepare to boil some water and handle the wild boar. Let us indulge in some delicious meat first. With Jiang Xiao's words, the crowd erupted in cheers, eagerly anticipating the savory meat. However, Tang Fan wore a grim expression, dark as the bottom of a pot. By evening, A delightful aroma wafted through the camp as food began to be distributed according to the principle of rewarding labor. Under normal circumstances, each person received a large potato, a few plums, and a bowl brimming with fragrant pig offal, which included ribs. Jiang Xiao initially cooked the wild boar's innards and bones, which were challenging to preserve. As for the remaining 100 pounds of boar meat, he sliced it into 2-pound portions, salted them, and prepared to cure them into bacon. Lu Meng had about 20 pounds of coarse salt stored in the camp, which Jiang Xiao learned was acquired during a previous raid. The method for making bacon was quite simple: marinated in coarse salt overnight, and once fully infused with flavor, it could be smoked. The next he was allocated food: 3 plums, a potato the size of an egg, and finally, a bowl of pig offal soup. At this moment, he distanced himself from the crowd, sulking alone in a corner. Why did others get to eat meat while he was relegated to mere soup? Tang Fan simmered with unexpressed anger. He had already apologized for his earlier laziness, yet the black dog continued to scrutinize him closely. He felt that this group was deliberately targeting him, with the puppet master being Jiang Xiao. One day, I will ensure your demise. In a fit of rage, Tang Fan swallowed the potato whole, envisioning it as Jiang Xiao, skin and all. He even spilled the soup in the process. At that moment, a graceful figure approached from behind. Tian had arrived. She held a bowl of pig offal in both hands and gently sat beside Tang Fan. "Darling, this is for you," she offered. She was well aware of the punishment Tang Fan faced and deemed it justifiable. After all, survival on a deserted island meant that food did not appear out of thin air. One had to labor for sustenance. Tang Fan glanced at Tian. "Ask you, are you here to mock me?" he said, his tone unfriendly. He understood that the generous bowl of meat she brought was undoubtedly obtained through Jiang Xiao's influence. And he knew what that entailed: an offering of her body. With his pride, he resolutely refused to consume food that his beloved woman had procured beneath another man. "Darlings, how can you say such things?" Tian sobbed, deeply hurt. The man who once fought fiercely for her now seemed a stranger, cold and indifferent. "Then let me ask you." Tang Fan glared at her, inexplicably incensed. Tian, bewildered, responded, "What have I done?" "You know perfectly well what you've done," Tang Fan retorted, suppressing his anger. "What have I done?" Tian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling Tang Fan's accusations were utterly irrational. Tang Fan sneered. "Ah, Tian, continue your charade. I'll be watching." Tears streamed down Tian's face. "Darling, what are you saying? I don't understand a word." Tang Fan felt a profound disappointment, even at this juncture. She still played the fool before him, as if she were so easily deceived. Tian, if you admit your mistake now, I might overlook it, and we can start anew." Tang Fan inhaled deeply, as though making a monumental decision. "Darling, I haven't done anything wrong. How can you ask me to say that?" Tian cried, heartbroken, feeling as though her world was collapsing around her. "Are you still clinging to your delusions?" Tang Fan's icy gaze bore into her, filled with contempt for her lack of fidelity. "Darling, could you perhaps give me a hint? Maybe then I could recall," she pleaded humbly. "Let me ask you, did you promise Jiang Xiao something in exchange for a favor?" Tang Fan questioned coldly. "Ah." Tian froze. Indeed, she had previously promised Jiang Xiao that she would offer her body if he allowed her to join. But that was under the premise of Tang Fan's death. She could swear that had she known Tang Fan was alive, she would never have made such a commitment to Jiang Xiao. Seeing her silence, Tang Fan understood all too well. This woman had indeed fallen into Jiang Xiao's grasp. No wonder she had so easily secured a generous bowl of meat from him. "Husband, I have not betrayed you," Tian argued fervently. "I swear by the heavens." Tang Fan scoffed. "Swear? Do you think I am a mere child of 3? Get lost. I do not wish to see you." Tian felt a deep ache in her heart, believing that Tang Fan's misunderstanding ran profound, and in his current state of anger, the more she explained, the more muddled things became. Thus, she resolved to wait until tomorrow when Tang Fan had calmed down to clarify everything. However, before that, she wanted him to enjoy a bowl of pork, for he had suffered greatly in recent days. She had only consumed a single potato, leaving all the pork for Tang Fan, yet he harbored such a deep misunderstanding of her. Feeling utterly wronged, she gently offered, "Husband, eat while it's hot. It's delicious." With a swift motion, Tang Fan slammed his hand down, sending the food she had prepared crashing to the floor. Tian's heart sank further as she wept bitterly. The destruction of the meal was not merely a loss of food, but an assault on her very heart. "Husband, how have you become this way? I feel so estranged." She bent down to gather the scattered food, fervently shoving it into her mouth, her heart aching at the thought of wasting her efforts. "Stop eating." Tang Fan kicked her away, his discomfort palpable at the sight of her consuming food sent by Jiang Xiao, which revolted him even more. Tian shut her eyes tightly, resembling a parabolic arc, gracefully suspended in the air. Just as she anticipated a heavy fall, she was unexpectedly caught securely by someone. Tian opened her glistening eyes, her pupils reflecting Jiang Xiao's figure. Are you all right? He gently set her down and inquired. I'm fine, she maintained a smile, attempting to conceal the discord with Tang Fan, though the tears lingering in her eyes betrayed her. Are you even a man? How could you be so harsh with a woman? Jiang Xiao's icy gaze fixated on Tang Fan. Tian hastily defended Tang Fan. Jiang Xiao, it's not his fault. I tripped while walking. It has nothing to do with him. Even now, she still loved Tang Fan, holding on to the hope that they could return to their former selves. Yet, in Tang Fan's eyes, all of this appeared to be a deliberate facade of affection crafted by Tian, aimed at earning his forgiveness. Tang Fan inwardly ridiculed her. Jiang Xiao, don't you want to be with that wretched woman? He suddenly proposed. If you agree to my condition, I shall facilitate your union with her. What do you say? Tian felt the world around her darken, reeling from the cruelty of his words. Chapter 44. A violent confrontation with Tang Fan continued. Jiang Xiao, give me the remaining wild boar meat, and Tian will be yours from now on. After all, she is no longer pure. Keeping her by my side would only prevent me from holding my head high. It is far better to exchange her for resources, which feels somewhat more gratifying. Jiang Xiao, do not heed his nonsense. Tian implored urgently. Do not take his words to heart. Do not worry, Sister Tian. I know my limits, Jiang Xiao replied coolly. Tian, why do you still feign such deep emotions before me? I am merely facilitating your reunion with him. As Tang Fan's words hung in the air, Jiang Xiao appeared like a specter before him. With a resounding slap, Jiang Xiao struck Tang Fan's left cheek, declaring, this blow is for your inability to discern right from wrong, for distorting the truth. Another slap followed. This is for betraying Sister Tian. Yet another blow. This is for slandering Sister Tian's innocence. Jiang Xiao unleashed a barrage of over 10 slaps upon Tang Fan, and had it not been for Tian's intervention, he would have surely been reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Ultimately, after delivering a stern warning, Jiang Xiao departed. Are you all right? Tian approached Tang Fan with concern. Get lost. Tang Fan retorted angrily. I, Tang Fan, do not need a wife like you. Disappear from my sight at once. Tian sensed that no words would penetrate Tang Fan's heart at this moment. Perhaps giving him time to cool off would be beneficial. Thus, she chose to leave silently. Yet, as she walked away, an unsettling feeling washed over her, as if the distance between her and Tang Fan was growing ever wider. Tang Fan watched her retreating figure, his fist slamming down onto the ground in frustration. In Jiang Xiao's tent, upon his return, Han Yun greeted him with a blush. You're back? Indeed, Jiang Xiao replied, taking a seat at a modest table. He then retrieved a pearl from his pocket, eager to examine it closely. Against the backdrop of night, the luminous pearl appeared extraordinarily pure. However, despite scrutinizing it from every angle, Jiang Xiao could not decipher its enigmatic qualities. Where did you find such a beautiful pearl? Han Yun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she noticed the precious gem in Jiang Xiao's hand. It was a gift from Lu Meng and the others today. I have a feeling this pearl is quite extraordinary, Jiang Xiao remarked, his expression contemplative. Of course it is extraordinary, Han Yun smiled alluringly. If it were just a bit larger, it could rival the one in the Empress Dowager's possession, fetching billions. Jiang Xiao shot her a glance. What I mean by extraordinary is that it exudes an invisible energy. Han Yun, intrigued, approached Jiang Xiao and took the pearl to inspect it closely. Only to find nothing unusual. Are you feeling pressured lately? Is that why you're so sensitive? She inquired. Jiang Xiao gazed at her, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. The predatory look in his gaze sent chills down Han Yun's spine, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Meanwhile, at the 13th sister's camp, 8th sister, are you still craving? On a grand bed, two sweat-soaked bodies nestled together, as if recounting a timeless tale. Sister, you still care for me, Su Billion purred, her face flushed with delight against Guo Furong's chest. Haha, if I don't care for you, who will? Guo Furong laughed heartily, feeling like the strongest person in the world. Sister, I heard that Lu Meng and his crew are currently reinforcing the camp structures, Su Billion remarked. Those foreigners are making moves? Guo Furong asked in surprise. Su Billion responded, the foreigners are remaining stationary for now. That is indeed peculiar, Guo Furong mused. Guo Fuyong continued, that reckless fool is recklessly undertaking construction. As if he believes his life is assured, daring to engage with venomous snakes. He will inevitably meet his demise. Su Billion added, I have just received credible news that reckless group has discovered a substantial potato cultivation area. Guo Fuyong's body suddenly trembled. Do you know the precise location? Not yet. But we should find out within the next couple of days, Su Billion replied confidently. Well done, Guo Fuyong murmured, her delicate fingers gliding across Su Billion's chin. We must keep a close watch on that reckless side, and we cannot afford to relax our vigilance concerning the foreigners. By the way, there is another crucial piece of news from the foreigners, Su Billion recalled. Pray tell, they have discovered a treasure. The next morning, after Jiang Xiao briefly distributed food for breakfast, the camp buzzed with activity once more. Yesterday, they had only felled a few dozen trees, far short of their expectations. So Jiang Xiao instructed the reckless group to continue their lumberjacking efforts. However, at that moment, Tang Fan unexpectedly volunteered, offering himself to join the tree-felling crew. Jiang Xiao's eyes brightened. It seemed that after being beaten yesterday, Tang Fan had finally come to his senses. This was a positive development. Consequently, he decisively permitted Tang Fan to join in. The most delighted was Tian Tian, who, witnessing Tang Fan harboring less animosity toward Jiang Xiao, felt that the Tang dynasty had finally calmed down and ceased his unreasonable antics. All right, be cautious. Do not let a venomous snake bite you, Jiang Xiao cautioned. Boss, rest assured, even if we are accidentally bitten, as long as Brother Hai is here, he can save us, replied the young man who had been bitten by a bamboo viper yesterday. He too joined the tree-felling crew today. Jiang Xiao raised his voice. Always keep your wits about you. Your life is your own responsibility. The reckless group chorused in unison, understood. With that, they eagerly ventured into the depths of the forest. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Xiao also ventured into the forest to procure some bamboo to craft fishing tools. He had previously observed the river in front of the camp and noticed large fish surfacing frequently, pondering how he could catch them. While processing the innards of a wild chicken yesterday, he devised a brilliant method to weave a fish basket from bamboo, designing the entrance in a funnel shape, wide inside, narrow outside, allowing fish to enter but making it difficult for them to escape. He would then place the wild chicken's intestines and liver within the basket to attract fish and shrimp. This fishing tool was something Jiang Xiao had often crafted himself in his rural childhood, so it posed no challenge for him. I want to accompany you, called Li Mammon. Halting Jiang Xiao as he departed, you cannot carry so much bamboo alone. Jiang Xiao's lips twitched slightly. He was acutely aware of Li Mammon's ulterior motives. She was itching for some excitement. Observing her alluring and graceful figure, Jiang Xiao felt intrigued. He agreed to her request. However, just as he was about to speak, Loose Woman also expressed her desire to join, insisting on sharing some of the burden with Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao's eyes lit up. He could not disregard Loose Woman's goodwill. He needed to create a significantly large fish basket, requiring a good amount of bamboo, and having an extra pair of hands would indeed alleviate some of the pressure. Chapter 45. She longed to give Jiang Xiao. An hour later, Jiang Xiao, accompanied by Li Mammon and Loose Woman, traversed a rugged mountain path and finally arrived at a grove of bamboo. Woman, can you not be like Mammon? Despite the treacherous road, she persevered until the very end. Jiang Xiao remarked, his chest brimming with frustration, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. Jiang Xiao, please don't be angry. Next time, I shall grit my teeth and endure. I promise I won't disappoint you, Loose Woman replied earnestly, while Li Mammon stifled a giggle. Loose Woman was too inexperienced. Lacking the myriad skills necessary to capture a man's heart, she still had much to learn. Soon, the trio finished harvesting the bamboo, binding it into 3 bundles, and hoisted them back. Jiang Xiao aimed to weave a substantial fish basket capable of ensnaring fish weighing several kilograms, even a dozen. Approximately 15 minutes later, upon returning to the campsite, Jiang Xiao began to split the bamboo into strips. Through unwavering effort, he crafted a fish basket of impressive dimensions resembling a pig pen, 2 meters in length and 60 centimeters in diameter. The gaps between the bamboo strips measured less than 1 centimeter, ensuring the capture of small fish and shrimp without annihilating the population. All right, I shall head to the river to set the fish basket. You all wait for me here, Jiang Xiao instructed. As for the method of fishing, it was quite simple. After securely binding the basket with a vine the thickness of a thumb, he would place the entrails of a wild chicken at the bottom, allowing it to sink. Li Mammon intended to follow, but as she took her first step, she faltered. Feeling overwhelmed, Jiang Xiao walked about 500 meters to a suitable spot by the river. It appeared that the riverbed was littered with stones and the current was swift. Perhaps it would be wise to continue along the bank. He ventured upstream, the distance unknown, until he reached a tranquil area. This spot seems stable. Just as he prepared to submerge the large fish basket, he heard a splashing sound emanating from the river. Jiang Xiao initially assumed it was a large fish surfacing for air due to the oppressive heat. He promptly set the basket aside and bent down to grasp a fist-sized stone, intending to strike the fish for a delectable meal that evening. However, as he beheld the scene in the water, a curse escaped his lips. What the heck? This was no fish, it was unmistakably a mermaid. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Had he thrown that stone, the consequences would have been dire. Jiang Xiao found himself captivated by the enchanting sight, yet the longer he gazed, the more he sensed something was amiss. Why did it appear that the mermaid was struggling rather than swimming freely? A realization struck him. She was drowning. Without a moment's hesitation, he removed his shoes and clothing, leaving only his shorts. It is well known that when rescuing a drowning person, one should avoid wearing clothing, as it could lead to dire consequences if the victim were to grasp onto them. With a splash, Jiang Xiao leapt into the river, swimming towards the distressed woman. Even as he approached her side, he remained cautious, ensuring to maintain a safe distance. My leg has cramped. Perhaps the woman, upon seeing someone come to her rescue, decided to inform her savior of her current predicament. Huh. Jiang Xiao scrutinized the woman before him, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. The woman before him was none other than the one who had been cornered by a wild boar just yesterday. What a stroke of misfortune for her. I shall assist you now. Do not resist, Jiang Xiao cautioned. All right, Su Billion responded, inadvertently swallowing a mouthful of water. Jiang Xiao gently swam to her side, carefully turning her face to ensure she remained afloat. With one hand supporting her, he swam toward the shore. Su Billion cooperated fully, allowing Jiang Xiao's efforts to proceed without a hitch. Upon reaching the bank, Jiang Xiao first climbed ashore, then pulled Su Billion from the river. Oh, aren't you the one from yesterday? Su Billion recognized Jiang Xiao. She was astonished at their serendipitous connection. Before she could continue speaking, the cramp in her legs caused her to grimace in discomfort. Please, help me massage my thigh. This cramp is unbearable. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao pressed on the rigid area of her thigh. Su Billion gasped sharply. That hurts. Yes, press harder. This wretched cramp nearly caused me to drown. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she began to feel more comfortable. Soon, with Jiang Xiao's assistance, Su Billion was liberated from her cramping ordeal. Thank you, she said, her cheeks flushed with gratitude. She had intended to wash her bedding, and after completing the task, noticed she was drenched in sweat. Assessing her surroundings as safe, she had ventured alone into the river for a swim. Little did she know, the moment her feet touched the cold water, she would cramp. Had she not encountered a kind soul, she might have met a tragic end. Jiang Xiao recalled the summers in the countryside, where countless proficient swimmers succumbed to drowning, often due to cramps. Su Billion chuckled sheepishly, admitting that she had indeed been somewhat careless, as she had cramped the moment she jumped into the river, catching her off guard. Good Samaritan, may I know your name? Su Billion inquired, having saved her twice. It would be remiss of her to remain unaware of her rescuer's identity. Jiang Xiao, he replied. Jiang Xiao? She echoed, her face reddening at the pleasing sound of his name, though she did not wait for him to ask for hers. Su Billion felt a distance between them, yet she proactively introduced herself. I am Su Billion. She then curiously asked, Good Samaritan, do you feel the heat and wish to swim as well? Not at all. Jiang Xiao shook his head, gesturing toward a nearby fish basket. I am here to catch fish. Realizing the purpose of the fish basket, Su Billion exclaimed, You possess such skills. That is truly impressive. The thought of fish made her salivate, as she had not tasted genuine meat in quite some time. Just then, a figure, swift as lightning, surged towards Su Billion. Be careful. Jiang Xiao, with quick reflexes, grasped Su Billion's hand and pulled her toward him, resulting in both of them rolling across the ground for 2.5 revolutions. As Su Billion pressed against Jiang Xiao, she felt the rhythmic beating of his heart, akin to the sound of war drums, causing her own heart to race uncontrollably. This area is rife with 5-step snakes. One must be cautious to avoid their venomous bites. Jiang Xiao warned. You are truly a kind-hearted person. Had it not been for you, I would have surely fallen victim to a snake bite. You have saved me time and again, and I am at a loss as to how I might repay you. Su Billion gazed into Jiang Xiao's profound eyes, her own bright eyes reflecting a mixture of admiration and uncertainty. She pondered what would please him, longing to offer him something in return. Chapter 46. Tang Fan's decision to divorce. The air between them thickened with an undeniable tension. Su Billion, entranced by Jiang Xiao's gaze, felt an inexplicable force drawing her closer. Meanwhile, a fervent heat surged within Jiang Xiao, akin to molten lava erupting. Throughout this encounter, Su Billion's flawless figure continually stimulated his taut nerves. Her alluring curves, enviable waist, and enchanting long legs possessed an allure reminiscent of Han Yun, with the added advantage of her youth, approximately 35 years of age. Even the most resolute individual, like Tang Sung on his quest for scriptures, would likely have found his composure shattered in the presence of such beauty. Kind-hearted person, will we have the chance to meet again? Su Billion inquired after an indeterminate amount of time had passed. Unbeknownst to her, she had succumbed to the primal charm emanating from Jiang Xiao, leaving her both yearning and apprehensive. Why do you ask that? Jiang Xiao replied, studying her intently. If you wish to meet, it can be arranged any time. It's nothing, Su Billion laughed, shaking her head. But how might I find you? Jiang Xiao responded. You can visit the camp of Reckless or wait for me here every morning. I personally come to check the catch daily. Ah, so you are one of Reckless' subordinates? Su Billion exclaimed, astonished by the strength of his affiliations. It was a pity that her camp only accepted women. Otherwise, she would have considered introducing Jiang Xiao to Guofu Rong. Jiang Xiao refrained from disclosing his leadership role, while Su Billion, identifying herself as part of the 13th sister team, did not reveal her position as a key member. After their brief exchange, Su Billion prepared to leave but paused to impart a final warning. Reckless and his team ventured deep into the forest. Do not follow them, lest you suffer a snake bite. I would be heartbroken if I could no longer see you. Upon uttering these words, a delicate blush crept across her cheeks, adding a unique charm to her demeanor. Fear not. My ancestors were snake healers, and they cannot harm me, Jiang Xiao boasted, projecting a facade of confidence. Su Billion, upon hearing this, felt an even greater admiration for him. Indeed, when a man is exceptional, he naturally garners the admiration of women. The atmosphere had been charged, and if Jiang Xiao remained as unresponsive as a log, it would have been a waste of effort. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiao submerged the large fish basket into the riverbed, securing it with vines to a sizable rock before returning to the camp. On his way back, he casually caught a 10-pound rat snake, 2 4-pound sharp-nosed vipers, and a 5-pound Zhoushan cobra, with the addition of 5 mountain chickens and a 5-step snake from yesterday. It is certain that Jiang Xiao has decided to prepare a hearty stew of snake meat for today's lunch. Upon returning to the campsite, he caught a whiff of a delightful potato aroma. Jiang Xiao, you finally returned. We were all quite worried, Han Yun sighed in relief, having feared for Jiang Xiao's safety. The roads were quite treacherous, so it took longer than expected, Jiang Xiao replied. After saying this, he casually tossed several snakes in front of Chun Minjiao and the others, stating that they would soon enjoy a dish of snake meat stew. Initially, they had considered volunteering to accompany Jiang Xiao to the river for fishing, but the sight of the venomous snakes made them instinctively recoil. Jiang Xiao, should we be mindful of our food consumption? We just had pig offal yesterday, Han Yun remarked. Living on a deserted island, having enough to eat was already a sign of a fortunate existence. Yet Jiang Xiao frequently cooked meat, leading Han Yun to worry about wastefulness. No need to hold back. We'll eat as we please. Jiang Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Han Yun responded, now that our numbers have increased, our expenses have too. I think we should limit meat consumption to once a week and stick to potatoes and fruits for the rest of the time. Sister Yun, you truly are my wise companion. Always so considerate. Jiang Xiao complimented her with a thumbs up, then shifted the conversation. However, during this period of establishing the campsite, it's essential that the brothers eat well. Otherwise, how will they have the strength to work? He said this primarily to reassure Han Yun, given his current capabilities. Ensuring that the brothers and sisters in the campsite had meat for every meal was not an issue. Nevertheless, Han Yun remained concerned that such a diet would increase Jiang Xiao's burden. Don't worry, I've got everything under control, Jiang Xiao said with a cheerful smile. All right. Han Yun nodded. For some reason, whenever Jiang Xiao spoke, she felt an unwavering conviction that he would deliver. By the way, you should go talk to Tian Tian. Han Yun suddenly recalled. What is wrong with her? Jiang Xiao inquired. Han Yun shook her head helplessly. She just came to find me, crying her heart out. She must have been deeply affected by something. If it weren't for preparing lunch for everyone, I would have liked to console her myself. All right, I'll go check on her. Jiang Xiao nodded in agreement. You go ahead. We'll manage things here, Han Yun assured him. As Jiang Xiao entered the tent, he discovered Tian Tian sitting on a stool, appearing utterly despondent, her eyes still glistening with tears. Sister Tian, what happened? He approached her cautiously. Weevu. Tian Tian suddenly sprang up and rushed into Jiang Xiao's embrace, exclaiming, I feel so miserable. Sensing the weight of her sorrow against his chest, Jiang Xiao gently patted her back and gestured for her to sit down. What troubles you? He asked softly. Tang Fan wants to divorce me, Tian Tian cried out. It turned out that earlier, when Tang Fan returned from chopping wood, Tian Tian had kindly offered him a damp handkerchief to wipe his sweat. However, Tang Fan not only refused her gesture, but also threw the handkerchief to the ground, harshly declaring, I don't want something used by others. Tian Tian's heart shattered upon hearing this. She had hoped that after a night of reflection, their relationship could mend and return to its former state, but instead, it seemed to worsen. Tian Tian continuously elucidated her relationship with Jiang Xiao, yet Tang Fan, akin to a stubborn bull, remained impervious to her words. He even threatened to divorce her on the grounds of infidelity, demanding she leave with nothing. Had Tang Fan lost his mind? Jiang Xiao exclaimed in anger. For the sake of avenging him, Tian Tian had once gone to great lengths. With a wife like her, what more could a husband desire? Tang Fan had once loved me. Throughout our 20 years of marriage, even without bearing him children, he had treated me with unwavering affection. Reflecting on those sweet moments, a glimmer sparkled in Tian's eyes, though it quickly faded. Now, he seemed like a different person. No longer gentle and considerate, but rather volatile and prone to outbursts. I am so exhausted. Tian felt herself on the brink of collapse. Do not worry, Sister Tian. When he returns, I will personally clarify everything with him, Jiang Xiao reassured her. He knew that Tang Fan's current demeanor was largely due to his suspicions about Tian's relationship with himself. Although Tian was alluring and vibrant, Jiang Xiao could swear before heaven that he had never laid a hand on her. Chapter 47. Agreeing to Tian's request, it is futile. Once Tang Fan has made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could pull him back, Tian mused. After 2 decades of marriage, she understood Tang Fan's character all too well. Aware that their marriage was irretrievable, she no longer pressed the issue. However, the thought of a life without Tang Fan left her feeling desolate and solitary. Thus, she sought Jiang Xiao's assistance. Sister Tian, it is all my fault. Jiang Xiao lamented, believing that their predicament stemmed from his involvement. He consoled her. Tang Fan will eventually regret losing the one thing he should never have let go. Tian reassured him, this is not your fault. It is merely a reflection of the fragility in our marital bond that has led to this rift. Then, feeling somewhat shy, she inquired, Jiang Xiao, could you do me a favor? Please, Sister Tian, do not hesitate to ask. I will go to any lengths to assist you. Jiang Xiao replied earnestly. Tian's heart leapt with joy. Really? Of course, Jiang Xiao affirmed without hesitation. With such resolute support from Jiang Xiao, Tian felt emboldened to reveal her true intentions. Jiang Xiao, after divorcing Tang Fan, I will face my future alone. And I wish for you to accompany me through this final chapter. Jiang Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback. Sensing his hesitation, Tian felt disheartened. I know this puts you in a difficult position, but I am out of options. Sister Tian, it is not about difficulty, Jiang Xiao replied. Women like her, with beauty that haunts countless men's dreams, always stirred feelings of desire. Ah, so you agree? Tian asked excitedly. As long as you have no objections. I am certainly willing, Jiang Xiao responded. With a fervent kiss on Jiang Xiao's cheek, Tian declared, once my relatives have departed, I shall trouble you for assistance. A cloud of gloom lifted from her spirit. But I cannot guarantee anything, Jiang Xiao said, feeling the weight of the situation. How could he remedy the affliction that had plagued them for 20 years? Sensing Jiang Xiao's concern, Tian replied, perhaps it is Tang Fan who is unable to conceive. Jiang Xiao looked at her, puzzled. In this narrative, Tang Fan attributes the couple's inability to conceive entirely to Tian, who counters, stating that her menstrual cycles are regular and that top-tier medical examinations reveal no issues. Pondering Tian's words, Jiang Xiao contemplates the possibility that the issue may indeed lie with Tang Fan. He wonders why Tang Fan does not undergo a checkup himself. Tian, exasperated, raises her hands in resignation, explaining that a man's pride often prevents him from admitting such a deficiency. What man would confess to being infertile? Jiang Xiao nods in agreement, recognizing this as characteristic of Tang Fan's arrogance. Now stranded on a deserted island, Tian challenges Jiang Xiao to test the hypothesis. Should it truly be her fault, she would accept her fate. Jiang Xiao acquiesces. Thank you, Jiang Xiao, Tian exclaims, rising in excitement to embrace him. Were it not for familial obligations, she would eagerly seek his assistance to avoid prolonged uncertainty. Come, let us venture forth. Sister Yun is quite worried about you, Jiang Xiao remarks. All right, Tian replies with a smile. Soon, the two emerge from the tent, laughter and conversation accompanying them, though this moment is inadvertently witnessed by Tang Fan from a distance. In a fit of rage, Tang Fan pounds the ground with a fierce blow, exclaiming, Tian, you deceitful wretch. You deny your affair with Jiang Xiao? He perceives her affection as mere pretense, feeling as though his years of devotion have been squandered. I will surely avenge this wrong, Tang Fan vows angrily. Unaware of Tang Fan's turmoil, Jiang Xiao returns to Han Yun's side, complimenting her culinary prowess. Han Yun is simmering a large pot of snake meat with chicken, the rich aroma enveloping the camp. This is all thanks to our efforts, Li Manman and her companions declare, their cheeks flushed and glistening with sweat, clearly having exerted themselves for this meal. Excellent work, everyone, Jiang Xiao praises, his gaze lingering appreciatively on the women, who exude charm. What reward do you desire? Lu Suimian playfully sticks out her pink tongue, eliciting laughter from her companions. Just wait until later, Jiang Xiao lightly taps Lu Suimian on the head. Ouch, she exclaims, her voice enticingly melodious. Just then, Lu Mang returns with his brothers, still carrying logs and potatoes. Xiao Mang, well done. And to all my brothers, thank you for your hard work, Jiang Xiao expresses with gratitude, noticing the towering pile of wood. signaling that they can proceed to the next phase of construction. It's nothing, really, Lo Mang and his companions waved dismissively. Boss, we've nearly finished cutting the wood. It's time to begin reinforcing the structure, right? Lo Mang inquires. Indeed. Let us implement the plan as intended, Jiang Xiao affirms, then instructs Lo Mang. Gather the brothers and enjoy the dragon and phoenix stew to replenish your strength. Lo Mang licks his lips. As soon as I stepped in, the unique aroma set my stomach growling. It must be the dragon and phoenix stew. Rubbing his hands together, he announces, brothers, today we are in for a treat. The others respond with enthusiasm. Life is good. With meat at every meal, we are truly blessed. Fortunately, the leader took me in. Otherwise, I might have become a wandering spirit on a desolate island. From now on, I shall diligently follow the leader, for he shall not neglect us. Naturally, just as everyone was enthusiastically preparing to indulge in meat, Jiang Xiao noticed Li Daihu still engrossed in a pile of herbs. Strictly speaking, they were medicinal herbs. Daihu, why aren't you eating? Jiang Xiao approached Li Daihu and inquired curiously, is this a remedy for snake bites? Among the herbs were half-side lotus, seven-leaf flower, fish mint, ghost needle grass, Ganges snake root, hundred-flower snake tongue grass, and wishing jiangnan, many of which could be found in the fields, such as ghost needle grass. Li Daihu smiled innocently. Yes, I'm combining various snake remedies so that we can treat snake bites promptly when they occur. The death of Su Feng had always weighed heavily on his heart, which is why Li Daihu held himself to such high standards. Daihu, may I ask you for a favor? Jiang Xiao, intrigued by the snake remedies, wished to learn from Li Daihu. With venomous snakes pervasive on the island, acquiring additional life-saving skills was certainly prudent. However, since this knowledge was a family heirloom of Li Daihu's, Jiang Xiao felt it might be somewhat presumptuous to ask. Jiang Xiao, there is no need for formality. We are all comrades, just speak your mind. Li Daihu responded, quite taken aback. Daihu, I wish to learn your family's secret remedy for snake bites. Could you teach me? Jiang Xiao asked with a hint of trepidation. Oh, I thought it was something serious, Li Daihu replied readily. I will teach you now. Chapter 48. Sister Han Shui. Jiang Xiao was astonished by how willingly Li Daihu offered to impart his cherished knowledge. Daihu, I want to learn your ancestral snake remedy, Jiang Xiao reiterated, thinking Li Daihu might have misunderstood. No problem at all, Li Daihu answered earnestly. This is a treasure passed down through your ancestors. It's invaluable. Jiang Xiao was at a loss for words. This is a legacy. How can it be easily shared with others? Oh, it's not of much worth anymore. Li Daihu shook his head and chuckled. It has been so suppressed that few are willing to learn it. If you wish to learn, I am more than delighted. With this, Li Daihu recalled his father's legal troubles, yet he was pleased that Jiang Xiao expressed interest in the skill. Then, Daihu, please teach me. Jiang Xiao understood. This was the moment. Li Daihu began to impart his knowledge, sharing everything he knew without reservation. He meticulously explained the remedies for the 5-step snake bite, detailing the efficacy and growing conditions of each herb. After about half an hour, he conveyed his lifelong learning to Jiang Xiao word for word. To Li Daihu's astonishment, Jiang Xiao grasped the information remarkably quickly. After just one demonstration, he could flawlessly recite the names, characteristics, effects, and growing environments of the herbs. Li Daihu couldn't help but admire him silently. If Jiang Xiao had lived in ancient times, he would undoubtedly have become a remarkable physician. However, in the present day, he lacked the qualifications to shine. Yet, the satisfaction of passing on this skill filled Li Daihu's heart. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Xiao had undergone a mutation due to exposure to a strange red light, granting him comprehension abilities akin to artificial intelligence. As long as he is provided with some knowledge, he can swiftly learn and apply it. Even if he were to glance through a dictionary, he could memorize it entirely and accurately cite its sources. This encapsulates the exclusive antidote for all snake bites. Should you encounter anything unfamiliar in the future, feel free to inquire of me, Li Daihu remarked. Daihu, I believe I need not ask, Jiang Xiao replied with a hint of embarrassment. For I have already committed it to memory. He felt it was not so difficult after all. Jiang Xiao, you truly live up to your reputation, Li Daihu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. These herbs took me a lifetime to master, yet you have grasped them in less than an hour. Truly, one can only be awed by such talent. Jiang Xiao smiled modestly. In the past, he might have had to toil diligently, but with his body having mutated and his abilities enhanced, his comprehension now bordered on the extraordinary. All right, let us hasten to eat, Jiang Xiao urged Li Daihu, while he remained behind to organize the herbs. Very well. I shall go, Li Daihu replied cheerfully as he departed. While Jiang Xiao was arranging the herbs, he noticed a middle-aged woman pass by without so much as a greeting. Making her way directly onward, Jiang Xiao frowned. Typically, those below him would acknowledge him, including this woman. Such unusual behavior suggested something amiss. He discreetly observed as she approached Tang Fan and sat beside him, her provocative demeanor leaning into him. How did these two come to be together? Jiang Xiao pondered in shock. He then witnessed Tang Fan whisper something to the woman, who responded with a delighted laugh. Jiang Xiao shook his head, astonished that Tang Fan had so quickly found a substitute after severing ties with Tian Tian. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Tian Tian. Later that evening, at the 13th Sisters camp, two alluring figures reclined upon a spacious wooden bed, the sheer curtains subtly revealing the contours of their forms. 8th Sister. It seems you carry the scent of another, Guofurong remarked, gently sniffing Su Billion's fair arm. How could that be, eldest sister? Su Billion asked, startled. She hadn't anticipated Guofurong's keen sense of smell. Could it be that her secret rendezvous with a man had been discovered? 8th Sister, you belong solely to me. Any other who harbors desires for you shall meet a dire fate, understand? Guofurong stated coldly. Su Billion appeared to be in a poor state today, and Guofurong was determined not to grant her any emotional satisfaction. I understand, eldest sister, Su Billion replied softly, displaying her submission. Should you entertain any other thoughts while with me, do not blame my ruthlessness, Guofurong warned icily. My apologies, eldest sister, I shall not dare again, Su Billion said, suddenly kneeling. She had merely been thinking of Jiang Xiao and had been caught by Guofurong. It seemed that she must exercise utmost caution in her service to Guofurong henceforth, yet Guofurong could not provide the affection she truly desired. Very well. I do not hold it against you, Guofurong said gently. Now, come and massage my shoulders, they are quite sore. Su Billion approached slowly, applying just the right amount of pressure, earning repeated praises from Guofurong for her skillful touch. Sister, your figure is truly magnificent. Su Billion believed her assets were substantial, yet in the presence of Guofurong, they still seemed inadequate. Hee, isn't mine yours as well? Guofurong chuckled, her tone affectionate towards Su Billion. As she relished the massage from Su Billion, Guofurong inquired, have we clarified the source of the produce? Su Billion responded, the informant just came secretly. Jimei has gone with a few sisters to confirm. Guofurong emitted a triumphant laugh, taken aback by the reckless individual who had fostered a traitor among them. How lamentable. In stark contrast to the unwavering loyalty of her own followers, it was a world apart. Just then, a melodious voice drifted in from outside the tent. Sister, Jimei has returned, Su Billion softly announced. Let her in, Guofurong commanded with an air of authority, her expression unwavering. Come in, Su Billion called out, raising her voice towards the entrance. Soon, a graceful figure appeared at Guofurong's window. Notably, this woman possessed an ethereal beauty, her long, lustrous black hair mirroring her composed demeanor. Moreover, she was extraordinarily wealthy, possessing fortunes rivaling nations, and owned two of the world's most luxurious vehicles. If Jiang Xiao were to catch sight of these opulent cars, rage would surely fill his eyes, for he had been dismissed merely for casting an inadvertent glance at them. Indeed, this individual was Han Shui, the current president of the Han Group. She perfectly inherited Han Yun's exquisite looks, even stranded on a deserted island. Her countenance revealed no trace of fear. Instead, she exuded an air of calm confidence, almost regal. Jimei, has the intelligence proven accurate? Su Billion inquired. Elder sister, it has been unequivocally confirmed, and we have just excavated a considerable amount of potatoes from there, Han Shui replied succinctly, her expression turning serious. However, there are indeed quite a few venomous snakes in the area. Just moments ago, one of the sisters was bitten by a bamboo viper, and I am concerned. What? Su Billion gasped. Guofurong, typically composed, revealed an unusual gravity in her demeanor. Chapter 49, we shall have one. The yield of potatoes from that place is substantial, yet the prevalence of snakes is overwhelming. A moment's inattention could lead to a dangerous encounter. Han Shui recalled the situation with trepidation. Jimei, we cannot return to that place. Guofurong stated solemnly, having remained silent for some time. Sister, if we do not go, we will encounter difficulties in securing our food supply, Su Billion expressed anxiously. Elder sister is right. We cannot easily relinquish that treasure trove, Han Shui asserted. However, I genuinely do not wish for the sisters to risk their lives for food. Leave the subsequent matters to me. Guofurong deliberated thoughtfully. Sister, you cannot shoulder every burden alone. The camp still relies on the other sisters. Su Billion voiced her concerns, fearing for Guofurong, their steadfast leader. Should anything happen to her, the 13th Sisters team would likely descend into chaos. Unfazed, Guofurong replied, Sister 8. I am not so fragile. I am a mutant and can handle those venomous snakes. As a woman, Guofurong's competitive spirit rivaled that of any man. She had always used the adage that women are no less than men to spur herself on. Sister, I believe Sister 8 is correct. As our camp's leader, you must prioritize the greater good. Han Shui expressed her thoughts. Leave the matter of finding food to us, as long as the sisters exercise caution. I believe there will be no significant issues. As a resolute female CEO, Han Shui possessed an unwavering spirit and a tenacious confidence in the face of adversity. Observing this, Guo Furong refrained from further comments. Han Shui instilled a profound sense of reassurance in her. Jimei, you will take charge of this matter. Do not concern yourself with anything else, Su Billion stated, to which Han Shui nodded in agreement. Will the sister bitten by the bamboo leaf green survive until dawn? Su Billion inquired. We have already enlarged the wound with a triangular needle to expel the poisoned blood and rinsed it in the rushing river water. She should be fine. However, the pain from the bamboo leaf green's bite is indeed excruciating, and the sister is tossing and turning in agony. Han Shui's expression was filled with helplessness. Regrettably, there was no snake doctor to be found on the deserted island. Whether they lived or died depended solely on the sister's fate. Jimei, arrange for someone to take care of her tonight. Su Billion abruptly halted her words. She nearly revealed Jiang Xiao's ability to treat snake bites. Had she carelessly mentioned it, Guo Furong's keen intuition would surely have detected the presence of a man nearby, endangering not only herself, but also Jiang Xiao. It was truly a close call. She resolved to be more cautious with her words in the future. What about tomorrow? Guo Furong raised her eyelids slightly, eager to hear more from Su Billion. She may recover by then, Su Billion quickly added. Guo Furong did not press further. Eldest sister, eighth sister, I shall take my leave now, Han Shui stated. Turning to depart. Jimei, wait a moment, Su Billion called after her. Eighth sister, is there anything else? Han Shui queried as she turned back. Jimei, regarding your mother. Su Billion hesitated. Han Shui's heart leapt with joy. Eighth sister, have you found any news about my mother? Separated on a deserted island. Han Shui had been on high alert, constantly worrying about Han Yun and fearing she might be enduring hardships, gnawing on tree bark, or worse, encountering danger. Now, after 10 days, receiving news of her mother brought Han Shui a glimmer of hope. Jimei, we discovered signs of human activity on a beach 2 kilometers away, and there. We found a woman's mobile phone, Su Billion disclosed, handing the phone to Han Shui. Upon seeing the Huawei phone, tears welled in Han Shui's eyes. The phone case bore a photograph of her and Han Yun, their smiles radiant like blooming flowers. Gathering her courage, Su Billion finally divulged the remaining details. When we reached that location, it was in shambles, ravaged by some monstrous creature. She had initially hesitated to share such a tragic reality with Han Shui so soon, but ultimately, they had to confront the truth. It was better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged agony. Thus, she steeled herself to reveal it. Eighth sister, thank you, Han Shui said, clutching the mobile phone tightly, tears streaming down her exquisite cheeks. She understood that her mother had likely met with misfortune. Jimei, may you find solace, Su Billion consoled her. In this desolate island, we are each other's support. If your heart feels heavy, you can always confide in the sisters. Eighth sister, I am fine. Han Shui replied with a forced smile. Though she had long prepared herself mentally, when faced with the reality of the situation, she found it exceedingly difficult to accept. Eldest sister, eighth sister, I shall take my leave, Han Shui uttered, her voice trembling with emotion. Eldest sister, am I being a tad cruel? After Han Shui departed, tears unwittingly brimmed in Su Billion's eyes. This is not your fault. Guo Furong gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Su Billion's eyes. In this desolate island, our spirits are already strained, and we should not allow ninth sister to harbor excessive hope. Discovering the truth suddenly will drive her to madness. Guo Furong reassured her. Your intentions are commendable. Eldest sister, embrace me. Jiang Xiao's tent echoed with Han Yun's troubled expression. Jiang Xiao, I miss Shuer. I wonder how she is faring. Yunjie, it's all my fault, Jiang Xiao lamented, his head hanging low. 10 days had elapsed without any news from Han Shui, and he felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Jiang Xiao, do not speak like that. This has nothing to do with you. Realizing her words placed immense pressure on Jiang Xiao, Han Yun felt an overwhelming guilt. Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to find Han Shui, Jiang Xiao vowed earnestly. Han Yun shook her head, her expression tinged with helplessness. Jiang Xiao, to be honest, it has been 10 days, and I fear that Shuer may have encountered misfortune. During these 10 days on the island, Han Yun had faced numerous hardships and witnessed life and death, leading her to gradually accept the harsh reality. Yunjie, Han Shui is destined for good fortune. She will be waiting for us somewhere. Jiang Xiao consoled her softly. Moved to tears, Han Yun replied. Jiang Xiao, thank you. I unwaveringly believe in your every word. But this time is different. I fear for Shuer's safety. Jiang Xiao remained silent, feeling as though his heart had been pierced by countless daggers upon witnessing the tears of the woman he cherished. Jiang Xiao, thank you for enduring and loving me these past 10 days. Without you, I would likely be a mere shell of my former self. Han Yun expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Do not speak such nonsense. You are the woman I am bound to care for unconditionally throughout my life. I refuse to let you say otherwise. Jiang Xiao gently pressed his fingertips against Han Yun's rosy lips. Jiang Xiao, why don't we consider having a child? Han Yun suggested suddenly, her cheeks flushed. If Shuer has met with misfortune, I will need a source of strength to carry on, won't I? Your future includes me, Jiang Xiao replied with a playful glare. Han Yun insisted, that makes it all the more necessary to have a bond. Jiang Xiao found her reasoning sound. Very well, then let us proceed. Han Yun smiled sweetly, her body stirring with excitement. Just then, a sudden, urgent voice pierced the air. Catch the thief. Chapter 50, Jiang Xiao, it is late at night. In no time, Jiang Xiao rushed towards the commotion. The campsite was in disarray. Wanpeng, what has transpired? Jiang Xiao inquired upon seeing Wanpeng and the others in a state of panic. Boss, while I was on duty, I noticed two figures darting out the main gate. When I rushed over, I found the gate ajar, and the figures had vanished without a trace, Wanpeng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. His tone laced with deep remorse. Gather everyone. I need to ascertain who it is, Jiang Xiao commanded, and the people in the camp began to converge. Boss, that scoundrel Tang Fan is missing. After a thorough examination, Wanpeng remarked, there is also a middle-aged woman named Tang Fan. Tian exclaimed in a state of panic. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and she fainted entirely. Manman, please take Sister Tian to a safe place and care for her, Jiang Xiao instructed. Observing Tang Fan's clandestine interactions with that woman today, it became evident what his intentions were. Given this outcome, it was hardly surprising that Tian could accept it. Boss, that scoundrel Tang Fan has actually stolen around 50 pounds of our hard-earned cured meat, reported Black Dog after inspecting the warehouse. Is there anything else? Jiang Xiao inquired. About 50 pounds of potatoes were stolen as well, Black Dog replied softly. The loss of 50 pounds of cured meat and 50 pounds of potatoes constituted a significant blow. Stolen without remorse. That despicable Tang Fan. How dare he betray us after all the kindness the boss has shown us, feeding us and providing us with shelter. Such ingratitude. That woman too. Had I known, I should have eliminated her from the start. The group seethed with indignation over Tang Fan and the middle-aged woman's treachery. At that moment, Wanpeng stepped forward from the ranks, expressing his remorse. Boss, this is all my fault. If I had been more vigilant, this would not have happened. Punish me as you see fit. When something goes wrong, someone must bear the responsibility. Jiang Xiao waved his hand, assuring him, this is not your fault. There is no need for self-recrimination. Just focus on your duties moving forward. Tang Fan's betrayal had been meticulously planned. It was an unexpected act of treachery that no one could have foreseen. However, Jiang Xiao understood well that Tang Fan's betrayal stemmed from his belief that he had a romantic involvement with Tian, leading to his disloyalty. His defection was utterly unanticipated. One could not blame the on-duty personnel for a lack of diligence. Wanpeng, overcome with emotion, vowed to remain vigilant henceforth to prevent such occurrences. At that moment, Reckless stepped forth, stating, Boss, given our substantial losses, I will lead a team to capture that pair of traitors and ensure they are brought before you for your judgment. Reckless seethed with rage, vowing not to let Tang Fan escape, even to the ends of the earth. Indeed, let us follow Brother Lu to hunt down Tang Fan. He must pay for his actions. The others echoed vehemently. No need, Jiang Xiao interjected. There is no point in wasting time and energy pursuing Tang Fan. We should devote our efforts to the construction of our camp instead. Boss, letting that traitor go seems like letting him off too easily, Reckless argued. Jiang Xiao smiled knowingly. Let him go? That is inconceivable. Boss, your words are rather profound. I find them somewhat difficult to grasp, Reckless confessed, puzzled. Jiang Xiao explained at a measured pace. Even if he is not killed by other survivors, the forest is rife with venomous snakes. Do you truly believe that with his inadequate wilderness survival skills, he could endure? Rather than risking our lives in pursuit of him, it would be wiser to focus our energies on enhancing our camp. Reckless and the others realized the wisdom in their leader's words. His foresight surpassed theirs. However, one concern remained. What if Tang Fan seeks refuge with others? Black Dog questioned. That is even better. When the time comes, I shall witness the demise with my own hands. Jiang Xiao responded, asserting that regardless of circumstances, Tang Fan's death was as certain as fate itself. Haha, the boss speaks wisely, Lu Meng chuckled, believing that despite Tang Fan's desperate attempts to flee, he could not escape the grasp of their formidable forces. That scoundrel Tang Fan has been marked for death by the King of Hell the moment he stepped beyond our camp's gates, Wanpeng remarked. Let us put Tang Fan's matters to rest. As for the losses incurred, do not fret, for I shall ensure that none of you go hungry, Jiang Xiao assured. The crowd lowered their heads, sensing that Jiang Xiao's words were mere platitudes. 50 pounds of meat. 50 pounds of potatoes. Who among the camps would not mourn for 10 days or more over such losses? Finally, Jiang Xiao surveyed the group. If anyone believes this place to be inadequate and wishes to depart, you are free to leave now. I pledge my unwavering loyalty. Lu Meng was the first to speak up. The others echoed in unison. I pledge my unwavering loyalty. I pledge my unwavering loyalty. Jiang Xiao gestured for silence. Enough. You have all worked hard today. Go rest. Tomorrow holds significant tasks ahead. He proceeded to delegate duties. Wan Peng, organize the shifts. Ensure everyone gets ample rest. Wan Peng nodded. Understood. They dispersed. Those who needed rest retired, while the watchful remained on duty. Jiang Xiao entered the tent, where Han Yun, with a hint of resentment, remarked, I never expected Tang Fan to act so thoughtlessly, showing no consideration for Tian Tian. Jiang Xiao relayed some details about Tang Fan and Tian Tian to Han Yun, but withheld certain aspects, knowing that women tend to be emotional. And he feared Han Yun might feel jealousy. Is what you say true? Han Yun inquired with surprise. Her mood had soured earlier due to Tang Fan revealing his intention to divorce. Upon hearing this, Han Yun nodded. I see. She sighed, lamenting, we are all unfortunate women. She had lost her husband in her youth and her daughter in her middle age, while Tian Tian faced a midlife divorce. Both women found themselves with nothing. No. Han Yun internally rejected this notion. At least she believed herself to be more fortunate than Tian Tian. Jiang Xiao, it is late, she said. Jiang Xiao smiled knowingly. Meanwhile, in the forest, Tang Fan and a middle-aged woman were breathlessly resting in a clearing. Brother Fan, do you still promise to buy me a gold ring, gold necklace, and gold bracelet after we leave this deserted island? The woman asked anxiously. Of course, I do, Tang Fan replied. Painting a grand picture. I will also make you the wife of the chairman of the XXX group. The woman gasped, gripping Tang Fan's arm tightly. Brother Fan, is that truly possible? Absolutely. The middle-aged woman exclaimed with excitement. Once I become the chairman's wife, I shall drive luxury cars, live in lavish houses, wear designer clothes, and carry designer bags. She had begun to envision a life of opulence. Tang Fan's words bolstered her resolve. Indeed, as the chairman's wife, you shall have whatever you desire in the future. Wonderful. The woman trembled with excitement before regaining her composure. So what shall we do next? Tang Fan's cold gaze pierced the darkness like a chilling dagger. We shall align ourselves with others and use them to eliminate Jiang Xiao. Chapter 51. A rivalry bruised the following morning. Jiang Xiao awoke, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Tasked with a mission by Han Yun, he diligently persevered until the early hours of the morning. For most, such relentless dedication to work would leave one aching and weary come dawn. However, these minor inconveniences were utterly non-existent for Jiang Xiao. His altered physique rendered him formidable beyond measure. After merely consuming a potato, his strength was restored to its zenith. It was time to inspect the catch. Having set such a large fish basket in the river the previous day, Jiang Xiao eagerly anticipated a bountiful harvest today. But how would he transport the fish? In his haste yesterday, he had neglected to craft a suitable container for the fish, leaving him to devise a solution. After all, the basket might contain small fish and shrimp, making it impractical to carry them home by hand. An idea struck him. He could use a snakeskin bag. He rummaged through the warehouse and ultimately discovered a snakeskin bag, the kind used for holding 100 pounds of pig feed. Exiting the warehouse, he noticed Chun Minjiao and Zhang Xiaoling sitting on a bench, visibly dejected. Approaching them gently, he patted their backs and inquired about their thoughts. The two women were startled, and upon recognizing Jiang Xiao, they exclaimed, Jiang Xiao, do you intend to scare us to death? Why are you up so early? Can't sleep? Jiang Xiao smiled and asked, what is bothering you? Chun Minjiao replied with a hint of displeasure, isn't it because of you? Jiang Xiao was taken aback. Me? Zhang Xiaoling then clarified the situation. Apparently, since arriving at the new camp, Jiang Xiao had not sought them out, leading them to feel neglected. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao was astonished. What could be occupying a woman's mind? It seemed jealousy was brewing, and it might even escalate into a palace intrigue. This trend must not persist. He felt it was time to set them straight, steering them away from a path of misguided emotions. Follow me into the warehouse. It's time for a proper lesson. Jiang Xiao insisted, pulling the two women along. Jiang Xiao exclaimed, were it not for my urgent need to catch fish, I would surely impose a severe punishment on you both for your behavior. The two women hung their heads as they entered. If anyone encourages such attitudes in the future, I shall not hesitate to discipline you. We were wrong. We won't overthink things anymore, Zhang Xiaoling confessed, feeling ashamed. Jiang Xiao cared for them. Acknowledging your mistakes is the first step to reform. By the way, please wash the potatoes and prepare breakfast for everyone. I will go catch fish now. As he prepared to depart, Chun Minjiao stopped him. Jiang Xiao, may I accompany you to help with the fishing? Jiang Xiao understood her intentions, but declined. The path is treacherous, with many snakes. Your presence would distract me. Stay home and wait for my return. He was primarily concerned that Su Billion might also be waiting by the river, and should the two women encounter each other, jealousy would inevitably ensue. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but lament. Life is indeed challenging for a man. There are considerations to weigh and matters to ponder. Everything requires careful thought. Good morning, greeted Wan Peng as Jiang Xiao approached the camp entrance. Wan Peng, you haven't been on duty all night, have you? Jiang Xiao inquired. Wan Peng remained silent, clearly confirming Jiang Xiao's suspicion. Jiang Xiao rebuked sternly. Your spirit is commendable, yet your actions are not. Should you disregard my counsel again, you shall be expelled from our camp. Aware of Wan Peng's self-reproach due to Tang Fan's betrayal, he endeavored to atone for his misdeeds. However, excessive fatigue would impose a tremendous strain on his body. How could he possibly contribute to the tasks of the following day? Such a trade-off is inadvisable. Wan Peng sought to explain, but was interrupted by Jiang Xiao. Fetch the black dog, then rest for a few hours, Jiang Xiao instructed, adding a reminder. This is a one-time concession, do you understand? Wan Peng nodded, visibly relieved. As Jiang Xiao continued along his path, he arrived at a clearing where he stumbled upon the remains of a creature ravaged by beasts, leaving behind only a trace of its existence. Beside the remnants lay garments stained with crimson blood. The image of the middle-aged woman who had fled with Tang Fan flashed in Jiang Xiao's mind. The tattered clothing on the ground perfectly matched her attire in life. It was evident that she had fallen prey to the beasts. Yet, what Jiang Xiao could scarcely fathom was that the foolish woman, while dreaming of a life of luxury, had been struck down by Tang Fan, who had raised a heavy stone and crushed her skull from behind. In her final moments, she had been unable to question how Tang Fan could profess eternal love by day and then reduce her head to ruin by night. Her eyes remained wide open in death. After her demise, the scent of blood attracted carnivorous beasts, reducing her to mere fragments of bone. Witnessing the fate of the middle-aged woman, Jiang Xiao lamented, had I known this would be the outcome, would she have still pursued such folly? If she had foreseen her tragic end, she would not have followed Tang Fan out of the camp. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. And where is Tang Fan? Jiang Xiao surveyed his surroundings, finding no trace of him. Had he been taken by the beasts? No matter, he was destined for death regardless. So why should I dwell on the remains? I must hasten to inspect the catch. With that, Jiang Xiao departed. At that moment, in the 13th sister's camp, the eldest sister informed, there is a man outside the camp requesting to see Han Shui. Guofurong conveyed this message in her tent. Ninth sister, are you out of your mind? Guofurong replied coldly. Have you forgotten the rules of our camp? Han Shui shook her head. I have not forgotten. Their camp prohibited the entrance of men. Any intruder would be killed. Shall we allow him to celebrate the new year with us? Guofurong raised an eyebrow. Han Shui explained respectfully. He is the one who provided us with information. He brings with him 50 pounds of cured meat and 50 pounds of potatoes, seeking to ally with us. Oh, the traitor under the reckless one, intriguing indeed. Let him in, Guofurong responded. Soon enough, Tang Fan was brought into Guofurong's tent by Han Shui. As he gazed through the translucent tent curtain at the alluring figure within, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The 13th Sisters camp was a veritable paradise for men, each woman possessing remarkable beauty. He felt he had come to the right place, believing that with his silver tongue, he could charm one of the lovely women. Tang Fan, Guofurong inquired, her tone unfriendly. From the moment he entered, she had noticed his gaze wandering with unwarranted boldness over her form. Such overt aggressiveness repulsed her greatly. Your Majesty, it is I, Tang Fan replied with utmost respect. What brings you to this place? Guofurong asked calmly. With sincere intentions, I seek refuge with your Majesty, the Empress, Tang Fan declared confidently. 50 pounds of cured meat and 50 pounds of potatoes are indeed precious resources for other camps. I trust no one would dare oppose such offerings. I accept your sincerity. You may leave, Guofurong replied coldly. Tang Fan, pleased, clasped his hands in gratitude, thanking Her Majesty. However, he suddenly grasped the implications, his expression darkening. Your Majesty. What does this mean? Leave the supplies, you may go? Guofurong's icy voice questioned. Now, do you comprehend my words? Tang Fan was left dumbfounded. What was the connection here? Outside, Han Shui kicked him away. Eighth sister, come attend to me. Elder sister, eighth sister has gone out. Chapter 52, Su Billion in shock at this moment. By the riverside, Su Billion sat upon a stone, appearing like a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm from a distance. Anxiously, she thought to herself, that insufferable man. He said he would arrive in the morning, yet I have waited nearly an hour without a trace of him. Several times she contemplated leaving, fearing that Guofurong might not find him and would come seeking, which could lead to an unfortunate encounter with Jiang Xiao. Yet, the thought of not seeing Jiang Xiao left her begrudgingly dissatisfied. Suddenly, as her mind wandered, she was swept into an embrace. Su Billion thought she had encountered an enemy, but But upon closer inspection, it was none other than the one she had been yearning for, Jiang Xiao. How did I hear someone speaking ill of me? Jiang Xiao observed Su Billion with amusement. Having weathered many storms, a captivating allure now graced her features. While Su Billion's beauty was not unparalleled, she possessed a unique charm that captivated all who beheld her. Is it not because you broke your promise? Su Billion cast Jiang Xiao a playful glare, exuding allure. I encountered a bit of trouble on the way, hence my tardiness. Jiang Xiao casually fabricated an excuse. Surely, he could not admit that training 2 veteran employees had delayed him. What? Are you hurt? Su Billion gasped, her gaze scanning Jiang Xiao for any signs of injury. Oh dear, I didn't realize I was in pain until you mentioned it. Jiang Xiao feigned an injured demeanor. Su Billion wriggled free from his embrace. Her face filled with concern. Where are you hurt? Let me see. Witnessing her flustered state, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but smile smugly. I was merely teasing you. How infuriating. Su Billion playfully pounded her fists against Jiang Xiao's chest, her earlier worry for him still evident. With a gentle grip, Jiang Xiao held her hand, gazing deeply into her enchanting eyes. What a good person you are. Soon, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken affection. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiao said, by the way, yesterday you mentioned you could treat snake bites. Could you do me a favor? The two nestled together on the blue stones by the shore, gazing at the relentless flow of the river. In that moment, the exquisite scenery and the happiness of the couple formed a serene landscape painting. Between you and me, there is no need for formality, Jiang Xiao said, gently caressing a delicate part of her. Your affairs are my affairs. Su Billion was deeply touched, never expecting Jiang Xiao to be so chivalrous. Her heartfelt dedication had not been in vain. She stood up and slowly spoke. A sister of mine was accidentally bitten by a bamboo viper yesterday, and she is in considerable distress. I seek your assistance. Jiang Xiao, applying the knowledge he had gained from his studies with Li Dahai, replied, a bamboo viper bite is not fatal, as long as the wound is treated promptly. Combined with my herbal remedies, it should pose no significant issue. Su Billion responded, the wound was treated quite promptly, but the snake medicine. Jiang Xiao chuckled. Just wait for me. With that, he strolled along the riverbank. Su Billion was perplexed, thinking Jiang Xiao was searching for herbs. But how easily could one find snake medicine? Soon, she saw Jiang Xiao approaching her with a handful of wild grasses, and she asked in confusion, kind-hearted man, what are you collecting these weeds for? These herbs are specifically for treating bamboo viper bites. Simply crush them and apply them to your sister's wound, Jiang Xiao explained. Really? You can't be serious. Su Billion exclaimed in astonishment. How could that be? The grass in Jiang Xiao's hands appeared utterly ordinary. Could it truly be so miraculous? Trust me, it will work. Jiang Xiao placed the herbs into Su Billion's hands, instructing her to recognize these plants so that if anyone else were bitten by a bamboo viper, she could use them for treatment. Su Billion, still skeptical, accepted them, saying, all right, I understand. Then she glanced at the river and said, kind-hearted man, I wonder how the fish basket you set out yesterday is faring. Jiang Xiao replied nonchalantly, do not worry. I shall unveil the prize right before your eyes. With that, he walked towards the location where he had secured the large stone the previous day. Without hesitation, he grasped the vine and began to pull up the submerged fish basket. Su Billion followed closely, eager to discover its contents. As Jiang Xiao tugged, he felt a powerful resistance, realizing that there were indeed many fish and shrimp inside. Su Billion remained silent, her gaze fixed on the water's surface, hoping to see the basket filled as Jiang Xiao had claimed. Ah, there are quite a few. Jiang Xiao exclaimed midway through pulling, feeling the resistance increase, which delighted him. Su Billion squinted her eyes, eager to see just how many quite a few really meant. Suddenly, as the fish basket broke the water's surface, a vigorous splashing sound erupted from within. Goodness, we have a big catch, Jiang Xiao exclaimed, filled with excitement. Su Billion covered her mouth in disbelief at what she was witnessing. That commotion suggested the fish weighed at least 10 pounds. In the next moment, the sounds from within the basket grew even louder, indicating an abundant catch. Su Billion was left astounded. She had not anticipated Jiang Xiao to possess such remarkable skills. Fishing, gathering herbs, and charming others, he excelled in everything. Wow, this haul will be incredible, at least 100 pounds. She could hear Jiang Xiao's exhilarated voice ringing in her ears. Soon, Jiang Xiao pulled the fish basket to the surface and began to count the catch. This base should weigh around 10 pounds, he said as he reached into the basket and swiftly pulled out a large base. The fresh fish thrashed energetically, seemingly attempting to escape Jiang Xiao's grasp. He tightened his grip slightly, causing his nails to sink into the base's flesh, resulting in a stream of bright red blood. This is for you, Jiang Xiao declared as he dispatched the base and tossed it beside Su Billion. What? Su Billion felt as though she were in a dream. Astonished as she exclaimed, for me? Are there others here besides you and me? Jiang Xiao, speaking as he did, deftly retrieved a fish weighing around 20 pounds from the basket. With skillful precision, he dispatched the fish and handed it to Su Bai, saying, "This is for you as well." In civilized society, the sight of such a fish often repulses many, as it thrives in notoriously unsanitary environments, sewage plants, foul ditches, and murky ponds. These conditions enable it to consume virtually anything, leading to its rapid growth. Its flesh, though fatty and rich, is inexpensive and often used to feed pets or other carnivorous creatures. However, on this harsh desert island, it represented a delicacy comparable to bear paws. Su Billion was taken aback as Jiang Xiao presented her with yet another large fish. After inspecting the basket and finding no more sizable catches, he gently opened the bottom of the fish basket over a snakeskin bag, allowing countless small fish and shrimp to fill it to the brim. He then replaced the remaining chicken entrails back into the basket before submerging it into the depths of the water. Su Billion was astounded. Jiang Xiao's actions indicated that the river's bounty of fish and shrimp was inexhaustible, making daily feasts of meat a feasible reality. She was filled with envy. Chapter 53. Waiting for you every day. After sorting the catch, Jiang Xiao pulled a vine from the underbrush, helping Su Billion string the two large fish together for convenience. Such a good person. Is this truly for me? Su Billion felt as if she were dreaming, unable to grasp the reality of her situation. This was fish meat, a rich source of protein. On a deserted island, tasting fresh fish was akin to savoring precious shark fin in civilized society. It had been 11 days since she last had meat, intensifying her reaction. It felt akin to being on the street when an old friend suddenly produces a bank card and says, "Dear girl, there's a billion inside. All yours." "What's wrong?" Jiang Xiao inquired. "It's just two fish, isn't it? I feel as if I'm in a dream," Su Billion replied. Her eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling. Jiang Xiao chuckled helplessly, reiterating, "This is real. Both fish are yours." Moved, Su Billion embraced Jiang Xiao, and the atmosphere grew palpably intimate. Soon after, the tranquil riverside was graced by Su Billion's melodic voice. "Such a good person. I've been out too long. I must return lest I face reproach." "Nonsense. Who dares to scold my woman?" Jiang Xiao retorted fiercely, threatening to take action. Su Billion quickly covered his mouth, knowing that the words he uttered must not be spoken aloud. Should anyone overhear, it would spell disaster. How could Jiang Xiao possibly be a match for her elder sister? Hearing Jiang Xiao's bold declaration of protection filled Su Billion with joy. He truly regarded her as his beloved, relishing the exclusive affection Jiang Xiao bestowed upon her. She felt like the happiest woman in the world. "Such a good person. May I wait for you here every day?" Su Billion asked, blushing. She realized she had been deeply enchanted by Jiang Xiao. "Of course you can." Jiang Xiao nodded with delight. As he could share a portion of fish with Su Billion every day, his woman must not endure hardship. Su Billion's heart fluttered with excitement, gently kissing Jiang Xiao's cheek. This time, they managed to restrain themselves, for Su Billion felt that if they lingered too long, Guofurong might become restless and seek her out. Discovering her entangled with Jiang Xiao, which would surely lead to dire consequences for him, Guofurong possessed an intense possessiveness. "Ah, I forgot the fish." Su Billion hurriedly departed, having completely overlooked the precious fish. Thankfully, Jiang Xiao reminded her from behind. "Oh dear, my memory." Su Billion chuckled awkwardly, bending down to pick up approximately 30 pounds of fish. Unbeknownst to her, the abyss of darkness loomed ominously. "Good man, I shall take my leave." Struggling with the hefty fish, Su Billion reluctantly bid farewell to Jiang Xiao. "Be careful on the road," he waved, truly a charming and enchanting spirit. Su Billion swiftly vanished from Jiang Xiao's sight, and he too set off on his journey home, carrying the weight of small fish and shrimp. At the 13th Sister's camp, Guofurong sat within the tent, her expression dark and foreboding. "Humph. 8th Sister is becoming increasingly audacious." She had repeatedly sought Su Billion's assistance, but to her frustration, no trace of her could be found. Inciting her fury, the sisters lowered their heads in silence, wary of provoking Guofurong's ire. Suddenly, an anxious voice of Han Shui echoed from outside the tent. Soon, she appeared, supporting a young woman whose face twisted in agony. "Ninth Sister, what transpired?" Guofurong inquired, her irritation evident. "Eldest Sister, we were just digging for potatoes when this sister accidentally got bitten by a bamboo viper," Han Shui replied anxiously. "What?" Guofurong's mind raced. In merely 2 days, 2 sisters had been bitten by venomous snakes. How infuriating! Coupled with Su Billion's sudden disappearance, Guofurong felt an overwhelming agitation, as if her chest were laden with gunpowder, ready to explode. "Ninth Sister, has the wound been treated?" Guofurong asked, observing the pained expression of the young woman. "It has been treated, but..." Han Shui hesitated. "But what?" Guofurong's countenance darkened, her demeanor resembling that of a ferocious beast, her tone laced with anger. The venom intake is too severe. Her condition is worse than that of the sister from yesterday. As she spoke, the young woman bitten by the bamboo viper groaned. So hot, so hot. Her mind clouded. Han Shui hurriedly measured her temperature, exclaiming in astonishment, how has her temperature risen so high? Approaching 40 degrees. If not treated promptly, she won't survive until noon. Guo Furong rushed to the young woman's side, personally taking her temperature. Goodness, quickly use a wet towel to cool her down, or her head will be scorched. Given the harsh conditions, this was the only remedy that came to mind. How infuriating. Guo Furong clenched her delicate fist. If eighth sister were present, perhaps a solution could have been devised, but now she was nowhere to be found. Su Billion was the strategist of their camp. Many issues could be resolved with her presence, and her thoughtfulness was unmatched. Guo Furong held her in great affection. At this critical moment, Guo Furong was infuriated by the absence of her companions. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, the eighth sister has returned. Guo Furong's demeanor turned instantly icy. To her astonishment, the eighth sister had caught 2 sizable fish, an impressive feat indeed. The prospect of savoring such delectable fish was thrilling, as it had been a considerable time since she had last indulged in meat. However, her curiosity was piqued by the weeds in the eighth sister's hands. As the sisters chattered excitedly, Guo Furong's expression softened slightly. Then, Su Billion, flushed and breathless, approached Guo Furong, clearly having endured considerable hardship carrying the 30-pound fish. There was, of course, an underlying reason for her distress. Guo Furong's keen gaze fell upon the 2 fish in Su Billion's grasp. Eighth sister Yu. Guo Furong had never anticipated that Su Billion had ventured to the riverbank to catch fish. Su Billion was genuinely devoted to the camp's welfare. It dawned on Guo Furong that she had misjudged her. Overwhelmed by a surge of guilt at her earlier punitive thoughts, Guo Furong felt a deep sense of remorse. Su Billion quickly recounted the tale of her fishing endeavor, which only heightened Guo Furong's feelings of guilt and reinforced her resolve to cherish Su Billion more in the future. By the way, eighth sister, another sister has been bitten by a bamboo viper. Her temperature is rising rapidly, and the situation is dire. Do you have any means to lower her fever? Guo Furong inquired anxiously. I'll give it a try, Su Billion replied, glancing at the herbs in her hands. She began to crush them according to Jiang Xiao's instructions. What is the eighth sister doing? Could those herbs be a remedy for fever? A few young women whispered among themselves. Guo Furong observed Su Billion with confusion, sensing an inexplicable change in her demeanor over the past few days, yet unable to articulate what had transformed. As Guo Furong pondered, Su Billion finally finished crushing the herbs. This is a snake remedy. Applying it will suffice. What? Guo Furong and the others were taken aback. A snake remedy? How can that be? Some looked at Su Billion in disbelief, skeptical that the weeds could indeed be the remedy she claimed. Eighth sister, are you certain? Han Shui asked, eyeing the crushed herbs in Su Billion's hands. A repugnant green paste. Su Billion, though slightly incredulous, remembered that Jiang Xiao would not deceive her and replied with conviction, Ninth sister, this is true. Guo Furong scrutinized her closely, perplexed by the unexpected bounty from Su Billion's excursion. Given this, we must apply it to our sister immediately, or she may not survive. Han Shui urged, her anxiety gradually easing. All right, I will apply it now, under the watchful eyes of the others. Su Billion carefully applied the crushed herbs to the young woman's wound, following Jiang Xiao's method, and secured it with a piece of white cloth to prevent it from falling off. Sisters, do you think it will work? Someone murmured uncertainly. I don't know. I feel that those herbs cannot possibly be a snake remedy. If snake remedies were that easily found, there wouldn't be so many fatalities from snake bites each year. Another voice quietly. Approximately 15 minutes later, a voice filled with astonishment echoed within the quiet tent, belonging to Han Shui, as her fever subsided. Is it truly this miraculous? Another exclaimed in disbelief. Guo Furong approached the young woman's side and, after measuring her temperature, expressed her own surprise. Ah, the fever has diminished. It is indeed the snake medicine. Shortly thereafter, the young woman's eyelids fluttered before she opened her beautiful eyes. Sister, how do you feel? Han Shui inquired with warmth. The young woman replied softly, Ninth sister, my wound feels cool and comfortable. I feel much better. Truly recovered. The group exchanged glances, utterly astonished that the humble herb they had dismissed possessed such remarkable properties. Simultaneously, they could not help but admire Su Billion, the camp's intellectual gem, whose brilliance was undeniable. Su Billion herself was deeply moved. At this moment, Jiang Xiao's words became an unwavering decree within her heart. Ninth sister, take the sisters down to rest. Report any matters to me at any time, Guo Furong said, casting a glance at Han Shui. She then surveyed the group and decided to cook the fish that eighth sister had caught, intending to treat the sisters in the camp with a hearty meal. Upon hearing of the impending feast, joy radiated among them, and their gratitude towards Su Billion surged, for she had played an indispensable role in providing such precious fish. "Eighth sister, have you done something behind my back?" Soon, only the two remained in the tent, and the perceptive Guofurong posed the question. "Eldest sister, I am wronged." Su Billion suddenly knelt down, forcefully suppressing her inner unease and feigning an expression of being unjustly accused. Witnessing Su Billion's pitiful demeanor, Guofurong felt she had been overly suspicious. "Eighth sister, I was being overly cautious," she quickly reassured, tenderly embracing Su Billion. For reasons unknown, a persistent sense of unease had clouded her judgment over the past 2 days. Guofurong mused that with such affection for eighth sister, betrayal was inconceivable. She must be fatigued. "Eighth sister, please massage my shoulders." Guofurong gently lifted Su Billion in a princess carry, slowly making her way to the bed, laying her down with care, and finally drawing the tent curtain closed. At that moment, a disheveled figure maneuvered through the thicket. "Jiang Xiao, 13th sister, just you wait. One day, I shall bring you to your knees and make you my dogs." Tang Fan swore vehemently, while behind him, hungry wolves trailed him like shadows. At Jiang Xiao's camp, he entered through the gate bearing a snakeskin bag brimming with fish and shrimp. The black dog cheerfully exclaimed, "Boss, did you catch so many fish?" Jiang Xiao shot him a glance of disdain, replying, "What is so surprising about that? It's merely routine." The black dog licked his lips. "Boss, you're incredible. Working for you is an absolute delight." Jiang Xiao lightly kicked the black dog. "Stop flattering me." At that moment, he glanced around the camp and noticed that Li Dehai and 3 of his brothers were missing. Inquiring about their whereabouts, he learned that Li Dehai had taken them to dig for potatoes. "Very well, we shall wait for Dehai and the others to return before serving the meal," Jiang Xiao declared as he proceeded to the kitchen. As Han Yun and her companions busily prepared potatoes, their joy was palpable upon the return of Jiang Xiao, which intensified upon seeing him carry a bounty of small fish and shrimp. "All right, you all remove the innards of the fish. We shall set aside a third for lunch and the remainder for drying," she instructed. The 4 women, including Li Manman, swiftly rose to commence their tasks. "Where is Sister Tian?" Jiang Xiao inquired, approaching Han Yun and enveloping her gently in his arms. "Don't be foolish. We are in public," Han Yun chided, playfully swatting his hand away. Jiang Xiao chuckled, recalling her different demeanor from the previous night. Yet, he quelled his playful spirit and asked about Tian. "She is currently despondent, so I instructed her to remain in the tent and refrain from working. The last thing we need is for her to encounter any misfortune," Han Yun replied. "It is indeed a challenge for any woman to recover swiftly from betrayal. Tian is truly pitiable." "Well done, Yunjie," Jiang Xiao praised, giving her a hearty pat on the back. "Ah, you distract me from my work," Han Yun retorted with a playful glare. "You should go speak with Tian, otherwise she may succumb to despair." Jiang Xiao refused to leave her side, asserting, "If she is to lose her mind, I shall remain." "Very well, I shall check on her," he said, smiling as he made his way toward Tian's tent. Upon entering, he found her listlessly seated at the table, her fingers tightly clutching a diamond ring, her wedding band. Memories of their past love flooded her mind like a slideshow. Yet the thought of Tang Fan's abrupt end to their relationship brought forth unbidden tears. "Take heart," a voice suddenly broke the silence. Startled, Tian turned to see Jiang Xiao approaching her slowly. "I thought after severing ties with Tang Fan, I would no longer shed tears for him. But the memories overwhelm me," she admitted, her voice quivering with emotion. "Everything shall pass. Look forward," Jiang Xiao comforted her. Wiping her tears, Tian managed a charming smile. "You are right, Jiang Xiao. All will fade away. Moving forward is what I must do." She stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his waist. "You won't go back on your promise from yesterday, will you?" Jiang Xiao chuckled awkwardly. "Of course not. I eagerly anticipate such delightful prospects." He had just attempted to negotiate a favor with Han Yun, only to be rebuffed, leaving him in a rather uncomfortable position. Were it not for Tian's condition, he would have deemed her actions akin to provoking a sleeping tiger. Suddenly, Tian gently lifted Jiang Xiao's chin with a delicate finger and smiled enchantingly, revealing an underlying intensity. "It has departed," she declared, leaving Jiang Xiao astounded, as a surge of energy akin to molten lava coursed through him. After an indeterminate period, the once quiet tent resonated with Tian's satisfied voice. "Jiang Xiao, I will be relying on you more in the future." Jiang Xiao, feeling buoyant, replied, "What nonsense are you uttering? I will steadfastly honor my promises to you." Tian, moved to tears, said, "Without you, I might have wandered aimlessly through life like a mere shell of my former self." The failure of her marriage once plunged her into despair, yet fortunately, Jiang Xiao emerged like a beacon of light in the darkness, illuminating her path. Embrace the new life with a smile. Do not let past misfortunes taint your spirit. Remember, you still have me, Jiang Xiao reassured her. Tian nodded with joy. Rest assured, I shall not succumb to despondency again. For her plans had already commenced. And perhaps in the not-so-distant future, new hope would grace her life. Before that, she resolved to maintain an optimistic outlook and nurture her frequent interactions with Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, lunch is ready. At that moment, Han Yun entered. Upon seeing the radiant smile on Tian's face, Han Yun exhaled in relief. Jiang Xiao's comforting ways had indeed pulled Tian back from the brink of despair. Sister, you look a decade younger and utterly beautiful, Han Yun remarked with envy. She continued, there are no insurmountable obstacles. With a positive attitude, everything will eventually turn around. Tian replied with a smile, Sister Han, I apologize for the worry I caused. Henceforth, I shall face life with optimism. That's the spirit. Han Yun gently embraced Tian. This hurdle had been successfully crossed. Yet she still found herself alone, unlike others who were cherished. In comparison, Tian's plight seemed particularly harsh. Han Yun secretly vowed to make time to connect with Tian, recognizing that solitary living could be quite lonely. As someone who had traversed similar experiences, she understood this well. All right, let us go out for a meal. Li Daqi has just returned to the camp and has even caught a small wild boar. Tian's spirits lifted. The news of Li Daqi's catch brought Han Yun immense joy. Soon, the trio returned to the dining area, where Jiang Xiao spotted a wild boar weighing around 70 pounds lying in a clearing. Wan Peng and the others surrounded the boar, continually giving Li Daqi thumbs up, their admiration palpable. Jiang Xiao chuckled, noting that Li Daqi's standing within the camp was steadily rising. He approached and commended, Daqi, well done. Upon Jiang Xiao's arrival, everyone greeted him warmly, boss. Jiang Xiao waved his hand. If everyone can learn from Daqi, a bright future is surely on the horizon. Li Daqi smiled bashfully. Having never received such enthusiastic praise before, he felt a bit elated. Jiang Xiao, we have encountered a bit of trouble, Li Daqi suddenly stated. Oh, what kind of trouble? Jiang Xiao asked dismissively, believing that encountering difficulties while hunting wild boar in the forest was commonplace. However, Li Daqi revealed that the trouble did not stem from the wild boar, but rather from a group of foreigners. Just moments ago, after they had dispatched the boar, foreigners appeared, attempting to seize their hard-won prize, only to be thoroughly beaten by Li Daqi and his companions. Daqi, you did well, on this deserted island. Anyone attempting to snatch our food should be dealt with decisively, Jiang Xiao affirmed. Meanwhile, he noticed some swelling on Li Daqi and his friends, likely from their altercation. Nevertheless, it seemed manageable. Boss, the situation is dire, Wan Peng suddenly interjected, his expression anxious. Jiang Xiao furrowed his brows and inquired, what do you mean by that? At this moment, Lu Meng appeared, his expression grave as he remarked, the leader of the foreigners, named Chalmers, possesses formidable strength. We should avoid any conflict with them. Subconsciously, I sense that we have stirred up trouble. Jiang Xiao, taken aback, found the situation rather intriguing. You cannot defeat him? Lu Meng offered an awkward smile. Chalmers could easily vanquish me with a mere finger. From Lu Meng's words, Jiang Xiao understood that the leader of the foreigners was evidently a mutant, someone who instilled immense trepidation in Lu Meng, indicating his considerable prowess. But so what? Jiang Xiao dismissed the concern with disdain. Despite the overwhelming might of the enemy, he felt an inexplicable belief in his own invincibility coursing through him, that a single punch would suffice to obliterate them. If one punch proved insufficient, he would unleash a second, a third. Lu Meng, astonished, could not fathom Jiang Xiao's audacity in making such a declaration. He recognized Jiang Xiao's strength, yet it paled in comparison to Chalmers. What troubled Lu Meng further was the realization that the foreigners were not merely represented by a single mutant, which underscored their terrifying nature. To impress upon Jiang Xiao the gravity of the situation, Lu Meng divulged all the intelligence he had gathered. Oh, the foreigners possess such an abundance of mutants? This is becoming increasingly fascinating. Jiang Xiao's sharp gaze sparkled with excitement, brimming with eagerness. Witnessing Jiang Xiao's fervor, Lu Meng and the others were left dumbfounded. Isn't it absurd that upon hearing of such a formidable foe, you are not filled with dread, but rather with enthusiasm? They wondered if Jiang Xiao was perhaps overestimating his own capabilities by contemplating a confrontation with the foreigners. However, as their leader, they could only harbor these thoughts internally and refrain from voicing them aloud. Their only course of action was to remain vigilant against any sudden retaliation from the foreigners. Boss, we should negotiate with the foreigners, Lu Meng suggested. He believed it was imperative to carry away the wild boar and offer a sincere apology to the foreigners, as this was the most pressing matter at hand. If the foreigners accepted the apology, that would be fortunate. Otherwise, their camp might face utter devastation. Negotiate? Nonsense. Jiang Xiao shot Lu Meng a disapproving glance. What is there to apologize for over such a trivial matter? I fear not the foreigners. Should they fail to recognize reason, then we shall fight. Boss, I still think we should apologize to the foreigners. They are truly not to be trifled with, Wan Peng interjected hastily. Jiang Xiao's expression darkened. Are you implying tea with a gaze as sharp as a blade? Jiang Xiao's piercing eyes swept across the area, the atmosphere suddenly thickening with an air of solemnity. Indeed, the reckless ones responded in unison, their voices echoing. Moments ago, they had felt the chilling presence of death beckoning. Chapter 56. Injury. In an effort to bolster morale, Jiang Xiao made a point to commend Li Dahai. Beyond verbal accolades, he also offered tangible rewards, providing Li Dahai and his companions with double the rations. In such harsh conditions, a lack of courage rendered one unworthy of survival. Witnessing Jiang Xiao's resolute demeanor, the others dared not voice any dissent, their sole desire being to expedite the fortification of their camp. This way, when the Chalmers camp sought trouble, they could effectively impede their advance. Soon after lunch, the construction of the camp was in full swing, with the small wild boar sending personnel to assist. Jiang Xiao estimated that within 2 or 3 days, the fortifications would be complete. While his subordinates busied themselves, he devised a new plan to set more fish traps in the river. Today's fishing yield had revealed the river's abundant resources. Thus, by deploying additional traps, he could increase his catch of fish and shrimp. Food, as a vital resource on this deserted island, was always in high demand. Consequently, he resolved to cut down some bamboo and craft 1 or 2 fish traps, aiming to place them in the riverbed by day's end, so that he might reap the rewards the following day. Just as he prepared to set off, Li Manmin and Lu Suomin approached, their alluring figures swaying as they drew near, casting him flirtatious glances. Aware of their intentions beyond mere companionship and feeling the solitude of the journey, he welcomed their company to enliven the trek. Ah, behold a large pit. Soon after, as they reached a clearing, Lu Suomin discovered a pit, 2 meters deep and 3 meters wide, left by previous hunters as a trap. Look, there are hoofprints nearby. Li Manmin pointed to the adjoining dirt path. Without the pit, animals would have passed directly through, but now they were compelled to navigate around it. The prints belonged to wild boars. Upon further inspection, Jiang Xiao noticed an abundance of fresh, oval black pellets nearby, evidence of goats. An idea sparked in his mind. He resolved to set a hunting trap there. Without hesitation, he began to cut down a plethora of weeds with his knife, arranging numerous branches over the pit. Finally, he spread the cut grass across the top, completing the trap. Should any animal tread upon it, they would plunge into the abyss, left to meet their fate. Originally, Jiang Xiao had contemplated placing sharp objects at the bottom of the pit, perhaps fashioning bamboo into lethal spikes. An animal falling would be impaled instantly. However, he reconsidered, recalling that Li Manmin and Lu Suomin often ventured into the mountains with him. If they were to accidentally fall in, the consequences would be dire. Regardless, wild boars or goats would be unable to escape once ensnared, and when the time came to inspect the trap, he could simply deliver the final blow. After completing their tasks, as they continued on their journey, they captured a 10-pound king cobra and 5 other snakes weighing around 6 pounds each. These proved to be significant sources of sustenance, so Jiang Xiao packed them away. Suddenly, a peculiar mound of grass caught their attention. At that moment, Lu Suomin, with her keen eyes, spotted the bulging haystack and pointed it out, intrigued and eager to investigate. Don't go over there. Jiang Xiao suddenly called out to her. What's the matter? Lu Suomin inquired, puzzled by his intense reaction. What could possibly be concerning about that haystack? Li Manmin also failed to comprehend Jiang Xiao's heightened vigilance towards it. That is the nest of a cobra, Jiang Xiao stated. What? Lu Suomin exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the mound, unable to fathom it could be a cobra's nest. She thought Jiang Xiao was being overly cautious. Suomin, what Jiang Xiao said may indeed hold truth, Li Manmin remarked. Initially, she believed it was merely a naturally formed pile of hay. However, upon Jiang Xiao's warning, she couldn't help but notice that the haystack increasingly resembled a snake's den, having watched animal documentaries herself. Look over there. At that moment, Li Manmin discovered something particularly startling. In the adjacent thicket, she spotted a track about 20 centimeters long, as if pressed down by some heavy object, pointing directly towards the haystack. It's the mark of a python, Jiang Xiao immediately deduced. Yet, was it truly a python? He felt a tinge of doubt. Both Li Manmin and Lu Suomin felt a chill run down their spines. A python could swallow a person whole. The forest was indeed perilous. Just then, a tremendous commotion erupted from the nearby brush. An animal was charging towards them. The tall grass was suddenly flattened, heading straight for the trio. In the next moment, Jiang Xiao felt a surge of dread. A massive snake, as thick as an adult's thigh, emerged from the thicket, its body marked with contrasting black and white patterns. its head flaring like a fan as it exhaled. It was an enormous king cobra. Oh my heavens, is that a king cobra? Li Manmin's voice trembled. Her eyes filled with fear. It was her first encounter with such a colossal specimen of the species, and its weight did nothing to hinder its speed. Truly absurd. Lu Suamian, upon hearing of such a formidable king cobra, felt her limbs turn to jelly from fright. Run. Without waiting for further reactions, Jiang Xiao seized both of them and bolted. King cobras are fiercely territorial. Any intruding creature that steps into their domain will be driven away or devoured. Furthermore, this particular snake was in a nesting phase, making it even more irritable as it relentlessly pursued the three. At that moment, Lu Suamian stepped on a smooth stone, causing her to slip and fall. To make matters worse, she twisted her ankle. Simultaneously, she glimpsed the colossal king cobra behind her, its gaping maw poised to strike. Be careful. In this critical moment, Jiang Xiao pulled her to his side, but inadvertently suffered a scratch from the snake's venomous fangs. In an instant, a gory wound appeared on Jiang Xiao's hand, and the injury visibly darkened at an alarming rate. The venom was exceedingly potent. Jiang Xiao, you've been bitten by a snake. Lu Suamian exclaimed in panic, realizing that Jiang Xiao had sustained a snake bite while trying to save her. Had it not been for him, she would have been marked by 2 venomous fangs. At that moment, she was at a loss for what to do. Li Manmin rushed to Jiang Xiao's side, her heart bleeding at the sight of the gruesome wound. Being bitten by a king cobra was dire. The implications were ominous. Especially given the size of the serpent, the venom was unimaginable. And there was a real fear that Jiang Xiao might not survive this ordeal. Li Manmin's anxiety surged intensely. Get away from here. Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth, pushing the 2 women aside despite the pain. I want to leave. Lu Suamian felt a surge of guilt, wanting to remain by Jiang Xiao's side, sharing in whatever fate awaited them. At that moment, the king cobra raised its formidable head, flicking its dark tongue as it gauged the situation of Jiang Xiao and the others. Hiss. In the next heartbeat, it lunged towards Jiang Xiao with lightning speed. Chapter 57. Is he dead? Lu Suamian screamed. Li Manmin was equally terrified. Just as they feared Jiang Xiao would be bitten once more, he suddenly moved with a flash of inspiration, a glimmering white light vanishing in an instant. The scene that unfolded next took both women by surprise. The massive snake's head thudded to the ground, and a crimson fountain of blood erupted like a spout. The king cobra had been decapitated. Its body thrashed violently in the grass for a brief moment before it ceased to live. Jiang Xiao's speed was astonishing. However, there was no time for them to dwell in shock. They needed to assess Jiang Xiao's condition. After all, he had been envenomed, and by the venom of a king cobra, no less. Jiang Xiao, how do you feel? The 2 women approached him, seeing his spirit waning, an overwhelming sense of dread rising within them. I feel a bit unwell, Jiang Xiao murmured weakly, his vision clouded by a mist. The 2 women hastily supported him, fearing he might collapse at any moment. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Xiao lost consciousness entirely, plunging into a dreamlike state. He found himself floating in the air, clearly observing the anxious expressions of the 2 women. He also saw his own body lying on the ground. Is this death? Jiang Xiao pondered aloud. The villagers had their superstitions, claiming that when one dies, their soul leaves the body. It's all my fault. I've brought harm to Jiang Xiao, Lu Suamian lamented, overwhelmed with guilt at his unconsciousness. Enough with the self-reproach, Li Manmin chided gently. He still has a faint heartbeat. We must find a way to save him. I'm sorry, Manmin, Lu Suamian said, wiping her tears away and nodding resolutely. You're right. The snake venom is urgent, and we cannot delay. Suamian, you stay here and watch over Jiang Xiao. I will seek help from Li Dahai, Li Manmin declared. Their current location was approximately a kilometer from the camp. Initially, Li Manmin considered carrying Jiang Xiao back for the quickest medical attention. However, weighing around 140 pounds, coupled with the treacherous terrain of the forest, it was a task she could not manage alone. If 2 people were to converse, it might still be manageable. However, Lu Suamian has twisted her ankle. She must venture alone to seek assistance from Li Dahai, leaving Lu Suamian to guard Jiang Xiao, ensuring he remains unharmed by the beasts of the wild. With a resolute nod, Lu Suamian affirms her determination. Remember, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow Jiang Xiao to suffer further harm. Do you understand? Li Manmin cautions before departing. My life was given by Jiang Xiao. I shall sacrifice myself if necessary to protect him from any injury. Lu Suamian responds earnestly. Indeed. Li Manmin agrees, handing Lu Suamian a sharp dagger taken from Jiang Xiao. Take this dagger. Use it to defend yourself in times of peril. Grasping the dagger, Lu Suamian replies, I understand. Manmin, hurry back. I fear Jiang Xiao may not endure. With that, Li Manmin swiftly departs. Left alone, Lu Suamian murmurs, Jiang Xiao, you will be fine. Hold on until Sister Manmin returns. She scans her surroundings, remaining vigilant, ever watchful for wild creatures that might harm Jiang Xiao. Heh, these two women are quite commendable, Jiang Xiao muses, floating above. He had anticipated that, in his time of distress, the two would abandon him without hesitation, even severing their ties upon returning to camp. In the civilized world, they epitomized the self-serving woman. Yet, after experiencing the trials of survival on a deserted island, they had transformed, becoming loyal and steadfast. Alas, I am already dead, and I shall not be able to repay your kindness in the future, Jiang Xiao reflects wistfully. At that moment, a rustling sound emanates from the underbrush. Who goes there? Lu Suamian calls out warily towards the source of the noise. Suddenly, several young wild boars come into view, momentarily startled. Leave at once, she commands. Then, picking up a handful of stones, she throws them at the small boars. This is no place for you. Be gone. The young boars, frightened by Lu Suamian's assertive demeanor, scamper away. For the next while, numerous animals pass by, herds of goats, families of wild chickens, and lively rabbits. Each time Lu Suamian hears a commotion, her heart races with trepidation, fearful of encountering formidable carnivores or venomous snakes. Fortunately, their luck holds. Each time they come across such creatures, they are frightened off by Lu Suamian's fierce presence. Just then, the sound of human conversation reaches her ears. Lu Suamian, believing it to be Li Mammon returning, feels a surge of joy. However, her smile fades instantaneously as she realizes the clumsy Mandarin spoken by the newcomers is not from her companion. Moreover, the direction of the voices indicates they are approaching her in Jiang Xiao's location. A sense of unease washes over her. Damn it, if I find those reckless fools, I will not let them off easily. The leader, Green, curses. Brother Green, you must help us vent our frustrations. The boss is currently preoccupied with treasure hunting and has instructed us not to cause any trouble, yet those reckless ones are utterly unreasonable. A bruised subordinate lamented. Do not worry, I shall not leave until we have avenged ourselves, declared the robust Green. Brother Green, you are truly our good brother. We shall follow you for life. Several younger brothers nodded and flattered him. What nonsense. Those reckless subordinates lack chivalry, stealing our provisions without fear of retribution. If we do not teach them a lesson, they will think us soft and easy to bully, Green said, clenching his fists, the sound echoing with determination to seek vengeance. Are you certain they are still in the forest? Green inquired, growing impatient after a lengthy search without a trace of them. They should still be around. A younger brother replied. Damn it, who dug this pit? Suddenly, Green's footing gave way, and he fell into a pit. Oh no, the boss has fallen into the pit. Quickly pull him up. It was merely a false alarm. The traces indicated that it was the reckless group that had dug it. Let us delve deeper. After climbing out, Green waved his hand, and 4 subordinates forged ahead, pressing closer to the positions of Lu Suamian and her companion. Oh, Brother Green, there is a beauty here, and a man lying on the ground. At that moment, they finally arrived at Lu Suamian's location and discovered them. Indeed, the leader, Green, couldn't he help but feel a spark of excitement as he beheld Lu Suamian's enchanting figure, stirring his long-dormant desires. Chapter 58, Timely Arrival. Brother Green, look over there. Just then, a younger brother pointed to a nearby thicket where a massive king snake lay. Green broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, my goodness, am I dreaming? The creature, as thick as his thigh, seemed like something from a science fiction film. The existence of such a terrifying beast in the forest was truly alarming. Yet, this fearsome creature had been beheaded. Surely, the one who did so was incredibly formidable. Did this beauty slay it? Green cautiously glanced at Lu Suamian. Lu Suamian remained silent, her grip on her dagger tightening. At that moment, Green inadvertently noticed a dark wound on Jiang Xiao's hand, and understanding dawned upon him. A subtle smile crept across his lips as he gazed at Lu Suamian with lecherous intent. Earlier, he had viewed Jiang Xiao with trepidation, considering anyone capable of slaying such a large king snake a serious threat. However, upon seeing Jiang Xiao sprawled on the ground with a black scar, it was evident he had been bitten by the snake. On this deserted island, being bitten by a king snake typically signified a death sentence. This was precisely why their leader had repeatedly emphasized that the forest was a forbidden zone for life, urging them not to venture carelessly. With this revelation, Green felt a surge of elation. This excursion to avenge his subordinates had unexpectedly yielded a tremendous reward, a stunningly beautiful, voluptuous Eastern woman. How delightful it would be to share a blissful night with her. Another figure was the hefty python, a crucial resource on the deserted island capable of sustaining their camp for several days. A sinister chuckle escaped from Green's lips. Brothers, fortune smiles upon us today. What do you mean, Brother Green? A dim-wit younger sibling inquired in confusion. Fool. Green smacked the back of his head, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Today, we shall not only savor the taste of beauty but also indulge in the flesh of the serpent. What a delight. The stubborn one, still fixated on revenge, was reminded of their pressing task. Green kicked him aside, exclaiming, "Idiot! Even if the sky were to fall, nothing shall deter us from our rendezvous with beauty." Stepping closer to Lu Suamian, she shouted, "Do not approach me, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate." "Oh, temperamental, are we?" Green grinned, his heart racing the more he beheld her. Just then, seizing the opportunity while Green was distracted, Lu Suamian's dagger flashed like lightning, aimed at his chest. Quick on his feet, Green evaded slightly, causing her to miss, yet he firmly grasped her arm. Bold enough to attempt to assassinate Brother Green. "I shall send you to meet your maker." The dim-wit younger brother seethed, drawing a short knife with the intent to end Lu Suamian's life. "Stop," Green interjected, a cold smile gracing his lips. Such a beautiful lady, to kill her would be a waste. Lu Suamian glared fiercely at Green, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Green replied, "I despise waste. I savor every grain of rice in my bowl." The three younger brothers laughed heartily. "You dare?" Lu Suamian retorted angrily. Green, glancing at his subordinates, asked, "She wonders if I dare? What about you?" The more lascivious subordinate rubbed his hands together. "Such beauty. If I could but steal a kiss, I'd gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life." A burly fellow grinned widely, revealing Glenn was unable to evade in time and was struck by a reckless kick, resulting in several fractured ribs and blood spewing from his mouth. Reckless. Glenn staggered to his feet, his heart boiling with rage upon realizing that Reckless had disrupted his plans. Yet, he understood that as a mere mortal, he was no match for the mutated Reckless. "Suamian, are you all right?" Li Mammon rushed to Lu Suamian's side, inquiring with concern. "Sister Mammon, I'm so grateful for your timely arrival," Lu Suamian wept, contemplating the dire consequences had she been defiled, and the unbearable confrontation that would await her with Jiang Xiao. "It's all right, it's all right," Li Mammon gently embraced Lu Suamian, offering her continuous comfort. "Brother Dazai, I entrust Jiang Xiao to you. Please save him swiftly." As Li Mammon spoke, Li Dazai had already begun to apply crushed king cobra herbs onto Jiang Xiao's scar, binding it with cloth. The 5 foreigners, including Glenn, were oblivious to the significance of Li Dazai's actions. "Glenn, you have quite the audacity." Reckless glared at Glenn, pondering the disastrous consequences had he arrived just a moment later. "Reckless, you are indeed a welcome sight," Glenn began, accusingly. "You allowed your subordinates to pillage our food, leaving them battered and bruised, and now you have injured me. Treating us with such disdain." Clearly supported by a formidable backing, Glenn spoke with confidence, showing no respect for Reckless. "Humph," Reckless retorted coldly, "your subordinates brought this upon themselves. Do not blame us, and you deserve your fate. If you wish to consider this as enmity, then so be it." Glenn was nearly driven to the brink of internal injury by fury. He had anticipated that upon hearing of his powerful backing, Reckless would sincerely apologize or even offer 2 stunning beauties to appease him. Yet, Reckless's defiance raised questions about the source of his newfound courage. Glenn longed to inquire further, but the ferocity in Reckless' gaze sent a chill down his spine, fearing that a single punch could obliterate him. "Get lost," Reckless commanded. "If you dare to stir trouble again, do not blame me for my ruthless fists. Reckless, you shall await my return. This matter is far from over," Glenn declared ominously before hastily departing. Chapter 59. Source Stone. Brother Mang, is it truly wise to let Glenn and the others leave? Black Dog expressed his concerns as he watched Glenn and his companions depart. Sigh. Reckless exhaled. "If it were not for necessity, I would prefer not to offend them. They are, after all, a terrifying group." Recognizing Reckless's predicament, Black Dog chose not to press further. With Jiang Xiao's fate uncertain, the possibility of his recovery remained unknown. Should they slay a few more foreigners, the repercussions could be unimaginably severe. "Dazai, will your snake medicine be able to bring the boss back?" Reckless reverted to his original form. "I have done all that I could. The rest depends on him," Li Dazai replied solemnly. The venom from a king cobra weighing over 100 pounds, unleashed in a single spray, left Li Dazai, a serpent doctor, unable to fathom the extent of Jiang Xiao's injuries. "Enough. This place is unsafe. We must return to the camp quickly. Otherwise, if another massive king cobra emerges, none of us will escape," Reckless urged. Before long, Li Dazai and Black Dog worked together to carry the king cobra away. The strength of the 2 individuals was relatively equal, yet when it came to carrying the formidable king cobra, they clearly struggled. As for the Reckless one, being a mutant, he naturally took it upon himself to carry Jiang Xiao away. Meanwhile, Li Mammon supported Lu Suamian, and together they made their way towards the foreign camp. Upon their return, the 5 members of Green began to embellish their tale, reporting their grievances to their leader. "Is Ru Mang truly so arrogant?" A boisterous, middle-aged man with wild hair and towering stature bellowed. "He actually injured you and seized your supplies?" Slamming his palm on the table, The ancient parchment quivered under the force. The scroll contained records akin to those in Jiang Xiao's possession, but with an additional section. Green, clutching his painful wound, nodded and said, "Boss, Ru Meng is indeed outrageous. Knowing we are your subordinates, he still dared to strike. This is an affront to you." Rivers seethed. That despicable Ru Meng. Does he not regard us at all? Is he tired of living? Suddenly, he realized something. Are you saying Ru Meng single-handedly beheaded a gigantic king snake? Green, dismissive, nodded in affirmation. Rivers scoffed. Ru Meng is truly reckless. To venture into the forbidden zone for mere sustenance, he is utterly lawless. Boss, what exactly instills such fear of the forest within you? Green inquired, perplexed. Rivers seized the ancient scroll from the table and tossed it to Green. It detailed how serpents are the nemesis of all mutants. Being bitten by any snake would leave even a celestial being powerless. Green read in horror, finally understanding why several leaders among the mutants in their camp were so wary of the poisonous snakes lurking in the forest. It became clear that a bite equated to death. No wonder they would rather endure hunger than set foot in such perilous territory. How could Ru Meng dare to tread into the depths of the forest teeming with venomous snakes? Green questioned. That fool must truly embody his name, Rivers sneered. He believed Ru Meng's ability to dwell within the woods must have been guided by the ancestral wisdom inscribed on the scroll, without questioning the similarity between their scrolls. Boss, what about our vendetta? Green ventured cautiously. That brute Ru Meng. I shall ensure you obtain justice, but not at this moment. Rivers lamented, a headache brewing. Why not? Green asked. The leader has discovered a hidden treasure, possibly containing source stones. Rivers responded, a gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes. Source stones? Green gasped, instinctively glancing at the scroll, where indeed there was mention of source stones. Thus, he comprehended why Rivers had sidelined revenge. The discovery of the source stones was paramount. Rivers rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the quest for the source stones, uncertain how to extract them. Now, his subordinates were troubling him with conflicts. Anxiety washed over Rivers. At that moment, his piercing gaze fell upon Green, as if suggesting, why not send him to scout ahead? Green swallowed hard, sensing Rivers harbored ulterior motives. Therefore, he cautiously inquired, Boss, how may I be of service to you? Rivers' eyes sparkled with realization, recognizing the high awareness of the young Green. He then spoke, Green, I happen to have a task that requires your attention. Once you fulfill this mission, not only will you have your revenge on the reckless, but I could even arrange for the women from the 13th Sisters camp to be brought to you as playthings. Green was momentarily taken aback by such generous rewards. Surely, he wouldn't be sent to seek the precious source stone, would he? Cautiously, he inquired, Boss, are you asking me to? Rivers blurted out, unearthed treasure. Green's breath quickened. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous opportunity. However, he soon regained his composure. There must be a significant issue underlying this request. Otherwise, how could such a fortune fall upon him? Carefully, Green asked, Boss, is the location of the treasure safe? Rivers replied, the cave of 10,000 serpents. Without a second thought, Green declared, I take my leave. Upon hearing the name of the cave, Green recognized it as a place where death was certain. No matter how valuable the source stone was, it could not outweigh the value of his life. Besides, they expected him to explore the pit. Was he being treated like a mere pawn? He would not comply. Surely, they wouldn't send him to stir up trouble now? Rivers, with a sharp rebuke, intensified his gaze. But how on earth can we gain entry into the cave of 10,000 serpents? Frustrated, he grasped at his wild hair, nearly driven to madness. The allure of the source stone was too great. Even the mutated longed to possess it. At that moment, a figure appeared in his tent. The newcomer, with golden hair and blue eyes, exuded a formidable presence. It was Chalmers, the leader of the camp. Boss, you've arrived? Rivers rose to allow Chalmers to take the seat of honor. Rivers, have you thought of any way to enter the cave of 10,000 serpents and seize that damned source stone? Chalmers' expression was fraught with anxiety. He too had racked his brains, but could not devise a solution. Rivers shook his head. Boss, the cave of 10,000 serpents is a forbidden ground for us mutants. To step foot there, we must find individuals immune to snake venom. But do such people even exist in this world? Chalmers was in agony. Should we consider collaborating with the 13th Sister and the Reckless Ones? Rivers asked quizzically, what do you mean? Chalmers replied slyly. We provide the treasure's location and let them dig it up while we reap the benefits. Rivers felt uncertain, while the suggestion held merit. He feared both parties would be outsmarted. What then? If they were aware that the treasure contained the source stone, I believe they would cooperate with us, Chalmers asserted confidently. Chapter 60. Awakened at the Jiang Xiao sanctuary, the Reckless Ones were hastening the construction of the camp's defenses. With Jiang Xiao injured, and having attracted the attention of foreign camps, fortifying their stronghold was imperative to withstand external attacks. Through their collective efforts, all fortifications were completed. Now, the camp was surrounded by a robust fence standing 3.5 meters high, ensuring safety against even the mightiest beasts. With the defensive capabilities bolstered, it was essential to enhance their combat readiness as well. Following Jiang Xiao's suggestion, the reckless ones erected a structure within the fence, piled high with stones. Once confronted by external foes, one could ascend to the platform and wield stones to strike at intruders. At last, the construction was completed, allowing Wang Peng to relax his taut nerves as he gazed upon the impregnable fortifications, a flicker of relief gracing his features. Within the confines of the camp, a profound sense of security enveloped him. Indeed, Lu Meng exhaled a sigh of relief, for at this critical juncture, the stronghold had been fortified. Now, even in the face of retaliation from foreign adversaries, as long as they remained within the camp, their lives would be safeguarded. However, a weighty concern lingered. Would the leader be all right? As Wang Peng broached this somber topic, the spirits of all present plummeted. With the antidote from the sea snake, I am certain our leader will endure. Lu Meng offered a comforting word, though his eyes betrayed an imperceptible glimmer of despair. At this moment, within Jiang Xiao's tent, Han Yun sat by the bedside, tirelessly wiping the perspiration from Jiang Xiao's forehead with a damp cloth. Enduring the torment of snake venom, Jiang Xiao appeared dazed. Yet his expression was marked by profound agony. Jiang Xiao, please do not succumb. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do? Han Yun's voice trembled, her pale visage reflecting her inner turmoil. In that instant, her once alluring beauty seemed aged far beyond her years. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao, in a state of ethereal detachment, shook his head helplessly. The venom of the king cobra was indeed fearsome, threatening to claim his life. The thought of leaving Han Yun to wander alone amid the sea of humanity filled him with heartache. Just then, Tian and the others entered, having just participated in the construction efforts. Naturally, they came to inquire about Jiang Xiao's condition. Sister Yun, how is Jiang Xiao faring? Tian asked anxiously. Han Yun responded with a heavy heart. The situation is far from optimistic. Upon hearing this, Tian felt darkness envelop her, the world spinning around her. Just yesterday, Jiang Xiao had been as fierce as a tiger descending the mountain. How could he have deteriorated so dramatically today? Was the heavens truly intent on tormenting her? It is all my fault, Lu Xueman lamented, observing the sorrow etched on the faces of those around her, and she could not help but weep. I have brought misfortune upon Jiang Xiao. I am truly wretched. Xueman, you need not blame yourself. Jiang Xiao saved you because he wished for you to live happily. If he were to learn that you had forsaken his hopes, it would surely grieve him, Han Yun consoled her. At this juncture, no amount of self-reproach could alter the reality. Jiang Xiao would not awaken because of it. Alas, these women are indeed deeply affectionate. It is truly unbearable to face such despair, perhaps burdened by an intense desire to cling to life. Jiang Xiao was suddenly drawn back into his corporeal form by a powerful force. At that moment, the wounds upon his body emitted a barely perceptible glow, gradually eroding the surrounding black toxins, and a slow healing process began to manifest. Sisters, you should all take some rest. Jiang Xiao lies in a deep coma, and it is best to allow him some peace. I can care for him alone, Han Yun stated. Sister Yun, should you require us to take shifts, do not hesitate to call us, Li Man replied. Yes, you have all worked tirelessly today. Go and have something to eat. I shall remain here. And all will be well, Han Yun responded with a slight smile. With that, Tian and the others gently exited the tent, each bearing a sorrowful expression. Jiang Xiao, please awaken. I cannot endure a future without you. After everyone departed, Han Yun gently grasped Jiang Xiao's other arm, tears cascading down and etching a path along his skin. Yet, when she felt the absence of his pulse, her sorrow deepened. Jiang Xiao, you cannot abandon me. In the next moment, a miraculous event transpired. Jiang Xiao's pulse surged to life. Han Yun was taken aback, believing her words had moved the heavens, bestowing a miracle upon Jiang Xiao. His heartbeat intensified, resonating like a war drum. Han Yun exclaimed, Jiang Xiao, can you hear me? Just then, Jiang Xiao's dormant body began to tremble, his heartbeat slowly normalizing, and his complexion returning to a semblance of its usual vitality. Han Yun was overwhelmingly astonished, her heart swelling with joy. Jiang Xiao was recovering favorably. Of course, she did not attribute this to her prayers, but rather to Li Dahai's exceptional medical skills. At that moment, she heard Jiang Xiao's faint voice whispering, Water? I will fetch it for you immediately. Han Yun, brimming with excitement, hurried to the wooden table, grasping a bowl of warm water. However, realizing that prying open Jiang Xiao's mouth might seem overly harsh, she first drank a mouthful herself before employing a more primitive method to administer it to him. With Han Yun's assistance, Jiang Xiao finally ingested the soothing water. In the next instant, his consciousness began to return. Where am I? Jiang Xiao suddenly found himself disoriented, unable to see Han Yun and the others, thinking he had perished. Yet, upon hearing Han Yun's encouraging words, he realized, I am not dead. Jiang Xiao, please wake up quickly. We have so much left to accomplish together. Han Yun persistently spoke words of encouragement in his ear. I am truly alive. Although he remained in a state of unconsciousness, his awareness was awakening, filled with thoughts. Oddly, the pain from his wounds seemed to have lessened. Jiang Xiao pondered the situation. Perhaps Li Dahai's remarkable medical prowess had effectively neutralized the venom, alleviating his agony. Suddenly, he sensed a warm current coursing through him, relentlessly consuming his cells. And the pain surged once more. This is the venom. The excruciating agony was something Jiang Xiao would never forget. Instinctively, his body fought back. Countless cells banded together, forming a defense force to counter the venom. The two sides clashed ferociously within Jiang Xiao, akin to a battlefield of 1,000 troops. Soon, the sheer number of his cells prevailed, and the defeated venom transformed into nourishment for his body, beginning to rejuvenate him. In no time, the torment dissipated. Jiang Xiao felt a wave of comfort enveloping him, a surge of strength coursing through his veins. He suddenly opened his eyes to find Han Yun gazing at him, tears glistening in her eyes. Jiang Xiao, you have awakened? Han Yun cried, embracing him tightly. Chapter 61, Growing Stronger. I apologize for causing you concern, Jiang Xiao said with a smile. This time, he was truly unharmed. How do you feel? Does the wound still hurt? Han Yun asked anxiously, meticulously examining Jiang Xiao's body. It's much better, he replied, though in truth, he no longer felt any pain. Yet, he chose to fabricate this lie. Otherwise, Han Yun might perceive him as some sort of monster, given his extraordinary healing abilities. Simultaneously, Jiang Xiao found himself curious as to why the potent snake venom had completely vanished from his system. Even with Li Dahai's exceptional medical skills, such a rapid recovery seemed implausible. Could it be that after his transformation, he had developed immunity to toxins? This was Jiang Xiao's speculation. That's great news, Han Yun exclaimed, rising swiftly, eager to share this vital information with the others. However, Jiang Xiao swiftly pulled her back. Sister Yun, look at you. You're so haggard. I must thoroughly check your condition to determine what went awry. Han Yun shot him a disapproving glance. After enduring such severe torment from the snake venom, he remained as unyielding as ever. Nevertheless, she found solace in Jiang Xiao's current demeanor, as it was a testament to his survival. Jiang Xiao, let me attend to you once you are fully recovered, all right? I fear you might encounter further complications, Han Yun expressed her concern. No, I need to do this now. Half an hour from now, Jiang Xiao insisted as he exited the tent alongside Han Yun. At that moment, he strode with the confidence of a dragon, while Han Yun retained her graceful allure, radiant and captivating. Originally, the group, including Ru Mang, was engrossed in their meals, but upon Jiang Xiao's appearance, they stared in astonishment. As if witnessing a ghost, their mouths agape. Hey, am I really that terrifying? Jiang Xiao remarked irritably. Boss, you're all right? Go exclaimed, dropping his bowl and dashing to Jiang Xiao, rubbing his eyes vigorously, convinced this must be an illusion. With a gentle pat on Go's head, Jiang Xiao provided a tangible reassurance that this was indeed real. My goodness, Ru Mang gasped, his jaw dropping in disbelief. When he had carried Jiang Xiao back, he had sensed no heartbeat and feared the worst. Yet now, after merely a few hours, Jiang Xiao stood as though nothing had transpired. Had this boy truly defied the odds? The women, including Li Manman, were overwhelmed with tears of joy, having feared they would lose Jiang Xiao. Now, witnessing his vibrant spirit, they rushed forward to embrace him. Li Dahai approached Jiang Xiao, astonished. Jiang Xiao, you're truly all right? As a snake doctor, he possessed an in-depth understanding of the king cobra's venom and believed that such a swift recovery was inconceivable. His medical expertise could not account for this phenomenon. Yet, here stood Jiang Xiao, alive and well before him, prompting Li Dahai to attribute it to a medical miracle. Jiang Xiao smiled, responding, Dahai, I owe you my gratitude. Without you, I might have met my end. Li Dahai humbly replied, not at all, you are simply fortunate. He then inquired, so how do you feel? Do you experience any discomfort, dizziness, or nausea? Han Yun, standing nearby, felt a chill run through her. This question from Li Dahai was unnecessary. She had already examined Jiang Xiao and found no issues whatsoever, and he was even more resilient than before. See, thanks to your blessings, I am free from those symptoms. The only lingering discomfort lies in the wound, which still aches, Jiang Xiao replied. Good, Li Dahai repeated thrice. Jiang Xiao, being the pillar of strength in the camp, alleviated the collective anxiety of everyone present with his recovery. Boss, are you truly unscathed? Lu Meng approached Jiang Xiao, his square face nearly touching Jiang Xiao's, eager to assess his condition thoroughly. Perhaps it was a moment of revival? Many had met their demise under similar circumstances. Come at me and see. Jiang Xiao beckoned to Lu Meng. Without hesitation, Lu Meng transformed. As his energy surged to its zenith, he launched an attack toward Jiang Xiao. Bang! In less than a single exchange, Jiang Xiao sent Lu Meng flying with a single kick. No way. Lu Meng landed 5 meters away, akin to a deflated ball. Slowly rising, he could hardly believe the ordeal he had just endured. Earlier, during their skirmish, he had managed to hold his ground for a few exchanges. But now he was dispatched in mere moments. It was truly terrifying. Moreover, Jiang Xiao had intentionally controlled his strength, using only a fraction of his power to send him flying. Otherwise, Lu Meng would be bedridden for days on end. Lu Meng was astounded. Had Jiang Xiao truly grown this formidable? Could it be that his strength had inexplicably increased following this calamity? Was this what they meant by turning misfortune into fortune? At this juncture, he no longer worried about Jiang Xiao's condition. It was nothing short of miraculous. Meng, are you all right? At that moment, Black Dog approached Lu Meng, inquiring about his injuries. You should be asking the boss if his foot is hurt, Lu Meng retorted, though he felt a twinge of insecurity. With such bravado, can you actually fight? Black Dog shot him a glare, astonished that Lu Meng was showing off. How is it? Hearing Jiang Xiao's voice from a distance, Lu Meng hurriedly approached, giving a thumbs up. Boss, your prowess surpasses even before. I am in awe. Enough with the flattery. I noticed that during my unconsciousness, you all worked diligently to advance the camp's construction. Tonight, let us treat our brothers and sisters well, Jiang Xiao stated. Upon hearing that there would be a feast tonight, the crowd rejoiced, but their joy stemmed more from the fact that their leader had emerged from peril. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from outside the camp. Lu Meng, get out here. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Meng broke into a cold sweat. It was Rivers. Having offended Rivers' subordinates, he never expected Rivers to come seeking vengeance so swiftly. Nevertheless, he felt relieved. The camp's defenses were complete, as long as he stayed within. Rivers could do him no harm. Little Meng, who is it? Jiang Xiao, surprised by Lu Meng's fear, sensed it must be a formidable adversary. Lu Meng replied candidly. His name is Rivers, a mutant with terrifying strength. I had a run-in with his men today, and now he has come for retribution. Lu Meng, if you don't come out, I will tear down your door. At that moment, the thunderous roar of Rivers echoed from outside the door, without waiting for Reckless to respond. The booming sound intensified, as Rivers prepared to break in. Goodness, what is the matter with this door? Is it truly that sturdy? I find myself utterly helpless against it. Reckless, I am not here to provoke you. I wish to discuss a significant matter. Outside, Rivers' breathless voice resounded, exhausted and spent. Rivers, do not presume me a fool. You intend to seize the opportunity when I open the door, but let me tell you, do not even dream of it. Brother Reckless, we have discovered a hidden treasure, where the fabled source stones lie, and we wish to invite you to partake in this treasure hunt. Open the door quickly. Chapter 62, Collaboration Boss. Are we truly going to open the door? Reckless inquired, his expression fraught with concern. He feared that Rivers might use this as a pretext to lure them into opening the door, only to annihilate them in the end. Yet, he found himself in a quandary, as Jiang Xiao, the leader, spoke with an irresistible authority. Sensing Reckless' apprehension, Jiang Xiao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, Do not worry. I believe Rivers genuinely seeks our collaboration, and nothing ill will come of it. If he harbors ulterior motives, he shall not return from this venture. Observing Jiang Xiao's confident demeanor, Reckless' trepidation diminished slightly. Although Rivers was formidable, Jiang Xiao was no less so, particularly after witnessing Jiang Xiao's strength firsthand. Reckless felt more assured in him. Thus, he proceeded to unlock the door. At that moment, Rivers arrived, accompanied by Green and a few others. Brother Reckless, it is good to see you unharmed. Rivers greeted with a playful grin. Reckless wished to introduce Jiang Xiao as the leader, suggesting that any matters should be addressed to him. However, a stern glance from Jiang Xiao urged him to maintain his role in negotiations with Rivers. Rivers, let us dispense with the pleasantries, Reckless asserted, exuding a commanding presence. Ah, Brother Reckless, the situation is as follows. Our leader has recently uncovered a treasure trove, rich in artifacts, though the difficulty of acquisition is rather unexpected. Thus, we wish to invite you to join us in this treasure hunt. Rivers spoke directly and forthrightly. Reckless recognized the implication that treasure was fraught with peril, and they sought expendable aid. Regarding that hidden treasure, our camp prefers not to participate. I kindly ask you to leave, Reckless replied coldly, gesturing for Rivers to depart. Alas, Brother Reckless, I understand that a few of my unruly subordinates have caused you some minor inconveniences, leading to a negative impression of us. In truth, we are quite amiable. Rivers cast a glance at Green and his companions. How about this? I shall have them apologize to you, and then we can discuss collaboration further, if that is agreeable. Reckless waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for apologies. I simply hope they refrain from troubling us in the future. Rivers glared at his subordinates. Have you all understood? Next time, behave yourselves, or I shall not spare you. Green and the others hung their heads, murmuring, We shall never dare again. Very well, now speak your mind, Reckless stated bluntly. It is as follows. We have discovered a treasure-laden location and wish to enlist a few capable individuals to assist us in retrieving it. Naturally, there exists a degree of danger. However, rest assured, should we encounter any life-threatening situations, we shall not remain passive observers, Rivers declared with a pat on his chest. Lu Meng's expression soured at this, perceiving the foreigner as rather unscrupulous, suggesting they were being sent to their demise. Yet Jiang Xiao found himself intrigued by the source stone they spoke of, leaving him at a loss for words. Thus, he cast a glance at Jiang Xiao, seeking assistance. At that moment, Jiang Xiao stepped forward and inquired of Rivers. Might I have a look at this source stone you mentioned? Lu Meng, who is this brother? Rivers asked, glancing at Jiang Xiao and sensing an extraordinary aura emanating from him, prompting a newfound respect. The four companions of Green exchanged glances, astonished, and swallowed hard. Was this not the same individual who had once fought off snakes in the forest? They recalled him nearly succumbing to a serpent's bite, yet here he stood, full of vitality. Perhaps they had simply misremembered. However, upon closer inspection, everything appeared undeniably real. Ah, he is a new addition to our ranks, quite skilled, and may serve as a valuable asset in this treasure-seeking endeavor, Lu Meng succinctly introduced. Ah, so you are the famed warrior. Truly, seeing is believing. You are indeed impressive. Rivers complimented. If what Lu Meng asserted held any truth, it would significantly aid their search for the source stone. Consequently, he refrained from withholding information, stating, Esteemed warrior, we do not possess a genuine source stone at present, but we do have relevant records pertaining to it. Curiosity piqued Rivers, who wondered why Lu Meng, with his sheepskin scroll, seemed unaware of the records regarding the source stone. What records? Jiang Xiao inquired further. Rivers, feeling a tinge of impatience, thought to himself that these Easterners were feigning ignorance, as if his time held no value. Yet, for the sake of their larger goal, he proceeded to describe. It resembles a pearl-like energy entity. What? Both Jiang Xiao and Lu Meng exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes locking in mutual realization. A pearl. They recalled having one within their camp. Lu Meng expressed uncertainty, but Jiang Xiao felt confident that the pearl in his possession was indeed the source stone Rivers had described. His curiosity about the secrets of the source stone burgeoned, and he yearned to pose his questions before Rivers. However, revealing their possession of such a monumental secret could prove perilous. Moreover, Rivers' expression indicated that the source stone held immense significance for them. Would he divulge its secrets? After careful consideration, Jiang Xiao decided against asking, opting instead to seek out other source stones first. Observing Jiang Xiao and Lu Meng's astonishment, Rivers regarded them with a scornful gaze. Feigning innocence, are we? Easterners are truly adept at masquerading, presenting themselves as naive, only to later astound. Nonetheless, he would not let his guard down. Lu Meng, esteemed warrior, what say you? Are you interested in participating in this treasure-seeking venture? Rivers inquired. Mr. Rivers, I am willing to partake in your so-called treasure hunt, but how shall we divide the spoils? Jiang Xiao queried. Rivers allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace his lips. Still contemplating the distribution? Surviving this ordeal would be a remarkable feat. Their primary objective was to send the two factions into the Serpent's Den to pave the way for future incursions. They had never harbored the illusion that the Reckless camp and the 13th Sisters camp would emerge from the Serpent's Den with the Source Stones. However, should they indeed retrieve the Source Stones, it would be a matter of life and death, leading to swift and silent eliminations. This was what Rivers contemplated internally, while outwardly he remained courteous, stating, We shall enter with 3 factions. Your camp shall receive 1 share, while the remaining 8 shares will belong to us. Jiang Xiao's expression darkened. Mr. Rivers, considering the significant effort we are exerting, how can we settle for such a meager portion? This is patently unjust. Rivers regarded Jiang Xiao as a rather greedy individual, yet he replied with feigned politeness. Very well, you 2 factions may take 40%, while we shall take 60%. This is our utmost concession. Jiang Xiao responded slowly. How about this? We will take 60%, and you shall have 40%. Rivers felt his temper flare. He had not anticipated Jiang Xiao's stubbornness. Nevertheless, for the sake of the greater good, he maintained a facade of compliance, stating with great difficulty, All right, let it be as you say. Yet internally, he scoffed, knowing that the moment they laid eyes on the source stones would be their demise. When shall we make our move? Jiang Xiao inquired eagerly. I will first confer with the leader of the 13th Sisters camp. And I shall notify you when the time comes, Rivers replied. Very well, it is settled then. After Jiang Xiao's confirmation, Rivers departed with his subordinates towards Guo Furong's camp, while Jiang Xiao hurried to examine the source stone in his possession. Chapter 63. Never take advantage of others' boss. That fellow we encountered earlier today in the forest was bitten by a king cobra and was unconscious, Green reported to Rivers shortly after leaving Jiang Xiao's camp. What did you say? Rivers halted in his tracks, astonished as he gazed at Green. How could he be bitten by a king cobra and emerge unscathed? Green recounted everything he had witnessed in the forest that day. Upon hearing this, Rivers felt increasingly perplexed. Goodness, this is simply unbelievable. Green suddenly asked, Boss, could he possibly be a mutant, immune to snake venom? Rivers shot him a disdainful glance. Impossible. Venomous snakes are the bane of mutants. Once bitten, survival is out of the question. Green pressed further. Then how do you explain it? Rivers found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide a satisfactory answer. He suggested that Jiang Xiao's robust constitution, combined with the expertise of a renowned snake healer in their camp, might have saved his life. Green nodded vigorously. What the boss said may indeed hold some truth. In Eastern countries, there are many inexplicable mysterious forces. Perhaps this time, they were truly invoked. Rivers, now more convinced, acknowledged. It seems we cannot afford to be careless. Otherwise, we might find ourselves unwittingly cooked by the Easterners. With that, they proceeded straight to the 13th Sisters camp, where their immediate task was to find cannon fodder to scout ahead. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao remained in his tent, meticulously studying the source stone in his possession. He employed fire, boiled it in water, and even struck it with a hammer, exhausting all manner of methods, yet still found nothing remarkable. Why were Rivers and his companions so fixated on the source stone? What secrets did it harbor? Jiang Xiao had set the source stone aside. After half an hour of study, he was still at an impasse, overwhelmed by a profound sense of frustration. Never mind, he thought. Once I locate the treasure's source stone, I shall devise a means to extract the secrets from their lips. Just then, Tian entered, carrying a steaming bowl. Jiang Xiao, you've just recovered from a serious illness. You must replenish your strength, she said, carefully placing the bowl on the wooden table beside him. Upon seeing its contents, Jiang Xiao's lips twitched slightly. The bowl contained pig kidneys. A man consuming pig kidneys. Those in the know would understand. This woman was indeed playing with fire. Observing Tian's long, shapely legs and her voluptuous figure, Jiang Xiao momentarily cast aside his earlier concerns. Why are you staring at me like that? Tian trembled, frightened by the predatory glint in Jiang Xiao's eyes. Slowly rising, Jiang Xiao approached her with heavy footsteps, taking a deep breath. Sister Tian, the heat radiating from you feels like flames. You have injuries, you must regain your strength. If anything were to happen, how would I explain it to everyone? She admonished, her eyes widening in shock before she finished her sentence. It was half an hour later when Tian finally took the empty bowl away. Just moments prior, Jiang Xiao had devoured every drop of broth, his hunger reminiscent of a man who hadn't tasted meat in decades. Yet, seeing him fully restored, Tian felt a surge of joy. Perhaps her wishes would soon come to fruition. At that moment, Jiang Xiao exhaled deeply inside the tent. Sister Tian's legs are truly lethal. Changing the subject, he cleverly remarked, by the way, I haven't yet fashioned the fish trap. I must hurry to submerge them before night falls. In his eagerness to uncover the secrets of the source stone, he had neglected this crucial task. Without further ado, Jiang Xiao grabbed a large knife and summoned Black Dog and the others to venture into the forest to cut bamboo. Before long, they returned to the camp, bamboo in tow, only to discover pools of blood smeared on the ground at the entrance. Did the foreigners just attack? Black Dog asked anxiously. Surely not, Jiang Xiao replied, feeling uncertain as he gazed at the blood, his mind restless. Open the door, Black Dog shouted toward the camp. The boss is back. At that moment, Wan Peng's head appeared over the camp's barrier. Ah, the boss has returned. Open the gates. As the door swung open, Jiang Xiao and his companions entered, carrying the bamboo. Inside, they found a group of reckless individuals dealing with a one-eyed black bear. After a series of inquiries, the reckless ones recounted the events to Jiang Xiao. It turned out that shortly after their departure, a mother black bear and her cub had launched a fierce attack on the camp. Even now, Rumang felt a chill at the thought. Fortunately, Jiang Xiao had foreseen the danger and fortified the camp in advance. Otherwise, the consequences of a black bear invasion would have been dire. At last, under the valiant resistance of Lu Meng and his companions, they managed to slay the small bear. The larger bear, realizing it could not prevail, wisely fled. Lu Meng exclaimed, Boss, that bear stood 2 meters tall and was incredibly ferocious, almost scaling our wall. Thankfully, we had set up defensive measures beforehand. Otherwise, we would not have been able to drive them away. Now, Lu Meng and the others admired Jiang Xiao's foresight. Seeing everyone safe, Jiang Xiao breathed a silent sigh of relief. In the ensuing hours, he began weaving fish baskets. After 2 hours of diligent work, he finally finished crafting 2 large baskets. While the sky was still bright, he took 2 palm-sized bear livers and, carrying the baskets, hurried toward the riverbank. That night, Yunjia, what troubles you? After a long day, why aren't you resting? Jiang Xiao was already lying in bed, but Han Yun remained seated at the wooden table. Showing no intent to sleep, he felt a sense of impatience. I'm not tired, Han Yun insisted, waving her hand dismissively, clearly apprehensive. What is it? Jiang Xiao inquired, concerned. Han Yun shot him a glare. I feel unwell. Jiang Xiao was at a loss for words. It was still early, and she was already giving up? It's late. Hurry to bed. Do you intend to sit there until dawn? Upon hearing this, Han Yun felt a bit drowsy, yet she hesitated to lie down. Fearing her wound might worsen, Jiang Xiao, let us agree on something first. If I go to bed, you must not touch me. Rest assured. I would never take advantage of you, Jiang Xiao assured her, patting the space beside him, indicating it was time for her to sleep. Really? Han Yun's face lit up with joy. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? Jiang Xiao replied. Thus, Han Yun stood up, limping toward the bed, when suddenly, she was seized by a pair of large hands. Jiang Xiao, you're untrustworthy, Han Yun shouted. It seemed that after being bitten by a snake, Jiang Xiao's energy surged. Was it merely an illusion? In any case, that night would be a challenging one for her. Chapter 64. Immunity to snake venom. The following morning, a crisp sound echoed within Jiang Xiao's tent. Yunjia, why did you hit me? He asked, looking at Han Yun with amusement. Her flushed cheeks added an alluring charm, making her appear more radiant and youthful, though the dark circles under her eyes slightly marred her beauty. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Jiang Xiao's affection for her. You scoundrel! Han Yun scolded. Yunjia, you're burning bridges after crossing the river, forgetting the well digger after drinking the water, Jiang Xiao retorted confidently. I don't want to see you anymore, leave. Han Yun's tone was resolute. Are you sure you want me to go? Jiang Xiao queried. Leave now, she insisted, pointing toward the tent's entrance. Then I want to return tonight. Jiang Xiao pretended to stride out, adopting a bold demeanor. Wait, Han Yun called after him. Jiang Xiao turned, a teasing glint in his eyes. Han Yun's ears flushed. You must come back tonight, or I want to be able to sleep. Jiang Xiao smiled. All right. Considering your sincere request, I shall not let you face the night alone. Han Yun, blooming with charm, replied, good. He initially intended to engage in another playful tussle with Han Yun. However, he was aware that Han Yun was experiencing some minor discomfort, so it was best to refrain. He contemplated the catch of the day. At this moment, the image of Su Bilin immediately emerged in Jiang Xiao's mind. Last night, he could not fully indulge himself. A surge of pent-up anger simmering within him. As he passed through the center of the camp, Lu Meng and the others began their drills. Perhaps influenced by the island's environment, they dared not slacken their efforts for even a moment. Jiang Xiao observed that Lu Meng and his companions were performing admirably, maintaining a clear-headed approach. With diligent practice, their chances of survival would surely increase. After exchanging a simple greeting with Lu Meng, he set off with several snakeskin bags and some bait. Yesterday, he had placed 3 additional fish traps, and given the river's abundant fish resources, 1 snakeskin bag would not suffice. The bait consisted of fresh pig liver and bear liver, as the fish in the river had a particular fondness for animal organs. Alternatively, he could toss in small fish or shrimp, entirely dependent on Jiang Xiao's mood. Upon reaching the riverbank, Jiang Xiao indeed found Su Bilin seated in the same spot as yesterday, awaiting his arrival. Yet, observing her melancholic silhouette, he sensed a weightiness in her heart. Had he kept her waiting too long, perhaps causing her distress? Jiang Xiao swiftly dismissed the thought. He had been mindful of the time when he set off this morning. At that moment, a delightful idea struck him, and he resolved to surprise Su Bilin. Quietly, he approached her and gently covered her eyes with his hands. Guess who I am? Su Bilin cheerfully replied, a great benefactor. Jiang Xiao released his hands, grinning mischievously. Correct. I have a grand reward for you. Without further ado, he lifted Su Bilin into his arms. Don't be so hasty. I have something to discuss with you, she protested, tapping his chest. Jiang Xiao was resolute. What could possibly be more significant than our momentous occasion? He was, after all, harboring a torrent of suppressed anger. Unable to resist, Su Bilin capitulated and began discussing import and export trade with him. At this juncture, the two, lost in their own world, remained oblivious to a 5-step snake stealthily approaching. As it entered striking range, it launched a lightning-fast attack, sinking its fangs into Jiang Xiao's thigh. Jiang Xiao felt as though he had been bitten by a mosquito. He kicked with his other foot, only to realize the sensation was distinctly wrong. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was indeed a 5-step snake, and a sizable one at that, weighing around 6 pounds. He had been bitten. His immediate impulse was to slay the wretched creature. However, his prized sword remained sheathed, preventing him from dispatching it swiftly. Just as he drew his sword, the five-step snake had already fled, as if it had encountered a terrifying beast. What happened? Sue Billen inquired, her face flushed and captivating. This was indeed a critical moment for negotiation. I was bitten by a five-step snake, Jiang Xiao indicated towards the retreating serpent. What? Sue Billen sprang to her feet, panic-stricken. Upon noticing the two bloodied bite marks on Jiang Xiao's leg, her expression shifted to one of horror. The five-step snake was a venomous serpent. A bite could render his leg useless at best, or prove fatal at worst. Good Samaritan, you are a serpent doctor. There must be a five-step snake remedy nearby, right? Sue Billion inquired, her voice tinged with distress. She had anticipated that Jiang Xiao would be more flustered than she, yet his expression remained remarkably composed. Sue Billion found herself perplexed. At that moment, Jiang Xiao focused intently on the wound on his foot, harboring a flicker of doubt. Logically, a five-step snake bite should lead to rapid swelling, excruciating pain, and profuse bleeding. However, he felt none of these symptoms. Could it be that his mutation had granted him immunity to the snake venom? Having been bitten by a king cobra the previous day and now by a five-step snake without experiencing severe adverse effects only reinforced his hypothesis. Good Samaritan, please hurry and find the snake remedy. I cannot bear the thought of anything happening to you, Sue Billion pleaded, her complexion paling with worry. Wait here for a moment. Nevertheless, to be cautious, Jiang Xiao searched the woods by the riverbank for the medicinal herbs of the five-step snake. Yet, peculiar occurrences unfolded. During his quest, he noted an intriguing phenomenon. Many snakes fled the moment he approached, their tails coiling in haste. It was as if he were a harbinger of doom, instilling fear in them. What could possibly explain this? Jiang Xiao was thoroughly baffled. Ultimately, not a single serpent remained in his vicinity. With his enhanced vision, a result of his mutation, he could spot the panicked serpents from a distance. At that moment, a 30-centimeter centipede crawled into view. To confirm his suspicions, Jiang Xiao seized it and allowed it to bite him several times. To his astonishment, he felt no excruciating pain. It was merely akin to the sting of a mosquito. The centipede, one of the 5 poisonous creatures, seemed utterly ineffective against him. It appeared he truly had developed immunity to toxins. Jiang Xiao trembled with excitement. In the end, after gathering the 5-step snake remedy, he deemed it unnecessary to apply it. With immunity to snake venom, why bother with a dressing? What then should he do with these herbs? Just as he contemplated discarding them, a thought struck him. Wait, these herbs could be of use to Sue Billion. What if they were needed at her camp? Thus, he approached her side. Good Samaritan, please apply it quickly. Upon seeing Jiang Xiao had found the snake remedy, Sue Billion's anxious demeanor softened slightly. I am already fine, Jiang Xiao replied, placing the herbs aside and preparing to continue his endeavors. Slightly annoyed at the interruption of his spellcasting. What? Sue Billion's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? Jiang Xiao flashed a charming smile. If you don't believe me, bend down and check for yourself. When Sue Billion complied, she realized she had been fooled. Chapter 65. Are you in a hurry? Half an hour later, Sue Billion stood by the riverbank in a daze, recalling certain images that left her cheeks flushed. Perhaps this was also a manifestation of his deep affection for me. Sue Billion felt a secret joy within her heart, believing it only natural to make sacrifices for one beloved. At that moment, a sharp twinge of pain surged through her body, causing her to grimace. Jiang Xiao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Once she finished organizing her gear and returned to Jiang Xiao's side, she asked, Good Samaritan, are you sure your leg is no longer an issue? Sue Billion was well aware of the dangers posed by the 5-step snake bite. For an ordinary person, it could lead to amputation at best or death at worst. However, Jiang Xiao reassured her that everything was fine. Still, she felt a twinge of concern. Look at me. Full of vigor. What could possibly be wrong? Jiang Xiao flexed his muscles. Relieved, Sue Billion exhaled, no longer plagued by fear. After all, if Jiang Xiao were truly unwell, how could he exhibit such boundless energy? By the way, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Jiang Xiao inquired. Sue Billion replied. A group of foreigners visited yesterday. They wish to invite our camp to join them in a treasure hunt. Jiang Xiao nodded, recognizing them as River's men, though he feigned ignorance. Sue Billion continued. I heard someone from your camp agreed to join them in the search for treasure? Yes, Jiang Xiao affirmed. Sue Billion sighed in resignation. That person is in for a rough time. Jiang Xiao, puzzled, asked, Why do you say that? Sue Billion glanced at him, feeling it was only natural for their camp to be kept in the dark. After all, they had not planted any spies among the foreigners, and thus remained unaware of the perils that lay in wait for the treasure seekers. The treasure the foreigners seek is no trivial matter. It is fraught with dangers. Do you think treasure hunters can return alive? Sue Billion stated earnestly. Do you know the location? Jiang Xiao asked, astonished. From her words, it was evident that she was quite familiar with the treasure's whereabouts. Perhaps she could unveil the secrets of the Source Stone. Indeed, Su Billion nodded. The treasure lies within the 10,000 Serpents Cave, which is home to countless venomous snakes. Would you call that dangerous? The mere thought of the snakes sent shivers down her spine. 10,000 Serpents Cave? Jiang Xiao exclaimed, incredulous. Just the name was enough to deter anyone. He had not anticipated that the Source Stone would be concealed in such a perilous location. It was no wonder the foreigners sought individuals to venture there. They were essentially looking for scapegoats. Those wretched foreigners had failed to provide him with the critical information. If one were to rashly enter the 10,000 Serpents Cave, would it not be tantamount to courting death? However, now that he had developed immunity to snake venom, perhaps the cave was not as terrifying as it seemed. Should the Source Stone truly exist within, Jiang Xiao found himself intrigued by the prospect of exploring it. Return and advise your companions to exercise caution. Although the Source Stone may be present, it is not worth sacrificing one's life for it, Su Billion cautioned. Jiang Xiao nodded, and then tentatively asked, can I inquire about something? Do you know what the foreigners intend to do with the Source Stone? Su Billion shook her head. How could I possibly know? However, given their reverence for the Source Stone, it must be an extraordinary treasure. As for Jiang Xiao, she harbored no suspicions. Viewing him merely as the man she cherished, she would never doubt that he was the one the foreigners considered brave enough to brave the 10,000 Serpents Cave. Upon hearing Su Billion's response, Jiang Xiao felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped she might possess knowledge of the Source Stone's secrets, but it seemed she was unaware. Thus, the task of uncovering the truth fell solely upon him. You haven't agreed to those foreigners, have you? Jiang Xiao gently probed. Although he suspected that no one from the 13 Sisters camp was involved, Su Billion replied, you are mistaken. Someone from our camp has accepted their invitation. Jiang Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Knowing the peril of the Wanxi Cave, it was astonishing that there was someone in the 13 Sisters camp who was so reckless. His curiosity piqued. He inquired, who could possibly be so foolhardy? Su Billion chuckled, appreciating Jiang Xiao's practicality. He understood the danger and chose to avoid it. She believed individuals like him were worthy of lifelong trust, unlike Jiao Mei, who knowingly ventured into perilous situations. Su Billion candidly revealed, it's our Jiao Mei. Jiang Xiao scoffed. Does she not comprehend the dangers of Wanxi Cave? Su Billion shook her head, affirming that she did. She reasoned that the foreigners had invested substantial effort in searching for Source Stones, convinced that these stones were extraordinary, thus disregarding our warnings to seek treasure. Jiao Mei even remarked that fortune favors the bold, and we could not dissuade her. Jiang Xiao stroked his chin, acknowledging her remarkable audacity. Su Billion remarked, indeed. I've heard she is the president of a publicly listed company in Triple X City, possessing far more foresight than the average person. Jiang Xiao nodded, understanding. Su Billion glanced at Jiang Xiao, her cheeks flushing as she said, you are such a good person. We must stay safe and ensure nothing happens. We will certainly remain well, Jiang Xiao assured, instinctively pulling Su Billion into his embrace. Such a good person, Su Billion stammered slightly. In the next moment, the two engaged in a spirited debate over import and export trade. 20 minutes later, a satisfied Jiang Xiao began inspecting the fish baskets at the riverbed, while Su Billion, her legs weakened, sat upon a blue stone watching him. The first basket yielded even more than the previous day, 4 large fish, accompanied by several small fish and shrimp, along with a few eels. Jiang Xiao promptly dispatched the larger fish before placing them into a snakeskin bag. He secured the bag's opening with vines from the riverbank, weighing it, and estimated it to be at least 80 pounds. The second and third baskets similarly brimmed with catches, each containing 8 large fish, with the remainder being smaller. Following his earlier method, he carefully packed them into the bag. After sorting the catch, he added pig liver and bear liver to the baskets, even dispatching some small fish and shrimp to include them as well. With 3 baskets in operation, each catch was sufficient to feed their camp for several days, rendering it far from wasteful. Having made all necessary preparations, he submerged the baskets back into the river, awaiting tomorrow morning's inspection. This bag is for you, Jiang Xiao finally declared, presenting a bag of fish to Su Billion. After all, Su Billion was his woman. He could not allow her to suffer. What? Su Billion gasped, taken aback by his kindness. You are my woman. Who else should I treat well? Jiang Xiao replied, gently caressing her. Su Billion felt deeply touched, believing herself to be the happiest woman in the world at that moment. Are you in a hurry? Jiang Xiao asked, gazing at Su Billion. Understanding his implication, she adjusted her equipment, creating a stunning sight as she moved. Chapter 66. A reunion with Han Shui after an intense discussion on import and export trade with Su Billion. Jiang Xiao finally parted ways with her. As they parted ways, Su Billion naturally received all the medicine for the 5-step snake. Su Billion found herself yearning for Jiang Xiao. feeling that a day without him was akin to an eternity, wishing desperately to remain by his side around the clock. Yet, she understood the impossibility of this, as Guofurong's possessiveness was overwhelming. Nonetheless, she mused that daily rendezvous by the river with Jiang Xiao would be quite delightful, both exhilarating and romantic. After bidding farewell to Superhuman, Jiang Xiao set off towards the camp, shouldering 2 snakeskin bags filled with fish and shrimp, weighing approximately 170 pounds. For an ordinary person, such a burden would be exhausting, yet Jiang Xiao carried it effortlessly from the riverbank to the camp. However, upon entering the camp, he spotted River's figure. "Brave brother, I've been waiting for you here for quite some time." Rivers greeted him with a smile, his gaze fixated on the 2 bags Jiang Xiao carried. Noticing they were brimming with fish, their camp barely managed to survive on potatoes and wild fruits, while the reckless camp feasted luxuriously, a sight to behold with envy. Meanwhile, the reckless crew also approached Jiang Xiao. He entrusted them with the 2 bags of fish to process and engaged in conversation with Rivers. "Mr. Rivers, I apologize for the wait," Jiang Xiao remarked. Rivers replied, "Brave brother, let's set off to seek treasure today." Jiang Xiao contemplated this and agreed. Realizing that they would have to go eventually, Rivers felt a surge of joy at Jiang Xiao's readiness, relieved to have someone to scout ahead. This would spare them considerable costs when they ventured deep into the serpent's cave, as they had previously been repelled by the venomous snakes within. "Then let us depart," Rivers respectfully suggested. "Let us go," Jiang Xiao nodded in agreement. At this moment, Wan Peng and several others expressed their desire to accompany Jiang Xiao, believing that a larger group would provide better safety. However, Jiang Xiao declined their request. The multitude of venomous snakes in the serpent's cave posed a greater danger. It was wiser for Wan Peng and the others to remain and guard the camp. Understanding Jiang Xiao's reasoning, they ceased their insistence. Soon, Jiang Xiao followed Rivers into the foreigners' camp. The camp was expansive, boasting around 50 tents, where the subordinates were either training or on guard duty. Upon the appearance of strangers, they exhibited heightened vigilance. Without Rivers leading the way, it was likely they would have confronted Jiang Xiao with questions. Jiang Xiao was astonished to find such a large number of foreigners residing here. However, he refrained from engaging in casual conversation with Rivers, as his primary concern lay with the source stone and its secrets. What about the others? After navigating through the forest for about 15 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the so-called Serpent's Cave, yet Jiang Xiao still did not see any members of the 13 Sisters camp. "Rest assured, we shall arrive shortly," Rivers assured him. In the distance, Jiang Xiao spotted a striking blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman leading the members of the 13 Sisters camp towards them. This woman appeared to be around 40 years old, with a pragmatic hairstyle, luscious lips, an alluring figure, and a curvaceous silhouette. She perfectly embodied Western beauty. Jiang Xiao felt a twinge of the Mendel syndrome. The demeanor of the beautiful Caucasian woman, with her air of superiority, slightly irked Jiang Xiao. Perhaps it was the inherent sense of superiority that Westerners possess, which leads them to regard individuals from other nations as inferior. When the stunning woman, leading the members of the 13 Sisters camp, approached Jiang Xiao, he was momentarily taken aback, not due to her beauty, but because he recognized an old acquaintance, Han Shui. The 9th sister, as referred to by Su Billion, was indeed Han Shui. Jiang Xiao? Han Shui was momentarily stunned, her expression quickly turning frosty. "What are you doing here?" She maintained her stance of superiority. "Why should it concern you?" Jiang Xiao retorted, irritation evident in his tone. He harbored resentment towards Han Shui. His unjust dismissal, merely for having seen her luxury vehicle, had left him with significant psychological scars. If the vehicle was not meant to be flaunted, why did she insist on having it constantly by her side? It would have been better to destroy it. "Ah, do you two know each other?" Rivers inquired, intrigued, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "You should express yourselves quickly, otherwise, you may not have another chance." "I don't know her," Jiang Xiao and Han Shui replied in unison. In Han Shui's eyes, Jiang Xiao was nothing more than a repugnant and disgusting man. Who would want to be associated with him? Rivers chuckled nervously, concerned about the palpable tension between the two Easterners. Would this animosity jeopardize the team? "Return to where you belong. This is not a place for you." Han Shui remained as frigid as ever, offering Jiang Xiao no kindness. "Whether I stay or leave is none of your concern," Jiang Xiao shot back defiantly. "In the company, you may wield considerable power, but here, my actions are unbound by anyone." "Jiang Xiao, the Wanqi Cave is a perilous place. I urge you to leave for your own safety." Han Shui frowned, perceiving Jiang Xiao's defiance as a lack of gratitude. Simultaneously, she was taken aback. She had anticipated that the reckless camp would dispatch someone of Wan Peng's caliber. Yet here was Jiang Xiao, a decision that seemed tantamount to sending someone to their doom. She knew him well, capable in his work, yet a libertine, utterly ignorant of survival in the wild. It was bewildering whether he was simply foolish or had been misled by the reckless camp into courting death. His dismissal of her good intentions was galling. Jiang Xiao coldly replied, "You live by the sea. Why meddle in matters that do not concern you?" Given her prior treatment of him, he felt the need to retaliate. "Humph." Han Shui scoffed disdainfully. "Since you are so ungrateful, I shall leave you to your fate. Don't blame me for not warning you if you perish." She believed Jiang Xiao's current defiance stemmed from his unjust dismissal, viewing him as a petty man. At such a critical juncture, he was toying with his life. Perhaps it would be a relief to rid the world of one more fool. "Hey, you too," Rivers interjected. "To navigate the Wanxi cave successfully, you must unite and work together to overcome the challenges ahead and locate the source stone. It is imperative that you learn to cooperate. Though I do not place my hopes on these two Easterners, polite words must still be uttered. Mr. Rivers, one of me is sufficient," Han Shui replied confidently, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Xiao, who would only become a burden to me. "Mr. Rivers, why not give me her share? I can go in alone." Jiang Xiao was equally unyielding. "What do you mean, Jiang Xiao?" Han Shui looked coldly at him, feeling insulted and quite displeased. All right, let us cease this quarrel. As previously planned, let us first locate the source stones inside," Rivers interjected, sensing the tension in the air. "Humph." Both Jiang Xiao and Han Shui snorted in unison. For the sake of the source stones, they temporarily set aside their past grievances. Chapter 67. Jiang Xiao, you peeped at me again now, let us depart. "You must be cautious," Rivers commanded with a sweeping gesture, summoning the three daring members of the camp to follow. Da and Xiao He, along with the previously single-minded one. Although the chances of acquiring the source stones were slim, someone must document the route for future treasure hunts. Soon, the five of them set off, each armed with a torch and a sharp military dagger. The terrain within the serpent's cave could be exceedingly dark, making the torches essential for navigation, while the daggers served as protection. Watching Jiang Xiao and the others fade into the distance, the beautiful Caucasian woman approached Rivers. "Rivers, after such preparation, I hope this time we can successfully acquire the source stones." Rivers fixed his gaze on the cave entrance. "We have attempted to enter before. If we can make any progress this time, it would be a significant achievement." The woman appeared anxious. "Is it true that without the source stones, we cannot enter the source realm?" She harbored a strong dislike for this forest, as it teemed with snakes, and one careless moment could lead to a fatal bite. Rivers sighed. "Entering the source realm, the source stones are our assurance." He seemed quite helpless. Did he not wish to escape this forest? Was it possible to enter the source realm without relying on the source stones? The Caucasian woman stared at Rivers, who hesitated to speak further. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao and his companions had entered the heart of the serpent's cave, which was as spacious as a football field and exceptionally bright. Being in this realm felt like stepping into another world. "Humph." At this moment, the proud Han Shui scoffed. "What is this? Wasn't the serpent's cave supposed to be fraught with danger? The journey has been remarkably smooth." She believed the foreigners were cowardly, exaggerating the peril of the serpent's cave, merely frightening themselves. If she had entered the cave earlier, the source stones would surely have been hers by now. The three foreigners following them were equally captivated by the scene before them. This was not the serpent's cave, it was clearly a hidden paradise. Consequently, their once taut nerves began to relax. "Do not let your guard down," Jiang Xiao warned his companions. Often, seemingly tranquil environments conceal boundless dangers. "Jiang Xiao, why do you wear such a grim face? Can't you see there is no threat here?" Han Shui lightly reprimanded, perceiving Jiang Xiao's excessive caution. In truth, the cave of 10,000 snakes was merely a name, devoid of the anticipated peril. "Come now, brother Jiang, there is truly no danger here. Loosen up, will you?" A small black fellow chuckled. He pondered whether their leader was merely being overly cautious, spending such an inordinate amount of time observing in a place that seemed so safe. Was there something amiss with their judgment? They could have simply entered without hesitation. "Oh, look at that beautiful stone. It would fetch a handsome price if taken back." At that moment, the crew-cut Big Black spotted a distinctive stalactite glimmering like a precious gem under the light. Captivated by the alluring stone, he instinctively reached out to break it off. "Damn it, my little Black was similarly enchanted," and the two began racing towards the stalactite, eager to claim it for themselves. "That's mine. Don't snatch it from me." Both Big and Small Black gripped the stalactite tightly, unwilling to relinquish their hold. "Enough. Stop this foolishness," one of them shouted in anger. "We haven't even found a source stone yet, and here you are bickering over this worthless trinket. Could you not show a bit of ambition and not disgrace our beautiful country?" Jiang Xiao squinted, considering that the foreigner before him was somewhat of a character, at least more perceptive than the big-chested, yet dim-wit Han Shui. Meanwhile, he fell into contemplation. Why had they not encountered a single snake in the cave of 10,000 snakes? Hadn't it been said they were everywhere? Moreover, upon closer inspection, the path ahead was blocked. Could it be that the source stone was hidden in this very spot? Jiang Xiao deemed it highly likely. Why are you looking at me? Han Shui suddenly felt Jiang Xiao's gaze upon her, and, somewhat bewildered, she instinctively covered her proud figure. Jiang Xiao, you truly never change. Look again, and I'll have your eyes out. Do you believe me? Han Shui, what are you imagining now? Jiang Xiao retorted coldly. This woman truly had an inflated sense of self. Just because she possessed some capital, she acted as if the entire world owed her a debt. He had merely been searching for the location of the source stone, certainly not stealing glances. Humph, too cowardly to act on your desires. You are truly shameless. Han Shui glared at Jiang Xiao. He chose not to explain. Explanations were merely veils for concealment. In his heart, he silently vowed, Han Shui, one day, I will make you kneel before me and sing of your conquest. Suddenly, a wretched cry pierced the air, emanating from the big black. Shortly thereafter, the small black also let out a cry of anguish. Both released their grip on the stalactite simultaneously. What is happening? One of them asked, rushing towards them. He then noticed the two black hands bore bloodied bite marks, and the wounds were rapidly turning black. We've been bitten by a snake. Both big and small black exclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with panic as they regretted their momentary lapse in vigilance. In less than 20 seconds, the venom coursing through their veins spread swiftly, their wounds darkening like ink. They began to vomit uncontrollably, struggling to breathe, with no reprieve in sight. Brothers, don't scare me. One of them cried in panic, unsure how to rescue them. Help me. Xiao He grasped tightly onto a sinewy arm, yet in an instant, he fell utterly silent, his eyes wide open like brass bells, unblinking in death. Brother, Yi Jin cried out desperately, but his voice could not resurrect Xiao He. Soon after, De He, with his close-cropped hair, also succumbed after a brief struggle, similarly departing this world with unyielding eyes. Had one known that the beautiful stalactites concealed a venomous serpent, no price would be high enough to entice a touch. Alas, the opportunity for regret had vanished. Witnessing two living souls perish within a mere minute instilled terror in Han Shui, who instinctively covered her mouth. The venom of the serpents in the 10,000 snake cave was truly horrifying. A bite meant certain doom. Moments ago, she had regarded the interior as trivial, akin to child's play. Now, it was apparent that any lapse in vigilance could lead to a gruesome fate. Casting a glance at Jiang Xiao, she found herself begrudgingly acknowledging a sliver of truth in his words. However, she would never express gratitude for his admonition, recognizing it as a common ploy employed by men to attract women's attention through subtle hints. While other women might feel grateful after the recent events, she was not so easily swayed. Furthermore, Jiang Xiao had just glanced at her chest. She chose to overlook it, interpreting it as a form of repayment for his warning. At that moment, Jiang Xiao again cast a glance at Han Shui, shaking his head as if to say, what is this woman concocting in her mind? Realizing his implication, Han Shui retorted angrily, Jiang Xiao, were you spying on me again? Jiang Xiao was at a loss for words. Han Shui's self-importance had its limits. She constantly placed blame upon him, as if he were forever tarnished by the label of a voyeur. Nevertheless, he refrained from arguing with her. Out of respect for Han Yun, Jiang Xiao offered, Han Shui, you have seen for yourself that this place is unsafe. I advise you to leave at once. Perhaps you might still have a chance to survive. Han Shui's expression darkened. On what grounds did Jiang Xiao dare speak such words? She was well versed in various survival skills, actively participating in numerous activities during her leisure time, and had won several wilderness survival accolades. How could a workaholic like Jiang Xiao presume to offer her advice? He should focus on his own affairs. Not leaving? Jiang Xiao inquired. Humph, Jiang Xiao, you are overstepping your bounds, Han Shui replied disdainfully. She echoed his words back to him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. You wish to end up like them? Jiang Xiao gestured toward the two lifeless figures on the ground. Han Shui lifted her exquisitely crafted face, dismissing him with a glance. That was their carelessness. They brought this upon themselves. They cannot blame anyone else. She believed that as long as she remained cautious going forward, trouble would not find her. Had they not traversed this path without incident? The sudden arrival in a spacious area had merely blinded her with its beauty, causing her to lower her guard. The deaths of the two men had served as a warning. She would not fall into folly again. Suit yourself. I've done my part, Jiang Xiao thought, choosing to remain silent. He had offered his counsel, and it was now up to her to heed it or not. Han Shui responded with a hint of irritation, expressing that as long as they did not become a burden, it would suffice. We must unite now. Let us refrain from bickering and focus on the task at hand, she urged, rising from her position alongside her companions. The foremost priority was to uncover the hiding place of the source stone. You are indeed correct, Han Shui acknowledged with a nod, realizing that debating with Jiang Xiao was merely a waste of precious time. Better to conserve their energy for the search. But where could this source stone possibly be concealed? As she meticulously scanned the surroundings, she found no suspicious areas. Han Shui then commenced her search within the expansive cavern. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao also began his quest, convinced that the source stone must be hidden within some mechanism, rather than exposed to the open air. Otherwise it would not have remained undiscovered until now. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the silence. Han Shui had stumbled upon a skeleton, prompting her to cry out in alarm. Could you refrain from such outrageous shouting? Jiang Xiao scoffed. Upon closer inspection, Han Shui noted that the bones belonged to those who had ventured here years prior in search of the source stone, only to meet their demise at the fangs of poisonous snakes, their bodies now at rest. The figure sat quietly against a smooth stone wall, gazing forward, seemingly without struggle, departing this world in serene silence. If you had inadvertently encountered this, you would surely have fainted from fright, Han Shui remarked defiantly. At that moment, Jiang Xiao noticed a transparent glass vial concealed at the waist of the skeleton, containing a trace of golden liquid. He crouched down, intent on examining it. You are truly tedious. A mere broken bottle holds no collectible value. What do you intend to do with it? You would be better off searching for the source stone. Han Shui retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Xiao paid her no heed, focusing instead on the glass vial. As he unscrewed the cap, a fragrance reminiscent of rich earth wafted towards him. Moreover, he sensed an inexplicable vitality emanating from it. What is this liquid? Jiang Xiao initially speculated it might be perfume, but soon realized it was not. Cautiously, he allowed a drop to fall onto his hand, testing it with a gentle application. Witnessing Jiang Xiao's juvenile antics, Han Shui shook her head in exasperation. How dull, she declared, turning away to continue her search, inadvertently missing the miraculous unfolding before her eyes. As the golden liquid spread across Jiang Xiao's skin, he felt a warm wave coursing through his hand, permeating his entire being through every pore. Is this a restorative liquid? Jiang Xiao gasped in astonishment. The warmth entering his body began to operate like diligent gardeners, tirelessly mending the decayed matter within him. He was all too familiar with this sensation, as it mirrored the feeling he experienced each time he sustained injuries or exhaustion, replenishing his energy through sustenance. Yet, this golden elixir was far more potent. Is there truly such a miraculous restorative liquid on this island? Jiang Xiao marveled. What a treasure I have stumbled upon. He carefully secured the vial, cherishing his newfound discovery. Although the golden liquid within the bottle was scant, its formidable restorative properties were sufficient to provide a life-saving opportunity. It was perplexing how one could mistake such a dilapidated object for a treasure. Jiang Xiao, could you not exhibit a modicum of maturity? As he reverently stowed the glass vial into his pocket, Han Shui could not help but voice her exasperation. Just then, a frantic cry for help echoed from a short distance away. Jiang Xiao and Han Shui turned to find a hapless individual half embedded in the stone wall, reminiscent of someone ensnared in a mire. By the time they rushed to his aid, it was already too late. Han Shui stood in shock. The stone wall was exceedingly eerie, capable of devouring a living person without warning. A sudden realization struck her. The cave of myriad serpents was riddled with pitfalls. She felt a surge of trepidation. What if she inadvertently fell prey to the wall's insidious grasp? However, glancing at Jiang Xiao, she dispelled the thought. As a dignified CEO, she could not afford to falter at such a critical juncture, lest she become the subject of ridicule. Do you still wish to linger here? Jiang Xiao inquired, casting a teasing glance at Han Shui. Do not underestimate me, Jiang Xiao, Han Shui retorted, standing tall with unwavering resolve. If you can remain, why should I concede defeat? Unbeknownst to her, her proud stance presented a captivating sight for Jiang Xiao, showcasing the allure of a global luxury car magnate. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado, he remarked, bending down to collect stones from the ground. What are you doing, Jiang Xiao? Han Shui queried, puzzled. Without providing a clear answer, Jiang Xiao began to hurl the stones at the wall. He aimed first at the area where the unfortunate individual had become trapped. With a splash, the stone was devoured upon contact with the wall. He continued to launch stones, each one disappearing into the abyss, akin to being cast into a quagmire. Ah, Jiang Xiao, you are rather clever, Han Shui eventually realized, understanding that he was testing the waters. Just then, a stone struck a section of the wall, producing an unexpected sound. That particular stone did not vanish into the void. Upon closer inspection, she noted that this area was where the skeletal remains leaned against the stone wall. Why did all the other walls absorb the stones while this one did not? Han Shui pondered aloud, searching unsuccessfully for the source of the hidden stone. Could it possibly be concealed behind the wall? Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao was diligently examining that section of the wall, hoping to uncover a concealed switch. After a prolonged search, he found no trace of any mechanism. Could it not be as he had surmised? Jiang Xiao muttered to himself. What are you searching for? Han Shui asked, Her curiosity piqued. Following the unsettling encounter with the wall, she had unwittingly begun to regard Jiang Xiao with a measure of respect. Jiang Xiao offered no response. In his heart, Han Shui believed that Jiang Xiao was not truly engaged in serious matters. She even suspected he might be attempting to catch a glimpse of her bosom. He would never stoop to such foolishness. When Jiang Xiao failed to respond, Han Shui pouted her cherry-like lips, thinking, if you choose not to share, then so be it. What does it matter? Humph. Compared to you, that skeleton possesses more humanity. Faced with someone unwilling to utter a word, Han Shui found Jiang Xiao utterly lacking in charm. A skeleton? Jiang Xiao's eyes sparkled with insight. From the moment he laid eyes on the skeleton, he sensed something was amiss. The absence of struggle at the time of death suggested a deliberate attempt to protect something. If he was not mistaken, Jiang Xiao slightly rose, intent on moving the skeletal remains. Upon witnessing his actions, Han Shui felt a chill run down her spine. Hey, Jiang Xiao, don't be reckless. Disturbing someone's eternal rest is quite impolite. Jiang Xiao paid no heed to her warnings. He silently murmured a few incantations and gently shifted the skeleton. As he moved the remains aside, he indeed discovered a hidden compartment behind the skeleton, containing what resembled a switch. Unbelievable. Jiang Xiao was filled with excitement. Just as he had surmised, the skeleton was guarding the switch leading to the entrance of the source stone. At that moment, Han Shui also noticed the switch behind the skeleton, her heart racing with exhilaration. The source stone lay just beyond the stone wall. Seizing the moment while Jiang Xiao was distracted, the impatient Han Shui pressed the button on the wall. Hey, Jiang Xiao. He wanted to intervene, but realized it was too late. The stone wall thundered, beginning to turn slowly. It was certain that a passage to another realm lay beyond. Jiang Xiao, your astute mind has truly aided in uncovering the hiding place of the source stone. Han Shui unexpectedly praised him, oblivious to the imminent danger that lurked ahead. Suddenly, as the stone door rotated halfway, four cold arrows shot forth, aimed directly at the two of them. Be careful. Jiang Xiao sprang to his feet, tackling Han Shui to the ground just as the arrows whizzed past, narrowly saving her life. Do you wish to kill me and inherit my debts? Jiang Xiao shouted in anger. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have likely been pierced by an arrow and met his demise. Yet, amidst the chaos, a peculiar crevice caught his eye. In response to Jiang Xiao's reprimand, Han Shui was at a loss for words. Who on earth set up such a perilous trap behind the stone door? Jiang Xiao, you're pressing down on me. It's a bit uncomfortable. Please get off. Han Shui said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Their position on the ground was rather intimate. Had this been in the past, she would have kicked him away and perhaps even accused him of impropriety. However, given the circumstances, how could she not understand that Jiang Xiao was saving her? At that moment, she felt a twinge of confusion. How had Jiang Xiao's skills improved so remarkably? The arrows had flown with the speed of lightning. Yet he managed to tackle her in the blink of an eye, ensuring the arrows missed their target. His reflexes were undoubtedly those of a remarkable carbon-based life form. Oh. Jiang Xiao, belatedly realizing the situation, withdrew his gaze from Han Shui and unintentionally found his eyes drawn to the towering peaks that seemed to pierce the heavens. His blood surged with fervor. Han Shui, indeed a nefarious capitalist, was exceptionally intriguing. After a brief interlude, the two resumed their position before the stone wall, where a door frame loomed before them. Han Shui, as you have just witnessed, it is far too perilous within. I strongly advise against stepping through this threshold. Jiang Xiao cautioned, his intuition warning him of the dangers that lay beyond. Impossible. At this juncture, how could I forfeit the opportunity to acquire the source stone? Han Shui retorted sharply, suspecting Jiang Xiao of harboring intentions to hoard the source stone for himself. Han Shui, must you jest with your life? Are you even aware of how to utilize the source stone? Perhaps what you so eagerly desire may prove utterly useless to you, Jiang Xiao replied, his tone gravely serious. Were it not for Han Yun, he would have preferred to ignore Han Shui, allowing her to fend for herself. I may not know how to utilize the source stone, but I am certainly not foolish, Han Shui declared defiantly. We have observed the foreigners for days, and it is evident they have invested considerable effort for the source stone. It must be a treasure, and I am determined to obtain it. Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, recognizing Han Shui's remarkable resolve, befitting of a CEO. Yet, she ought to consider her own capabilities. This was the cave of 10,000 snakes, not an innocent game. Just moments ago, had he not intervened in the nick of time, Han Shui would likely have met a dire fate. How could she remain oblivious to the dangers that awaited them? At that moment, Han Shui spoke up. Jiang Xiao, I am uncertain where you derive your confidence in my ability to proceed. Yes, you did save my life earlier, but that does not entitle you to arrogance. I, Han Shui, shall not underestimate the challenges ahead. I will not be a hindrance to you, or I shall consider myself a fool. For the sake of the source stone, she was willing to risk everything. She would not relent. Suit yourself, Jiang Xiao replied. somewhat exasperated, feeling that his kindness had been misinterpreted. However, he pondered, given that Han Shui had previously dismissed him without a second thought. Why should he care for her well-being? If misfortune were to befall her, he could find an opportune moment to inform Han Yun and subsequently forge a new path. With this thought, Jiang Xiao's mind was set, and he stepped across the threshold, with Han Shui closely following. Yet, as they crossed the threshold, the stone door abruptly slammed shut. Han Shui, startled and flustered, accidentally triggered a switch on the stone wall. With a hum, the ground beneath them opened into a gaping black hole, and they began to plummet downward, free-falling into the abyss. After what felt like an eternity, they finally landed on the ground, only to find themselves in a chilling, sinister realm, saturated with the scent of blood. Han Shui, you truly are a harbinger of misfortune. You nearly brought about my demise. Jiang Xiao shouted in anger. Had he not possessed exceptional agility, he would have surely been shattered upon impact from such a height. Jiang Xiao, I believe I have injured my foot. Please help me. Han Shui bit her lip, her expression one of anguish. Upon inspection, Jiang Xiao noted that her ankle was swollen, resembling a dumpling. Chapter 70. Revenge on Han Shui. Jiang Xiao, I twisted my ankle. Han Shui exclaimed, clutching her pristine heel. The intense pain causing her to shudder, beads of cold sweat streaming down her face. I'm not blind, Jiang Xiao retorted coldly, his gaze not resting on Han Shui, but rather scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, suggesting that a violent confrontation had recently transpired. If one were not careful, it could very well lead to fatal consequences. At that moment, Jiang Xiao, brandishing a torch, discovered a skeleton in the corner. The bones were still clinging to remnants of crimson flesh, intertwined with white tendons. It was evident that the gruesome odor emanated from this very skeleton. It must be that foreigner who was absorbed by the stone wall. Jiang Xiao surmised from the remnants of clothing. Evidently, a fool had met his demise in this place, only to be devoured by some beast afterward. The sight of death was utterly horrifying. As Jiang Xiao prepared to move forward, Han Shui called out to him, Jiang Xiao, don't leave me behind. I'm scared. At this juncture, her earlier bravado had dissipated entirely. I told you repeatedly, Han, that you should heed my warnings. Are you regretting your stubbornness now? Jiang Xiao observed Han Shui's suffering with a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Xiao, are you even a man? Seeing a lady in pain and not feeling the slightest sympathy? Han Shui retorted angrily. You possess no gentlemanly manners. It's no wonder you've remained single all these years. Indeed, Jiang Xiao mocked. Han, even now, you refuse to relent? If you desire my assistance, you must plead for it. A glimmer of hope sparked in Han Shui's eyes. Yet Jiang Xiao continued, beg me. Instantly, her expression darkened. Jiang Xiao, are you attempting to take advantage of my misfortune? Is that not rather shameless? Jiang Xiao replied coldly, I am indeed taking advantage, and shameless I may be. What can you do about it? If you wish to live, then beg me. Otherwise, you will share the same fate as that foreigner, becoming prey for the creatures of this place. Han Shui cast a wary glance at the skeleton, her body trembling violently. She didn't want to die? Jiang Xiao, I beseech you to help me. Upon our return, I shall rehire you. In a moment of humility, she lowered her proud head and proposed a condition for her rescue. Realizing this offer might lack sufficient allure, she added, no. I will appoint you as the sales director of our company. The Tang dynasty will be under your command, sales director, with an annual salary of 1 million. Han Shui believed this would surely entice Jiang Xiao. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao merely scoffed. Nonsense about the Tang dynasty. He is dead, killed by my own hand. If Han Shui were to discover that he had slain Tang, she would likely be utterly astonished. This woman, at this point, still failed to grasp the reality of her situation, clinging to the illusion of returning to civilized society. She seemed to believe that everyone would bow to her for promotions and raises, becoming her subservient dogs. Sorry, but I am no longer swayed by such trivialities. On this deserted island, devoid of legal constraints, I shall act as I please. What now? Han Shui inquired, observing Jiang Xiao's indifference. I have no interest in promotions or raises, Jiang Xiao said with a wicked smile. I require you to agree to another condition. A sudden chill coursed through Han Shui. An unsettling intuition hinted that Jiang Xiao harbored ill intentions. In the pursuit of survival, she endured and gritted her teeth, saying, state your terms. As long as it is within my means, I shall certainly comply. You can undoubtedly fulfill it, and it shall be a mere trifle. Jiang Xiao replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Han Shui felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Why did it seem as though she had misjudged Jiang Xiao? By his insinuation, was it not simply a matter of finances? Alas, what had she imagined? It turned out he aimed for a permanent resolution. She possessed ample wealth. If Jiang Xiao merely voiced his desires, she would gladly acquiesce. Little did she anticipate that Jiang Xiao was merely a money grubber. Yet, it made sense. If he did not seize the opportunity for a windfall now, his life would be utterly futile. Speak. Then, Han Shui replied with a firm resolve. I wish to know your washing regimen, Jiang Xiao jest. Han Shui was taken aback. What sort of condition was this? Moreover, why did it feel so sordid? Angered, she retorted, Jiang Xiao, I never expected you to be such a despicable and shameless individual. Tisk, 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 Miss Han, it seems we have known each other for more than just a couple of days. You are well aware of my unscrupulous nature. Jiang Xiao remarked, his gaze fixated on Han Shui's striking features, brimming with aggression. Having unintentionally glimpsed Han Shui's garage, he had been unjustly accused of various offenses. And now he felt compelled to live up to those accusations. Han Shui was infuriated to the point of near hemorrhage. She, a lady of noble lineage, would not permit a lecherous man to defile her dignity. So, Ms. Han, will you acquiesce or not? Jiang Xiao inquired playfully. Jiang Xiao, why are you so petty? Clinging to past grievances? Is it truly entertaining? Han Shui retorted angrily. Indeed, I am petty. What of it? Jiang Xiao continued to tease her, and in that moment, she ought to have grasped the essence of despair. Growing increasingly impatient, Jiang Xiao pressed for a definitive answer. Would she accept or refuse? Allow me a moment to ponder. She replied hastily. I will count to 3. 1, 2. I agree. Han Shui interrupted, her reluctance evident. However, the thought of refusal leading to her demise loomed large. What harm was there in conceding a slight advantage to him? Once they escaped this desolate island, she vowed to accuse Jiang Xiao of misconduct, ensuring he would languish in prison. Jiang Xiao clapped his hands, exclaiming, Excellent. Truly commendable, Ms. Han. Even in a life-and-death predicament, your mind remains remarkably clear. Han Shui spoke coldly. If you wish to indulge your sordid fantasies, do so quickly. My legs are in agony. A woman of decisive speech, I admire that. Jiang Xiao remarked suddenly, his expression turning stern. Remember, do not attempt to resist. If I am dissatisfied, you shall ensure my satisfaction. Han Shui seethed with indignation. She never imagined she would find herself at the mercy of another, especially a profoundly twisted individual. This grievance would not be forgotten. Tisk, tisk, Miss Han. I suppose I shall not hold back, Jiang Xiao said, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Han Shui, her face flushed, swallowed her pride. After a moment, Jiang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Miss Han, your word is indeed your bond. I am genuinely impressed. Previously dismissed with a mere glance, he now toyed with her at will, feeling a sense of vindication and ease. Han Shui, blushing with anger, exclaimed, Are you not going to assist me? Oh, I nearly forgot, Jiang Xiao replied, his smiling demeanor easily misleading others into believing him a benevolent soul. He approached and knelt down, producing a transparent glass vial from his pocket. Jiang Xiao, what are you doing? Han Shui asked in confusion. Why bring out that worthless trinket? Shouldn't you be setting my bones at this moment? As she watched, a warm drop of liquid fell onto her ankle, and then, something miraculous occurred. Chapter 71. A condition. The excruciating pain in her ankle began to dissipate the moment the mysterious liquid made contact. The pain within her body was swept away as if carried off by the autumn wind scattering fallen leaves. Han Shui considered herself well informed. Even in the world's top hospitals, with such severe injuries, it typically took days of ice treatment to alleviate the pain before one could rise from bed. Yet, what on earth was this mysterious liquid? How could it restore her condition so instantaneously? Just moments ago, she had dismissed Jiang Xiao's collection with disdain. Now, it had saved her life, leaving her feeling as though she were striking herself in the face. It is too late for you to leave now. You must rely on your own luck or seek my protection, Jiang Xiao's indifferent voice echoed in her ears. Indeed, she had inadvertently triggered a mechanism that caused them to fall into an unknown place. This location was rife with unseen dangers, and now that she wished to retreat, it was far too late. With no knowledge of the exit, her only option was to seek Jiang Xiao's shelter. However, the thought of his lecherous and repugnant nature filled her with shame and anger. How could he not set aside his prejudices and join forces with her to locate the source stone? How could this person be so wicked? Taking advantage of misfortune was beneath contempt. Jiang Xiao, you cannot act this way. Han Shui attempted to reason with him. Oh, Jiang Xiao replied, his tone laced with mockery. Do enlighten me. Look at our situation. We find ourselves ensnared in an unknown trap. Shouldn't we unite to overcome this challenge? And as a man, shouldn't you shoulder the responsibility of protecting a woman? Han Shui asserted firmly. Jiang Xiao let out a cold laugh, recognizing her attempt at moral coercion. Han Shui, have you not yet awakened from your slumber, still lost in your fantasies? When you ordered me to settle my wages in the finance office without a second thought, did you consider that your command might cost me my job and render me unemployed? Did you think about the burden of supporting my family and the mortgage on my home that I would be unable to bear because of losing this job? And now you come to me with your moral platitudes? Han Shui fell silent, her head bowed. Why was Jiang Xiao so harsh towards her? Did he not bear any fault? Would this situation have arisen had he not been leering at her? Ultimately, it was his lecherous behavior that had led to this predicament. Suddenly, the swift sound of an approaching creature filled the air. Ah! Han Shui screamed as, illuminated by the firelight, she caught sight of its true form. It was a centipede, as thick as a water barrel and weighing about 40 kilograms, with legs as thick as chopsticks. It possesses a markedly striking feature. With gaping jaws at both ends, housing countless needle-like teeth that evoke an overwhelming sense of dread. Soon after, a second, a third, and countless centipedes began to encircle the two individuals. Jiang Xiao, I am terrified. Han Shui trembled at the sight of their ferocious appearance. It was evident that the foreigner had met his demise at the hands of these centipedes. Ah, so now you know fear. Jiang Xiao remarked coldly. Jiang Xiao, protect me. If I can obtain a source stone and survive, I will grant you a condition, Han Shui declared, her resolve firm. Oh Han, you remain so fixated on the source stone, Jiang Xiao observed, bemused at her tenacity even in the face of death. Yet, this was in keeping with her character. She was a woman of great ambition. So, will you agree or not? Han Shui pressed anxiously, having reached her limit. Then, from now on, everything must follow my command. Do you have any objections? Jiang Xiao inquired. Han Shui nodded in agreement, recognizing that her life now depended on Jiang Xiao's guidance. Very well, I accept your condition. Jiang Xiao replied calmly. Yet, in Han Shui's eyes, Jiang Xiao should have been more exhilarated, should he not? After all, she was the most beautiful woman in Triple X City. Possessing both looks and figure, the goddess in the hearts of all men. Any man who received her promise should be overjoyed. Yet Jiang Xiao's demeanor remained as placid as water. Had his allure diminished? Han Shui found herself steeped in self-doubt. What are you dawdling for? At that moment, Jiang Xiao suddenly commanded, draw your dagger and prepare to eliminate them. Under the flickering firelight, the centipedes swarmed towards them. Only by carving a bloody path could they advance to the next stage of their quest for the source stone. Oh, Han Shui belatedly realized. Drawing a sharp military dagger from her waist, readying herself for battle. Having frequently engaged in wilderness survival, she had naturally learned some basic combat skills. Kill, Jiang Xiao ordered. Taking the lead, armed with his military dagger, he dispatched the approaching centipedes with the efficiency of a meat grinder. Damn, Han Shui, who typically valued decorum, couldn't help but curse at the scene before her. The centipedes seemed no more formidable than ants in Jiang Xiao's presence, as he effortlessly obliterated them. When had he undergone such a transformation? This thought burgeoned in her mind. With a swift motion, she too joined the fray. Wielding her military dagger and slashing at the encroaching centipedes, opening a gash from which blood flowed freely. Ugh, witnessing the blood gushing forth like a tap. Han Shui experienced a fleeting moment of shock. However, as the number of fallen centipedes increased, her initial reaction dissipated. In that instant, she resembled a female warrior, dispatching the centipedes with such ferocity that they dared not act recklessly. Panting heavily, Han Shui felt her chest rise and fall dramatically. She had never felt as exhausted as she did today. Reflecting on Jiang Xiao, as a trailblazer, he has dispatched no fewer than 8,000 centipedes. Yet, upon his visage, one cannot discern even a hint of fatigue, which is truly perplexing. Jiang Xiao, how can there be so many of these creatures? Han Shui found herself struggling to wield her weapon. Although the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of centipedes, they seemed to proliferate like chives, coming forth in relentless waves. I am at a loss. Jiang Xiao shook his head. Is it truly impossible to eradicate them completely? Just then, a bloodied centipede lunged at Han Shui. Jiang Xiao, unable to intervene in time, hurled the torch he held at the creature. Boom. The moment the torch met the blood, it ignited with ferocity, and the centipede was reduced to ashes in an instant. They are afraid of fire. Jiang Xiao's eyes sparkled with realization as he rushed to Han Shui's side, snatching the torch from her grasp to incinerate the centipedes on the ground. A hum arose as tens of thousands of centipedes ignited in a conflagration, their flames reaching unprecedented heights. Observing the demise of his comrades, the remaining centipedes, sensing the peril, scurried away in retreat. Splendid, Han Shui exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to her feet. The immediate danger had dissipated, and she drew a heavy breath, unaware that a colossal entity was drawing near. Chapter 72. The King of Serpents. Outside the Serpent Cave, Rivers, with a single-minded focus, wondered why they had yet to emerge. The elegant Caucasian woman gazed anxiously at the cave's entrance, her subordinates having not returned. Their strategy was simple. In the face of any danger, they were to flee directly towards the cave's mouth, without hesitation. This was to document the perilous path for future explorations. As for Jiang Xiao and the two Easterners, they were left to their own devices. However, the duration of their stay had surpassed any prior expedition, leaving the woman with an unsettling feeling. Perhaps we underestimated the two Easterners. Rivers fixated on the cave's entrance, a troubled expression gracing his features. The longer they remained inside, the more it suggested a successful exploration of the Serpent Cave. Perhaps they might even find the Source Stone. But could it truly come to fruition? The woman's right eyelid twitched. Could it be that they had encountered trouble? Rivers confidently shook his head. The three were carefully chosen talents, clever and resourceful. Certainly not in danger. Even if one were to entertain the worst-case scenario, could all three truly fall into peril simultaneously? Surely. At least one would escape to relay the news. The woman nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging his reasoning. Perhaps, just perhaps, they might indeed uncover the Source Stone. A faint smile graced her lips, her demeanor exuding confidence. Once they emerged from the cave, those two Easterners would be unable to escape. And with the Source Stone in hand, they would revel in luxury in the Source Realm. Let us hope so. River's gaze flickered with an uncertain mix of emotions. Meanwhile, within the Serpent Cave, Jiang Xiao and his companion had yet to properly regroup when a tremendous commotion erupted. Did you hear that sound? Jiang Xiao inquired. His sense is sharper than the average person's. That noise is quite jarring, Han Shui replied, straining to listen, sensing that it was growing ever closer. She felt a twinge of fear at the thought of something terrifying emerging, urging Jiang Xiao, is there truly no exit here? We must leave this place at once. I observed for quite some time, yet failed to uncover any mechanism. It appeared we were destined to be trapped here. Jiang Xiao replied with disappointment. What? Han Shui trembled. I refuse to be confined here. I would starve to death. Starvation is unlikely. There are plenty of centipedes inside. If we put in the effort, they will suffice for a day, Jiang Xiao jested. Ugh. Han Shui felt a shiver run down her spine. Those centipedes are repulsive. I refuse to eat them. But they are rich in protein, Jiang Xiao teased. Once you are truly hungry, you'll indiscriminately shove anything edible into your mouth. Han Shui felt nauseated. Jiang Xiao, are we truly going to be stuck in this place forever? She surveyed her surroundings. It seemed vast. At least the size of 2 football fields. Though it wasn't too oppressive, being confined here would undoubtedly be tedious. I think being trapped here is quite pleasant. Jiang Xiao suddenly stated. Why? Han Shui was momentarily taken aback. Because I have a female CEO to keep me company. I can indulge my whims, Jiang Xiao smirked. Though his smile lacked sincerity. Jiang Xiao, could you please be serious for once? Han Shui was on the verge of exploding with anger. Even at such a moment, Jiang Xiao's mind was preoccupied with lewd thoughts. Instead of contemplating other matters, he ought to focus on how to escape this space. What can I say? You used to bully me. Being trapped here is the perfect opportunity for revenge. If I don't act now, I would be failing myself, Jiang Xiao asserted. Han Shui furrowed her brows. Did Jiang Xiao truly perceive her as an irredeemable villain? As she pondered, the thought of being eternally confined with Jiang Xiao was daunting. She would likely suffer his torment daily. He was indeed a man of his word. Just like earlier, when he said he would knead the dough. He did so with intention, even teasing her in the process. It was utterly humiliating. Oh, Han Shui felt a surge of helplessness. To be subjected to Jiang Xiao's indignities without ever having experienced love was a dismal failure. Moreover, would this situation lead to something dire? She genuinely worried. If a calamity were to occur in such a place, the subsequent care and maintenance would surely be abysmal. She despised this location. Just then, a hissing sound erupted, and Jiang Xiao immediately became alert. This sound was all too familiar. Not long ago, he encountered a king cobra in the forest, which emitted a similar noise. Something formidable is approaching, Jiang Xiao warned. Han Shui quickly set aside her distractions and focused intently. Oh my heavens! When she beheld the creature before her, a chill coursed down her spine. A massive king cobra was slithering in their direction. Its elongated body was as large as a giant alligator, moving with the swiftness of a speeding train. What terrified her further was the sight of 2 dragon horns protruding from its head. It was evident that it had transformed into a mythical creature. Han Shui's legs grew weak, and she found herself speechless. Even after enduring various trials on the island and being well acquainted with the world, the sight of this colossal beast rendered her utterly speechless. To his astonishment, the formidable giant had been stirred. Jiang Xiao's expression turned grave, beads of cold sweat beating on his forehead. This place, known as the Cave of 10,000 Snakes, should have been teeming with serpents along their journey. Yet, ever since they entered the cave, they had encountered merely 2 or 3 snakes. Jiang Xiao suspected that the Cave of 10,000 Snakes was merely a name without substance. Little did he know that the reason lay with him. After being bitten by a colossal female king cobra, he had developed an immunity to various snake venoms, and wherever he went, he exuded a certain regal aura that compelled snakes within several miles to retreat. The enormous king cobra before him, the ruler of all serpents, was a male that, upon detecting the scent of a female, would naturally make its appearance. Suddenly, the king cobra moved, raising its 18-meter-long head like a flash of lightning. It lunged towards Han Shui. Run! Jiang Xiao's ghostly figure abruptly stood in front of her, brandishing a military dagger to confront the serpent. Jiang Xiao. I can't move, Han Shui stammered, as if uttering those words had drained her of every ounce of strength. Fortunately, with Jiang Xiao shielding her from the king of snakes, she managed to inch her way to a nearby safe spot. The serpent king flicked its tongue at Jiang Xiao, seemingly unwilling to strike. It sensed the scent of a female emanating from him. However, as Jiang Xiao obstructed its path, the serpent king grew furious. Even if it was a female, there were limits to its tolerance. After all, it was the sovereign of all serpents, and it would not suffer any defiance. Not even from its own mate. With a thunderous roar, it executed a powerful tail swipe, cutting through the air with lethal precision towards Jiang Xiao, who stood resolute. Armed with his military dagger, he aimed for the serpent king's tail. The clash of their energies created a fierce shockwave that sent Han Shui flying several meters. Unable to withstand the force, this serpent king's defense is astonishing. Jiang Xiao marveled, feeling a tremor in his grip. He had anticipated that with the aid of his military dagger, he could easily breach the defenses of the myriad snakes and sever that tail. Yet, upon contact with the serpent king, his dagger merely rang out with a metallic clang, sparks flying from the impact. The defense was remarkably formidable. On the other side, the serpent king's eyes registered a hint of disbelief. To encounter a survivor after unleashing its full power was a first in its existence. Enraged, its irises turned crimson, and the once black scales began to transform, one by one, into a vivid red. At that moment, its aura surged, a terrifying tempest battering the stalactites within the cave. Unable to withstand the overwhelming force, the stalactites snapped and plummeted, echoing ominously throughout the cavern. Han Shui, unable to evade, was struck on the calf by a falling stalactite. Letting out a pained whimper, Jiang Xiao cast a fleeting glance at her before refocusing on the Serpent King. He sensed that a single misstep could lead to his demise that very day. The pupils contracted suddenly, and he retreated swiftly, taking 3 steps back, as sweat trickled from his palms that tightly gripped the military dagger. Meanwhile, the Serpent King had transformed entirely into a deep crimson hue, resembling a malevolent dragon emerging from molten lava. Could it undergo another metamorphosis? Jiang Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, although he had narrowly evaded a fatal blow. The brute force of the Serpent King had exceeded his expectations, inflicting a slight internal injury. He steadied his breath, focusing intently, poised to engage in the second round of battle with the myriad serpents. This time, he was mentally prepared. On the other side, the serpent's vertical pupils locked onto Jiang Xiao, its tongue flickering as venom dripped onto the ground, eroding it into smoking craters. Suddenly, it lunged forward with a speed so swift it almost left an afterimage, its gaping maw aimed directly at Jiang Xiao's head. "Come at me. I shall sever you," Jiang Xiao bellowed, advancing rather than retreating. In a moment of peril, he rolled to the side, the military dagger slicing through the serpent's belly, leaving only a faint white mark. A wave of despair washed over him. The creature's defenses were even more formidable than he had anticipated. At that moment, the image of the resilient sea turtle by the beach resurfaced in his mind. The defenses of both were indeed comparable. As Jiang Xiao momentarily lost focus, the serpent's tail lashed out like a whip, but he skillfully evaded it. Despite the Serpent King's immense strength, its speed remained akin to that of a turtle in Jiang Xiao's presence. If he refrained from reckless attempts, he could safeguard himself. Yet today, he vowed to slay the beast and obtain the Source Stone. The question remained, how could he vanquish this seemingly invulnerable Serpent King while dodging the serpent's onslaught? Jiang Xiao's mind raced, seeking a method to triumph. The eyes. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his thoughts. The serpent's most vulnerable point lay within its eyes. If he could pierce them, victory might be within reach. Just then, the Serpent King lunged at him like a bolt of lightning. In a split second, Jiang Xiao executed a flawless maneuver, his right hand gripping the dagger tightly as he plunged it into the serpent's eye. A sharp sound of flesh being pierced resonated. Blood gushed from the serpent's eye socket like a cascading waterfall. The Serpent King emitted a piercing shriek of anguish, violently shaking its head in an attempt to dislodge Jiang Xiao. As it struggled, Jiang Xiao seized the opportunity, wrapping his left arm tightly around its neck, mounting it, while his right hand relentlessly drove the dagger deeper. The Serpent King, sensing Jiang Xiao's intent, began to thrash wildly among the fallen stones, attempting to throw him off. However, it had underestimated him. No matter how fiercely the Serpent King sought to escape, Jiang Xiao's left arm remained steadfast, while his right hand continued to exert force with the dagger. Jiang Xiao, let go! Han Shui shouted urgently, witnessing his body being battered against the stones. A scene of utter disarray. In that moment, she found herself perplexed, grappling with an inexplicable concern for Jiang Xiao. They were adversaries. Jiang Xiao's misfortunes should have satisfied her desire for revenge. Yet now, her thoughts diverged from that path. Perhaps Han Shui became the next target of the Serpent King due to her fear of Jiang Xiao's demise. This creature is indeed terrifying. Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth, adjusting his position in midair, stabilizing it with his legs while firmly grasping the horn atop the serpent's head with his left hand. This allowed his right hand to apply more force, driving the sharp dagger deep into the Serpent King's flesh, as if he could feel it piercing into its skull. At that moment, the Serpent King reacted violently, emitting a sound laced with anguish. Seizing the moment, Jiang Xiao pressed on with his attack. The pointed dagger sank deeper into the serpent's head with each forceful thrust, millimeter by millimeter. At last, a resounding thud echoed as the dagger penetrated approximately 3 centimeters into the Serpent King's skull. Jiang Xiao realized he had indeed breached its head. He believed that soon, the Serpent King's strength would wane, seeping away with the blood pouring from its wound. As anticipated, once its head became engorged with blood, its once swift body began to slow, and the crimson scales gradually shed away. Its vitality was ebbing. Moreover, as Jiang Xiao touched the Serpent King's body, he could no longer sense the invulnerability it once possessed. Its defenses had diminished. In that moment, Jiang Xiao felt the opportunity to vanquish the Serpent King had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he withdrew his military dagger and aimed for its head, preparing to strike. A flash of cold light glimmered, and a head, resembling a large watermelon, plummeted to the ground. Blood erupted forth like a fountain. At this moment, the Serpent King had lost its former majesty, collapsing heavily into a pool of blood. Had he truly slain it? Han Shui covered her mouth in astonishment, gazing at the scene before her. Jiang Xiao, observing that the Serpent King no longer writhed, confirmed its death and let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon felt the toll on his body. Several ribs had fractured. The serpent's blood could aid in my recovery. After uttering this thought, Jiang Xiao plunged the dagger into the ground, cupping the serpent's bleeding body with both hands, and began to drink. The scalding serpent blood surged into his stomach, instantly revitalizing him with energy. The fatigue dissipated, and his injuries began to mend, the broken ribs knitting together. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual within himself. A powerful wave of heat coursed through his limbs and bones, a sensation he had not experienced after consuming the serpent's blood earlier. Suddenly overwhelmed by discomfort, Jiang Xiao felt the need to unleash the potent energy surging within him. His eyes turned crimson, a ferocity surging forth as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. At that moment, a radiant magic circle erupted beneath the Serpent King's body, a beam of divine light shooting skyward with a thunderous roar. Chapter 74. This boy is an aberration. The sudden burst of divine light was witnessed by Rivers and his companions outside the serpent's lair. Rivers, what is this mysterious glow? The beautiful white woman inquired in astonishment. Gazing upon the resplendent golden light, she felt a profound reverence, as if standing before a deity. I have never witnessed such an enigmatic yet sacred radiance. Rivers found himself at a loss for words, yet he sensed something was amiss. Could it be the emergence of the Source Stone? Suddenly, a conjecture struck him. Could it be that they had indeed located the Source Stone? A look of joy illuminated the face of the beautiful woman, but upon reflecting on the involvement of the Easterners, she realized that such commotion clearly indicated the Source Stone had already been activated, and her joy abruptly froze. This is bad. We cannot let them prevail. Rivers felt a surge of unease and yearned to rush into the serpent's den. Rivers, are you out of your mind? The Caucasian beauty rebuked. There are venomous snakes in there. At this point, he could think of nothing else. With unwavering determination, he declared, we must enter the Source Realm. The beautiful woman, Alice, was perplexed. But you mentioned that there are other ways to access the Source Realm aside from the Source Stone? Alice, those guides are haughty and disdainful. Without the Source Stone, they would treat us like dogs. Rivers responded. All right, Alice acquiesced with a nod. Brothers, follow me inside at once. We cannot allow the Source Stone to fall into the hands of the Easterners. Absolutely not. With a sweeping gesture, Rivers led dozens of his subordinates into the serpent's cave. Inside the cave, Jiang Xiao, don't come any closer, Han Shui pleaded, her body trembling in fear at the sight of Jiang Xiao, radiating an ominous red aura. Just moments ago, she had sensed something was off with Jiang Xiao and attempted to awaken his consciousness with her cries. However, she discovered that her pleas were not only futile, but also drew the demon-like Jiang Xiao closer to her. His greedy gaze invaded her being, and Han Shui understood the implications. She yearned to flee, but her legs were injured by a stalactite, rendering her unable to escape. In her current predicament, she could only shuffle backward, attempting to admonish Jiang Xiao, hoping he would not approach. Jiang Xiao remained undeterred, advancing directly toward Han Shui. At that moment, his mind was consumed by insatiable desire, longing to unleash this craving. The king of serpents was the sovereign of snakes on the island, possessing absolute mating rights. With such formidable reproductive capabilities came immense desire. After consuming its blood, Jiang Xiao was momentarily unable to process this newfound power and was thus led by overwhelming cravings. Simultaneously, his essence fused with that of the king of serpents, gradually amalgamating. Jiang Xiao, please, don't come any closer. I am scared. Han Shui cried, her voice quivering, desperately clutching onto her long legs. Jiang Xiao's voracious gaze instilled a profound sense of dread within her. Indeed, she had promised Jiang Xiao that if they obtained the Source Stone, she would fulfill one of his wishes, which might include something intimate. But now, their mission remained incomplete. How could Jiang Xiao demand anything prematurely? In that moment, Han Shui's mind drifted to the epic battles in the television series Finjian. Recalling the climactic clash of the god-slaying sword Chun, Jiang Xiao now resembled Chun, impervious to her calls, descending instead into a frenzied state. As Jiang Xiao continued to close the distance, in a moment of desperation, Han Shui seized a fragment of stone from the ground and hurled it toward him. With a resounding thud, she hurled a stone the size of a fist, only for Jiang Xiao to effortlessly shatter it. No matter how many times she attempted, her efforts proved futile. Han Shui was engulfed in despair. Was she truly destined to share the same tragic fate as Chu Chu? Just then, Rivers and his entourage arrived, descending upon a stone platform akin to an elevator. Clearly, they had discovered the switch to the stone gate, entering within and subsequently uncovering the mechanism that led to this very place. As expected, they have been completely annihilated, Green remarked. Upon observing the two charred bodies of his brethren above, he deduced the presence of yet another skeletal remains. Have you activated the Source Stone? Rivers inquired. Upon hearing Rivers' voice, Jiang Xiao abruptly halted his advance, turning to face him. The Eastern man, with his imposing aura, instilled a sense of trepidation in Rivers. The air surrounding Jiang Xiao reeked of primal power, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. I'm asking you. Green stepped forward, shouting at Jiang Xiao. With a piercing gaze, Jiang Xiao regarded Green as if he were a delectable prey. Regaining his composure, Rivers pressed on. What about the Source Stone? Is there any left? His tone had shifted, growing more severe and less cordial than before. Jiang Xiao remained silent. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Alice, captivated by her alluring figure, causing his blood to race with fervor. Seeing Jiang Xiao's aloof demeanor, Green grew impatient and marched directly towards him. Are you out of your mind? He challenged. Be careful, Rivers warned. Yet before he could finish, Green's head was reduced to a mere pulp beneath Jiang Xiao's strike. Green could scarcely believe he had met such a pitiful end. After dispatching Green, Jiang Xiao licked the blood from his hands and turned to Rivers and his companions, displaying a chilling grin. Why does this Eastern man seem so peculiar? Rivers asked Alice, observing the stark transformation in Jiang Xiao's demeanor. There is no point in discussing this further. We must pry open his lips and extract the truth, Alice asserted. Suddenly, she regarded Han Shui, questioning, what about that woman? Rivers fixated on Han Shui, his gaze lingering on her ample bosom. Kill the men, leave her alive, he instructed. Alice rolled her eyes, aware of Rivers' petty nature. You lot, subdue him and bring him to me for interrogation, Rivers commanded his subordinates, adding a cautionary note. He is rather unusual, proceed with care. Boss, rest assured, we won't follow in Green's footsteps, one of the subordinates replied, but before he could finish, a shadow loomed before him. What? He stammered in terror as a blinding light flashed in his mind, and he was struck down. This is bad. All of you. Take him down together, Rivers shouted. Yet, before his subordinates could react, Jiang Xiao had already plunged into their ranks. With a resounding smack, he dispatched one with a single blow. A swift kick felled two more. With each strike he unleashed, lives were extinguished without a trace of awareness. Witnessing his comrades being ruthlessly slaughtered, Rivers exclaimed in shock, this lad is a mutant. Chapter 75. Second transformation. The wind within the cavern was thick with the scent of blood, as Jiang Xiao stood at the center of a chaotic battlefield. Surrounded by a multitude of lifeless bodies, a surge of malevolence enveloped him, and a peculiar smile lingered on his lips. The exhilaration of taking lives awakened the primal blood coursing through his veins. Alice, this is a formidable adversary. I hope you will lend me your strength, Rivers asserted, his voice imbued with an unprecedented gravity. I know without you saying, Alice replied softly, a tremor evident in her tone. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a powerful shout, initiating her transformation as a mutant. Her lower body elongated and morphed, black and white stripes rapidly spreading across her skin until she resembled a zebra. Her upper body retained the visage of a human woman, albeit with eyes transformed into beast-like slits. Simultaneously, Rivers completed his own metamorphosis. His physique swelled, golden mane erupting from his neck, his face adopting the features of a lion while still retaining the wisdom in his human gaze. His hands turned into razor-sharp claws, glinting menacingly, capable of rending anything asunder. Altered by the eerie red light, their genetic makeup had shifted, allowing them to transform into beastly monstrosities when augmenting their strength. Initially, they had feared this change, deeming it grotesque. However, stranded on a desolate island and faced with peril, the tenfold increase in combat prowess post-transformation gradually led to their acceptance. With a thunderous roar, Rivers proclaimed, "I shall engage head-on. You wait for the opportune moment." Having devised a strategy, he launched his assault first. His speed eclipsed that of his human form by more than tenfold. Appearing as a golden blur, he swiftly closed the distance to Jiang Xiao. Claws aimed directly at his throat. "Jiang Xiao!" Han Shui shouted in alarm, fearing for his safety. Yet at that moment, Jiang Xiao remained unfazed by Rivers' impending attack. For it was simply too slow. He merely sidestepped slightly, as the claws capable of shredding steel grazed past his collar. "Impossible!" Rivers gasped in disbelief, astonished that his strike had missed, a phenomenon that had never occurred since his transformation. Just then, Alice's voice reached him from the side as she powerfully propelled herself off the ground. With remarkable speed, she charged toward Jiang Xiao, drawing a sharp military dagger from her waist. Her upper body maintained an elegant human posture, while her lower half exhibited the zebra's astonishing explosive power, creating an attack angle that was exceptionally cunning. Jiang Xiao, with a slight movement, deftly evaded Alice's kick. In a split second, he precisely seized her wrist that held the dagger and gave it a gentle twist. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Alice cried out in pain, the military dagger clattering to the ground. Jiang Xiao, seizing the opportunity, thrust her away with force, sending her crashing into the rocky wall of the cavern several meters away. The strike was executed with such swiftness that Alice had no time to react. "Oh God!" Rivers widened his eyes, disbelief etched across his lion-like visage. Alice's zebra form, remarkably swift, had been effortlessly subdued by the opponent. Han Shui covered her mouth, struggling to accept the reality before her, for Jiang Xiao's prowess exceeded her wildest imaginings. Observing Rivers and his companion falter, a peculiar smile danced at the corners of Jiang Xiao's mouth, though his eyes remained tinged with crimson. Still ensnared by the desires of the King of Serpents, he advanced towards Rivers, each step seemingly echoing the rhythm of his heartbeat. Rivers retreated repeatedly, engulfed by an unprecedented fear, yet he swiftly suppressed the emotion, roaring defiantly as he launched another attack. This time, he held nothing back, every muscle tensed to its limit. His claws traced golden arcs in the air, sealing off all possible escape routes for Jiang Xiao. Had Rivers finally decided to take this seriously? Blood trickled from the corner of Alice's mouth as she spoke in a faint whisper. At last, Jiang Xiao raised his hand. His motion was simple and direct, a straight punch that, devoid of any embellishment, pierced through Rivers' meticulously woven web of attacks, striking squarely at his chest. The impact was thunderous. Rivers felt as though he had been struck head-on by a high-speed train, his body hurtling backwards to crash against the stone wall, embedding himself within it. He coughed up blood, shock etched upon his face. How could such formidable power be so effortlessly dismantled? Who was this individual before him? He had never heard of such a monstrous being hidden within the reckless camp. Who on earth was he? Alice's exquisite features were marred by cold sweat. Utterly unable to fathom how Jiang Xiao, relying solely on his own strength, had caught them both off guard, even without transforming. It was utterly absurd, a humiliation to recount. Struggling to extricate himself from the collapsed stone, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Rivers' eyes. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that. Alice's expression shifted dramatically. "Have you lost your mind? A second transformation will cost you a significant portion of your life." Among the mutated, only a select few could undergo a second transformation, which would amplify their strength and speed to tenfold that of the first transformation. However, this awakening of human potential came at a grave cost, the burning of one's life force. "Better than dying here," Rivers declared grimly. "Rivers, do not act impulsively," Alice urged. "If we cannot win, we can flee." Rivers, in despair, retorted, "Alice, do you not see the reality before us? This creature is as powerful as a monster. His adrenaline surging, he resembles a killing machine. In our current state, escape is impossible. Today, it is either his demise or ours." With that, disregarding Alice's pleas, his body began to transform once more. His golden fur thickened, his form expanded, and his face became almost entirely beastly, with only his eyes retaining a semblance of humanity. An even more ferocious aura emanated from him. Ultimately, he fully became a golden lion. This was his second form. Ah, Han Shui gasped, covering her mouth. She was acutely aware of the existence of the mutants, yet remained oblivious to the fact that they could transform a second time, ultimately becoming a feral beast. Such a notion was utterly terrifying. Jiang Xiao's crimson gaze surveyed the scene, a peculiar smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Even now, did they still underestimate me? Rivers furiously struck the ground with his claws, causing it to fracture like a spider's web before launching his assault. His speed had increased tenfold since his initial transformation, allowing him to appear before Jiang Xiao in the blink of an eye, his claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Simultaneously, Alice joined the fray from the side, her zebra-like hind legs unleashing remarkable power as she hurtled toward Jiang Xiao like a cannonball. In a flash, Jiang Xiao moved, reappearing in front of Alice and delivering a resounding slap to her chest, reverting her to her original form. His gaze, now menacing, fixated on Rivers, who could scarcely believe his eyes as Jiang Xiao's formidable figure loomed before him. How is this possible? Chapter 76. The mysterious woman with his physical potential fully unleashed. Rivers had reached his peak state. He possessed absolute confidence in his speed, convinced that no one in this forest could rival him. Yet now, he found himself utterly deflated. For Jiang Xiao was swifter still. Defeating Alice had been akin to a phantom appearing before him, and Rivers was now bereft of his usual composure. Notably, Jiang Xiao did not directly attack him. Instead, he merely regarded Rivers with a vexing smile, as if to say, "Is this all you've got?" Infuriated, Rivers's pride ignited. Unleashing an unprecedented surge of power, he swung his claws furiously at Jiang Xiao, yet he could never quite grasp the hem of his garment. This was not how it was meant to be. Rivers's attacks were interspersed with his unraveling sanity. Suddenly, his claws made contact with Jiang Xiao. Yet the excruciating recoil left him aghast. For upon striking Jiang Xiao, he encountered a resilience akin to steel. Even claws capable of rending flesh failed to make the slightest dent. What? Rivers was on the brink of madness. How could such a person exist in this world? To toy with the two of them without transforming was a blatant disregard for the overwhelming power Rivers prided himself on possessing in his second transformation. At that moment, Jiang Xiao struck. Clenching his fist tightly, he directed a powerful blow toward Rivers's chest. A thunderous sound echoed as Rivers was sent hurtling backwards several meters, crashing into the stone wall and leaving a massive crater in his wake. This strike also forced him to revert to his human form. As he regained his human shape, his once golden hair now bore streaks of white, and the wrinkles on his face deepened, aging him by over a decade in an instant. At this juncture, he was on the verge of collapse, teetering on the brink of death. "Rivers!" Alice screamed, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Jiang Xiao. "You dare treat Rivers this way? I will kill you." She struggled to rise, but her grievous injuries rendered her unable to support her fervent intentions. Soon, she fell heavily to the ground once more, her graceful figure inadvertently igniting a surge of nerves within Jiang Xiao. A peculiar smile spread across his face as he advanced towards Alice. The sound escaping his nostrils was intensely heated. "Do not come any closer." Alice's lips quivered, her body instinctively retreating until she found herself against the sheer cliff, unable to move another inch. The look in Jiang Xiao's eyes was terrifying, as if he intended to devour her whole. Yet, who could possibly impede Jiang Xiao's approach? The unease within Alice magnified infinitely, and she feared today would be her last. At that moment, Jiang Xiao's silhouette loomed before her. He licked his razor-sharp claws, his gaze imbued with an insatiable lust as he inched closer. Before long, Jiang Xiao regained his composure. Once donned in his gear, he sauntered over to Han Shui and casually inquired, "Have you seen enough?" Han Shui nodded, seemingly soulless. Just a moment ago, she had witnessed the most brutal scene imaginable, when Jiang Xiao unleashed the primal force within him. Golden scales resembling those of a carp suddenly erupted from his body. More accurately, they were dragon scales. The sight was utterly terrifying, fierce, ruthless, and devoid of mercy. The memory sent shivers down Han Shui's spine. Had Alice not borne the brunt of it for her, she might have already met her demise. At that instant, Jiang Xiao produced a vial of miraculous medicine, applying it to Han Shui's wounds. Soon, she began to recover. Cautiously, she asked, "Jiang Xiao, do you remember what just transpired?" She maintained a wary distance, apprehensive that Jiang Xiao might suddenly revert to his earlier monstrous form and consume her. Jiang Xiao's memories of the battle with Rivers were rather hazy. However, he had regained consciousness while studying human ergonomics with Alice. Upon seeing her in such a frail state, he found it hard to believe, pondering whether the blood of the King of Serpents had been saturated with excessive male hormones, resulting in his loss of reason. Jiang Xiao did not respond to Han Shui, but glanced at Alice. Western women were not so different, after all. From this point onward, she would likely no longer carry her haughty demeanor towards Eastern men. Han Shui refrained from pressing further, knowing that silence was prudent. After all, transforming into the dragon-scaled demon that Jiang Xiao had become was a fate she wished to avoid. Just then, the formation beneath the King of Serpents began to crack, revealing a portal reminiscent of a wormhole. "Look, a door!" Han Shui exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the distant opening, hopeful that it led to a place where the source stones were kept. "Let us investigate," Jiang Xiao said, his gaze fixed on the wormhole. A hint of gravity in his expression, Han Shui considered asking whether they should eliminate the two foreigners, given their enmity. "No need to bother," Jiang Xiao replied. Rivers was utterly incapacitated. Without top-tier medical assistance, he was doomed. As for Alice, reduced to such a state, she posed no threat either. Instead of wasting time, it would be wiser to seek out the source stones and leave this place. Who knew if an even more formidable King of Serpents might emerge? Before long, the two stepped through the portal. Upon entering the grand portal, they seemed to have stepped into an automated elevator space. Approximately 3 seconds later, the two began a swift descent, and when the elevator came to a halt, another wormhole door emerged below. They stepped out, and upon beholding the scene before them, Han Shui was somewhat taken aback. It was an extraordinary realm enveloped in a gentle golden light, characterized by a serene environment and a delightful climate, making it exceptionally hospitable. Scanning the vast expanse, Han Shui noted the presence of a semicircular mechanical chamber. Jiang Xiao squinted slightly, pondering how such an advanced product of a civilized society could exist in this place. From a distance, he observed that the mechanical chamber occasionally emitted operational prompts, clearly powered by electricity, which struck Jiang Xiao as exceedingly peculiar. With caution, Jiang Xiao and Han Shui approached the semicircular mechanical chamber. As they drew nearer, they discerned that its surface was adorned with intricate electronic patterns, emanating a faint blue glow. How could there be an electrical system on this island? Han Shui whispered, noting the absence of cables or high-voltage lines. Suddenly, the mechanical chamber emitted a series of alert sounds, and the display screen on the hatch illuminated, followed by all the lights turning on. Through the observation window, they were astonished to discover that the chamber was filled with liquid, within which lay an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Warning! Warning! The mechanical chamber blared incessantly, red lights flashing in rapid succession. The system was experiencing interference and forcibly initiated intervention measures. Treatment progress at 87, liquid expulsion imminent. Treatment concluding. Startled by the mechanical voice, the timid Han Shui darted behind Jiang Xiao, clutching the hem of his garment tightly. At that moment, as a substantial amount of golden liquid was expelled from the chamber, the woman inside suddenly opened her eyes, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Chapter 77. The Origin Realm. As the chamber expelled the liquid, Jiang Xiao was astonished to find that the liquid bore an uncanny resemblance to that in his glass vial. This was the healing elixir. From this, he deduced that the woman within the chamber must have sustained unimaginable injuries, necessitating her treatment within. Jiang Xiao was taken aback. He was well aware of the restorative properties of the elixir. It would be no exaggeration to say that this divine liquid possessed regenerative capabilities. Indeed, it was invaluable. Yet, witnessing such precious elixir being squandered left his heart aching. The emergence of the woman from the depths of the serpent's lair ignited profound curiosity regarding her background within Jiang Xiao. He was convinced that once she regained consciousness, she would unveil the answers to his inquiries, including those about the origin stone. As the healing liquid continued to drain, the woman's flawless silhouette gradually became visible to the two observers. Han Shui, blushing, turned her gaze aside, for the woman's beauty surpassed even her own in certain aspects. Jiang Xiao, having weathered many storms, remained composed and unflustered. When the treatment liquid was finally fully expelled, the chamber opened slowly, and the woman stepped out with a graceful stride. It seems that after spending an extended period in the treatment chamber, she emerged and performed a simple series of stretching exercises, entirely oblivious to the feelings of those around her. The outside world felt so much better. Having been confined for so long made her feel as if her body had grown rusty. The extraordinary woman smiled and murmured to herself, having survived this calamity, I shall return with vengeance and make those who underestimated me witness my prowess. Glancing at Jiang Xiao and his companion, she spoke gently. Huang Bao has even sent 2 guards to escort me. He must be closely monitoring the whereabouts of that group and lacks the time to come for me himself. She reassured herself. Regardless, we shall soon fight side by side. It matters not. Suddenly, her brows furrowed. She sensed no strength emanating from Han Shui, indicating that she was an ordinary person. However, upon detecting the strength from Jiang Xiao, her expression softened slightly. Choosing an ordinary woman as a companion is acceptable. She thought to herself. In her mind, possessing strength equated to the ability to fight, and where there is fighting, there exists the possibility of death. For a moment, she considered that being an ordinary person might allow one to live longer. What is the current situation in the Source Realm? She inquired abruptly. The Source Realm? This was the first time Jiang Xiao had heard of such a place, leaving him at a loss for words. Noticing his bewilderment, the woman's expression soured slightly. In her mind, these two guards were utterly incompetent for not grasping even the basic circumstances. Simultaneously, she mentally berated Huang Bao for his careless selection of subordinates who would only hinder their progress. She resolved to reprimand him thoroughly upon her return to relieve her frustration. Huang Bao is becoming increasingly foolish, she remarked, her voice icy and tinged with a veiled intent to kill. Jiang Xiao was taken aback. Could it be that Huang Bao was the skeleton she spoke of? Moreover, her demeanor suggested that Huang Bao was indeed under her command. What exactly was the Source Realm? Was it where this woman resided? At that moment, a map given to him by Lu Meng surfaced in his mind, revealing unexplored territories. Could one of those be the Source Realm? Jiang Xiao nodded to himself, recognizing the possibility. Meanwhile, the woman extended her hand toward Han Shui, as if seeking something. Oh, what is this? Han Shui was utterly confused and flustered. She had no idea what she possessed that could possibly be of interest to the woman before her. The woman's expression darkened. Do you not comprehend, even this simple hint? With your immaculate appearance, would you not take the initiative to retrieve a storage capsule and present me with a few outfits? Huang Bao truly was senile, selecting such an unperceptive guard. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate her upon their return. Seeing the woman's displeased countenance, Han Shui cautiously asked, "May I assist you with something?" The woman shook her head inwardly, finding the guard utterly dense. "Give me the storage capsule," she commanded coldly. She was unsure of the whereabouts of her own storage capsule, as Huang Bao had taken care of her belongings upon her entry into the treatment chamber, and she was too indolent to search for it now. Han Shui was at a loss for words and quietly inquired, "What is a storage capsule?" She had never heard of such a thing. The woman is indeed quite peculiar. Jiang Xiao narrowed his eyes, convinced that his suspicions were correct. The woman exclaimed in anger, "How can someone from the Source Realm be unaware of storage capsules? How did Huang Bao teach you to serve your master?" Han Shui, the master, widened her eyes in disbelief. Am I to be treated as a servant? Moreover, she truly had no idea what a storage capsule was. What was the Source Realm? Who was Huang Bao? For a moment, she found herself utterly perplexed by the questions directed at her. "We are neither from the Source Realm nor your so-called subordinates," Jiang Xiao interjected. What? The woman gasped, as if she had heard the most shocking words in the world. Then, her gaze turned icy. "Nonsense. If you are not from the Source Realm, how could you possibly enter the serpent's den and still be alive? Those from the Source Realm possess a noble bloodline that can subdue venomous serpents." The woman believed Jiang Xiao was trying to deceive her. Such behavior was utterly outrageous, and she was incensed. "Then tell me, if you claim you are not from the Source Realm, how did you manage to enter the serpent's den?" the woman demanded. "Of course, we simply walked in," Jiang Xiao replied, bewildered. Could this woman possibly be mentally unstable to ask such a question? "The serpent's den is teeming with venomous snakes. You cannot possibly enter without some special method. Do you take me for a fool?" The woman grew even angrier, feeling as though she was being toyed with like a child. Teeming with venomous snakes? Jiang Xiao was taken aback. He had hardly encountered any of the snakes she spoke of. Impossible. The woman shook her head in shock. "If you are not from the Source Realm, it would be a miracle if the snakes did not bite you to death." At that moment, a realization struck her as she stared intently at Jiang Xiao. Could it be? The air suddenly fell silent. Could it be what? Jiang Xiao swallowed hard, sensing a powerful aura emanating from the woman. She was the first true powerhouse he had ever encountered. "Did you kill the King of Serpents and inherit its genes?" The woman waved her hand dismissively, deeming it absurd. "If you had slain the King of Serpents and inherited its genes, the venomous snakes on this island would naturally regard you as their king, making it easy to enter the Serpent's den. But the King of Serpents is the ruler of this forest, possessing formidable strength. How could Jiang Xiao possibly have killed it? It was precisely because the Serpent's Den was such a formidable fortress that she had traveled countless miles to this desolate area to heal. The primary reason was that her enemies were far too powerful. If she were to heal in the Source Realm, she would undoubtedly be discovered and face annihilation. Her adversaries would never anticipate that she would seek refuge in such a remote place. Now, having regained her strength, she was dissatisfied to encounter two utterly inconspicuous guards. Upon returning to the Source Realm, she would surely execute this pair of guards in front of Huang Bao to serve as a warning. "The King of Serpents you speak of was killed by me not long ago." What? The woman stared at Jiang Xiao, realizing that his demeanor bore no trace of deceit, leaving her utterly shocked. Chapter 78, Storage Capsule. The woman let out a melodious laugh. The King of Serpents is the guardian of this region. You claim to have killed it? Don't make me laugh. Not only did I kill it, but I also drank its blood, Jiang Xiao replied. Enough. The woman waved her hand, anger flashing across her exquisite face. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your true capabilities? The intensity of power sensed from Jiang Xiao is far inferior to that of the King of Serpents. She believed Jiang Xiao was merely boasting. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, Jiang Xiao replied helplessly. Observing Jiang Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, the woman smirked slightly, deciding to impart a lesson. Come. Attack me, and let me see your true strength. You want me to attack you? Jiang Xiao was taken aback. Could it be that this woman had a penchant for pain? Given her exceptional beauty, it would indeed be a pity if such a flaw existed. The woman smiled with pride. Let me remind you, do not hold back. Otherwise, you will suffer a humiliating defeat. Since you insist, it would be somewhat remiss of me not to comply, Jiang Xiao said, cracking his knuckles and launching himself at the woman with fervor. As he moved, his form was as elusive as a specter, his speed akin to lightning. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly. While his speed was commendable, it was regrettably superficial. With a slight smile, she thought to teach him a lesson for his arrogance. With a resounding thud, their blows met, neither yielding an inch. What? Jiang Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Though he had not exerted his full strength, the ease with which she absorbed his attack was undeniably formidable. Intrigued, the woman observed. You're stronger than I anticipated. Have you not eaten? Her irritation was palpable, as she sensed that Jiang Xiao still harbored untapped strength. Who do you think you are? I warned you, if you do not give it your all, you will face a most embarrassing defeat, she reiterated. Don't blame me if you get hurt. Jiang Xiao said seriously. He had not expected the woman before him to possess such terrifying power. If she truly harbored ill intentions, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. The woman provocatively beckoned, exclaiming, let us see whether your words or your fists are mightier. Jiang Xiao's forehead throbbed with veins. This woman clearly underestimated him. He was determined to show her. Prepare yourself. After readjusting his stance, he charged at her like a fierce tiger, his fists imbued with unparalleled force. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly, merely smiling in response. With another resounding impact, she remained unyielding. What? Jiang Xiao regarded her in disbelief. He had poured all his strength into that strike. How could she remain unscathed? Who was this woman? You're quite weak, she remarked lightly, but suddenly, her stomach churned violently, accompanied by a strong wave of nausea. In the next moment, blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She questioned incredulously, impossible. I was fully healed. How could such a minor force injure me? Jiang Xiao said awkwardly. You still have 13 of your recovery progress left. He explained. When we arrived here, the machine halted automatically. The woman coldly inquired, where's Huang Bao? The treatment chambers program was preset by professionals. Given Huang Bao's character, such an error, where the machine stops before her recovery is complete, would be inconceivable. You speak of Huang Bao. He must be dead, Jiang Xiao responded. What did you say? The woman cast a glance at Jiang Xiao, her tone laced with hostility. Though Huang Bao's prowess did not surpass hers, he was nonetheless an invincible presence on this island. Who would dare oppose him? Who could? At that moment, Jiang Xiao retrieved a transparent glass vial from his pocket. Was this his personal possession? With a swift motion, the woman caught it, inspecting it closely. Indeed, it was a relic of Huang Bao, containing a few lingering drops of healing liquid. Huang Bao is truly dead, the woman murmured, a wave of sorrow washing over her. He had perished outside the cave, reduced to mere bones, all the while protecting her from being discovered. Jiang Xiao stated the facts plainly. Huang Bao, a tear traced down the woman's cheek. The loss of her subordinate weighed heavily on her heart. So, you genuinely killed the King of Serpents? She suddenly regarded Jiang Xiao with grave seriousness. Jiang Xiao had yet to respond when she interrupted him. No need to answer. I shall verify it myself. She slowly approached the healing chamber, deftly retrieving several colorful capsules resembling oral medications from a drawer. With a gentle press of her finger, she tossed one to the ground. Bang! A resounding noise echoed as a tall wardrobe materialized before her. She skillfully opened the wardrobe and began to select garments. It housed a myriad of outfits, uniforms, black stockings, short skirts, long dresses, and of course, foundational gear. After a brief glance, she began donning the equipment. Yet, for reasons unknown, as she dressed, the clothing felt ill-fitting, constricting her form. She furrowed her brow, pondering why these garments, which previously fit well, now felt so snug. Suddenly, her eyes brightened with realization. She bent down and retrieved a suit resembling armor from the bottom drawer. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiao felt his heart leap to his throat, involuntarily swallowing hard. This bending over carried significant implications. If the symptoms of Min syndrome had reemerged soon, after donning the battle attire, the woman's appearance transformed entirely, exuding both allure and valiance. Once satisfied with her reflection after a few glances in the wardrobe mirror, she retrieved an exquisite pair of glasses from the drawer and adorned herself with them. Completing her preparations, she pressed a button on the wardrobe handle, and the towering wardrobe shrank to the size of a thumb, morphing into a blue capsule. Jiang Xiao and the woman stood in astonishment at the spectacle before them, as if in a science fiction film. Could one truly imagine that such a tiny capsule could conceal so many garments? She possessed 4 more of these marvelous capsules. Is this what you referred to as a storage capsule? Jiang Xiao mused inwardly. Remain still. I will analyze you with a detector to ascertain whether you possess the genes of the King of Serpents, the woman instructed as she approached Jiang Xiao, brandishing a needle to draw a drop of blood from his fingertip before activating the so-called detector. At that moment, her glasses, akin to artificial intelligence, began to analyze Jiang Xiao. As the data continuously emerged, the woman discerned the answers she sought. Indeed, within Jiang Xiao's being resided the genes of the King of Serpents. With a grave countenance, she stated, "You possess the genes of the King of Serpents. It appears you have not spoken falsehoods." Suddenly, her tone shifted, her expression darkening ominously. The King of Serpents is dead, and this land shall once again descend into unrest. Chapter 79. The Source Stone is a trap. What do you mean? Jiang Xiao inquired, his ears perked up. The demise of the King of Serpents had evidently ushered in some adverse consequences. The woman replied with a hint of melancholy. The King of Serpents was the ruler of this region. All serpents descended from it. Now that it has perished, this area will lose its protection, and the seal will be lifted. Jiang Xiao's eyes brightened. The formation beneath him was indeed the testament to the seal's dissolution following the king's death. He understood that the forest served as a bulwark against oceanic monsters, and with the king's demise, this defense was gradually collapsing. Thus, it could be inferred that, in the near future, the forest would witness the emergence of these marine monstrosities, potentially encroaching upon other territories. The repercussions of your slaying the King of Serpents may extend to the Source Realm, the woman continued. Jiang Xiao had overheard her mention this realm repeatedly, yet he held no concrete understanding of it. Where is the Source Realm? He inquired. The woman, unreservedly, elucidated, the Source Realm lies beyond the forest, inhabited by a multitude of residents. Jiang Xiao nodded, recognizing the marked location on the reckless map he had received. That was indeed the Source Realm. From her candid response, it seemed she bore no ill will towards him. Thus, he laid bare his curiosity. The Source Realm you speak of, does it not abound with source stones? With the King of Serpents deceased, it was too late to pursue further inquiries. His current focus was solely on the Source Realm and the Source Stones. Oh, the woman replied with a teasing smile. You are familiar with Source Stones? We have come here because we heard rumors of their existence. Han Shui, who had remained silent for quite some time, decided it was imperative to return and confer with Guofu Rong and the others regarding their strategy. The woman shrugged and smiled. There are no Source Stones here. It is all a ruse. What? Jiang Xiao and Han Shui were taken aback. They had not anticipated that their arduous search would culminate in a mere deception. Could it be that those foreign individuals had intended to ensnare them? I wonder which scoundrel orchestrated this trap to lead you to your demise, the woman mused. Yet, you are quite fortunate to have stumbled upon this place and slain the King of Serpents. Jiang Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment. Judging by the woman's dialogue, there was no indication of deceit. They had indeed fallen victim to the machinations of foreign tricksters. The woman clearly possessed knowledge about Source Stones, perhaps even secrets pertaining to them. Should he reveal the pearl he held? Jiang Xiao found himself in a quandary. If it truly was a Source Stone, would this woman refuse to return it? Moreover, given her prowess, he was currently no match for her. If she were to catch sight of the Source Stone and suddenly harbor murderous intent, it would spell disaster, wouldn't it? Despite having sustained only a modicum of damage from a full-force strike, Jiang Xiao felt certain that should a real confrontation ensue, he would be swiftly vanquished. To think that she could wield such terrifying power even at a mere 87 recovery. What heights might her strength reach in her prime? After much contemplation, Jiang Xiao resolved to forego the identification of the stone for the moment and instead inquired about its purpose. What, indeed, is the function of this Source Stone? Why would someone utilize it to orchestrate this predicament? Just then, a resounding voice echoed through the air. At the entrance of the wormhole, a young man clad in battle armor strode forth. He donned the same design of armor as the woman, indicating they hailed from the same origin. However, from this man emanated a formidable and malevolent aura. The Source Stone is employed to forcibly augment one's power, he declared with a smirk. His piercing gaze fixated upon the woman. Xiao, I've searched for you for 2 months, only to find you here clandestinely recovering. What a surprise. Zingui, it's you. Xiao realized, understanding that the information regarding the Source Stone had been disseminated by him with the intent of leading others to her. That foolish Huang Bao can only blame himself. He thought retreating to this remote location would ensure his safety, clearly underestimating our capabilities. A slight smirk played on Xingui's lips. Did you kill him? Xiao Jiao queried coldly. Not quite, Xingui replied, a playful smile gracing his face. I merely gravely injured him, allowing for a longer game. As expected, that fool led me straight to this forest. From that moment, I suspected you were nursing your wounds here. Xingui's expression darkened. Regrettably, after Huang Bao's demise, he concealed the switch to your hiding place so well that I could not ascertain your true location. So you disseminated the news of the Source Stone to lure treasure seekers, hoping to uncover my whereabouts, Xiao Jiao articulated. Indeed, Xingui remarked, a triumphant grin emerging as he glanced at Jiang Xiao. Had it not been for the assistance of that young brother, I might never have discovered your location. Despicable. Xiao Jiao bit her lip, her anger surging. You can't blame me, Xingui retorted with a cold laugh. If you remain alive, we would be deprived of our rest. Humph, Xiao Jiao scoffed disdainfully. Even if you find me, what of it? You were no match for me in the past, and you remain so now. Your discovery of my location is merely an opportunity to send you to meet the King of Hell. Oh, is that so? Xingui grinned wickedly, his uniquely designed glasses emitting a series of beeps as they scanned Xiao Jiao's data. Your aura seems rather feeble at present, he observed, lifting his head proudly. Did you truly think I would come to trouble you without adequate preparation? What do you mean? Xiao Jiao inquired. Xingui raised his hand, gesturing toward his glasses. These are newly developed AI glasses from the Source Realm, encompassing all the functions of the previous models, along with 2 additional special features. The first new function, they can send precise location data to headquarters at any time. The second new function, they can clearly detect our auras, effectively measuring our combat power. Upon finishing his words, Xingui employed a novel detector to assess Han Shui. She indeed possessed pleasing features, yet regrettably, her combat prowess was a mere 5, rendering her suitable only as a pet. Han Shui was in a state of distress, unwilling to accept such a fate. Subsequently, Xingui scrutinized Jiang Xiao with the detector, its readings steadily climbing until they reached a peak of 360, at which point they stabilized. Ah, quite impressive, Xingui mocked. Among abandoned infants, you are indeed a rare gem. Alas, before our second generation, you remain inadequate. Jiang Xiao narrowed his eyes. What on earth was this second generation? It seemed rather formidable. After completing his measurements, Xingui regarded Jiang Xiao with a mischievous glint. Young man, considering the significant contribution you've made this time, once I handle Kaiyujan, you shall accompany me back to the Source Realm, where you can serve as our dog. Huh, with your status and abilities, that's all you can aspire to? Don't be ungrateful. Jiang Xiao's expression darkened. The notion of servitude had ceased to exist the moment he mutated. Xingui, are you so audacious as to disregard my presence? Kaiyujan inquired coldly. You? Xingui chuckled mockingly. You currently possess a combat power of merely 870. What do you intend to contest with me? Chapter 80. A formidable foe. Kaiyujan's eyelids twitched. Xingui's audacity was bolstered by that remarkable detector. She cast a glance at Jiang Xiao and his companion. Had they not intruded unexpectedly, her treatment would not have been interrupted, and she would not have emerged in such a weakened state. Now what was to be done? Kaiyujan's mind was in turmoil. At her peak, she could easily overpower Xingui, but now, with only 87 of her full strength, she was incapable of subduing him. Ha ha ha. Xingui let out a sinister laugh, his lascivious gaze fixated upon Kaiyujan. I now offer you an opportunity to become my rightful woman. I might spare your life. He had long desired to bed this woman, yet her pride led her to believe herself unworthy, resulting in repeated rejections. Ultimately, their conflict had escalated to an irreconcilable state. Bah! Kaiyujan spat defiantly. Xingui, abandon your vile intentions. Between us lies only enmity, not romance. Xingui clapped his hands, maintaining his previous demeanor. If you refuse, I shall take you by force. Do not attempt to resist. The more you struggle, the more you will suffer. He grinned wickedly, adding, even in your peak condition, you are no match for me. With that, he vanished in an instant, appearing behind Kaiyujan with terrifying speed. So swift. Jiang Xiao was astonished. Even he could barely catch a glimpse of the fleeting shadow. Now, Jiang Xiao was beginning to comprehend. The second generation Xingui mentioned must be a type of mutant, albeit of a higher caliber. For instance, they could unleash formidable strength without undergoing transformation during battle. Jiang Xiao found himself puzzled. If that were the case, could he also be considered a second generation? After all, he too could engage in combat without transforming. In a moment of confusion, Kaiyujan frantically sought the essence of Xingui. Meanwhile, Xingui, with a powerful knee raised, was poised to deliver a crushing blow to Kaiyujan. As the words "I am right behind you" left his lips, Kaiyujan swiftly turned, only to be struck by Xingui's formidable knee, inflicting a grievous injury to her abdomen. With a resounding thud, she was sent sprawling several meters away, crimson blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Xingui, observing the disheveled Qiujun on the ground, stroked his chin with a sense of pride and remarked, "How was that strike?" Slowly rising, Qiujun gazed at Xingui, her eyes betraying a look of incredulity. "Do not be so astonished," Xingui declared haughtily. "It has been 3 days since we last met. One must see with new eyes. Do you understand this principle?" Qiujun bit her red lip, realizing that Xingui was not merely boasting. His strength had indeed ascended to a new echelon, and even at her peak, she would struggle to overcome him. What a formidable adversary he had become. With a feigned bravado, Qiujun suppressed her pain and uttered 4 words. No sooner had she spoken than she charged forward. Yet, in Xingui's eyes, Qiujun was merely flailing in desperation, her attacks feeble and too slow. Too slow, too slow. Xingui effortlessly evaded her strikes, as though playing a game. Qiujun was left in shock. Had her prowess truly diminished to such a degree? Even with all her might, she could not contend with Xingui. Only when she was fully healed could she hope to rival him. In the midst of her turmoil, she received another kick, sending her crashing beside Jiang Xiao. So weak, Xingui laughed triumphantly. "Are you all right?" Jiang Xiao stepped forward to assist Qiujun. Irritated, she replied, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for the termination of the treatment pods program, my strength wouldn't have plummeted to this level." Jiang Xiao could only shake his head in exasperation. Had he known there were no source stones within the 10,000 serpent cave, he would never have come. "Oh." Xingui raised an eyebrow. "Kid, are you trying to side with her?" Initially intending to be a guide and lead you to the source realm for a life of luxury, you have shown a lack of appreciation. With a more serious demeanor, Xingui declared, "In that case, I have changed my mind. I shall eliminate you as well." Jiang Xiao was not blindly defending Qiujun. From the very start, she had not exhibited any overt malice. Even upon realizing he was not from the source realm, she refrained from killing him. She had even spared him when he interrupted her treatment process. By this measure, she was far more merciful than Xingui. Incoming. Just then, Jiang Xiao warned. He saw Xingui charging at them, seething with rage. Employing the same tactic, Xingui reappeared behind Jiang Xiao and Qiujun, aiming to strike them with his elbows. He managed to hit one, but astonishingly, the other was blocked. "Oh, this is intriguing," he mused incredulously, gazing at Jiang Xiao. It was unfathomable that someone with a combat power of 360 could withstand an attack from a powerhouse of 1200. Yet, observing Jiang Xiao's strained expression, a smirk crept on his Xingui's lips. In his mind, Jiang Xiao was clearly on the verge of collapse. As for how he had managed to fend off the attack, it was likely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. With a resounding thud, his mind clear, he delivered a swift kick that sent Jiang Xiao sprawling beside Qiuju. "Too weak," Xinghui sneered. "Are you all right?" This time, it was Qiuju who helped Jiang Xiao to his feet. "I'm fine." Jiang Xiao dusted off his clothes. Though it appeared he had been severely injured by Xinghui's blow, the actual damage was not as great as it seemed. Jiang Xiao was taken aback. What on earth was happening? At that moment, a thought struck him. "Do you still have strength left?" Jiang Xiao glanced at Qiuju. "I can still fight, albeit barely." Qiuju replied, her expression serious. "However, no matter how hard we struggle, we remain no match for Xinghui. He is merely toying with us. And once he grows tired, he will certainly kill us." "Oh." Observing the two from a distance, Xinghui smirked. "It seems I did not apply sufficient pressure. Now, I shall get a bit more serious." With that, he lunged toward them. His figure flickered like a specter, and the air crackled with explosive sounds. Each attack bore the weight of devastating power, forcing Jiang Xiao and Qiuju to barely defend themselves, unable to counterattack. Bang! Qiuju was struck on the shoulder by a powerful fist, staggering backward, blood spilling from her lips onto her armor. She struggled to steady herself, though her gaze had begun to lose focus. "It's not over yet." Xinghui cackled as he turned and delivered another sweeping kick toward Jiang Xiao. Quick wit. Jiang Xiao crossed his arms in defense, yet the immense force still sent him flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, his chest churning as he nearly coughed up blood. "Too weak, truly too weak." Xinghui shook his head, slowly approaching the two, mockery dancing in his eyes. "With your level of strength, if I were to unleash my full power, it would be a complete annihilation." Qiuju wiped the blood from her mouth, gritting her teeth. "Xinghui, do not be so complacent." "Oh." Xinghui raised an eyebrow. "Are you challenging me?" Qiuju said nothing, instead turning to Jiang Xiao, whispering, "I will hold him off. You find an opportunity to escape." Jiang Xiao paused. "But what about you?" "Don't worry about me." Qiuju's eyes were resolute. "He is targeting me. There is no need for you to sacrifice yourself in vain." Jiang Xiao clenched his fists, a surge of unwillingness swelling within him. If there were source stones, could you contend with him? Absolutely, Xiaoju replied confidently. But the source stones are light years away from me. How could they possibly appear before me now? Furthermore, although the source realm is the birthplace of source stones, not everyone can possess them. Ha ha ha, Xinghui. Overhearing their conversation, chuckled triumphantly. Are you plotting to defeat me? You would do well to abandon such unrealistic dreams. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Xiaoju. If I were to forcibly enhance your combat prowess with a source stone, perhaps you could put up a fight. His expression shifted, hands spread wide as he glanced at Jiang Xiao, but those precious source stones are exceedingly rare. Even tribal leaders from the source realm may not possess them. What hope does a discarded child like you have? At that moment, Xinghui's arrogance peaked. Xiaoju, it is only because I possess such patience that you are still alive. Had it been my companions, you would have been slaughtered hundreds of times over by now. Let me ask you once more, will you be mine? Xiaoju coldly retorted. Xinghui, have you looked in the mirror? Am I truly a woman you could possibly desire? Upon hearing this, the veins on Xinghui's forehead throbbed like worms, and he snarled. Very well. You have successfully eroded my patience and provoked my wrath. After I eliminate you, I shall ensure you experience the cruelty of this world. Xiaoju, infuriated, spat out a mouthful of blood. At this juncture, she was utterly exhausted, having summoned all her strength to confront Xinghui. Unfortunately, the disparity in their power was insurmountable. Had she been at her peak, perhaps she could have subdued Xinghui, but she had been awakened prematurely. It seemed that fate had conspired against her, and a calamity was destined to befall her today. Is that a source stone? At that moment, Jiang Xiao retrieved the precious gem from his pocket. After much internal struggle, he had made a decision. With his current strength, he was no match for Xinghui. Rather, he would assist Xiaoju, allowing her to contend with Xinghui, perhaps giving her a fighting chance. Ah, you. Xiaoju's eyes widened with disbelief as she gazed at the source stone in Jiang Xiao's hand. She had never imagined that the source stone would end up in his possession. Her heart raced with the hope of defeating Xinghui. Seeing this, Xinghui's composure faltered as well. He too had not anticipated the source stone would present itself in such a manner. Now, his sole intention was to forcibly intervene. He absolutely could not allow Xiaoju to consume it, or it would spell trouble. You brat, you will not hand over the source stone to her. Xinghui erupted with unprecedented speed, charging towards the two, attempting to snatch the source stone from Jiang Xiao's grasp. His speed was akin to lightning, his eyes gleaming with greed and ferocity. The source stone was also his coveted prize. He lunged forward, reaching for the source stone in Jiang Xiao's hand, and shouted, "Give it to me." Jiang Xiao was caught off guard, feeling an immense force surge towards him. The source stone was knocked from his hand by Xinghui's strike, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the distance. His expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is bad." Watching the source stone fly away, Xiaoju was engulfed in panic, desperately reaching out to retrieve it. However, her injuries hindered her speed, rendering her unable to grasp it. At that moment, the source stone traced an arc in the air, ultimately landing with a soft thud at Han Shue's feet. Han Shue, who had been anxiously observing the battle, was momentarily stunned when the source stone rolled before her, quickly bending down to pick it up. "If you dare touch it, I will end your life on the spot." Xinghui bellowed from afar. Han Shue's movements abruptly halted, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of intimidation. "Hurry, pick it up," Jiang Xiao shouted. "You dare," Xinghui commanded thunderously, as if a deity. "Do not listen to him. Pick it up," Xiaoju urged Han Shue. In the end, after a fierce internal struggle, Han Shue gritted her teeth and retrieved the fallen source stone. "Woman, you are courting death," Xinghui roared, charging towards Han Shue with the force of thunder. "Ow!" Han Shue tightly grasped the source stone and hurled it towards Kojiao with all her might. "Catch it!" Han Shue shouted desperately. As Xinghui moved swiftly, he noticed a brilliant light streaking beside him, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. "You vile creature, how dare you!" He attempted to turn and intercept, but the overwhelming inertia rendered him unable to stop. Thoughts raced through his mind. It's over. Kojiao will triumph. In the next moment, Kojiao's gaze sharpened, her form like the wind as she leaped effortlessly to catch the flying source stone. Gripping it tightly, a spark of hope ignited in her eyes. "Xinghui, your doom is at hand." Xinghui's face turned ashen as he responded coldly. "What if you have the source stone? Do you think I will grant you time to absorb its power?" With a sudden burst of energy, he abandoned his intention to eliminate Han Shue and lunged directly at Kojiao. However, in a flash, Kojiao swiftly placed the source stone into her mouth and swallowed it whole. In that instant, a torrent of formidable energy surged forth from her body. "Damn it!" Xinghui gritted his teeth, realizing he was a step too late. It worked. Jiang Xiao's eyes brightened as he witnessed the transformation of Kojiao's aura. At that moment, her power soared, radiating a dazzling brilliance as if a war deity had descended. The detection device in Xingui's possession began to emit a powerful tremor, locking onto Jiao as the combat power surged. 873, 880, 900, 1000. Finally, the fluctuating numbers came to a halt. Jiao, with unwavering determination in her gaze and a confident smile gracing her lips, had returned to her peak state. Yet, this state could only be sustained for 5 minutes. Nevertheless, that duration would be sufficient. Xingui gritted his teeth, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. No, this is impossible. Is this the power of the Source Stone? Once, Jiang Xiao had racked his brain to uncover the mysteries of the Source Stone, exploring countless methods. Yet he had never dared to swallow it. Now, witnessing its correct usage, he couldn't help but feel that such a precious item was employed rather carelessly. However, it must be said that after enhancing her strength through the Source Stone, Jiao had reached a level of power that matched Xingui's, shifting the tide of battle. Xingui, your end is nigh, Jiao remarked, her lips curling slightly as a cold, murderous intent locked onto Xingui. Damn it! Xingui slammed his fist into the ground, causing numerous spiderweb-like cracks to rapidly spread. I was so close to stopping you. He cast a glance at Han Shui behind him, a dense aura of malice enveloping her. Yet, his primary concern was Jiao. Jiao, by enhancing your power with the Source Stone, you will be in a weakened state for the next month. Are you truly willing to perish together with me? Xingui declared. Jiang Xiao was astonished. He hadn't anticipated that while the Source Stone could enhance strength, it would come with such potent negative repercussions. It seemed that everything bore duality. Chapter 82. United against the foe you speak the truth, Jiao replied coldly. Suddenly, a glint of brilliance shone in Xingui's dimmed eyes. Naive, do you believe that a fleeting restoration of peak power through the Source Stone will enable you to defeat me? As the expression on Qiu Ju's face shifted, Xing Hui's lips curled into a subtle smile. Do not hesitate. Unleash your assault, and you shall soon discover the consequences. You need not utter a word. I shall eliminate you myself. Qiu Ju bit her crimson lip, resolute in her determination to reclaim everything that had once been taken from her. With that declaration, she surged forward with astonishing speed, charging at Xing Hui. How swift! Jiang Xiao exclaimed, assessing that her velocity was nearly on par with Xing Hui's. Meanwhile, he clenched his fists tightly, fixated on the two combatants before him. From their clash, he perceived an insurmountable chasm between their strengths. He realized that he must grow stronger. Otherwise, on this desolate island, his life could be extinguished at any moment. Unbeknownst to him, as Jiang Xiao's emotions surged, a formidable aura began to ignite within him. His gaze remained fixed on Qiu Ju and Xing Hui, and he observed that their battle was fiercely contested, neither willing to concede. Yet, it appeared that Xing Hui held a slight advantage. Why? As Qiu Ju distanced herself from Xing Hui, her eyes betrayed a profound incredulity. Qiu Ju, do you recall our last encounter? Xing Hui declared with arrogance. Of course I remember. Qiu Ju replied, her lips parting slightly. 2 months prior, she had clashed with Xing Hui, decisively overwhelming him. Had it not been for the intervention of a powerful individual, she would not have sustained such severe injuries nor fled the Source Realm. Could 2 months truly allow Xing Hui to bridge the gap between them? Absurd. Ha ha ha. Xing Hui chuckled triumphantly. You squandered your time fleeing and recuperating, while I diligently trained over the past 2 months, naturally closing the gap between us. Nonsense. Qiu Ju interrupted sharply. With your inferior warrior aptitude, to expect significant progress in just 2 months is sheer folly. However, what Qiu Ju did not foresee was that the Source Realm had undergone profound transformations during her absence. Qiu Ju, you are truly short-sighted despite your long hair, Xing Hui remarked, spreading his hands. What if I employed the most advanced cultivation techniques to enhance my combat prowess and bridge our disparity? Qiu Ju found herself momentarily speechless. She had once heard her elders speak of the Source Realm's ongoing research into an advanced cultivation method, yet no results had ever surfaced. Now, it seemed that during her 2-month absence, such a method had indeed been discovered. Ah, so you've come to that realization, Xing Hui said with a smug grin. Now you understand that even if you forcibly return to your peak, you cannot best me, and you grasp the despair that accompanies that knowledge, do you not? A playful smirk graced his lips as he continued. Once the effects of the Source Stone dissipate and your peak wanes, no one will be able to thwart me here, and I shall utterly dismantle you. Suddenly, Xing Hui's expression contorted into a grotesque sneer. Naturally, he did not forget to fixate on Han Shui. He intended to ravage this wretched woman as well. Han Shui trembled, sensing that Xing Hui's demeanor was as terrifying as that of a demon, reminiscent of Jiang Xiao not long ago. Enough with the chatter. In the 5 minutes it takes for me to regain my peak strength, I must defeat you. A glimmer of resolution flashed in Xiaoju's eyes as she steeled herself to expend every ounce of her strength, prepared to confront Xing Hui in a fight to the bitter end. Starshine provocatively beckoned to her, and without further ado, Kaiyu Jun charged forward. The two once again plunged into an intense battle. This situation was untenable. I too must lend my assistance. Observing that neither could gain the upper hand, Jiang Xiao sensed the looming crisis. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated through the air as Kaiyu Jun was kicked by Starshine and sent crashing before Jiang Xiao. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her powerful aura began to falter, diminishing in intensity. Are you all right? Jiang Xiao inquired as he helped her up. I'm fine, Kaiyu Jun replied, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes reflecting a fierce determination. Despite having regained her peak strength, she found herself unable to contend with Starshine. Now, her once dominant aura was waning, rendering her unable to stand against him. I will join forces with you to confront him, Jiang Xiao whispered in her ear. Kaiyu Jun turned to him, surprised that he was unafraid of the formidable Starshine. Such resolve is essential for a warrior. Useless, utterly useless. Starshine scoffed, crossing his arms and adopting a condescending posture. Even if 1,000 of you band together, you remain nothing more than a trivial nuisance in my eyes. Listen closely, I will be the main attacker. You look for his weaknesses and wait for your moment, Kaiyu Jun instructed softly. Understood, Jiang Xiao nodded, focusing intently, his grip tightening around the sharp military dagger in his hand. Still struggling? How tedious. Starshine dismissed their strategy with disdain, convinced that they would amount to nothing. Come on. Show me your stubbornness, he beckoned, and Kaiyu Jun charged forward in anger. Jiang Xiao, calm as a seasoned hunter, awaited the opportune moment. Just then, Jiang Xiao seized the chance. While Starshine's back was turned, preoccupied with battling Kaiyu Jun, he launched himself like an arrow from a bow, dagger aimed squarely at Starshine's vital points. A smile crept across Starshine's lips. How had he not anticipated this move? In fact, he had intentionally left this opening for Jiang Xiao to exploit, wishing to effortlessly crush him. Just as he prepared to strike Jiang Xiao with full force, the latter suddenly pivoted, narrowly evading the blow. Starshine was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by Jiang Xiao's astonishing speed, as Kaiyu Jun's lethal strike was already upon him. Jiang Xiao too had his own agenda. Yet, Kaiyu Jun's attack failed to inflict significant harm, merely grazing Starshine's neck with a faint wound, testament to his own remarkable speed and reflexes. I truly underestimated you, Starshine finally acknowledged, his demeanor shifting from arrogance to one of gravity. Had it been anyone else, the combined assault would likely have resulted in decapitation. Underestimating us will lead to your downfall, Jiang Xiao declared, launching into a charge, with Kaiyu Jun closely following. It seems the time has come to unleash my true power. Starshine's expression transformed, and with a commanding roar, a colossal force erupted from him like a tsunami. Jiang Xiao and Xiaoju found themselves thwarted by an imposing barrier, unable to advance even a fraction. What? Xiaoju gasped. Was Xingui's power truly beyond this? A force far surpassing her expectations surged from Xingui, enveloping Jiang Xiao and the others in a palpable aura of death. Chapter 83. The demon reappears. How formidable. The potent energy emanating from Xingui swept in like a tempest. Sensing this extraordinary power, Jiang Xiao's lips twitched slightly, and his fists clenched tightly. He chuckled. Xiaoju, without a single ace up my sleeve, how could I dare to pursue you alone? Soon, the overwhelming presence abruptly ceased, and Xingui's bodily functions ascended to a new level. Now, I unleash my utmost strength, my combat power reaching an astonishing 1200. How does it feel to taste despair? He raised his chin defiantly, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his features. Kneel before me and lick my toes, and I may spare your life. In your dreams. Xiaoju spat in defiance, though she was utterly astonished. According to Xingui, her peak combat strength barely grazed 1,000, while Xingui's had now soared to 1,200. How could she possibly contend with that? She could distinctly feel the power within her rapidly dissipating, realizing she was no longer a match for Xingui. I see you have spirit. Truly a wild stallion I have longed to ride. Just wait, Xingui remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Xiao. You possess decent speed, but alas, your combat power is merely 360. If you could elevate it to around 1,000, you might rival an ordinary second-generation fighter. His interest piqued. He continued, what say you? Care to become my subordinate? Under my advanced guidance, you could undergo a complete transformation in less than 2 months. I now grant you 3 seconds to consider your answer. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao replied, I refuse. Xingui's expression darkened suddenly, his speed reaching an extreme as he exclaimed, incorrect answer. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Jiang Xiao and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Jiang Xiao felt a sharp pain as he traced an arc through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. However, to his astonishment, the blow was not as excruciating as he had anticipated. He felt he could endure it. The prior blow had left a similar impression, and he remained perplexed by the phenomenon. As the Harbinger, granting you entry into the Source realm is already a favor. Yet you choose to be ungrateful, Xingui admonished. But when he witnessed Jiang Xiao slowly rising again, disbelief flickered in his eyes. How could this individual, with a mere combat power of 360, withstand such punishment? It was known that the strength he had just employed, while not his full force, was certainly beyond what someone with a power level of 360 could withstand. How curious. Qiu Ju was equally astonished. Could Jiang Xiao truly endure so much? This was unexpected. Oh, I may have underestimated you, Xingui said, a hint of menace in his demeanor. Your physical resilience now rivals that of an ordinary second-generation fighter. I ask you again, will you be my dog? Jiang Xiao wiped the blood from his lips, replying, I have no such inclinations. Xingui's fury ignited. I shall end you. After speaking, he charged towards Jiang Xiao. Xinghui, you shall not prevail. Qiu Ju exclaimed, rushing to stand before Jiang Xiao, attempting to shield him from Xinghui's assault. Huh, a mere insect dares to obstruct me? Xinghui scoffed, delivering a swift kick that sent Qiu Ju flying several meters away. Your current strength has dwindled below 870. Soon, you will be as insignificant as an ant. I command your life and death at will. He sneered. Qiu Ju, raising her hands, looked in disbelief at the substantial loss of her power, her breath now frail and waning. The side effects of the Source Stone had become apparent. Her fate would indeed align with Xinghui's ominous predictions. No, Qiu Ju shook her head, determined to fight back while she still possessed the strength, even if it meant risking her life to inflict a wound upon Xinghui. Xinghui, take this, she shouted, staggering to her feet, desperately launching herself at him. Insects must recognize their own limitations. Exerting effort in vain is a waste of energy, Xinghui remarked, swiftly dodging before delivering a punch to Qiu Ju's abdomen. Devoid of any compassion, the impact caused her to feel as though her very insides were being torn apart, an excruciating pain overwhelming her senses. Do you see? This is how one delivers an effective blow, Xinghui proclaimed, raising his fist with a triumphant smile. However, his smile abruptly faltered as he glanced towards Jiang Xiao. In an instant, Xinghui teleported to attack Jiang Xiao. Yet, Jiang Xiao had anticipated this maneuver, evading Xinghui's strike with remarkable speed, and thrusting a sharp dagger towards Xinghui's heart with blinding swiftness. A muted sound of flesh being pierced echoed through the air. The dagger had barely grazed Xinghui's heart. You wretch! Xinghui exclaimed in shock, kicking Jiang Xiao away. You dare to injure my body. Infuriating. The disparity in their combat prowess was staggering, with Jiang Xiao's strength being over 800 points weaker, yet he had still managed to inflict harm. Moreover, what was the source of this uncanny speed? Once perceived as a worthless mutant in their eyes, Jiang Xiao now appeared as a formidable adversary. Simultaneously, Xinghui felt a pang of relief. Had it not been for his armor's exceptional defensive capabilities, he might have already met his demise. I must revise my order of execution, he declared, his gaze fixated on Jiang Xiao. Though uncertain of the reason, a vague intuition stirred within him, suggesting that eliminating Jiang Xiao first could lead to unforeseen consequences. An inexplicable unease began to take root in Xinghui's heart. Let us see if you can kill me, Jiang Xiao countered, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, locking onto Xinghui. Arrogance, Xinghui retorted, launching himself like a cannonball from the ground. With a thunderous impact, he reached Jiang Xiao's side, delivering another kick, only to be met with Jiang Xiao's crossed arms in defense. Interesting, Xinghui mused, retracting his leg and executing a spinning kick aimed at Jiang Xiao's side. The force of the blow sent Jiang Xiao hurtling several meters away. Yet, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Jiang Xiao stood once again, seemingly unbroken. Was this man a monster? Xinghui's expression turned grave. That last strike had been delivered with lethal intent, yet it had failed to claim Jiang Xiao's life. How could this not leave him astounded? Wow. On the other side, Jiang Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood, utterly astonished by the vast disparity in strength. He felt a surge of inexplicable excitement, as if a soul within him compelled him to fight. Kill. Jiang Xiao's voice took on an eerie quality, and the smile that graced his lips sent a chill down the spine. Beside him, Han Shue's eyes widened in shock, for she was no stranger to this spectacle. The true demon was about to emerge. Overestimating yourself, Xingui declared, channeling formidable energy into his fist. He charged towards Jiang Xiao, delivering a crushing blow to his chest. Jiang Xiao was sent flying, blood spewing forth. Upon witnessing this, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Xingui's mouth. This punch contained the power to obliterate worlds. Now you must be on the brink of death, right? What? Xingui stammered, taken aback. Jiang Xiao rose once more, though his appearance had turned nightmarish. His body was adorned with golden scales, and his crimson gaze resembled that of a dark demonic eye. A chilling smile lingered on his lips as he brandished his claws, seemingly poised to tear everything asunder. From a distance, Jiang Xiao exuded an overwhelming and terrifying power that could no longer be contained. Beep. The detector emitted a sound, and his combat power soared. Chapter 84, End. Combat power, 380, for 80, 600. Impossible. Xingui's eyes widened in panic as he beheld Jiang Xiao, resembling a demon incarnate, his body trembling involuntarily. Combat power, 1000. In the next moment, Jiang Xiao's combat power had surged to 1000, and the detector showed no signs of stopping. No, this is impossible. Xingui grasped his hair, feeling utterly defeated. How could a mere mutated being possess such immense combat power? His eyes betrayed endless fear. Yes. Xingui nodded vigorously, convinced that the detector must be malfunctioning. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he realized this was a new model. How could it possibly fail so suddenly? Recalling his battle experience with Jiang Xiao, he found it utterly bizarre. Despite being perceived as a worthless entity, Jiang Xiao had fought fiercely without even utilizing the most apparent transformation, maintaining an indomitable vitality. It was only now that he transformed. Was he deliberately concealing his strength? Xingui felt underestimated. Wait. At that moment, a realization struck him. The scales on Jiang Xiao's body were exceedingly peculiar. However, this was also logical. Mutated beings of Jiang Xiao's kind displayed some animalistic traits upon transformation. The second-generation beings, as Xingui referred to them, were indeed a variation of mutants, albeit of a significantly higher tier. They were born with immense power, capable of engaging in battle simply by unleashing their internal strength. In contrast, Jiang Xiao's type of mutant had to undergo transformation to enhance his abilities, regarded as a discarded child in the eyes of those from the Source Realm. Occupying the lowest strata of society, they were mere slaves or playthings to the second-generation beings. Without a second-generation being to act as a guide, one could not set foot in the Source Realm. And now, the mutant he deemed as worthless possessed such formidable power. It felt almost like a dream. The man, after unwittingly consuming the blood of the King of Serpents, inadvertently inherited its extraordinary abilities. Autumn Chrysanthemum exclaimed in astonishment. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Just then, the detector from Starshine emitted a warning sound. His combat power had reached 1400. In that moment, he lost his composure, for his own strength was merely 1200. At that moment, Jiang Xiao had already attained 1400, and the value continued to rise, signifying that Jiang Xiao had surpassed him. Surely, the detector must be malfunctioning. Starshine could not accept this reality. He removed the device from his person and forcefully hurled it to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. With a resounding crash, the detector shattered, emitting plumes of white smoke. I refuse to believe it. Trash is merely trash. How could it possibly rise again? With that, he charged towards Jiang Xiao, vowing to deliver a devastating blow to make him perish. With all his might, he struck. Bang! His fist landed heavily upon Jiang Xiao. However, Starshine found no joy in this. He felt as though he had struck a solid wall with all his strength. Not only did it inflict no damage, but it also reverberated back, injuring himself. How could this be? Starshine was bewildered. At that moment, Jiang Xiao cast a crimson gaze toward Starshine, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Then, he made his move. With a slight lift of his arm, he delivered a palm strike directly to Starshine. Thud! Starshine was sent flying as if struck by a speeding locomotive, hurtling several meters backward, blood mixed with flesh erupting from his mouth. Haha, blood! Give me blood! Upon seeing the blood, Jiang Xiao erupted into maniacal laughter, completely unhinged. He charged towards Starshine with astonishing speed. Starshine struggled to rise, but once again, the specter of Jiang Xiao appeared before him. What kind of monster is this? Starshine was flustered. In his recollection, Jiang Xiao-type mutants had never exhibited such formidable combat prowess. Thud! In the next instant, he felt sharp claws pierce through his chest. This is bad. Starshine gasped in horror. His seemingly indomitable armor could not withstand a single blow. The destructive force was simply overwhelming. Before him, his blood flowed copiously, and his vitality began to wane. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Could it be? He belatedly realized, staring in shock at the devilish Jiang Xiao, that this fellow had killed the King of Serpents and inherited its abilities? He had thought that the King of Serpents was slain by Autumn Chrysanthemum, never imagining its talents could be inherited. Now it was too late, with his body gravely injured. If he did not find a way to escape this peril, he would surely meet his demise here. Starshine had little time for contemplation. He drew a sharp dagger in an attempt to sever Jiang Xiao's arm with a surprise attack. Yet, the impenetrable defense shattered Starshine's illusions. My heavens! Starshine was dumbfounded. Could even a specially crafted blade not breach this defense? Thud! At that moment, Jiang Xiao withdrew the blade embedded in Starshine's body. Licking the flowing blood with insatiable delight, a look of supreme satisfaction upon his face. Truly a demon, Starshine exclaimed in terror, but as his blood flowed rapidly, he began to feel increasingly weak. Suddenly, Starshine dropped to his knees. Please, spare me. The grievous injury that could lead to death, if treated promptly in a healing chamber, would allow him to resurrect fully after 7 days. At this juncture, he relinquished his dignity, pleading for Jiang Xiao to grant him freedom. Kill him. Autumn Chrysanthemum bellowed. If he were allowed to leave, both she and her comrades would be slaughtered to the last. She understood the methods of the beings from the Source Realm all too well. Revenge was a necessity, and they would leave no one alive. My good brother, rest assured. Do not believe that woman. Starry radiance, his spirit dimmed, implored. If you grant me a path to survival, I vow never to set foot in this forest again. Jiang Xiao remained silent, his frigid demeanor piercing through the very marrow of his foe, instilling despair. Brother, your silence is tantamount to acquiescence. Starry radiance rejoiced inwardly. Perhaps his pleas had finally borne fruit. A barely perceptible smile crept upon his lips. What a fool, to genuinely believe his words. This was merely a ruse for survival. Once he had returned to mend his wounds, he would come back with formidable allies to cleanse this forest in blood. No one would escape. Yet, in the next moment, Starry radiance caught sight of a peculiar smile curling at the corners of Jiang Xiao's mouth. Before he could react, warmth enveloped his neck, and suddenly, his vision was consumed by crimson and darkness. Soon after, his head thudded heavily against the ground, rolling several meters, leaving a trail of blood. You lack martial ethics. He managed to utter these few words before all vitality left him. It was over. Autumn Chrysanthemum exhaled a sigh of relief, rising slowly and walking heavily to Jiang Xiao's side, gently patting his shoulder. This victory against such a formidable foe was thanks to your assistance. However, before she could finish her sentence, she sensed something amiss, for Jiang Xiao's gaze was filled with a voracious desire as it fixated upon her. Chapter 85. Agreeing to Autumn Chrysanthemum's terms, what a brute. My exquisite armor has been torn to shreds. Half an hour later, Autumn Chrysanthemum's irate voice echoed. She stumbled to her feet, clutching fragments adorned with crimson plum blossoms, hurling them onto Jiang Xiao's unconscious form. Who would have thought that the fortress she had protected for 30 years would be breached in a single day? Truly contemptible. In light of Jiang Xiao having slain Starry Radiance, Autumn Chrysanthemum refrained from pursuing the matter further. Had it been her former temperament, Jiang Xiao would not only have lost his head, but the instigator would have met a similar fate. She crouched down, enduring the pain as she sifted through the debris until she finally unearthed the storage capsule. After opening it, she retrieved a set of fitting garments. Have you seen enough? Hurry and help me get dressed. Autumn Chrysanthemum called to the dazed Han Shui. Indeed, she had once again witnessed Jiang Xiao's astonishing combat display, and this time, the target was Autumn Chrysanthemum herself. Han Shui snapped back to reality and hurried over to help her don her gear. What is happening with him? Han Shui whispered. Having witnessed Jiang Xiao's fury twice, she felt an overwhelming fear, terrified of repeating the same fate. Qiuju weakly replied that he had inherited everything from the King of Serpents. Being merely a mortal, he could not suppress the serpentine essence within him, which would manifest during intense emotional fluctuations. Qiuju cautioned, during his frenzied episodes, it would be prudent for someone of your fragile constitution to keep a considerable distance, lest you be swept away. Han Shui swallowed hard, a chill creeping through her being. Is there no hope for his madness? Han Shui inquired again. Not to that extent. Qiuju assured her. With rigorous specialized training under my guidance, he may fully assimilate the King Serpent's essence, allowing his self-awareness to govern his entire being. I see. Han Shui firmly grasped Qiuju's arm, glancing anxiously at Jiang Xiao, fearing he might suddenly charge and knock her down. Rest assured, he is of value to me now. In due time, I will assist him in overcoming this challenge. The demise of the King of Serpents has lifted the forest's seal, and soon, monstrous beings from the ocean will surge forth. Those creatures are indeed troublesome. Moreover, her forced return to peak condition has resulted in significant adverse effects, rendering her unable to engage in battle for an entire month. Otherwise, her foundation would suffer irreparable damage. Coupled with the death of Xingui, the news of his demise will surely reach his comrades in the Source Realm, heralding a new wave of vengeance. With oceanic monsters pressing forward and formidable enemies from the Source Realm encroaching from behind, they find themselves beset by wolves in front and tigers behind. Thus, Xiao Ju conceived an excellent strategy to train Jiang Xiao, transforming him into a formidable asset for their faction. As the two conversed, Xiao Ju donned her gear. And at that moment, Jiang Xiao awoke. Just as before, he could not recall any events from his frenzied state, save for a vague memory of fighting Xiao Ju. You're awake? Xiao Ju glanced over. I am, Jiang Xiao replied with an awkward smile. Do you remember what transpired when you transformed into a demon? Xiao Ju asked. Jiang Xiao shook his head, a twinge of guilt washing over him. Naturally, he needed to conceal certain truths. Otherwise, facing Xiao Ju's inquiries would be disastrous. Just as I suspected, Xiao Ju nodded in understanding and informed Jiang Xiao, your bloodline has merged with the essence of the King of Serpents. You now possess its formidable defense and limitless potential, though you have yet to master it. When emotionally agitated, you risk becoming a merciless demon. In our source realm, there exists a unique training method that can help you resolve this issue, and I happen to know it. Xiao Ju spoke to Jiang Xiao with utmost seriousness. If you cannot assimilate the King Serpent's essence as your own, you will inevitably descend into a murderous monster during times of danger. Her gaze fixed sharply upon Jiang Xiao. Surely, you do not wish for those around you to perish at your hands. What training method? Jiang Xiao recognized the gravity of the situation. He certainly did not wish to become a heartless killer. Promise me one condition, Xiao Ju stated. What condition? Jiang Xiao asked directly. Once you have completed your training, you will assist me in repelling the vengeful enemies and escort me back to the source realm. Intuition whispered to Xiao Ju that if Jiang Xiao could master his own body, he might undergo a profound transformation, possibly even vanquishing the companions of Xing Hui. Yet, would a mere span of time suffice? Doubts lingered in her heart, but she resolved to give her utmost effort. Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. It seemed there was more than one condition at play. Nevertheless, as long as it meant he would no longer revert to that frenzied monster, he would acquiesce. Very well. I accept your terms. In the time to come, I shall subject you to rigorous and specialized training, so prepare yourself mentally. Xiao Ju cautioned Jiang Xiao, stating that before returning to the source realm, he must defeat the ever-looming threat of oceanic monsters, as well as the companions of Xing Hui. Jiang Xiao nodded in understanding. With the death of the King of Serpents, the seal that contained the oceanic creatures had been shattered, rendering them vulnerable to attack at any moment. The news of Xing Hui's demise would undoubtedly reach his companions, who would soon seek vengeance. Let me be clear, the challenges ahead are formidable, Xiao Ju warned. Regarding the oceanic monsters, they are entities that strike fear into the hearts of those from the source realm. Your slaying of the King of Serpents will incite unprecedented chaos. What? Jiang Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Even you fear those oceanic monsters? Xiao Ju retorted sharply. Do not jest. That body of water is no trifling matter. The monsters within possess strengths that are terrifying beyond imagination. What you have encountered thus far are mere foot soldiers. The more formidable beings would make even the mightiest tremble. Formidable beings? Jiang Xiao found this notion intriguing. Noting his confusion, Xiao Ju explained, those like you, who can only fight through transformation, lack a proper designation. However, there is indeed a term for them, though it is rather unflattering. In the source realm, they are referred to as cattle and horses, those who are relegated to performing the arduous and unsightly tasks. She continued, as for us, the second generation, we are born with mutated genes, harboring immense power that allows us to engage in combat without the need for transformation. She added, the parents of the second generation possess either second-generation genes or superior ones. The first generation, however, boasts a lineage of unparalleled purity, embodying the original mutants. Inherently endowed with terrifying strength, Xiao Ju shook her head, revealing to Jiang Xiao that she had merely heard tales of the first generation's existence, but had never witnessed one herself, as her rank was far too low to qualify for such encounters. What rank do you hold among the second-generation warriors? Jiang Xiao inquired, astonished by the lofty status of the first generation. Simultaneously, he was overwhelmed by the dread of the oceanic monsters. The warriors of the source realm are classified into 5 tiers: lower, middle, upper, elite, and genius. Like Xing Hui, I am a lowly lower-tier warrior, Xiao Ju candidly admitted. What? Jiang Xiao was again taken aback. He had not anticipated that both Xiao Ju and Xing Hui were among the weakest in the source realm. The next point I wish to address is this, Xiao Ju continued, fixing her gaze upon Jiang Xiao. You are aware of Xing Hui's demise. He communicated this to his companions through that detector. They will undoubtedly dispatch middle-tier or even upper-tier warriors in retribution, whose strength far surpasses that of Xing Hui. Xiao Ju's expression turned grave. Are you afraid? To say I am unafraid would be a lie. Jiang Xiao smiled faintly, expressing his determination to train diligently and enhance his strength to ultimately triumph over his adversaries. Xiao Ju smiled knowingly, confident in her initial assessment of him. However, her smile abruptly faltered as a piercing sensation coursed through her body once more. Chapter 86. The Path of Hope. Qiu Ju dreaded the thought of Jiang Xiao retreating in the face of formidable opponents. A warrior lacking unwavering faith in victory and an indomitable spirit is destined for failure. Given Jiang Xiao's commendable qualities, she was certain she could mold him into a powerful warrior within a month. The companions of Xingui have come here, and whether you can transform yourself in this time depends on your own fortune, Qiu Ju remarked. A month is ample. I shall surpass myself, Jiang Xiao asserted, clenching his fists, a surge of formidable confidence rising within him. Indeed, such confidence is essential, Qiu Ju replied with a joyful smile. Let us depart from this place and commence your specialized training. She was eager to maximize every moment to strengthen Jiang Xiao. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiao and Han Shui, their exhaustive efforts to delve into the serpent's den had led them to discover that there were no source stones within. The foreigners had truly led them astray. Before leaving, Jiang Xiao suggested they collect everything of value from Xingui. Rubbing his hands together, he prepared to scavenge for resources. Approaching Xingui's side, he began to rummage through her belongings. He first seized the specially crafted dagger, swinging it a few times with satisfaction before stowing it away. Next, he collected the storage capsules attached to Xingui. Regrettably, the detector had been destroyed, which Jiang Xiao would have otherwise claimed. Before long, they arrived at the site of the fallen Serpent King. Observing the lifeless creature, Qiu Ju sighed, lamenting the tragic fate that had befallen such a once mighty being. At that moment, she noticed Jiang Xiao gradually approaching the Serpent King, retrieving several thick vines and beginning to package the massive serpent. What are you doing? Qiu Ju felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight of the cold-blooded creature, instinctively overcome by a sense of dread. This delectable food must not go to waste. It should be taken back to share with everyone, Jiang Xiao declared, rolling the Serpent King into coils and securing it with vines before hoisting it onto his shoulder. What? Are you actually going to eat snake meat? Qiu Ju exclaimed in shock. Weren't you a survivor in the past? Why are you so surprised at the thought of eating snake meat? Han Shui inquired. I have lived in the Source Realm all my life. My ancestors never mentioned that snake meat was edible. Conversely, we revered them as deities, Qiu Ju responded. Han Shui, puzzled, asked ancestors, did your forebears already settle in the Source Realm? That seems quite peculiar. If what Qiu Ju said was true, it would imply a history spanning hundreds of years. Qiu Ju nodded. Indeed, it has been at least several thousand years. Several thousand years. Han Shui and Jiang Xiao were taken aback. How is that possible? The civilization of Huaxia itself is only a few thousand years old. How could there be people venturing into the Source Realm millennia ago? It's worth noting that there was no capability for seafaring at that time. Could this isolated island be home to a civilization that has existed independently until now? What is the matter? Are you all surprised? Qiu Ju inquired. In truth, she had assumed that Jiang Xiao and the others were native inhabitants of the island and had not considered them survivors of a shipwreck. Consequently, Jiang Xiao recounted their harrowing experiences to Qiu Ju. Upon hearing this, Qiu Ju's expression turned incredulous. It dawned on her that beyond this land, there existed myriad wondrous places. The 7 continents and 5 oceans, terms she had never encountered. She had believed this vast expanse was the entirety of the world. Now, upon Jiang Xiao's revelations, she felt the world was indeed immense. Miss Qiu Ju, do you know if there is a passage on this island that connects to the outside world? Han Shui suddenly asked. Qiu nodded, though she clarified that only the elders possessed detailed knowledge. Jiang Xiao and Han Shui's eyes brightened, igniting a flicker of hope. If such a passage existed, could it not be their route back to civilization? It seemed they had no choice but to venture into the Source Realm. But those 2 foreigners are dead, Han Shui pointed out, indicating Rivers and Alice. She was not surprised by Rivers' demise, but Alice's death sent a chill down her spine. Qiu Ju glanced at Alice and then shot a glare at Jiang Xiao, clearly aware of the culprit behind it all. Let's go, Jiang Xiao said, feeling somewhat helpless. He did not desire this outcome, but he was unable to suppress the insatiable desire of the King of Serpents within him. As the trio departed, Jiang Xiao inquired about the technological advancements of the Source Realm. The existence of healing pods, restorative liquids, detectors, battle armor, and storage capsules, items that surpassed his imagination, piqued his curiosity. Qiu Ju shared some basic information about the Source Realm, noting that what astonished Jiang Xiao and the others was commonplace there, nearly present in every household. Regarding electricity, she explained that the devices were equipped with powerful batteries, capable of lasting 10 to 15 days on a single charge. Jiang Xiao and Han Shui were utterly astounded. Could this be an extraterrestrial civilization? While the two were still in shock, Qiu Ju retrieved a storage capsule from her pocket and extracted a yellow capsule, pressing it before tossing it to the ground. With a resounding boom, a car materialized before the trio. Jiang Xiao and Han Shui were taken aback. As they marveled at the vehicle, Keju had already entered the driver's seat. Jiang Xiao placed the King of Serpents in the trunk and then joined Han Shui inside the car. The vehicle measured 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width, resembling the cars from their society. However, their astonishment quickly transformed as they soon realized that this car could soar through the skies. It possessed formidable propulsion, enabling it to float in midair and move forward at approximately 80 kilometers per hour. What you found on Starshine will also yield such a jet car, Keju remarked, glancing at Jiang Xiao, hinting that he might uncover something unexpected. Jiang Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Meanwhile, at Jiang Xiao's camp, Brother Mang, what's going on with this oceanic monster? Wan Peng asked, his face a mask of panic as he looked at Lu Mang. Their camp was currently under assault by a colossal sea shrimp. It was as large as an African buffalo, relentlessly battering the camp's defensive walls with its pincers. How was I to know? Reckless was equally perplexed. In his memory, the oceanic monstrosities were confined to the shores. How had one ventured into the forest? Had the barrier been lifted? A grave expression crossed Reckless' face. If so, that would spell disaster. Brother Mang, we've exhausted all our stones. We cannot breach its defenses. This creature is truly terrifying, reported the black dog, drenched in sweat. Can we withstand it? Reckless inquired solemnly. Currently, the situation is manageable, replied the black dog. Fortunately, our leader had the foresight to fortify the camp. Otherwise, we would be defenseless. Hearing this, Reckless breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that the entire camp had survived until today was largely due to Jiang Xiao's efforts. Chapter 87. The monster approaches. Why had Rivers and Alice been gone for so long without any news? At the foreigner's camp, Chalmers felt an unsettling premonition, as if something significant were about to transpire. Boss, given Rivers and Alice's composed natures, there should be no cause for alarm, a middle-aged man named Zach, also a mutant, reassured him. You need not worry. I just sent someone to check on the situation, and they should be returning shortly with a report. Just then, a voice called from outside the tent. Look, speaking of the devil, Zach laughed, as the brother who had gone to scout returned. Chalmers waved his hand, urging him to hurry inside. Have Rivers and the others found any leads on the source stone? Come in. Zach called out to the outside. Soon, a gaunt man appeared before the two leaders, but his eyes were filled with terror, unable to meet their gaze. What news? Have those searching for the source stone found anything? Chalmers asked. The gaunt man shook his head in sheer panic. What a useless fellow. Chalmers scowled. Without the source stone, how can we curry favor with those guides? How can we enter the source realm? Boss, let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps Rivers and the others are in the process of acquiring the source stone, Zach offered in consolation. It's no longer obtainable. The gaunt man's trembling words extinguished the flicker of hope in Zach's heart. What did you say? Zach glared, having just managed to comfort Chalmers. Rivers and Alice have been killed, the gaunt man exclaimed, his expression frantic. What? Chalmers and Zach gasped in astonishment. How did they die? In Chalmers's mind, Jiang Xiao and Han Shui were hardly a match for Rivers and the others, so he had dismissed them entirely. Thus, the gaunt man recounted all he had witnessed to Chalmers. Absurd. Chalmers slammed his palm heavily on the wooden table. How could those two Easterners have killed Rivers and the others? Rivers is a second-tier mutant. In this forest, aside from myself, he could walk unchallenged. Boss, it's true. The gaunt man trembled. Rivers was beheaded, and Sister Alice. Enough. Chalmers roared. I must personally confront the 13th Sister Camp and the Reckless Camp to ascertain the truth behind this matter. Just then, a panicked voice pierced through the air like a death knell. What is causing such alarm? Zach bellowed. Our camp is under attack. His subordinate stammered. Damn it. Chalmers seethed. I had yet to seek them out, and now they come knocking at our door. He braced himself, determined to ensure they would return empty-handed today. His subordinate shook his head in dismay, revealing that it was not the Reckless Camp that had come to battle them, but rather a colossal sea monster that had already claimed the lives of many of their brothers. What? Chalmers was taken aback. A sea monster? Surely you jest. The forest has always been a forbidden realm for such creatures. How could they possibly be here? As he spoke, anguished cries echoed from outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Chalmers dashed out. What manner of beast is this? He gasped as he beheld a turtle the size of a car, its jaws crushing the skull of a subordinate. Shocked, he clenched his fists tightly. Let me show you my true power. With that, he transformed into a fully fledged tiger, as massive as a bison, and charged headlong at the turtle. Meanwhile, at the 13th Sister Camp, Sue Billion looked at the crab, which was as large as a car, her scalp prickling with fear. Where did this monster come from? Their camp's defenses were feeble, and the crab easily uprooted the entire wall with a mere flick of its claws. The intrusion of a sea monster into the forest was utterly bizarre. Could something have occurred at the serpent's den? As she pondered, Guofurong immediately transformed. her upper body retaining human traits while her lower half resembled that of a mermaid. At the Jiang Xiao camp, Manga shouted, "This creature is terrifying. It relentlessly assaults our defenses. I fear we will not withstand much longer." The enormous mantis shrimp outside the camp unleashed its lightning-fast punches, causing the sturdy barriers to crack ominously. "We cannot allow it to wreak havoc. What will our leader think if he returns to find the camp in ruins? I shall confront it." Without delay, Lu Meng transformed, unleashing a formidable aura as he burst through the doors to face the giant mantis shrimp. With a resounding thud, Lu Meng landed a powerful punch. The mantis shrimp, undeterred, responded with rapid strikes of its own. The impact of their blows sent Lu Meng flying several meters back, reverting him to his original form. So powerful, he gasped, struggling to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, realizing he no longer possessed the strength to fight. A single punch from the mantis shrimp was overwhelmingly lethal. It was truly a fearsome creature. "Manga, hurry back!" Black Dog and the others urgently called for Lu Meng to retreat into the camp. However, the mantis shrimp, driven by a bloodlust, charged directly at Lu Meng, swinging its colossal fists. "This is it!" Lu Meng exclaimed, his complexion turning ashen. The mantis shrimp's punch was swifter than light, imbued with tremendous strength. This strike would surely seal his fate. At that moment, Lu Meng beheld a sudden flash of white light before him, followed by the severing of the mantis shrimp's claw. He was taken aback. Who had struck? Yet, as he gazed skyward, he beheld Jiang Xiao descending with a sharp blade in hand. "Boss!" Lu Meng exclaimed in astonishment. Subsequently, he witnessed Jiang Xiao cleave the mantis shrimp's head from its body, which rolled upon the ground. How formidable! What a splendid blade! Jiang Xiao could not help but marvel. The weapon, Starshine, effortlessly pierced the defenses of the oceanic beast. Although this mantis shrimp was not as massive as the turtle he had previously encountered, and its defenses were of a lesser caliber, its hard shell was still not to be underestimated. Yet, before the weapon from the source realm, it was as fragile as tofu, truly absurd. "Wow, the boss is back!" The Black Dog and his companions rejoiced. "Look, what is that hovering car?" someone pointed out. "Quickly, let us go greet the boss." Soon, the camp's gates swung open, and Black Dog led his followers to welcome Jiang Xiao's arrival. "Is anyone injured?" Jiang Xiao scanned the crowd. "Boss, thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, our camp would have been in dire straits." Black Dog expressed his relief. "Carry it inside. Tonight we feast on seafood and grilled snake meat," Jiang Xiao commanded. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Chapter 88. Gravity Chamber. While Lu Meng and the others dealt with the mantis shrimp and the king of serpents, Jiang Xiao had brought Han Shui to seek out Han Yun. Jiang Xiao entered first, intending to surprise Han Yun. The instant Han Yun laid eyes on Jiang Xiao, she clung to him like an octopus. "Sister Yun." He wished to inform her that her daughter was just outside the tent. But Han Yun did not grant him the opportunity to speak, silencing him with her lips. She had been anxious for so long, and now that Jiang Xiao had returned safely, she was eager to express her relief. Just then, a light cough echoed from outside the door. Han Yun assumed it was one of her sisters and quickly disengaged from Jiang Xiao, maintaining a safe distance. However, when she saw the true identity of the visitor, she was taken aback. Shui. She had never imagined that mother and daughter would reunite in such a manner. Previously, she had believed Han Shui was likely lost. "Mom." The moment Han Shui saw her mother, tears streamed down her face despite her usual pride. "Shui." Han Yun rushed to her daughter, inspecting her from head to toe, fearful that she was dreaming. After confirming it was truly Han Shui, the two embraced tightly, tears of joy flowing. Jiang Xiao, understanding the significance of the moment, discreetly withdrew, preparing to find Tian for a chat. He had just been stirred by Han Yun's emotions. "Sister Tian." Jiang Xiao entered Tian's room, only to find it empty. His spirits dampened. At that moment, he glanced into the distance and saw them mingling with Qiu, who was demonstrating the advanced technological products from the source realm to the camp. Swords, daggers, and knives, each crafted from the realm's unique refined steel, sliced through iron like mud, garnering admiration from all present. The hoe, the shovel, and the chainsaw captivated the reckless few. But what truly delighted the women was the splendid array of garments that Qiu presented, allowing the ladies to select their favorites. Having been stranded on a desolate island for so long, the sight of such a dazzling collection of beautiful clothing was akin to discovering a mountain of gold. Igniting a spark of obsession in their eyes, Tian quickly chose a seductive outfit and hurried to the tent to change. However, upon entering, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Jiang Xiao, who lifted her effortlessly, exclaiming, "The attire is splendid. Let me assist you in ensuring it fits perfectly." Half an hour later, clad in her new attire from the source realm, Tian exclaimed with joy, "This clothing from the source realm is incredibly lightweight and exceptionally comfortable." Indeed, Jiang Xiao replied. This attire is crafted from a special material that effectively protects the body from external harm. He gazed at Tian, whose form was accentuated by the tight-fitting garment, the faint patterns of leopard print tantalizing the eye. Tianjia, I heard from Qiujio that we are to migrate to the Source Realm in a month. Is that true? Tian inquired. Yes. There may be a passage to our world there, Jiang Xiao replied, observing her with curiosity. But Tianjia, the Source Realm is fraught with danger. What are your plans? I will follow you wherever you go, Tian answered candidly. Jiang Xiao chuckled. Tian, you truly are quite clingy. His gaze lingered on her long, unadorned legs. It's a pity you aren't wearing stockings. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiao approached Qiujio. Ah, it seems I have won over my companions in less than an hour. Qiujio shot him a disapproving look. You really ought to reconsider your preferences. What do you mean? Jiang Xiao asked, puzzled. Your acquaintances just selected some rather risque lingerie and stockings. You can't possibly be. Jiang Xiao interjected with righteous indignation. Absolutely not. I merely possess a refined appreciation for aesthetics. By the way, I'm feeling rather weak today, so I want to be able to guide you in special training. We shall resume tomorrow. Qiujio abruptly changed the subject. Jiang Xiao, intrigued, wondered what was so special about Qiujio's training methods. May I inquire about your unique training techniques? He asked. Qiujio led him to an open area, producing a red storage capsule, which she opened with a pop. With a resounding sound, a 30-square-meter semicircular chamber materialized before Jiang Xiao's astonished eyes. Come in. Let me introduce you. Qiujio beckoned. Suppressing his awe, Jiang Xiao stepped into the chamber, only to be met with an overwhelming force that seemed to anchor him to the ground, making his feet feel as heavy as lead. He strained to lift his foot, expending tremendous effort to take a single step. Stunned, Jiang Xiao felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. What was happening? The environment inside seemed utterly different from the outside. How could he articulate this sensation? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. The gravitational pull was significantly stronger inside. Qiujio chuckled. I didn't expect you to have some awareness of this. Yet, I was astonished. Even I struggled to lift my legs the first time I entered a tenfold gravity chamber. While you managed to take steps, this is truly impressive. At that moment, after she adjusted the parameters on the control panel, the environment within transformed to mirror the outside world. The oppressive gravity that weighed down on Jiang Xiao dissipated, and he instantly felt a sense of relief. This was a gravity chamber crafted from special materials found in the Source Realm, serving as a training ground for warriors. The essence of this training method lay in overcoming the multiplied gravity within, thereby honing one's physical strength and speed. This, indeed, is what I refer to as a unique training approach. Qiujio spoke again. What you just experienced was tenfold gravity. If you can move as freely under such weight as you do normally, your capabilities will soar. And consciously suppressing the chaotic power within you will no longer be a mere dream. Is this what you call a training method? Jiang Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the existence of such an extraordinary training technique. I see, he nodded, then hesitantly inquired. May I ask you a question? Go ahead, Qiujio replied. Jiang Xiao suddenly asked, how much gravity can you overcome? Qiujio felt a twinge of embarrassment at his question. She hadn't expected Jiang Xiao to ask something like that. However, she didn't shy away from the truth. I can only manage tenfold gravity. And the old model of the gravity chamber only has parameters for that level. Jiang Xiao's eyes brightened, and he asked, what would happen if one could surpass tenfold gravity? Qiujio shot him a disapproving glance. Surpassing tenfold gravity would certainly lead to a more terrifying enhancement of strength. However, I advise you not to aim too high. With each additional increment of gravity, the strain on the body increases geometrically. It is essential to remain grounded and progress step by step. She dared not entertain thoughts in that direction, yet Jiang Xiao was already dreaming of such possibilities. Perhaps indulging in a bit of self-inflation. Nonetheless, having such aspirations is commendable, as it can serve as motivation. With this thought in mind, Qiujio's eyes sparkled as she recalled the items possessed by Xingui. Perhaps there exists a gravity chamber with even higher parameters. Chapter 89. Su Billion's concerns at the Chalmers camp. What kind of monster is this? Chalmers lay in bed, gravely injured, muttering to himself. He had just undergone a second transformation to drive away a sea monster, expending an immense amount of energy. At present, he felt his bodily functions swiftly diminishing. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he recognized this as a consequence of his lifespan dwindling. How did these monsters breach the defensive lines? Chalmers racked his brain in confusion. Fortunately, the entire camp had united in effort and finally managed to drive away that giant sea turtle. Otherwise, their camp might have faced utter catastrophe today. Boss, we lost 30 brothers this time, and with the casualties from the 10,000 Serpent Cave, our camp has suffered 100 deaths, Zach reported after tallying the numbers. He refrained from mentioning the number of injured, not wishing to upset Chalmers further. A single day has brought us such tremendous loss. It truly infuriates me, Chalmers exclaimed angrily. And in his agitation, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Boss, Zach stepped forward, wiping the blood away with a towel, concern etched on his face. You are currently weak. It is unwise to let your anger take hold. Focus on recuperating first. The recent tumult caused by the oceanic monsters is undoubtedly intricate. Both the 13th Sister Camp and the Reckless Camp are likely doomed. Chalmers, feeling weakened, contemplated that there was no immediate need for vengeance. As the sea creatures would assist him in due course, he quietly inquired of Zach, what has become of that creature? The thought of the colossal sea turtle still sent shivers down Chalmers' spine. Even in his second form, he was no match for the turtle, unable to breach its defenses. Had it not been for the campmates employing fiery attacks, they might still be embroiled in a fierce struggle. Returning to the leader. It has ventured deeper into the forest and should no longer trouble us, Zach replied. Chalmers exhaled a sigh of relief, remarking, that is indeed splendid news. He instructed Zach to reassure their comrades, urging them not to fret, for they would restore their former glory. At the 13th Sister Camp, Sue Billion reported, eldest sister. We have lost 5 sisters and 13 are injured. At that moment, Guofurong felt quite frail after her battle with the oceanic monsters. Though they had successfully repelled the creature, she had sustained significant injuries. Let us give our sisters a proper burial, Guofurong spoke weakly, and for those who are wounded, ensure they recuperate well and receive ample nourishment. After all, good sustenance was crucial for recovery. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of comfort knowing Sue Billion was her capable aid. Proficient not only in healing serpent bites, but also in fishing. She trusted that the injured sisters would regain their strength with sufficient nutrition. As Sue Billion prepared to leave, Guofurong suddenly called out to her, asking, is there any news of the 9th sister? Sue Billion shook her head in disappointment. No? Guofurong's expression darkened. She was acutely aware of the perils within the serpent's lair and feared that Han Shui may have perished there. With a sigh, she lamented the loss of another formidable ally. Our camp's defenses were somewhat lacking during this monstrous assault. We must fortify our defenses in the days to come, she stated. Previously, she had scoffed at Sue Billion's remarks about the Reckless Camp's investment in defensive fortifications, but after experiencing the monster onslaught, she recognized the necessity. I understand, eldest sister, Sue Billion nodded, seemingly recalling their earlier discussions regarding the Reckless Camp. This brought her thoughts to Jiang Xiao. I wonder how he is faring. Sue Billion murmured, hoping the oceanic monsters would not trouble him. Let them come for me instead. With that, she turned to depart and organized the camp's forthcoming tasks. However, Guofurong called her back, saying, 8th sister, it is truly a comfort to have you here. The warmth in her words was tinged with affection. Eldest sister, please rest well. After I have arranged the camp's duties, I shall attend to you, Sue Billion replied. Guofurong nodded with delight. At Jiang Xiao's camp, Han Yun shared. Mother, do you know? These past few weeks of survival on the island have felt like a dreadful nightmare. After reuniting, Han Yun and her mother began to confide in one another about their experiences. Swear, regardless of the immense hardships we have faced before, all of that is now behind us. Our reunion as mother and daughter is a divine blessing. Han Yun gently caressed Han Shui's head, radiating affection. Upon hearing her mother's words, Han Shui felt a surge of guilt. Surely, these past few days must have been unbearable for Han Yun, right? Yet, to her astonishment, her mother appeared not to have lost weight, though Han Shui suspected it was merely a facade of health, indicative of underlying distress. This only confirmed her fears. Her mother had been suffering. Mom, did that scoundrel Jiang Xiao force you into doing things against your will? Han Shui questioned bitterly. Han Yun immediately covered her mouth, exclaiming, Swear, what are you saying? Although Jiang Xiao had employed certain methods to claim her in the early days of their relationship, it was ultimately her choice. Moreover, he had treated her like a princess ever since, catering to her every whim. How could he possibly coerce her into actions she despised? Admittedly, some of his behaviors were domineering, yet she had found joy in them. Fearing that Jiang Xiao might overhear Han Shui's words and be hurt, she hastily silenced her daughter. Han Shui's eyes turned cold. Indeed, the fervor of Han Yun's reaction confirmed her suspicion that Jiang Xiao had directed his vengeance towards her mother. This was evident from their ordeal in the Serpent's Denver. She inwardly cursed Jiang Xiao, deeming him petty and vindictive, with no boundaries in his quest for revenge. However, now that they had reunited, she vowed to shield her mother from further harm. Mom, come with me to the 13th Sisters camp. You need not endure this torment any longer, Han Shui urged. Determined to extricate her mother from Jiang Xiao's grasp, she envisioned not only liberating her mother, but also persuading Li Manman and her 3 subordinates to join them. They had arrived in haste, lacking the opportunity to greet her comrades. First, She would convince her mother, then she would rally the others. As the president of a publicly traded company, persuading a few subordinates would be a trivial matter. What are you talking about, Shuer? Han Yun asked, momentarily taken aback. Mom. Trust me, Han Shui replied, her spirit invigorated. By joining the 13th Sisters camp, you will reign as a free and unchained queen. Do not remain here under the oppression of others. Before she could finish, Han Yun covered her mouth again. Stop talking nonsense. How am I being oppressed? What absurdity was her daughter spouting? Had she been traumatized to the point of such wild delusions? Han Shui pried her mother's hand away. Mom, you need not fear. Now that I have found you, I will ensure your safety and will not allow Jiang Xiao to bully you. Come with me to seek refuge with the 13th Sisters camp. She believed that her mother's timidity stemmed from Jiang Xiao's bullying and forceful claims. With her presence, she was resolute that Jiang Xiao would no longer have his way. She was confident that he could not harm her. Otherwise, upon returning to civilized society, she would have him imprisoned, or worse. Shuer, Han Yun quickly interjected, you must not speak recklessly. Jiang Xiao is not as you portray him. Han Shui was taken aback. Was her mother defending that scoundrel? Was this truly the mother she remembered? Han Shui was undeniably the same person, yet her personality seemed to have transformed far too swiftly. It is worth noting that in XX City, Han Yun was an even more aloof presence. For over 20 years, she had remained single, pursued by countless suitors, all of whom were met with her cold rejection. Yet now, she appeared to have morphed into a sweet, home-loving woman, a transformation utterly perplexing. Had she been coerced or tempted by Jiang Xiao? Han Shui believed this scenario to be highly probable. That despicable Jiang Xiao, so vile and shameless. Regardless of the enchantments he may have cast upon you, mother, I have arrived, and he shall never again be so arrogant. Let us leave this place together. Han Shui urged, eager to confront Jiang Xiao alongside her mother. Shuer, I cannot accompany you, Han Yun interjected, feeling the necessity of clarifying the situation to her daughter. Otherwise, she would perpetually misunderstand Jiang Xiao. Why won't you leave with me? Han Shui exclaimed, taken aback. Shuer, we are under Jiang Xiao's protection here. It is safe. He has shared both joys and hardships with us, dedicating himself to our well-being. Why should we depart? Han Yun explained, attempting to enlighten her daughter. You must have deeply misunderstood Jiang Xiao. How about this? I will speak with him shortly and persuade him to allow you to remain with us in our camp. Han Shui was left speechless. She had intended to bring Han Yun to the 13th Sisters camp, only to find herself persuaded into the reckless camp instead. Mother, Jiang Xiao is merely pretending, Han Shui retorted angrily. He is a villain, worse than a beast. The humiliation she endured in the serpent's den remained an indelible nightmare for Han Shui. She could never forgive Jiang Xiao. Why do you harbor such animosity towards Jiang Xiao? Han Yun exclaimed, nearly choking with indignation. Mother, why do you seem to support Jiang Xiao so much? Do you have feelings for him? Han Shui suddenly probed. Han Yun's face flushed red. Had her feelings been so easily discerned? Should she confess to Han Shui? She felt the moment was not yet right, especially since Han Shui still held grievances against Jiang Xiao. Thus, she feigned composure and replied, nonsense. How could I ever be swayed by a man? Have you forgotten? I am renowned for my aloofness. No man may approach me without facing rejection. Han Shui nodded, acknowledging the validity of her mother's words. Han Yun's capabilities were not easily matched. Perhaps she had overthought the situation. As Han Yun insisted on staying, Han Shui found it difficult to argue against her, ultimately conceding to let her remain. Upon closer inspection, the defensive structures appeared robust, ensuring her mother's safety. She could only remain vigilant, ready to rescue her mother should any unforeseen circumstances arise. While her mother was reluctant to leave, surely Li Manmin and the others would not refuse her overtures. At that moment, Li Manmin and her companions entered. Han Shui was momentarily taken aback by their appearance. They were donned in silk and stockings, exuding an alluring charm. A frown creased her brow, suspecting that Jiang Xiao had orchestrated this attire. These women were her trusted allies, and now they were under Jiang Xiao's command. How infuriating. However, it was time to reclaim Li Manmin and her companions. Manager Han, Li Manmin and the others greeted in unison. Manmin, Xiaoling, Minjiao, Swamian, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Han Shui expressed with a tinge of concern for them. The former vivacity of the four individuals had seemingly vanished, undoubtedly a result of Jiang Xiao's oppressive demeanor. At that moment, she glanced around, noticing the absence of Tang Qiao, Su Feng, and Li Dahai. Setting aside the taciturn Li Dahai, under normal circumstances, Tang Qiao and Su Feng would certainly be here, engaging her in friendly banter. Where are Tang Qiao and Su Feng? Han Shui inquired. Li Manmin and the others exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. It was then that Han Yun revealed their demise to Han Shui. However, she refrained from disclosing that Tang Qiao was killed by Jiang Xiao, knowing that Han Shue's temperament would lead her to confront Jiang Xiao with a vengeance. Li Manmin and the others felt relieved by Han Yun's discretion, averting a potential conflict. Dreadful. Han Shui bit her lip in frustration, lamenting the loss of two formidable allies. What about Li Dahai? She asked again. Dahai is preparing dinner outside, Lu Suimian replied. Without further hesitation, Han Shui got straight to the point. Manmin, are you willing to leave this place with me? And Li Dahai as well. She continued, once we escape this island and return to our duties, I will appoint you to significant positions in various departments. She intended to offer the position of deputy manager to Lu Suimian, while the role of general manager was reserved for Li Manmin, her most capable ally. The other three would also receive promotions. Having faced life and death, she felt a newfound clarity. She could not neglect the contributions of her past comrades. President Han, Li Manmin hesitated to speak. After enduring hardships, her desire for promotion and salary increases had diminished. Moreover, she felt a twinge of resistance towards returning to her previous job. Although the deserted island was fraught with danger, being with Jiang Xiao inexplicably provided her with a sense of security and happiness. Wasn't this what she had sought in civilized society? It had been realized on the island. Why seek further troubles? Manmin, feel free to speak your mind. There's no need for formality, Han Shui encouraged. President Han, I wish to stay by Jiang Xiao's side. Li Manmin declared resolutely. What? Han Shui was taken aback, unable to fathom that Li Manmin would make such a choice. Hadn't she once looked down on Jiang Xiao, relishing in making his life difficult? Why was she now so attached to him? Was she being coerced or threatened by him? Manmin, you were never the type to settle for complacency. Is Jiang Xiao forcing you? Han Shui asked coldly. President Han, I acknowledge that I once craved fame and fortune, but after being stranded on this island, I have come to many realizations. Some things, even with fame and wealth, cannot be possessed. And I have experienced that with Jiang Xiao, Li Manmin replied. President Han, we feel the same. The other four women chimed in, expressing their unwavering loyalty to Jiang Xiao. Han Shui was left speechless, stunned by the unexpected lesson from those she had deemed expendable. Not only had Jiang Xiao taken her mother away, but he had also lured away her most capable subordinates. It was utterly outrageous. What has happened to you all? You have all become unrecognizable, Han Shui exclaimed in despair, still bewildered by the transformation of those around her. However, what she could ascertain was that Jiang Xiao played an indispensable role in the current predicament, and she felt compelled to confront him about it. Observing her daughter in such a distressed state, Han Yun felt a pang of sympathy. Aware of her daughter's competitive nature, she refrained from saying more, hoping that one day, her daughter would resolve the misunderstandings with Jiang Xiao and come to appreciate his merits. Chapter 91. The new gravity chamber. The gravity chamber displayed a reading of 1, indicating that the external gravitational force was at normal levels. Qiu Ju diligently instructed Jiang Xiao on the intricacies of the gravity device's parameter settings, including how to activate and deactivate it, as well as how to adjust the parameters. The source realm possessed its own unique script, which, to a first-time observer, resembled an inscrutable tome. Fortunately, with Qiu Ju's guidance, these obstacles posed no challenge to Jiang Xiao. His comprehension had reached an extraordinary level. With just a demonstration, he could replicate the actions flawlessly. If you can maintain your current physical condition in an environment with tenfold gravity, it will signify a successful training session. Do you understand? Qiu Ju taught Jiang Xiao like an enchanting instructor. At that moment, she wore a short skirt paired with a black blouse, resembling a sweet neighbor. Due to prior overexertion with source stones to enhance her abilities, she appeared rather frail, her breath coming in gasps as she spoke. Unintentionally, the alluring sight before Jiang Xiao stirred his thoughts, and he felt a faint onset of the Min syndrome. Nevertheless, he forcibly suppressed these distractions, reminding himself that this was a time for learning, and any lapse in concentration could jeopardize his training, potentially leading to dire consequences. Yet, images of Qiu Ju's alluring form kept resurfacing in his mind, leading to a cascade of fantasies. Noticing Jiang Xiao's distracted demeanor, Qiu Ju understood that he was likely entertaining inappropriate thoughts again, prompting her to sigh in exasperation. Given that he was possessed by the essence of the King of Serpents, it was commendable that he could maintain his focus at all. Have you had enough of looking? Qiu Ju fixed her gaze on Jiang Xiao unabashedly. Ahem. Jiang Xiao cleared his throat. This is merely the beginning. It's far from sufficient. If you can defeat the companions of Xingui, I wouldn't mind granting you another opportunity, Qiu Ju stated, her tone tinged with playful annoyance. Upon hearing the conditions proposed by Qiu Ju, Jiang Xiao felt a surge of excitement, as if electrified. What? Jiang Xiao exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming heat course through him. I said, if you can defeat Xingui's associates, I will allow you another chance, Qiu Ju reiterated with a hint of exasperation. There was no choice but to find a way to motivate him. without enthusiasm. How could he confront adversaries? Deal. Jiang Xiao responded with exhilaration. Xiao Ju shot him a glare, almost ready to kick him, knowing that he was always eager for such matters. Yet, she understood the influence of the King of Serpents' essence on him. That powerful desire was unmistakable. However, this essence also bore its advantages, as the rare bloodline of the King of Serpents elevated Jiang Xiao from his previously mediocre talents to new heights. Now, can you focus and listen to me? Xiao Ju said, her tone marked by a playful irritation. If one fails to pay attention, they may not even know where the controls for the gravity chamber are located. The script of the Source Realm is indeed profoundly intricate. You mentioned that Jiang Xiao, like a dutiful student, sat upright and attentively listened. Xiao Ju gestured towards the main panel of the gravity chamber and instructed, based on what I've just taught you, please demonstrate your understanding. I shall see if you are truly engaged. She exuded a captivating charm, radiating maturity in every aspect. It crossed her mind that Jiang Xiao might require another demonstration, as the script of the Source Realm was akin to deciphering celestial texts for him. At that moment, Jiang Xiao skillfully operated the main panel, executing the commands flawlessly. Xiao Ju was taken aback. How could this be? He succeeded on the first attempt. Such exceptional insight was almost otherworldly. Not only that, he also managed to activate the air conditioning and fire safety protocols of the gravity chamber. Xiao Ju had assumed that these tasks were too intricate to warrant instruction, intending only to teach him how to start and stop the machine and set the parameters. To her astonishment, he grasped the concepts intuitively. He was undoubtedly a genius. This realization sparked a glimmer of hope in Xiao Ju. Perhaps this individual could indeed make use of the gravity chamber from Xingui. After offering a casual compliment to Jiang Xiao, Xiao Ju inquired, by the way, didn't you acquire a number of storage capsules from Xingui? Do any of them contain red capsules? Jiang Xiao rummaged through his pocket and, to her delight, produced the red capsule she mentioned. Ah, indeed there is one, she exclaimed, ecstatic to discover the capabilities of the new gravity chamber utilized by Xingui. What new gravity chamber? Jiang Xiao queried, puzzled. Upon seeing his bewilderment, Xiao Ju elaborated, Xingui was never my rival in the past, yet he now surpasses me significantly. A feat attributed to his training methods. Aside from developing this new gravity chamber and enhancing its parameters, I cannot fathom any other reasons. While I do not expect you to overcome more than tenfold, it is worth attempting. Who knows what may come of it? The higher the multiplier, the greater the odds of success. Jiang Xiao was slightly taken aback. The Source Realm was indeed fascinating. At that moment, Xiao Ju pressed the retrieval button, causing the towering gravity chamber to vanish from view. Try using that red storage capsule, Xiao Ju suggested, pointing at the capsule in Jiang Xiao's hand. Oh, all right, he replied. Mimicking her earlier instructions, pressed the button and tossed it to the ground. With a thud, a semicircular space approximately 10 square meters in size materialized before them. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao furrowed his brow in disdain, remarking, could this possibly be the new gravity chamber? It appears even more rudimentary than yours. A mere comparison of appearances indicated that the gravity chamber before them lacked the functionalities of its predecessor. Xiao Ju was equally perplexed. Logically, the new gravity chamber should possess a larger design and enhanced parameters. However, upon inspection, she too felt uncertain. Regardless, she reasoned, they ought to enter and investigate further. Upon her command, she opened the door to the gravity chamber and stepped inside, with Jiang Xiao following closely behind. Yet, the moment the door closed, something extraordinary occurred. They discovered that the interior of the gravity chamber seemed to exist in its own realm, approximately the size of a football field. Jiang Xiao was utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. What kind of technology could possibly conjure such an incredible space? At that moment, Xiao Ju, who stood beside him, suddenly cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground, as if crushed by the weight of Mount Tai. Jiang Xiao, quick on his feet, attempted to lift Xiao Ju, only to find that his legs felt as though burdened by 1,000 pounds, rendering him unable to move freely. He could only try to pull her closer, but regrettably, her weight only caused her further harm, pressing her down even harder against the ground. Xiao Ju coughed up blood. It seemed that the new gravity chamber designed by Xingui had left the parameters unchecked. Jiang Xiao sensed that the gravity here was significantly stronger than that within Xiao Ju's gravity chamber. If this continued, Xiao Ju might suffer fractured ribs and face life-threatening danger. Yet, as he glanced around, he couldn't help but be captivated by the beautiful scenery, succumbing to a moment of distraction. Xiao Ju, frowning, remarked, I can't believe you're not complaining about the environment at all. It's truly astonishing. Even if influenced by the 10,000 serpent factor, there should be a limit to your composure. Apologies, Jiang Xiao replied with an awkward smile. But hurry and find a way to shut down the parameters inside, or I might be crushed. Xiao Ju struggled to articulate. With gritted teeth, Jiang Xiao braced himself against the immense weight, slowly rising to his feet. Chapter 92. You're back again. What in the world is this gravity, 100-fold? Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth, feeling as if a colossal force was pressing down on him. Even with all his might, he could barely manage to stand. Are you all right? Qiu Ju asked anxiously. Observing the pain etched on Jiang Xiao's face, she was on the verge of collapsing. Simultaneously, she could not help but feel an overwhelming shock. She never anticipated that Jiang Xiao could exhibit such resilience under gravity exceeding 10 times that of normal conditions. Perhaps he truly was capable of surpassing himself. In contrast, Qiu Ju felt despondent. She was nearly overwhelmed by the oppressive gravity, on the brink of breaking down. Of course, a significant factor contributing to her condition was her own physical weakness. Hearing this sensitive remark, Jiang Xiao's eyes ignited with fervor. How could a man ever concede defeat? He lifted his burdened legs, attempting to take the first step. Crack! Just as he took that initial step, a sharp sound echoed from his body. Damn it! My bones are cracking, Jiang Xiao muttered, yet he felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, the bloodline of the King of Serpents coursed through him, granting him a physical resilience far superior to his usual self. Otherwise, the fractures would have been far more severe. He needed to exert more effort. He had to find a way to press the stop button on the gravity chamber. Jiang Xiao murmured to himself, feeling as if he were carrying a mountain as he advanced toward the control panel. With each step, he could hear a series of thuds resonating beneath him. Witnessing this scene, Qiu Ju was left speechless. Jiang Xiao's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. In such a terrifying gravitational environment, he continued to forge ahead with unwavering determination. He truly was an impressive individual. With Qiu Ju's eager anticipation, Jiang Xiao finally reached the control panel, only to be astonished to discover that the gravity multiplier displayed on the screen was 11 times. Goodness, is 11 times gravity truly capable of such immense power? Jiang Xiao marveled aloud. However, this is not the time for lamentation. One must swiftly alleviate such immense gravity. Otherwise, both he and Jiao would be crushed. Casting a glance, he finally spotted the halted red button. With a firm press of his fingertip upon it, the oppressive weight that had burdened him gradually dissipated until, at last, he felt no more encumbrance from the heavy objects. Finally restored to normalcy, Jiang Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground, taking deep breaths as though he had just emerged from a battlefield. Although the control panel was merely 10 meters away, to him, that distance felt akin to a marathon spanning 20 million meters. At that moment, a small trickle of blood mixed with flesh escaped from the corner of his mouth. The overwhelming gravity had not only crushed his ribs, but had also inflicted significant harm upon his internal organs. His entire body ached, and he realized he needed to nourish himself quickly to heal from his injuries. How do you feel? At some point, Jiao had approached Jiang Xiao and extended her hand towards him. Despite his usual bravado, Jiang Xiao, feeling somewhat careless, grasped Jiao's hand, preparing to leap up with all his might. However, as he exerted force, perhaps due to Jiao's unpreparedness, he inadvertently pulled her into his embrace, and the two tumbled back to the ground, landing atop one another. Are you doing this on purpose? Jiao shot him an exasperated glance. By heaven's grace, I merely intended to assist you. Who knew your stance was so poor? Jiang Xiao replied helplessly. If you wanted assistance, you could have simply asked, Jiao retorted, playfully punching Jiang Xiao on the chest. Unexpectedly, this rascal had fallen back into his troublesome ways. She quickly got to her feet. Remaining any longer posed the risk of Jiang Xiao transforming into that monstrous entity. If they were to be struck fiercely by that creature now, it could take them at least 10 days to recover. This new gravity chamber is quite remarkable. If it aligns with my expectations, it is particularly suitable for your training. You shall utilize it to enhance yourself this month, Jiao stated. At that moment, Jiang Xiao suddenly inquired, I have a question. Spit it out, Jiao replied nonchalantly. On our journey to the source realm, can we use this gravity chamber as a mobile sanctuary? Jiao's lips pursed slightly. Forget it. The energy of the gravity chamber is not infinite. Each time you use it, a certain amount of energy is consumed. You can check for yourself how much power remains. Jiang Xiao quickly rose, opening the energy display of the gravity chamber, only to find it had less than 50% remaining. This energy is sufficient for a month's cultivation, which is already commendable. Dreaming of using it as a mobile sanctuary is sheer folly, Jiao remarked. Jiang Xiao's lips twitched slightly. And what of your jet vehicle? He believed that with the jet vehicle for transport, they could hasten their journey to the source realm. It's out of power, Jiao shrugged. A single journey spans 20,000 kilometers, think about it. The jet vehicle from Xingui was in a similar predicament. Jiang Xiao opened the capsule for Xingui's jet vehicle and discovered that it too emitted a severe warning, no power left. All right, Jiang Xiao resigned himself to reality. They would have to make their slow migration to the source realm, but first, they needed to defeat the enemies approaching them. Subsequently, he systematically opened several more storage capsules he had scavenged. Inside, he discovered an array of men's armor and various tools for wilderness survival, including axes, chainsaws, hammers, and wrenches, essentially comparable to what Caillou Jun possessed. With these implements, the construction of shelters during their movement would become significantly easier. Particularly the chainsaws, augmented by source realm technology, could fell trees with remarkable speed. As for the armor, Jiang Xiao planned to distribute it to the reckless ones. The armor from the source realm boasted formidable defensive capabilities, making it a fine choice for battle attire. I inquired whether we might also utilize your gravity chamber during this time. Jiang Xiao cast another glance at Caillou Jun. Do you wish to train those individuals? Caillou Jun discerned Jiang Xiao's intentions. Yes, he nodded. A bit more strength, a bit more assistance. Very well, Caillou Jun acquiesced. Now, let us go out for dinner. With a clear goal in mind, Jiang Xiao resolved to first restore his peak physical condition and then commence high-intensity training the following day. At this moment, in a remote corner of the source realm, a certain fellow named Xingui had met his demise in a desolate place, bringing great shame to their family. A handsome man tore open the chest of his prey, ravenously devouring the bloody flesh. His name was Xingchun, an intermediate warrior and a companion spoken of by Xingui. Let that good-for-nothing perish, he remarked dismissively. A voice, commanding and authoritative, interrupted. How utterly disgraceful for our family. She too consumed raw beast flesh. Her gaze as frigid as ice, exuding an air of imperiousness that demanded respect. Her name was Xingyu, a senior warrior. Strange indeed. How has Caillou Jun's combat prowess escalated so rapidly? Xingchun queried, spitting out a bone. Xingyu discarded the raw meat in her hand, stating, Xingui, with a battle power of 1200, was slain by a worthless individual with merely 1000 battle power. I deduce she must have forcibly utilized source stones to augment her strength. Huh. Forcibly enhancing one's power with source stones? Then she shall be rendered utterly inept this month. How amusing, Xingyu replied. So, do you think we should eliminate Caillou Jun? Xingchun asked. Do I need to instruct you? Xingyu answered coldly. Our family's honor cannot be tarnished. Those who dare to harm our kin shall face no mercy. Chapter 93, An Unexpected Delight. Your culinary customs differ significantly from ours, Caillou Jun remarked as she and Jiang Xiao arrived at the dining area, where a plethora of cooked dishes lay spread out before them, eliciting a sense of discomfort. The denizens of the source realm, in their quest to preserve their primal nature, often consumed food raw, with cooked fare being a rarity. What is that? She inquired, pointing curiously at a pot of meat that appeared unappealing yet emitted a rich aroma. That is bear meat, Jiang Xiao replied, serving her a few pieces on a plate. Give it a try. It may be a bit tough, but it should suit your palate. I shall give it a try. Caillou Jun boldly grasped a piece of bear meat and stuffed it into her mouth. After a careful bite, her eyes brightened instantly. Oh, not bad at all. Let me try some other meats. This time, Caillou Jun seized a generous helping of wild boar jerky and bit down, releasing an explosion of flavor and juiciness. She became entranced, unable to stop, observing her voracious appetite. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but grimace slightly at her brutish manner of eating. Originally, one would assume that in a realm of advanced civilization, their dining etiquette would be warm and tranquil. However, it turned out to be as boisterous as that of rustic folk. This meat is delectable, Autumn Chrysanthemum exclaimed, almost choking as she swallowed a large piece, then paused to inquire, what kind of meat is this? It's wild boar cured meat, Jiang Xiao replied. Indeed, Autumn Chrysanthemum said, giving a thumbs up, disregarding the astonished glances from those around her as she seized another platter of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Goodness, this is even more delicious. She marveled. Is this from that gigantic sea monster? She was referring to the mantis shrimp. You are consuming snake meat, Jiang Xiao answered with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Autumn Chrysanthemum promptly spat out the snake meat from her mouth. Oh, how disgusting. Jiang Xiao looked at her with disdain. On this deserted island, we should not be picky about what we eat. Snake meat is hardly a concern. He chuckled. Weren't you just enjoying it? Back home, we never eat snake meat. But now that I think of it, it's actually quite good, Autumn Chrysanthemum said with a sheepish grin as she took another bite. Oh, it truly is delightful. She then devoured the remaining meat in a frenzy. Boss, what is her story? Lu Meng asked Jiang Xiao, noticing Autumn Chrysanthemum's astonishing appetite. At this rate, she could consume all our provisions. Sensing Lu Meng's apprehension, Jiang Xiao whispered in his ear, be prudent in the future, do not offend her. Though she appears feeble now, if not for the backlash from the source stone, her peak strength could easily dispatch me, akin to slaughtering a chicken. Lu Meng was taken aback. Do not frighten me. You must be joking, right? He found nothing extraordinary about her aside from her impressive appetite. Jiang Xiao tapped Lu Meng's head. Am I truly that tedious? Regardless, do not provoke her, or no one will be able to save you. Lu Meng nodded vigorously, swallowing hard, then asked, what is this source stone you mentioned? Have you found it? He had been too engrossed in observing Autumn Chrysanthemum to pay attention to Jiang Xiao's reference to the source stone. The source stone from the serpent's den was merely a trap. The true source stone is the pearl you previously gave me, Jiang Xiao explained. Really? Lu Meng craned his neck. That pearl is a source stone. He had always perceived it as valuable, yet never considered it to be a source stone. Jiang Xiao nodded. Seizing the opportunity, he informed Lu Meng about the forthcoming relocation to the source realm, detailing their adversaries and urging him to prepare accordingly. Is it truly this troublesome? Lu Meng's face turned pale with fear. Facing enemies stronger than Autumn Chrysanthemum left him feeling despondent about the future. We have a month to prepare. During this time, I have special methods to enhance your abilities. Just follow my instructions, Jiang Xiao assured him. We shall heed your guidance, Lu Meng replied. Very well, starting tomorrow. You will train in 3 shifts. Additionally, we must fortify the camp in light of the oceanic monsters now appearing, necessitating some countermeasures. Lu Meng nodded, agreeing to follow Jiang Xiao's directives. Where are Yun Jie and the others? Jiang Xiao scanned the area. Noticing that Han Yun and her companions were not present at the meal, Li Dehai went to summon them. Lu Meng remarked, shall I go fetch them? Jiang Xiao held him back, saying, no need for that. Just relay what I just mentioned to our siblings. Suddenly, as he was conveying information to his comrades, he heard Xiao Jiu's astonished voice beside him. Isn't the flesh of this oceanic beast somewhat peculiar? Does it not suit your palate? Jiang Xiao inquired. Xiao Jiu shook her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The meat is indeed tender and fragrant, but beyond that, it possesses an incredible power. Jiang Xiao, perplexed, asked, what kind of power? Xiao Jiu replied with enthusiasm. After consuming it, I feel my bodily injuries gradually healing, much like drinking a restorative potion. Is it truly that miraculous? Jiang Xiao marveled, placing a piece of shrimp meat at the corner of his mouth. As he swallowed, something extraordinary occurred. He could feel his shattered bones being mended by an enigmatic force, and his internal injuries were likewise being stitched together. Furthermore, this mysterious energy was enhancing his physical form. How to describe it? It was as though countless cells were erecting formidable defenses within his very skin. A tingling sensation enveloped him, akin to being electrified. Jiang Xiao was already aware that nourishing food could mend physical wounds, yet he had never experienced such a strengthening effect. Ah, you were indeed correct. Jiang Xiao cautiously probed Xiao Jiu. Aside from healing your injuries, do you have any other sensations? Xiao Jiu paused, taken aback. What? Do you have other experiences? Jiang Xiao quickly shook his head. Some secrets are best left unspoken. What he could now ascertain was that the flesh of those oceanic monsters was a treasure. Upon consumption, it not only healed wounds, but also fortified one's physical strength. Truly a delightful surprise. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Why was it that Xiao Jiu could not attain physical enhancement? After pondering, Jiang Xiao's eyes lit up. He mused. Could it be that only those who inherit the bloodline of the King of Serpents possess the capability to forge their flesh? He was convinced of this notion. Jiang Xiao felt a surge of exhilaration, contemplating the prospect of honing his strength while hunting oceanic beasts to bolster his physique. This unexpected boon illuminated the path to vanquishing his foes. Noticing Jiang Xiao lost in thought, Xiao Jiu waved her hand before him. Hey, what are you so engrossed in? Do you have a secret you're hiding from me? Coming back to reality, Jiang Xiao smiled and remarked, I was just considering how to cook you after defeating my companions under the starlight. Xiao Jiu blushed, lightly punching Jiang Xiao's arm. Do not underestimate those monsters, otherwise, you might not even realize how you meet your end. Rest assured, this time I am confident. I will not let them escape, Jiang Xiao replied, consuming more food, restoring his stamina and fortifying his physique. Xiao Jiu narrowed her eyes, wondering if it was truly as effortless as Jiang Xiao claimed. Just then, Han Yun and a few others emerged from the tent, preparing for dinner. However, Jiang Xiao noticed that Han Shui's gaze upon him was somewhat unfriendly. Chapter 94. I wish to devour you. When Han Shui saw the variety of dishes laid out on the ground, her eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't this an abundance? A mountain of potatoes, gleaming golden roasted fish, and dark, savory cured meat, alongside an unidentifiable cut of meat that eluded her description. In comparison to the meager provisions at the 13 Sisters camp, the contrast was as stark as night and day. Were it not for the cured meat presented by Tang Fan and Su Billion's remarkable fishing skills, they would still be subsisting on little more than potatoes and wild fruits. Han Shui finally grasped the reasons her capable subordinates were reluctant to leave her side. With such delectable sustenance, it was a truth universally acknowledged that no one would wish to depart, particularly on a deserted island where food scarcity was a pressing concern. Abandoning a camp rich in provisions would indeed be folly. What kind of meat is this? At that moment, Han Shui caught a whiff of an enticing aroma and began to lift a piece of snake meat to her lips. Swear, Han Yun attempted to caution her. But it was too late. Han Shui had already blissfully swallowed the morsel. Wow, this is delicious, Han Shui exclaimed, her face alight with a sweet smile. After being marooned on the island, she had truly savored the essence of exquisite cuisine, an unparalleled delight. Mother, I finally understand why you were reluctant to accompany me to the 13 Sisters camp. With that, Han Shui stuffed another piece of snake meat into her mouth. Swear, that is snake meat. Han Yun's lips curled slightly as she whispered the warning. What? Han Shui's expression turned pale, the joy on her face abruptly vanishing. Suddenly, she felt a tumult in her stomach, an overwhelming urge to vomit. Mother, why didn't you say so earlier? She yearned to expel the food from her belly. Feeling utterly nauseated, like Han Yun, she harbored a deep aversion to snakes. Just the thought sent shivers down her spine, let alone the act of consuming one. I wanted to warn you, but you had already eaten it. Han Yun shook her head. This child was perpetually hasty. Could she not exhibit a modicum of maturity? Han Shui fought against the rising nausea. Hey, Han Shui, don't be unreasonable. We are in a time of food scarcity. You cannot waste it. If you vomit, you will have to eat it again, Jiang Xiao interjected, irritation lacing his tone. Han Shui found herself in a daze. Is this what you call food scarcity? Spare me your sarcasm. Anger bubbled within her, yet she could not suppress the wave of queasiness. She wanted to retch, but she feared Jiang Xiao would insist she consume whatever she expelled. He was no longer the obedient subordinate he once was. Gritting her teeth to stave off the nausea, she shot a glare at Jiang Xiao and pulled him aside, demanding, "What methods have you employed to coerce my mother and the others into becoming your subservients?" Jiang Xiao narrowed his eyes. "What delusions are you concocting now?" Han Shui retorted. "Why is it that when I called Li Dahai and the others to follow me, they abandoned me? Were you forcing them?" Jiang Xiao scrutinized her. "Do I appear to be someone who coerces others?" Recalling the events in the Serpent Cave, Han Shui's anger flared. "Were you not compelling me to agree to things I did not wish to do?" Suppressing her simmering rage, she declared, "I intend to take them with me." Jiang Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. "Suit yourself. Jiang Xiao, do not hold them against their will. Let them come with me. And when we return to XX City, I shall reward you with 1,000,000. Han Shui raised her delicate face, resolute. "I am indifferent." Jiang Xiao spread his arms. "They are unwilling to follow me, which is why I ask you, did you force them in some way?" Han Shui stamped her foot and retorted, "Perhaps your heart is too dark, which is why they refuse to accompany you." Jiang Xiao, utterly shameless, declared. Han Shui was incensed. How had Jiang Xiao attacked her personally? In what way was she dark? Han Shui, look at them. Are they not unhappy now? Jiang Xiao pointed to the group nearby, where under Li Mamon's leadership, they had begun to kindle a bonfire, singing and dancing joyously. For the first time, Xiaoju witnessed such a novel activity, her delight akin to that of a child. As she joined in the merriment, Han Shui fell silent. It was the first time she had seen such radiant smiles on their faces. Even in a society rife with material desires, she had never witnessed them so blissful. "What? Now do you understand why they do not wish to leave you?" Jiang Xiao asked with a smile. "Here they feast and drink well. Why would they want to suffer with you?" "Humph," Han Shui stubbornly retorted. "What is so impressive about that? One day, I shall make them obediently return to my side." Jiang Xiao patted her back. "Speaking of which, shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Han Shui knew precisely what Jiang Xiao was referring to. "What do you want?" Jiang Xiao grinned mischievously. "I wish to conquer you." Han Shui felt an urge to draw a dagger and stab Jiang Xiao, but realizing she was no match for him, she could only angrily declare, "I have not obtained the Source Stone. You cannot consider this mission accomplished." "Damn." Jiang Xiao scoffed at Han Shui. Women are truly fickle. Yet, he was genuinely not angry. The truth was as such. "If you're unhappy, take it up with my mother." Han Shui wielded her chicken feather like a command. "Han Shui, one day I will make you kneel before me and sing conquer." Han Shui arrogantly replied, "Once is enough. I vow never to kneel before you again." "Just wait and see." Jiang Xiao retorted angrily. Han Shui was equally defiant. "Just you wait." Soon, their conversation ended on a sour note. Han Shui returned to the bonfire, suppressing the fury within, fervently flaunting that repugnant snake meat. She envisioned the snake meat as Jiang Xiao. Even if it revolted her, she would swallow it. Even if it disgusted her, she would defeat him. Bored, Jiang Xiao sat on the other side, beginning to eat. His body had not yet returned to its peak when Han Shui had pulled him aside for a conversation. At that moment, as he took a bite of wild boar meat, his physique similarly received a slight enhancement. Yet, the effect was not as potent as that of the oceanic monsters. Could it be that after acquiring the essence of the King of Serpents, each time he consumed those beasts, his body not only replenished energy, but also underwent enhancement? Furthermore, the degree of enhancement was correlated with the strength of the beast. The stronger the beast, The greater the enhancement, the weaker, the smaller the boost. Jiang Xiao felt a surge of delight. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Would the enhancement to my physique become even more formidable once I completely assimilate the essence of the King of Serpents? He believed it was possible. Therefore, he resolved to diligently train, turning everything related to the King of Serpents into his own. Continuing, he took another bite of bear meat. Indeed, the black bear surpassed the wild boar, providing a slightly greater enhancement to his physical prowess. He then sampled a piece of fish, which offered a negligible boost. Through this repetitive experimentation, he reached a conclusion. From this day forth, any meat I consume not only replenishes my energy, but also fortifies my strength. I must fully exploit this unique advantage, Jiang Xiao mused. At that moment, Han Yun joyfully approached him, extending her hand and urging, Jiang Xiao, come join our dance party. Everyone is waiting for you. Soon after, Jiang Xiao was seen mingling with his subordinates, joyfully engaging in the lively Yanga dance, reveling in the merriment. Observing this scene, Han Shui withdrew a sharp military dagger and plunged it forcefully into a piece of snake meat. Chapter 95. I am a focused man quickly. The bonfire party concluded amidst a chorus of cheers. As night deepened, it was time to rest. Caillou Jun was assigned to share a space with several girls, while Han Shui, for the night, would make do with Han Yun. After a long evening of vexation, she resolved to leave this place at dawn and discuss matters concerning the Source Realm with Guo Furong. However, upon entering Jiang Xiao's tent, she discovered him stubbornly following her inside. Jiang Xiao, what are you doing? Han Shui exclaimed in anger. It's late. Why are you in my mother's tent? Whatever it is, we can discuss it tomorrow. Get out. Jiang Xiao retorted coldly. Han Shui, are you out of your mind? This is my tent. If you don't wish to sleep, then leave. Han Shui was taken aback. This was Jiang Xiao's tent? What about her mother's? Were they together? A wave of unease washed over her. Shui, hurry and get some sleep, Han Yun said as she emerged after arranging the wooden bed. Although the bed was small and the three of them would be a bit cramped, it was manageable. Jiang Xiao, let me make one thing clear. Don't cause any trouble for me. I'm exhausted from the day, Han Shui said, feeling a tinge of sleepiness. If she didn't rest, she feared she might lose her sanity. Given the circumstances on the island, having a decent place to stay was already a blessing. She couldn't expect to have everything. Otherwise, Jiang Xiao might just toss her out of the camp. Thinking of spending the night amidst venomous snakes and fierce beasts, Han Shui decided this place was far preferable. Thus, the three of them began to huddle together for the night. Jiang Xiao, you can't sleep in the middle, move over. Han Shui insisted, pulling Jiang Xiao aside. She would not allow him to take advantage of both of them. To be safe, she positioned herself as a solid barrier in the center, ensuring Jiang Xiao couldn't harbor any intentions toward Han Yun. Han Yun shook her head, bemused by the girl's antics, but chose to remain silent. Soon, Han Yun succumbed to slumber. Observing the opportune moment, Jiang Xiao stealthily rose, hoping to seize the chance. However, Han Shui's vigilance was heightened. At the slightest sound, she opened her eyes. Jiang Xiao, keep your thoughts to yourself, Han Shui whispered, her words laced with simmering anger. Han Shui, are you some sort of sentinel, always watching me? Jiang Xiao replied, slightly irked. Do you wish to take on the role of my father? Han Shui asked coldly. What? Wouldn't he having another father just mean more love for you? Jiang Xiao countered. You must be dreaming. I will never agree to this. Han Shui shot a glare at Jiang Xiao. In the next moment, she kicked him under the bed. Jiang Xiao, after all my kindness in taking you in, you repay me with ingratitude. Had I known, I would have tossed you into the forest to feed the tigers. As she spoke, Han Shui shifted her body to occupy Jiang Xiao's place, making it impossible for him to squeeze back onto the wooden bed. Even more shamelessly, she pretended to be asleep. Snoring audibly, Han Shui, respond to me. Jiang Xiao rolled up his sleeves, preparing for a confrontation with her. However, she remained in her feigned slumber. You truly are something. Jiang Xiao fumed and turned to leave. With Han Shui as an unwelcome third wheel, he had little hope for a romantic evening with Han Yun. Yet, he still had a backup plan. In Li Manmin's tent, she lamented, Sister, I feel so restless and can't seem to sleep. Tomorrow, we have to enter the gravity chamber for training. What if I lack the energy and stamina? Dear sister, the challenges we face ahead are not trivial. For instance, there's the ocean monster tonight. If we were powerful enough, we wouldn't have to wait for Jiang Xiao to return to deal with it. We could handle it ourselves, Zhang Qiaoling remarked. Qiaoling is right. Being stranded on this deserted island, if we don't become stronger, we risk becoming a burden to Jiang Xiao, which could endanger him. Loose woman reflected deeply. She believed that entering the gravity chamber presented an excellent opportunity to enhance their strength, allowing her to protect herself while also aiding Jiang Xiao. She vowed not to remain a mere decorative figure. Sisters, Jiang Xiao mentioned the enemies from the Source Realm. If we cannot defeat them, our lives could be at stake. So we must uplift ourselves and train diligently, Loose Woman added. Swoman, does the portal to the source realm lead us home? Jiang Xiao inquired. I do not know. Loose Woman's expression darkened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Regardless of the outcome, wherever Jiang Xiao goes, we shall follow, provided we do not become a burden. Swoman is right. With Sister Kaiyujun's training methods, we must seize this opportunity to grow stronger, Li Mammon stated. Speaking of which, the beauties from the source realm are truly stunning. I feel so inadequate in front of Sister Kaiyujun, Chen Minjiao suddenly confessed. Hey, do you think Jiang Xiao might be attracted to Sister Kaiyujun? Jiang Xiaoling began to gossip. I doubt it. Even if Jiang Xiao is quite the romantic. He knows his limits and would not overexert himself, Chen Minjiao replied with a playful laugh. Laughter soon erupted, lifting the previously tense atmosphere. Tian, why are you so silent? Someone asked. I'm fine just listening, Tian replied, her expression darkening. With her keen observational skills, how could she misjudge? From the interaction between Jiang Xiao and Kaiyujun tonight, the scene had been quite ambiguous. She worried whether Jiang Xiao could handle it, and if he had forgotten the promise he made to her. As the long night stretched on, sleep eluded her. I thought I was the only one feeling this way. Didn't he realize you all felt the same? At that moment, Jiang Xiao's voice suddenly came from outside the tent. Ah, Jiang Xiao, they exclaimed excitedly. What are you all discussing? Jiang Xiao approached a few individuals with ease. Smiling as he spoke, tell me, Jiang Xiao, those oceanic monsters you mentioned, will they indeed increase in number, or are you merely trying to spur us on? Chen Minjiao inquired. No, Jiang Xiao shook his head. I have slain the king of serpents. The oceanic monsters are not hindered by seals, and will frequently appear in the forest. Does that not put us in a perilous situation? Chen Minjiao expressed her concerns. Danger is indeed certain, Jiang Xiao reassured her. As long as you all can complete the training tasks assigned by Qiuju, this danger will be significantly mitigated. Jiang Xiao, is Qiuju very formidable? Loose Woman asked curiously. Formidable enough to send shivers down one's spine, Jiang Xiao replied. If she had not suffered backlash, she could vanquish that oceanic monster with but a single finger. The group gasped in astonishment. Is she truly that powerful? Loose Woman idolized her even more. Jiang Xiao, may I ask you something? Just now, the sisters mentioned that you have feelings for Sister Qiuju. Is there any truth to that? Someone queried. Nonsense. Jiang Xiao vehemently denied. I am a man focused on my pursuits. The girl scoffed, the atmosphere light and jovial. I suggest we retire for the night. It is late. And we must train tomorrow, he proposed. That is not right. We should indulge in the present while we can. Tomorrow's worries belong to tomorrow. Let us not squander this beautiful moment, came the playful reply. Chapter 96. Han Yun's unchanging plan. The next morning, Jiang Xiao rose early to inspect the catch. However, upon noticing Han Yun walking through the camp, he approached her and gently embraced her. Sister Yun, up so early? Jiang Xiao inquired. Last night, unable to reach an agreement with Han Yun regarding overseas trade, he felt a sense of restlessness. Han Yun wore a troubled expression, sighing as she replied, Jiang Xiao, I feel a bit disheartened. Jiang Xiao's eyes lit up, thinking, not just you. I feel it too. What troubles you? He asked. Han Yun, flustered, responded, that stubborn girl. Shui has already left. I had hoped to keep Han Shui here to live alongside her, but like a mule, she refuses to budge. Thus, Han Yun felt vexed. I see, Jiang Xiao remarked, finding it unsurprising. Given Han Shui's tenacious nature, she would never willingly remain under the command of those who once humiliated her. Rather, she would seek to prove herself. Jiang Xiao, do you think Shui will be in danger? Han Yun questioned. Jiang Xiao, gently reassuring her, said, Sister Yun, rest assured. Since Han Shui has managed to survive on the deserted island for so many days, it demonstrates her capability to navigate harsh conditions. Moreover, her backing is quite formidable. So there is no need for concern, she will be fine. Hearing Jiang Xiao's words offered Han Yun a semblance of comfort, alleviating some of her worries. Jiang Xiao, have you and Shui resolved your misunderstandings? Han Yun asked again. Yes, we have, Jiang Xiao lied, not wishing to burden Han Yun with further worries. That's wonderful, she smiled, the clouds of concern dissipating from her countenance. Sister Yun, Jiang Xiao hesitated, recalling Han Yun's prior request, uncertain of how to voice his thoughts. What is it? Han Yun looked at Jiang Xiao. Is there any need for us to be coy with each other? Speak your mind. Jiang Xiao no longer concealed his intentions, at last. Han Yun comprehended the matter at hand. As she pondered this issue, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue, and she shyly remarked that the plan remained unchanged. If their wishes were truly fulfilled, Han Shui would gain an additional ally. Jiang Xiao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he swiftly lifted Han Yun into his arms, proclaiming that they should act immediately. You're so eager, Han Yun teased, casting a playful glare at Jiang Xiao. The sun has already risen. and if I don't prepare breakfast, our siblings will surely go hungry. We still have rigorous training ahead. She planted a gentle kiss on Jiang Xiao's cheek. How about I make it up to you tonight? Very well, Jiang Xiao replied, suppressing his frustration. He recognized the validity of Han Yun's words. Everyone in the camp had their training regimen, and he could not allow his personal desires to disrupt the collective. He decided to check the fish catch and engage in light conversation with Su Billion. Sister Yun, you keep busy. I shall attend to the fish, Jiang Xiao said, setting Han Yun down. Seizing the moment, he playfully tousled her hair before departing. As Han Yun watched Jiang Xiao's retreating figure, her heart raced. Being with him always brought unexpected joy, rekindling the innocence of her first love. Just then, she noticed Tian and the others emerging from their tent, albeit with peculiar gaits. Sisters, come quickly to help prepare breakfast. Once we're well fed, we can train together. Han Yun called out without a second thought. Tian waved lethargically in response. Her energy depleted as they longed for an end to their training and a chance for some much-needed rest. Soon, the camp buzzed with activity. Under Chiojio's guidance, the girls entered the gravity chamber to commence their specialized training. In the 13th Sisters camp, Guo Furong was taken aback upon hearing Han Shui's report about the absence of source stones in the Wanxi cave. She was simultaneously relieved at Han Shui's safe return. Han Shui nodded and shared all pertinent details with Guo Furong. Is that so? Guo Furong's expression turned icy upon learning that the forest seal had been lifted, which had invited those formidable oceanic beasts. The mere thought of such powerful monsters filled her with trepidation. With the prospect of formidable beings from the source realm approaching, her head throbbed with concern. Zhou Mei, what is your take on this? Guo Furong inquired, raising an eyebrow to gauge Han Shui's opinion. Elder sister, let us venture into the source realm, Han Shui declared resolutely. Staying here confined presents its own challenges. It would be wiser to take the initiative. Who knows what unforeseen outcomes may arise? After a brief pause, she continued. Moreover, the source realm possesses pathways leading back to the outside world. If we find one, we might return to civilization. Guo Furong nodded, acknowledging the merit in Han Shui's reasoning. She then turned her bright gaze towards Su Billion. Bame, what do you think? Su Billion appeared somewhat dazed. The notion of relocation implied the possibility of never seeing Jiang Xiao again, which she deeply resented. Yet, prioritizing the greater good, she chose to align with the sentiments of the group. Thus it was decided. Everyone would make the necessary arrangements and promptly set forth towards the source realm. Guo Furong issued her command without hesitation. Wait a moment, Su Billion interjected. Sister, is there something amiss? Guo Furong inquired. Eldest sister, I set a fishing trap by the river yesterday and need to collect my catch before we depart. Otherwise, we would squander such precious resources, Su Billion explained. Guo Furong nodded with a smile. Ah, sister, you are indeed considerate. Hurry back. With a heart full of joy, Su Billion turned to leave. At that moment, Jiang Xiao had just arrived at the riverbank. However, he was met with the absence of Su Billion, which caused his brow to furrow in concern. Typically, Su Billion would arrive early to await him, yet today she had not appeared, leading him to ponder the unusual circumstance. Surely nothing untoward has occurred. Jiang Xiao murmured to himself. Just as he prepared to check on the fishing catch, he suddenly heard a voice call out from behind him. Good man. Immediately, he felt a weight against him as Su Billion embraced him tightly. What is the matter? Upon seeing the mix of sorrow on Su Billion's face, Jiang Xiao feared she had encountered some distress. Su Billion remained silent, her gentle sobs evoking sympathy. Who is wrong, my woman? Was it Guo Furong? Jiang Xiao's tone held a hint of accusation as he bristled, ready to confront the 13th Sisters camp. I shall go and defend your honor this instant. Su Billion felt warmth in her heart and quickly grasped Jiang Xiao's arm. No one has wronged me. It was a jest. How could Jiang Xiao possibly contend with Guo Furong? To send him on a mission of vengeance would be courting disaster. Good man, it is as follows, Su Billion. Her voice tinged with tears, poured out her heart regarding the impending move to the source realm and her reluctance to part from Jiang Xiao.